The girl has always treated her spatial ability like a trash can. She puts all her leftover food in it. But an accident connected her space with mine. The trash the girl stored in her space became my lifeline. That day, the girl tossed her unfinished cookies into her space as usual, but she unexpectedly discovered that all the trash she had thrown in was gone. Instead, there were some other things, like a torn man's shirt and a rusty dagger stained with blood. Xiaoqing looked at these shabby items and thought her space had been robbed, but after thinking for a moment, she couldn't figure out who else could enter her space. On the other side of the space, I lay on the ground with cracked lips, severely dehydrated. The blue star I inhabit has been in an apocalypse for a year. Many food items have expired and are no longer edible. But just as I was about to starve to death, I unexpectedly awakened a space. And there were many food items and feminine products in the space. I was very surprised to see these items, so I wondered if I could take something out. To my surprise, I just raised my hand and got the food I wanted. I was thrilled because I felt I could survive. Just then, I seemed to hear a girl's voice. Who exactly has entered my space? I was a bit confused by the voice, but I quickly realized that this awakened ability of mine must be connected to someone else's space. Thinking of this made me both amused and helpless, so I said to the other side of the space, "I'm very sorry. I don't even know how I connected to your space. I've been very hungry and haven't eaten for a long time, so I took some of your food. I can give you." Jinzhu Xiaoqing was very surprised to hear that there was actually a man in her space. My voice echoed in the space, though it sounded a bit hoarse, it was quite pleasant. This made Xiaoqing, who was somewhat sensitive to voices, less sentimental. "You're hungry and haven't eaten. Don't you have any money?" Xiaoqing asked in disbelief. "Money is the most useless thing to me. A piece of gold is worth less than a piece of bread. If you can give me food, I can find you lots of gold and silver treasures." After hearing this, Xiaoqing tentatively asked, "What do you want to eat, rice or spicy hot pot? If you want fruit, that's fine too. We grow apples and strawberries at home." I was very surprised by this menu and couldn't help but swallow hard, because I hadn't eaten any of these things for a long time. After the apocalypse, plants mutated. They were not only inedible but also toxic. However, some people had to eat poisonous fruits to survive. Moreover, not only was the food contaminated, but the water sources were also radioactive. Listening to Xiaoqing's menu, I was pretty sure this girl was definitely not from my timeline. Perhaps she was from another timeline. My awakened ability connected me to her space, allowing for this cross-dimensional communication. This brought hope to my life, so I quickly asked, "I want to drink water. Also, do you have any medicine for treating inflammation? I can give you gold beads. I have other friends here who are infected and have a fever." Xiaoqing was puzzled by what I needed and asked, "What medicine do you want? With all your money, can't you buy any medicine?" Hearing Xiaoqing say this, I guess she still didn't understand the situation, so I explained that we were not in the same timeline. Over here, my world is filled with zombies and viral infections. Here, there are only extreme heat and extreme cold. The gold you're talking about is found in every city, but no one wants it. It's worth less than an expired loaf of bread. Xiaoqing was shocked and exclaimed with shining eyes, "Gold? It's actually worth less than an expired loaf of bread. As long as you have gold, diamonds, or anything valuable, you can exchange it for me." Hearing Xiaoqing agree, I said in a hoarse voice, "Do you have water? Mineral water, purified water, milk tea, anything. You can choose. I just want some clean water." Xiaoqing can enter this space, but I can only access items. So Xiaoqing excitedly went to the kitchen, took her cup, and brewed me a cup of chrysanthemum tea, adding a few pieces of rock candy. Xiaoqing placed the cup in the space, but didn't wait for me to take it out. Xiaoqing thought to herself, "I just said that his world is filled with zombies. Has he been killed by them?" So Xiaoqing began shouting into the space, but after a minute, there was no response. Meanwhile, on the other side, I had already been injured in the shoulder, and blood had stained my clothes. I cautiously looked at the ruins of the city. Thick fog obscured the horizon, and everything was gray. I had to stay alert at all times for the famished zombies that might appear. At that moment, a zombie suddenly lunged at me, and I swiftly swung my weapon to decapitate it. However, the wound on my back still throbbed painfully. But I didn't stop to tend to my wound. I struggled to move down the street because it was getting dark, and I needed to find a place to hide with my companion, Liao. Zombies become very active at night. At that moment, Liao weakly said, "Captain Su, I'm not going to make it. If I die, please take care of my family. My son is still young." "What are you talking about? Now that I've found you, I won't let you die here." Then I tried to take out half a bottle of water for Liao, but I found that there was also a steaming cup of chrysanthemum tea. It must have been brewed by that girl. I need to save my brother now, and then I'll go to the shop to find him some gold. I thought for a moment and decided to toss the energy bead I had just dissected into the space. This thing is an energy bead. He should be able to absorb it too. Those who awaken their space are likely to be ability users, and they can all absorb it. Quick, drink some water. I couldn't bring myself to take the brewed chrysanthemum tea, so I took the half bottle of drink I had left earlier. If you want to know why, I suddenly pulled out a bottle of drink, and he asked in surprise, "Where did you get this drink?" But Li Yao was so thirsty that he carefully took a sip. Don't worry about where it came from right now. I can't explain it in just a few words. Just know that there will be food in the future. As soon as Li Yao heard the word food, his eyes lit up. On the other side, Xiaoqing looked at the quail egg-sized object in the space, which gave off a foul smell. What is this? This is an energy bead, dug out from a zombie's brain. You are also a superhuman. Absorbing the crystal will enhance your physical energy. The crystal was taken from a zombie's brain. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing dropped it on the ground in fright. The zombie's head, which means it was taken from a human's brain. Someone who lived in peaceful times, couldn't comprehend it. It felt like he was digging into someone else's brain. No need for that, just give me gold instead. Xiaoqing said, somewhat speechless, our space is too small. This might help upgrade your space, allowing me to find more gold for you. Okay, but how do I absorb the crystal? Swallowing it is the best way to absorb it. If you can't handle that, crush it, and you'll still absorb it. Alright, Xiaoqing first exited the space and went to the sink to wash it clean. However, there was still a strange smell on his hands. He was sure he wasn't joking when he said to crush it. This thing actually feels like gummy candy when squeezed. If it weren't said to be taken from a zombie's brain, he could easily accept it. After thinking for a moment, he crushed the crystal, releasing a green mist, most of the energy evaporating. He only absorbed a small portion of the energy. However, the smell was a bit overwhelming. The space hasn't expanded, Xiaoqing said, somewhat disappointed. Although the space didn't grow, he did feel energized even without breakfast. Moreover, when he looked in the mirror, it seemed his dark circles had lessened. It even had a whitening effect, but the smell was just too unpleasant. Suddenly, Xiaoqing remembered, I haven't eaten yet, so he quickly went downstairs and ran to the kitchen. At this time, his parents had gone out to work, but there was breakfast left for him in the pot. There were a few big steamed buns, still warm in the pot. These are made from home-raised pork. It smelled so good that he kept one and put 2 big buns into the space. The rest was rice, flour, and oil. If he took all of these at once, his parents would probably think a thief had come in. So he first put the buns into the space. On the other side, I was thinking of rushing into the city to find a store. However, seeing that it was already dark, I needed to find a safe place quickly. So I thought to first look for a residential area. After all, every household should have a piece or two of gold jewelry. The time we were in was opposite to Xiaoqing's, almost like a time difference. Li Yao and I found an old apartment building and dealt with 2 zombies. The wound on my back was pulling and about to burst open. We hid in a staff housing building. Night had quietly fallen, and the zombies began to stir. Outside, the howls echoed one after another. I stepped over a corpse and took a gold necklace from it. Su brother, what use is a broken gold chain? Li Yao looked at me in confusion, asking, what's the use of this gold? He even found it bothersome to throw in front of him. Then Li Yao watched me go straight to the bedroom in this room, as if looking for something. Li Yao asked, where would you usually keep valuable things in the house? What's the use of valuable things if they can't be traded for money? Li Yao shot me a glance, can money be eaten? He thought I had lost my mind. If I asked where food was hidden, he could understand. So Li Yao headed straight for the kitchen. As expected, everything had rotted. Opening the fridge released a foul smell, along with a few dead mutated rats. Li Yao frowned, there's nothing here either. Canned goods could at least last longer. But I took out a big meat bun from the space, which Xiaoqing had just put in. It was a steaming hot meat bun, just taken from the pot. Li Yao was drawn over by the delicious aroma. Li Yao looked at me holding the bun, drooling, his eyes wide open, unable to express his shock. Where do you think valuable things would be hidden? Li Yao swallowed hard, looked at the big meat bun in my hand, and took a bite, the meat bursting with flavor. His mind was racing, wondering where this meat bun had come from. I just bought it with the gold crystal. Where did you buy it? I want to buy some too. In this day and age, who is foolish enough to trade useless money for food? That's just silly. Buying with money? Most people stash their money away in cabinets. You need to take action. He must find gold. In the past, he would kick it away if it hurt his feet. Now, he tore apart cabinets just to find some gold. This house can't be that poor, can it? Finally, after tearing apart the cabinets, he found a jewelry box containing gold bracelets, rings, and a necklace, probably a wedding set. Boss, can you give me a meat bun? I'm about to starve. Just let me have a bite of the meat bun, even if it kills me. He could hardly remember the taste of delicious food anymore. When hungry, even grass is hard to come by, going a day or two without food is normal. So I didn't hesitate. Li Yao and I were once comrades in life and death, and now we were brothers supporting each other in the apocalypse. I took out another meat bun from the space. Xia Qing only put 2 in for me, and I stored the gold in the space so it would definitely be received immediately. Li Yao picked up the meat bun, inhaling its aroma, and his eyes were already red. This is a meat bun. I can't be hallucinating, can I? Li Yao's eyes were red. He hadn't eaten a bite of normal food in a year. Li Yao was about to take a bite but remembered that the kids back at the base were still eating expired, moldy food, and even gnawing on tree bark. He struggled to swallow, suppressing his desire to eat. I need to go back to feed my son. Li Yao carefully held onto the big meat bun, thinking about how to wrap it up securely. He brought his nose close, taking in the bun's fragrance a few more times. Go ahead and eat. As long as we find gold and the things from before, we can have these, I said confidently. The girl in that time had no money but could buy food. In my world, there's no food or water, but money is everywhere. As long as there are enough things to trade, it's fine. After hearing this, Li Yao understood and excitedly said, in that case, Su brother, let's go to the gold shop tomorrow. Li Yao was now as excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Suyu shook his head. The space isn't big enough to hold that much. Eat. There will be food, Suyu said. There will still be such big meat buns? Li Yao was still reluctant. Too reluctant. This is a big meat bun. Where can you find meat now? Those animals have mutated, and the meat is green and toxic. And there's spicy hot pot, roast duck, and rice. Suyu thought of that sweet voice and said, don't say it. I feel like I'm going to drool all over the place. Right now, I just want to break out. Find gold. Although Li Yao didn't know what peculiar ability Suyu had awakened, why ask so much about food? In this apocalypse, everyone has gradually awakened their abilities, but only Suyu hasn't, yet his strength is formidable. The king of soldiers is not to be trifled with. However, even if everyone has awakened their abilities, it doesn't help. They can't turn into food. It's dark outside, and the zombies are very active. Even a little noise could get us discovered. Going out now is just looking for death, Suyu said helplessly. Hearing Suyu's words, Li Yao suppressed his urge to rush out and find gold. It felt like the big meat bun had opened up his taste buds. I want to eat. I want to eat more. Men already have a large appetite, and with the mutations in this apocalypse, their bodies need more energy, but there's no food. The hungrier they get, the worse their physical condition will become. We have hope now, right? With food and water, the children, and us, we can all survive, right? Xia Qing looked at the extra jewelry box in the space, and there really was gold inside. Gold chains, gold bracelets, and gold rings. This should weigh about 40 or 50 grams. What's the current gold price? Xia Qing couldn't wait to check on her phone. The gold price is 599 per gram now. Recently, the gold price has been rising. She should have replaced this broken phone long ago. It's so laggy it's unusable. Her family supports her through college, and the tuition isn't low. Her parents are farmers, and every penny spent is hard-earned money from them. Later, after graduating, she worked 996 every day, and her salary was only enough to cover rent and daily expenses, and in the end, she couldn't bear the pressure and came back. She still remembers calling her mom with a hoarse voice saying she wanted to go home. She was actually anxious inside, but Yang Xia was very excited and said, "Come back, this will always be your home." At this moment, Xia Qing looked at the gold jewelry in her hand. These added up to probably over 50 grams. Xia Qing changed her clothes and went downstairs. Her parents were still working outside, and only her grandmother was at home. The old lady hunched over, watching Xia Qing ride her electric bike out in a hurry. The old lady stood by the street, and soon a few other old ladies came over. "Isn't your granddaughter in the big city? Why has she come back? I was just thinking of introducing a partner for your granddaughter. Works in the county, has 5 insurances and 1 fund, looks good, and there's a house in the county." Another old lady in a floral dress said, "Everyone knows that the Xia family only has 1 daughter. If she gets married, that would mean the end of the family line. The Xia family has land and shared farmland. Because the Xia family has no male heirs, they are often ridiculed by the village. It was hard to support her through college, and she hasn't even worked half a year in the big city before coming back." Grandma Xia got angry just thinking about it. Girls can struggle in the big city just like boys. If she can't make it, getting married early isn't bad either. An old woman beside her echoed. Grandma Xia thought, if Xia Qing got married early, then their land couldn't be passed to the husband. She couldn't let her nephews take advantage of outsiders. When that girl comes back, I'll tell her to go on a blind date and take a look. Girls of this age in our village are already out there making soy sauce. Make sure your granddaughter holds on tight. The reason Xia Qing was actually reluctant to come back was that the people in the village were quite gossipy, but her parents were her greatest support for returning. Many villagers mocked them, but Xia Qing's parents had always protected her since she was little. Riding her electric bike from the village to the county town took nearly 40 minutes, and she went straight to the big gold store in the county. Then she sold a box of jewelry. The price for recycling gold is a bit lower, the counter girl said. But this style is quite unique. Why are you selling it? This was a design from another time and space, which was certainly rare here. She suddenly thought, if she sold it online, would it fetch a higher price? But she needed money now, so she decided to exchange it for cash first to buy some equipment. At the very least, she needed to buy a computer and replace her phone. I'm a bit short on cash right now. I bought this at a high price in the big city, Xia Qing said without changing her expression. The counter lady smiled as she calculated with a calculator. The current gold price is 599, which is a nationwide standard, and the recycling price is 499. Your style is nice, so I'll give you 550 per gram. Xia Qing knew that the recycling price would definitely be a bit cheaper. Alright, Xia Qing nodded in agreement. She planned to buy some food, as the space would help her find gold later. The shop owner showed her the calculator and said, it's a total of 55 grams, at 550 that's 30,250. Do you want it in WeChat or Alipay? Alipay, please. Keeping it in Alipay would earn some interest. 30,250 yuan has been credited to your Alipay. Xia Qing looked at the numbers on her phone with delight, her heart racing. Previously, her Alipay balance had only been a few thousand, and now it was directly over 10,000. She was thrilled to have made a small fortune. But Xia Qing didn't forget the most important thing. She hurried to purchase supplies for Suyu from another time and space. She went to the supermarket and bought instant noodles, a self-heating pot, compressed biscuits, bottled water, and also bought some medicines at the pharmacy. She found a secluded spot and stored all the newly bought items in her space. A third of her savings had already been spent. Next, she headed straight to the big mall in the county town and bought 3 smartphones, one for herself and one for each of her parents. Her parents had been using old phones that often had poor signals, so now they all got new smartphones. She also bought clothes and shoes for her parents and grandparents, and purchased a computer for her daily work and drawing. The computer was delivered, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to carry so many things back on her bike. After shopping, it was already 1 o'clock. She had rice noodles for lunch in the county town and also bought fried chicken. Ding ding ding. Xia Qing's phone rang. She glanced at the number and saw it was her mother's call. Qing, where have you been? Why aren't you back for dinner? I made you some meat, her mother said. I'm in the county town. I'll be back soon. After hanging up, she looked at the things she had bought today, feeling wonderful. It felt great to have money to spend. By the time she returned home in the afternoon, it was already 3 or 4 o'clock. The elderly women at the village entrance had gathered there, chattering about the gossip from various families. Isn't that the daughter of the old Xia family? Why did she buy so many things? What a waste of money. Who would marry her? Can her family afford it? Coming back from the big city, that girl is just different. The elderly women chatted away, and soon they saw the daughter of the Sun family returning in a small car. They started a new round of gossip. Isn't that the daughter of the Sun family? She's driving a small car now? Their daughter married into the city and even opened a small restaurant, making quite a bit of money. Xia Qing rode her electric bike back home, the battery nearly dead, though she had charged it quickly in the county earlier that noon. When she had the money, she would buy a car, but first, she needed to get a driver's license. Then she would have her parents get one too. Xia Qing walked into the yard with her bags, where Yang Xia was feeding the chickens, and her father was sawing wood. Qing, why are you back so late? We saved dinner for you, Yang Xia said happily upon seeing Xia Qing return. Noticing the numerous items in Xia Qing's hands, she hurried over to help, asking, where did you go to buy so many things? Mom, these are all for you. I bought you and Dad a smartphone each, so you won't have to use that old phone anymore. And these are clothes and shoes for you and Dad. You should try them on. Smartphone? Aren't they expensive? Xia Fu quickly set down his tools and wiped his hands. In the village, everyone who could use a smartphone could watch short videos, and sometimes he would sneak a peek. He had heard it was a gift from someone's son for the new year. Now he had one too, and he happily accepted the smartphone. How do you use this? Xia Fu opened the smartphone, still unsure how to operate it. I'll go ask Sun Jiangwo, he knows how to use it. With that, Xia Fu ran out the door with the newly unwrapped phone. I'm right here, let me teach you. Xia Qing called after her father, who was joyfully running out. Your dad is just going to show off to Sun Jiangwo. Since getting a smartphone after the new year, Sun Jiangwo often took it out, making many of the village elders envious. Xia Qing looked at the new clothes and shoes, feeling helpless. But I haven't even tried on the clothes and shoes I bought for Dad. Let your dad try them on when he gets back. Qing, you feed the chickens first. I'll go try on the clothes and shoes. this fabric feels so nice, Yang Xia said, feeling the material of the clothes in her hands. Yang Xia went inside to try on the clothes and shoes while her father ran out to show off his smartphone. Xia Qing had no choice but to help feed a few chicks. Grow up quickly, then I can roast you all for gold. Hee hee hee. Xia Qing looked at the fluffy little chicks, bright and lively. They were all money. She had bought a lot for her parents, which caught the attention of Grandma Xia outside. She had just returned from her eldest son's house when she heard people on the street say her granddaughter had come back with many things. She hurried home. Just in time, she saw Yang Xia in her new clothes and shoes. Daughter, this outfit looks great. These shoes are so comfortable. They're so soft. I've never worn such comfortable shoes before, Yang Xia said happily. Usually, she wore cheap cloth shoes bought at the morning market. Seeing her mother so happy made Xia Qing happy too. In the future, she would have money and be able to provide her parents with a good life. Humph, Grandma Xia snorted, trying to assert her presence. How can you work dressed like that? I bought my mom whatever she wants to wear, Xia Qing replied, displeased. Since childhood, Grandma had never liked her mother and often spoke harshly to her. Grandma felt heartbroken, seeing the expensive outfit, and it was all bought for her mother. The key was that she hadn't received a single piece. I heard you bought your mom a smartphone. Your mom never went to school, she can only recognize a few big characters. Your little nephew is in high school, you should give it to him. His high school has nothing to do with my mom. If he wants it, let my uncle buy it for him. What I bought for my mom is for her alone, no one else can have it, Xia Cheng huffed. In the past, she lacked confidence. Now she felt empowered. I'm doing this for your own good. In a few years, you'll be married, and then there won't even be anyone to take charge of this household. The old lady said angrily, am I going to be dead in a few years? Xia Qing retorted defiantly, but he is your own cousin. What's wrong with you? As the older sister, sending a little something? Seeing that Xia Qing was about to argue with her grandmother again, Yang Xia quickly intervened to mediate, to prevent Grandma Xia from spreading rumors outside and ruining her daughter's reputation. Anyway, I spent my own money, and I can give it to whoever I want. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Xia Qing's phone rang. It was the delivery of the package. She hurried out to get the package, which was a large box. What did you buy again? Just came back and already wasting money, the old lady said angrily. She bought things for everyone in the family but didn't buy anything for her. She was still wearing patched clothes and a pair of worn-out shoes. Mom, those clothes are for Grandma and Grandpa, Xia Qing said as she carried her computer upstairs to her bedroom. All right, I'll take them to your Grandma and Grandpa right now. They will definitely be thrilled. Xia Qing's grandparents lived in the neighboring village, just a 10-minute ride on an electric bike. Grandma Xia looked at the empty yard, thinking, doesn't everyone have gifts except for her? Grandma, I'm afraid you'll say I'm wasting money. You're so simple, so I didn't buy you anything. Grandma Xia's face turned red with anger. Was she afraid of wasting money? She was afraid of spending her own money. Besides, she had already bought things for Grandma and Grandpa. Could she still waste money? Thinking that her granddaughter was deliberately not buying her anything, Grandma Xia was furious. Son Jiangwo, can you help me figure out how to turn on this smartphone? Xia's father went to find Son Jiangwo with his new phone. Oh, a new phone, Son Jiangwo said, looking at the brand new phone in Xia's father's hand, a high-end Huawei phone, probably worth around 2,000 yuan. During the new year, his son had only bought him a 1,000 yuan generic smartphone. This isn't from my daughter, I didn't want it, but she insisted on buying it for me. I didn't want it, and she cried, so I just accepted it. This child is just too disobedient, too wasteful, Xiao's father said with a smile, looking nothing like someone who was disobedient. Sun Jiangwo's expression darkened. Seeing Xiao's father so pleased and happy made him uncomfortable. He forced a smile and said, I won't be able to use this new model either. Better find someone else to teach you. He didn't believe that her daughter, just graduated, could earn much money. Maybe she bought it on credit. Is that so? Then I'll go back and find my disobedient daughter to teach me, Xiao's father said with a smug smile. Sun Jiangwo angrily went home. He had been quite happy this year, as his son had bought him a new phone, and he had been showing off in the village for a while. But it hadn't been long before Xia Jixiang's daughter bought him an even better smartphone. Now he was even angrier. Xia Jixiang was showing off his new phone everywhere, saying it was a gift from his daughter. Yang Xia, meanwhile, took her things and immediately rode her bike back to her mother's house, speeding along the road. As soon as she entered, she cheerfully said, Mom, these two outfits are what your granddaughter bought for you from the city. Hurry and try them on to see if they fit. Wu Kuling, who was sunbathing in the yard, looked at her daughter carrying large and small bags as she walked in. Is Qingqing back? Wu Kuling smiled. She came back yesterday. She brought clothes for you and Dad, so you can try them on quickly. These clothes don't look cheap, they must have been bought at a mall in the city, right? At that moment, Xiaoqing's aunt walked over with a smile and said, "This price tag is still here, shoes for 399, that's really expensive. Hurry, return them to the child, this 300 plus is enough for my living expenses for a month." Seeing the price, Wu Kuling quickly waved her hand and said, "This is your granddaughter earning money in the city to honor you." At first, Qingqing's grandmother disagreed with Xiaoqing going to university, as the tuition was several tens of thousands a year, and it was her grandmother who managed to gather some money. "This child, Qingqing, bought both me and her dad a smartphone. A smartphone isn't cheap, right?" Wu Zuweiping said, looking at her daughter happily. Seeing her live well made her happy too. "I also have to let my daughter go to university and find a job in the city," Auntie said with a smile. "Going to university in the city means earning money and having a future. You should try it. My dad has one too." Wu Kuling said, though she claimed it was expensive, she couldn't help but love the clothes once she picked them up, quickly asking Yang Xia to help her go to the room to try on the new clothes. Suyu and Li Yao stayed in the room all night. Suyu looked at the space filled with medicine, various self-heating hot pots, and a fragrant roasted chicken. He couldn't help but drool and immediately took out a portion of the roasted chicken. "What the hell? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Roasted chicken?" Li Yao said in shock. He didn't know how long it had been since he had seen a chicken. Ever since the apocalypse, all animals had mutated, including chickens, which no longer smelled good but had turned into disgusting creatures covered in green pus. Not to mention eating it. Just looking at it made him want to vomit. Suyu, however, was generous and shared half with Li Yao. The two didn't wolf it down but carefully savored the roasted chicken, and there was even clean mineral water to drink. "Tomorrow morning, we'll go look for supplies, then kill zombies and return to the base," Suyu said. There were still many people at the base who were hungry, and many probably wouldn't make it. Li Yao nodded. The feeling of this food in his mouth was too comfortable. The food they used to eat was just to fill their stomachs. No matter how bad it tasted, it was all about survival. Even if it was poisonous or mutated plants, some people would eat dirt when they were hungry. In the base city, some pregnant women who ate mutated plants gave birth to all sorts of deformities. Some even died in the womb before being born. There will still be this kind of food in the future, right? Li Yao swallowed and couldn't help but ask cautiously. "As long as we find valuable things, we can exchange for it," Suyu said firmly. Suyu frowned slightly, and seeing his expression made Li Yao nervous. After tasting the big meat bun, roasted chicken, and drinking clean water, he was so afraid of losing it all. "It's just that the space is a bit small. If we want to exchange a lot and feed everyone in the base, we need crystal beads. Only by upgrading the space can they exchange for a large amount of supplies." The population had sharply decreased in the apocalypse, and the people in their city base were barely surviving. "Crystal beads, leave the zombie killing to me," Li Yao said, looking determined. Although crystal beads were rare, they were still not as useful as food. Even though crystal beads could enhance abilities, if people couldn't fill their stomachs or drink clean water, what was the point of enhancing their powers? People are iron, and food is steel. One meal skipped, and they feel anxious. As long as she upgraded, the space would expand. "I'll go out and kill zombies right now. As long as there's food, it's fine. Let's first look for valuable things, then return to the base. Those people will starve to death if they have no food left. We'll distribute food to them, and the people at the base will give us crystal beads and help us find supplies," Suyu said. Right, my son is still at the base. Can we get some milk powder?" Li Yao said. "That should be possible. We need to find valuable things and crystal beads first." If they found valuable things for her, she would give him food and water. This could be considered an equivalent exchange. Suyu was a very meticulous person. Although they could now exchange for supplies, the space was too small to store many items. Only by allowing the other party to upgrade and expand the space can more supplies be stored. The more supplies exchanged, the more people who possess a food base will survive. As dawn broke, two people headed towards the city area, careful not to get too close. There were too many zombies, and it posed a life-threatening danger. They first dealt with the zombies they encountered on the road, but most of them did not have crystal beads in their brains. This was similar to the ability users. Some had awakened, while others had not, and the same went for zombies. However, for the sake of the crystal beads, they would dissect the brains of each zombie they killed. In the small space, the food that Xiang Qing bought took up half of it. Suyu took out 2 crystal beads and placed them in the space. They were experiencing a time difference, as it was daytime for him. It should be nighttime for Xiang Qing. The shops on both sides of the street, those convenience stores, small supermarkets, and snack shops, had long been looted. The clothing stores had also been mostly ransacked. Suyu looked at the space and discovered that Xiang Qing had left a small notebook inside, with neat handwriting stating that she wanted any novels, books, or artistic items. "Where's a bookstore? Let's go check it out." Bookstore? Aren't we supposed to go to the gold shop? To get gold and make money? Liao said, his mind filled with thoughts of wealth. He used to regard money as worthless. Follow me. Suyu didn't want to waste words with Liao. The latter obediently followed Suyu. Now he was a big shot, and following a big shot meant there was food to eat. The bookstore was covered in dust, and the books on display had already begun to mold. He casually placed 2 books on the shelf and added a comic book. Next, he went to the nearby jewelry store. Although it wasn't a gold shop, it had some valuable jewelry. He had collected almost everything, as the space was too small to hold too many items. Let's head back to the base first. They needed to return the food exchanged in the space. Okay. Mainly because the space was too small to collect too much at once. The next day, Xiang Chang woke up and immediately entered the space. She had eaten a few of the food she bought yesterday and still had quite a bit left. The remaining items were a few books Suyu found for her, along with comics and a pile of jewelry. Although these weren't gold, the materials were unique, and the craftsmanship was beautiful. She looked at the books and comics, which were from another time and space. These 2 books were novels, the first 2 volumes, missing the last one. She opened her computer and registered as a writer on the most famous novel website. Typing so many words was exhausting and required a scanner. The rest were some jewelry, all beautifully designed, and she wondered how much they could sell for online later. Beep beep beep. Xiang Qing's WeChat kept buzzing. It was her middle school classmate, Wang Sisi. I'm getting married this week. Will you be my bridesmaid? Xiang Qing thought her relationship with Wang Sisi was decent, as they were from the same village and classmates, so she agreed to be her bridesmaid. Sure. Nowadays, she rarely attended classmates' weddings. Class reunions had long lost their charm, turning into competitions. It was either a competition of jobs, boyfriends, or conditions. Next, Xiang Qing put down her phone and took out the crystal beads from the space, starting to crush them for absorption. There were a total of 7, and she crushed and absorbed them all. At first, she didn't like the smell, but she had gotten used to it. After absorbing them, she felt a bit dizzy, and her vision became blurry, so she took off her glasses. She looked in amazement at the clear world outside, raised her head to look at the computer, and realized she could see the words clearly without wearing glasses. I'm not nearsighted anymore. Ha ha, she wasn't nearsighted anymore. She didn't expect the energy from the crystal beads would have such a benefit. Now, even knowing it came from the brains of zombies, she didn't care. As long as it allowed her to take off her glasses, it was all good. Not only her eyes, but her body also felt energetic, as if she had endless strength. She could go help her parents with farming at any moment. At this moment, she also noticed that the space had indeed increased by a few square meters. The absorption of crystal beads could really upgrade the space. These pieces of jewelry were truly beautiful, with styles she had never seen before. Thinking about Wang Sisi getting married and asking her to be a bridesmaid, she picked out a similar pink necklace for her, while the rest she packed into large boxes to sell when the opportunity arose. Early in the morning, Xia Jixiang went to the fields, Yang Xiao went to the morning market, and only the old lady stayed at home to bask in the sun or chat with others about gossip. Their family and the uncle's family took turns caring for the old lady, switching every month. After having breakfast, Xia Qing rode her electric bike to the fields. On the way, she ran into an elderly neighbor. Qingqing, you were doing well in the big city, why did you come back? Most young people were running away to develop outside now. Well, I quit my job to help my parents farm. The neighbor looked at her in surprise, disbelief written all over his face. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by your uncle? Farming is hard work, and you, a college student, came back to do this. The old man shook his head. Parents worked so hard to send their children to college just so they wouldn't have to suffer the hardships of farming. Xia Qing wasn't annoyed and smiled as she said, I often helped my parents with work when I was young. What do you call that work? The old man chuckled. Farming is all about physical labor. You, with your delicate skin, can't handle it. Look at this sprayer I'm carrying, filled with water and chemicals. It's already dozens of pounds heavy, and I have to carry it around the fields. Spring is fine, but summer is hot, and there are so many mosquitoes. Compared to other jobs, this was already quite easy. Xia Qing thought that once she exchanged the gold and jewelry for money, she could buy some machines and hire people to farm, which would save a lot of effort. The cost of mechanization was high, not to mention hiring labor. Now vegetables and fruits were not selling well, and mechanization would actually lead to losses. The old man looked at Xia Qing, still determined to farm, and couldn't help but feel sorry, shaking his head as he watched her figure disappear. She walked into the fields and saw her father carrying that heavy sprayer, moving around, hunched over, and sweating profusely, soaking his clothes. Xia Jixiang saw her and quickly said, "What are you doing here? Go back. You don't need to help with this. I already said I came back to help you farm. Besides, these vegetables are all grown well. I can sell them for you." Didn't she need to come and check on these vegetables? Sell them? You can sell them? Xia Jishan was surprised to hear her words. Now, vegetables were selling at rock-bottom prices. The hard work of growing them was yielding very little, mainly because there were greenhouses now, and any vegetable could be grown out of season, and in recent years, everyone had good harvests, leading to lower vegetable prices. Now everyone was moving towards high-quality vegetable cultivation, with higher standards. The seeds were also expensive, high-quality seeds that ordinary farmers were reluctant to plant. 1. They were afraid of not growing well and having poor yields. 2. They were afraid of not being able to sell them, which would lead to significant losses. I can. Otherwise, why would I come back? I have big clients, and they've already paid a deposit. By then, we can sell all our vegetables. Xia Jishan thought about how his daughter was buying a phone and other things, and she might really have received a deposit. That's great. I was just worried that our vegetables wouldn't sell for a good price in the county. The tomatoes we planted this time are quite good. Xia Qing looked at the tomatoes in the field, estimating that they would ripen soon. She had already given some to Suyu, which counted as a big client, right? Dad, take a break. I'll spray the medicine for you. After saying that, she took the sprayer from him. No, it's too heavy. You can't carry it. As soon as Xia Jishang finished speaking, he saw Xia Qing effortlessly lift the sprayer onto her back. If it had been before, she really might not have been able to do it, but now that she has absorbed the crystal beads, her strength has increased significantly, and her constitution has improved. She strode into the fields to spray medicine, her feet barely touching the ground, not feeling the slightest bit burdened. Xia Jishan watched the scene, seeing his daughter move effortlessly, and felt a bit uncomfortable. They only had this one daughter and had never let her do any heavy work. They lived frugally, spending less than 100 yuan a month in their village while she suffered outside at school. Yet every month, they would give their daughter 500 yuan for living expenses, and even when she worked outside, she was reluctant to spend money. It was likely that Qingqing had suffered quite a bit outside. Every time they called, she was busy, either working overtime or on the road. If she had to endure hardships outside, then let her just farm when she came back. Although it was hard work, they wouldn't let their daughter suffer anymore. However, this kind of farming was somewhat laborious. If it really became too much, should they let their daughter find a job in the county? Xia Jishan was just about to suggest that his daughter take a break when he saw her carrying the load with great ease. It was as if she wasn't carrying dozens of pounds of water at all. Before long, she had finished spraying all the medicine. After a round, she didn't feel tired at all. Xia Qing felt that this must be related to her absorption of the crystal beads. She had finished spraying all the remaining vegetables, while Xia Jishan would probably still need to work for a while longer to finish. Xia Qing completed it all without even breaking a sweat. Xia Jishan had thought his daughter wouldn't be able to endure this hardship, but seeing her finish the work with a smile on her face, he looked down at his rough hands, feeling even more bewildered. It took him at least an hour to do this work, but his daughter had completed it in just over 10 minutes. Was he getting old? He wasn't even 50 yet. Xia Qing looked at the fresh vegetables and immediately sent her father 5,000 yuan. Dad, remember to accept this money. Don't sell our family's vegetables outside. I've taken care of it. 5,000 yuan? So much. We won't need that much. Tomatoes are only 30 cents a pound, and they sell for 80 cents in the city. And the cabbage's purchase price is only about 10 to 20 cents a pound. Xia Qing knew the vegetables were cheap, but she didn't expect them to be this cheap. Xia Jishang clearly didn't believe his daughter. He usually sold his vegetables and could make 2 to 3,000 yuan, which was already quite good. Sometimes he only sold for 1 or 2,000. It took 2 to 3 months from planting tomatoes to harvesting them. What else have we planted besides tomatoes in the past 3 months? We planted some watermelons, but they won't be ripe for another month. Xia Jishan replied. They only grew seasonal fruits, so the vegetable prices couldn't go up. If they had a greenhouse, the cultivation would speed up, and planting some off-season vegetables and fruits would fetch a higher price. Thinking about what Xia Jishang said about the low price of cabbage, which only took a little over a month to grow, Xia Qing said, when these tomatoes ripen in a few days, let's plant cabbage. Cabbage? That won't work. It won't sell for a good price now. We should plant it around November. In November, when winter came, everyone was willing to stock up on cabbage. Dad, I have clients who want cabbage. Let's plant it. I guarantee we won't lose money. Xia Qing said seriously. Daughter, you don't understand. Cabbage really won't sell for a good price right now. Ding. Xia Jishang's phone received a voice notification. WeChat transfer of 2,000 yuan. Xia Jishang looked at his daughter's transfer, his rough hands trembling. In just this short time, his daughter had given him 7,000 yuan. That was almost as much as he made selling vegetables in half a year. For a farmer, making 10,000 yuan a year from selling vegetables was already quite good. This was truly hard-earned money. Dad, trust me, let's plant cabbage, Xia Qing insisted. Alright, let's plant it. I'll go buy cabbage seeds. Xia Jishan was full of energy, especially now that he had some money in hand. He immediately went to buy seeds. He transferred the remaining money to Yang Xia. Why is there so much money? Have you been hiding a stash? Yang Xia questioned. This is what our daughter gave us. The tomatoes in the field have all been sold by Qingqing. We've also secured orders for the cabbage we'll plant next month. I'm keeping a few dozen yuan to buy all the cabbage seeds. We'll plant all the cabbage, Xia Jishang said happily. He had never made so much money from selling vegetables. All the hard work over this long time was worth it. Although growing vegetables was tiring, selling them was the real headache. He had to ride a tricycle to the county town at 4 or 5 in the morning, often selling all day before he could return. It was just him and his wife at home, so saying it wasn't hard would be a lie. Now that the tomatoes in the field were planted, he didn't have to go out to sell them, saving a lot of effort. Xia Qing was thinking about renting a warehouse in the county town to keep things under wraps. She would transport the vegetables there and store them in her space. So you noticed that half of the supplies in the space were gone, and that half was the jewelry he had collected, while the rest were the food and water Xia Qing had found for him. He felt that the space had expanded a bit. It seemed the crystal beads were useful, so he put in 2 more and waited for Xia Qing to absorb them. They were heading to the base. I found a gold ring, Li Yao exclaimed, pulling a gold ring off a skeleton's hand. Fortunately, Xia Cheng had no idea where all this gold was coming from, otherwise, she would have had a psychological shadow. Their base was not far from here, but now without any transportation, they could only walk. Suyu thought that once the space expanded further, they would be able to store a car and have transportation. After the apocalypse, all the cars had been scrapped, and the gasoline had gone bad due to an acid rain. Some gas stations had been burning fiercely for over half a month. When they returned to the base, it was dirty and chaotic, made up of makeshift shelters, and there wasn't even a city wall. This was just a former military base that had been repurposed. Brother Su, Brother Yao, you're back. A man in tattered clothes saw Suyu return, his eyes turning red. Brother Su, many kids in the base have fevers. They haven't come down yet. The man said anxiously. One of the feverish children was his younger brother. If we don't find antipyretics soon, it'll be bad. The man said, his eyes reddening. I have antipyretics. Most of the medicines in the pharmacies in their city were either expired or looted. Suyu took out a few bottles of medicine from his space and said, let the kids use these first. If it's not enough, I'll find a way. That's great. That's great. There's medicine. Brother Su brought back medicine. The kids are saved, the man said excitedly. Hearing about the children's fevers, Li Yao hurried towards the shelter, and Suyu followed. The shelter was made from military tents, and inside sat a woman with a sallow complexion. She was Li Yao's wife, Tian Rui. Although she was only in her 20s, she looked like she was in her 30s or 40s, her skin waxy yellow. Li Yao married early, while Suyu had remained single. Where's the child? How is the child? Li Yao asked nervously. The woman brought the child out. Although he was already 2 years old, he looked less than 1. His complexion was sallow, malnourished, and in front of them was a small pot containing a lump of black stuff, which was leaves picked from a tree. This stuff was sour and toxic. Adults could eat a little without issue, at most getting diarrhea, but it was dangerous for children. There's nothing to eat. The child hasn't eaten for 2 days. The woman cried, her voice hoarse, lips cracked, and eyes vacant. There is. Li Yao looked at Suyu for help. Suyu took out the food that Xia Qing had bought from the space, which included soy milk powder. Soy milk powder, this can be given to the child, Suyu said. The woman's eyes lit up at the sight of the soy milk powder. Her child finally had something to eat. Dodo, don't sleep. Daddy has brought you food. Li Yao found an empty drink bottle, poured in some mineral water, and mixed in the soy milk powder. Tian Rui, trembling with excitement, took the drink bottle and carefully fed it to Dodo. Dodo opened his eyes drowsily, seemingly lacking the strength to eat, but with food at his lips, the instinct to survive kicked in, even for a child. Gulp! Dodo drank half the bottle. Don't drink too much. You've been hungry for too long. Eat a little at a time, Li Yao said. There's instant noodles here. Li Yao, hurry and cook it for Tian Rui. Food was scarce lately, and even the surrounding poisonous plants had been picked and cooked for consumption. However, these mutated plants were toxic, and many people had toxins in their bodies. If they continued to eat them for a long time, they probably wouldn't live much longer. I'll go check on those kids. I need to see if we have enough medicine. Li Yao started a fire to cook the instant noodles, and the aroma was so strong that it drew people from around. A few people, gaunt and emaciated, focused their gazes on the steaming pot of noodles Li Yao was cooking, the steam rising with an enticing fragrance. In their eyes, there was a burning desire mixed with an indescribable sorrow. Their lips twitched involuntarily, as if each breath was trying to capture the wafting aroma. Some swallowed hard, making faint sounds in their throats. The air seemed to freeze, and time slowed down at that moment, with only the sound of the noodles boiling. Each person's gaze radiated intense longing. In fact, if someone were to step forward to snatch it, the others would probably rush in. Liao looked at the people in the nearby shanty. Each of their faces looked grim. The long-term hunger had left them thin. Very few could awaken and evolve. Liao turned to block the others' line of sight. They won't snatch our food, will they? Those burning gazes were too terrifying. Tianrui held the child. Dodo had drunk the soy milk and now looked much stronger. They wouldn't dare. Liao's gaze turned fierce as he scanned them. The others were frightened, their faces pale, not daring to approach, yet they couldn't help but look this way, saliva continuously secreting from their mouths. Suyu watched as the children huddled together in one shanty. These were orphans who had lost both parents, and they were the only ones to care for them. "Brother Yu, these kids can't eat leaves," Wang Chang said with red eyes. The leaves were toxic. Most of these soldiers had evolved and could withstand it, but some had already developed health issues from eating toxic food for years. Not to mention these little children. All the food here should be given to the kids. Suyu conjured a considerable amount of food out of thin air, leaving Wang Chang dumbfounded. This is all clean food," Wang Chang said excitedly. "There's food now." A few children saw the food and were filled with strong desire. "From now on, you all find me gold and all sorts of valuable things, and I'll give you food," Suyu said. Valuable? Gold? What use was that? But if there was food, they would search for anything. "Okay, brother Yu." The space wasn't large, and the food Xiaoqing bought was distributed, with some left for himself. Hearing there was food, many people gathered around, and some even wanted to snatch the food. For a bite to eat, people could do anything, but with him around, others didn't dare to cause trouble. Even if they all came at once, they were no match for Suyu. Suyu called the other three brothers to maintain order and unifiedly cooked all the instant noodles, distributing them first to the children. Suyu was strong. He was the manager of their base. "Wang Chang, Zhang Liang, call Liao to go with me to the city at dawn tomorrow." These three were all evolved beings, with decent physical qualities, while the other brothers had not evolved, and after a long period of consuming contaminated food, their physical conditions had deteriorated. "All right, okay," the few of them responded in unison. Suyu's physical condition had been even better before. He had once traversed dangerous jungles alone to kill rebels, a true king of soldiers. However, after the apocalypse, his physical condition was far from what it used to be. Later, they discovered crystal beads that could enhance their physical abilities, but the accumulated toxins could not be offset. The space was small, and there wasn't enough food for the children in their base. The children who hadn't received food looked pitifully helpless at everything. Some even stuffed dirt into their mouths, while some adults were strongly restraining themselves. "There's not enough food to distribute," Wang Chang said, frowning at Suyu, swallowing hard since the food had all gone to the children. Suyu said, "Wang Chang, Zhang Liang, go collect and see who has gold, diamonds, or other valuable items and bring them in." Although Wang Chang and Zhang Liang didn't understand what Suyu wanted these things for, they still complied. Immediately after, Suyu sternly addressed the others in the base who had not received food. "As long as I, Suyu, am here, each of you will have food to eat and clean water to drink, but to survive here under my rule. First, no stealing. Second, no oppressing the weak and elderly. Third, obey my orders. Anyone who disobeys will either die or be kicked out of here." "We all listen to Brother Yu," Wang Chang quickly echoed. Listen to Brother Yu. Suyu was already strong, and now that he could find food, he was like their rebirth parent. They would do anything for him. Xiaoqing noticed that the space had gained some gold jewelry, although they looked dirty and needed cleaning, and the food in the space was all gone. Remembering what Suyu said about the lack of water and food over there, she went to the county town in the afternoon and bought out all the steamed buns and pancakes from a small shop. She found a deserted place to store them in the space, then went to the mall to find a gold recycling shop to sell the jewelry. This time she chose a different gold shop. It was a bit cheaper than the last one, but she still sold it for 20,000 yuan. Then she went to the market to find several warehouses and finally found a suitable one. This warehouse is quite remote, in the corner inside. If you want to rent it, I can give you a discount, 800 yuan a month. It's just inconvenient being in the corner. Otherwise, for over 200 square meters, I would have to rent it for 1,500, said a man in a striped long shirt amiably. This warehouse had always been hard to rent out, and the owner was quite troubled. "All right, let's add each other on WeChat, and I'll rent it for half a year." Xia Qing said. She liked this corner warehouse, it was relatively hidden and had no cameras. The man was very happy that Xia Qing was renting so readily. Finally, it was rented out, and he immediately handed her the key to the warehouse. There was still plenty of empty space in the area, so Xia Qing went to the vegetable market and bought a lot of vegetables, also checking the vegetable prices. The prices were really cheap. The most expensive was only 2 yuan 50 per pound, but in Magic City, a random takeout would cost 20 to 30 yuan, and a cup of milk tea was also 20. She also bought a lot of pork and bones and stored them in the space. Looking at the space now filled up, she finally felt at ease. It should be late at night over there now. When he wakes up the next day and sees so much food, he will definitely be happy. Once the space station is upgraded, she will buy more food for that side. Then Suyu would find her gold, diamonds, and all sorts of valuable things. If she could randomly take out a collection from that time-space museum, she should be able to sell it for quite a bit of money, right? Drip. She looked down at her hands. Her manuscript had been approved. At that moment, she remembered that the novel only had the first part, not the second. Once she got home, Xia Qing directly paid to download a scanning app on her phone, and she scanned both parts of the book, totaling 450,000 words. She published 50,000 words for the first release, and just after signing the contract, she published another 50,000 words, leaving the rest unattended. From now on, she would just need to publish 10,000 words a day. After scanning the book, she tore it to shreds and threw it in the trash. She didn't know if there would be any royalties. She estimated she wouldn't find out until the beginning of next month. If this book became popular, she would have Suyu find her the second part. In the future, she would also have Suyu look for more novels at the bookstore for her. She would use the royalties to buy more supplies for the people in the apocalypse. She believed they would understand her, right? Earning royalties was definitely a more reliable source of income than selling gold. The technology on both sides was similar. They had smartphones here, so Suyu should have them too, right? Xia Qing sold those ordinary pieces of jewelry on a second-hand platform, with prices ranging from 1,000 to 10,000. Some of these jewelry pieces had tags that were only a few hundred yuan at most, but they were stylish and attractive. She hadn't checked for half a day, and surprisingly, quite a few people had already made purchases. She hurried to the village's express supermarket to send everything out. This time, she received quite a bit of money. Her balance had reached 50,000. In just a few days. Where had she ever had this much money in her bank account before? A sense of happiness surrounded her. She felt she would become richer and richer, provided that Suyu didn't starve to death in the apocalypse. She checked her space. Nothing had moved, probably still sleeping? After all, there was a time difference between the two sides. Beep beep. This afternoon at home, we still need to rehearse. She suddenly remembered that the day after tomorrow, Wang Sisi was getting married, so she changed into a new outfit and headed to Wang Sisi's house. It was just a 10-minute walk to the east end of their village. Xia Qing looked at her phone, scrolling through the novel app where she had published her novel on the Chimo app. On the first day of signing the contract, she published 50,000 words, totaling 100,000 words, with the rest scanned but not yet published. With 100,000 words, she climbed to the top 3 of the new book list, and many people were urging her to update. This was the rhythm of becoming a hit. She didn't know how much the royalties would be this month, and Xia Qing felt a surge of excitement in her heart. She watched as the comments section in the back end was flooded with comments, and people were also buying coins. Xia Qing? An incredulous voice came from ahead. It really is you. I almost didn't recognize you. Wang Sisi looked a bit shocked to see Xia Qing. She had thought of Xia Qing from her memories, who had dark circles under her eyes, dark skin, and wore thick black-framed glasses. Apart from her pleasant voice, there was nothing else distinctive about her, which was why she had asked her to be the bridesmaid. But the girl in front of her was not wearing glasses, her bright eyes were dark, and her skin had become fairer. How was this so different from what she had imagined? Since her own skin was not fair, she had wanted to find someone with darker skin to contrast herself. Because Xia Qing rarely returned home during college, the last time they met was probably during the new year. Taking a regular bus would take all night, and the plane and high-speed train were too expensive for her to bear. Wang Sisi, congratulations! Xia Qing had just learned that her novel was popular, and her mood was just right. Wang Sisi's face twitched slightly, almost imperceptibly. Come in quickly, there's another bridesmaid coming soon. It's Li Chui from our village. Li Chui? In her memory, that was a chubby girl. The wedding was tomorrow morning, and the house had already been decorated. All the uncles, aunts, and elders from the same village knew each other. This is Qingqing who has come. Do you have a partner yet? I heard that in big cities, the salaries are high. You can earn several thousand to tens of thousands a month. Qingqing is 22 this year, right? If you don't have a partner, I can introduce one to you. Several aunties chatted while cracking sunflower seeds. This girl should get married early, It's not bad. Cece married well. She has a house in the county and is a civil servant. Stable. Girls should find a good partner. Xingqing, if you don't have a partner, the aunties will introduce one to you. When Xiaqing returned to the village, she asked everyone how much they earned, whether they had partners, and when they would get married. They even urged her to have a second or third child after having the first. Xingqing has really become more beautiful after not seeing her for half a year. Of course, otherwise I wouldn't say I barely recognized her. Wang Cece's expression darkened at this remark. If Xiaqing was her bridesmaid at her wedding tomorrow, wouldn't that overshadow her? She would rather spend 200 yuan to hire someone, as she originally wanted to save some money. Wang Cece pulled Xiaqing aside and hesitantly said, "You don't need to be my bridesmaid, we have enough people already." Upon hearing this, Xiaqing was pleasantly surprised. She actually didn't want to be a bridesmaid, so this was a perfect opportunity to decline. "Alright, I can't even sell the sweet potatoes from my field. Last year they sold for a good price, but this year no one is buying." "Your family grows sweet potatoes too?" "My family does as well. We're going to dig them up in a couple of days. The county can't sell them for a good price. We can only go to the city, but driving there incurs shipping and travel costs. This year, it seems we won't make much money." Xiaqing's eyes lit up upon hearing this. She thought about how Suyu was short on food, and sweet potatoes would be a great staple. Moreover, the prices were still low, so she could buy them all and send them to Suyu. "Auntie, how many sweet potatoes did you plant?" "Almost 3 acres. I thought they sold well last year, so I planted more this year." Xiaqing remembered that last year, sweet potato chips became famous, which is why they sold well, but this year there were significantly fewer. "Auntie, how much do you sell your sweet potatoes for?" "Last year it was 60 cents a pound, but this year it's down to 30 cents a pound." Auntie was also worried. "Auntie, I'll buy all your sweet potatoes. When the time comes, just weigh how many pounds, and I'll take them all." "What?" Auntie thought she misheard. That was 2 acres of sweet potatoes. It must weigh several thousand pounds. "Xingqing, don't trick me, we are neighbors, and this is a big deal. Auntie, let's add each other on WeChat, and I'll transfer you a 500 yuan deposit. If I can't collect them later, you don't have to refund it." If she sold all 2,000 pounds at the 30 cents a pound purchase price, that would only be 600 yuan, but Xiaqing was already giving her a 500 yuan deposit. "We also planted 2 acres of potatoes. Will you buy them?" Auntie smiled. "My family also grows sweet potatoes. Xingqing, will you buy them? If you do, I can give you a discount." Uncle Jia hurriedly promoted from the side. "I grow a type of sweet potato. I'll sell it to you at 40 cents a pound." This book is set in a time and place where land is fertile, and the prices of vegetables and fruits are low. Other items, like electronics, are expensive. Note, the average yield of sweet potatoes per acre is about 3,500 pounds, and high-yield sweet potatoes can even reach 5,000 pounds. Chapter 11. I want to buy vegetables in bulk. Several people eagerly inquired about Xiaqing, mainly because now in the village, they could grow crops, but selling them was the hardest part. Selling online would be too much of a loss for these villagers, as they would have to pay for shipping, and the costs wouldn't even cover it. Farming is already hard work. Most villagers in this village sell their produce in the county or, at a distance, in nearby cities. "Alright, let me contact you again and see what else I need." Xiaqing didn't expect her enthusiasm after purchasing over 1,000 pounds of sweet potatoes. The bride, Wang Cece, was left aside. Thinking that she wouldn't have to be a bridesmaid tomorrow and wouldn't have to attend the wedding, she was busy with a pile of things. So she gave Wang Cece 200 yuan in advance. She was now quite wealthy, and besides, she would be even richer in the future, so this 200 yuan really didn't mean much. She had tens of thousands in her hands now. In the village, when it came to giving gifts, they were all from the same village and not relatives, so even 50 yuan was common. In the city, it started at least at 200, with a base of 500. Wang Cece initially felt a bit uncomfortable seeing Xiaqing's skin looking better than her own, but when she saw Xiaqing giving her 200 as a gift, she felt no unhappiness. She enthusiastically chatted with Xiaqing, proving that money could indeed bring more emotional connection. When she returned home in the afternoon, Xia Jishang and Yang Xia were waiting for her, along with her grandmother. Before Xiaqing even entered the yard, Yang Xia couldn't wait to ask, "Xingqing, I heard you bought 3 acres of sweet potatoes from Luoren, and 2 acres of potatoes from the Sun family?" In the village, if something happened in any household, it wouldn't take long for the whole village to know. "Yeah, I have a friend in the Magic City, and after I came back, I started collecting vegetables. Did I not already harvest the watermelons and tomatoes from our few acres of land? I also had my dad plant cabbages, and I harvested those too. Over there, in the apocalypse, the land couldn't be cultivated, so a lot of food was definitely needed. Daughter, you are truly our family's lucky star. Vegetables are hard to sell now, This saves us a lot of trouble. Otherwise, they would have to haul them to the county town early in the morning to sell. Vegetables were more expensive in the morning, but by the afternoon or evening, the prices would drop. Now, every year's harvest was better than the last, but vegetable prices were getting cheaper each year, and they were becoming poorer from farming. If it weren't for the young people in the village going to the city to work, with Xiaqing buying everything at once, it saved them several trips. Dad, just collect everything and take it to the warehouse in the county town. I have the address, and I'll go with you. Alright, great. I knew it wouldn't be in vain for my daughter to go to university. She would definitely develop better in the city, Xia Jisheng said with a wide smile. After a while, I'll buy you a tractor, so farming won't be so tiring. Xia Qing said with a smile. That tractor isn't cheap. It cost several tens of thousands. Xia Jisheng was still concerned about the money. Machinery was expensive these days. Qingqing, you have a way to buy sweet potatoes. Why not help your family first? Your uncle still has an acre of land. That should yield at least over 1,000 pounds. Grandma Xia ran over and said, but Xia Qing has already bought so much, does she need to buy more? Yang Xia frowned, having heard that Xia Qing had already given Wu Renyang a deposit. Buying too much would mean she couldn't sell it all, and Xia Chang would suffer a loss. She was worried her daughter would lose money. Then just cancel the order with Wu Renyang and buy from your uncle first, Grandma Xia said nonchalantly. It's impossible to cancel. I've already paid the deposit. How about this? I'll place the order in a few days, Xia Qing said, as she also needed to check with Suyu about how much he still needed. Hearing Xia Qing's words, Grandma immediately became unhappy, her face turning sharp. Why wait a few days? Qingqing, that's your uncle. You don't order from your uncle first but from someone else. What kind of matter is that? I didn't say I wouldn't order. Is it okay to wait a few days? Xia Qing sighed, feeling her grandmother was too biased. Then give me 500 as a deposit, and I'll give it to your uncle to secure his sweet potatoes first. Xia Qing didn't really care about the 500 yuan, but what bothered her was her grandmother's attitude. I really have no money left. Wait until I sell all the sweet potatoes I've collected, then I'll have money. Besides, uncle is family. He won't mind this deposit. You've already given Wu Renyang 500 as a deposit, and you won't give it to your own family? Xia Qing is your own niece. Xia Jisheng saw that his mother was about to argue with his daughter again and played peacemaker, saying, Qingqing, you've been working all day, you should go upstairs and rest. Grandma Xia was not having it. She wanted to grab Xia Qing, insisting that this deposit money should come from her first. I'll pay it. I'll cover this 500 deposit. To avoid a quarrel that might make Grandma angry and cause her to faint, Uncle would definitely blame them for not taking care of her. Then outsiders would come and gossip. Xia Qing had just transferred over 7,000 yuan to him yesterday. Then give it to me now. Grandma Xia was uneasy without the money in her hand. Xia, go get 500 cash for your mother. The family's money was all managed by Yang Xia, although she was quite reluctant. But what if Qingqing hasn't confirmed whether she'll accept it? If she doesn't, won't she be at a loss? Yang Xia was still very considerate of her daughter. Xia Jisheng knew this reasoning all too well. If his mother caused a scene, it would take a long time to settle down, and they might end up having to stay at their house next month instead of going to their eldest brother's. Hurry up. Although Yang Xia was unhappy, their family always ended up at a loss. There were 2 brothers in the family, plus 2 elder sisters and a younger sister. It seemed like their family always had to bear the brunt. But thinking back to the last incident, Grandma had insisted on staying at their house for an extra half-month, causing her no small amount of trouble. Just consider this money as spending to ward off disaster. But it was only 500 yuan. Their family's monthly expenses didn't even reach that. Once Grandma Xia had the money in hand, her expression changed from gloomy to bright, and she happily went out. Yang Xia watched the cheerful old lady leave, her brows furrowed, looking quite unhappy. I'm getting old, don't argue with her. Seeing his wife's unhappy expression, Xia Jisheng quickly said, what if our daughter ends up at a loss? We'll just consider it spending to avoid disaster. Qingqing gave us a lot for the vegetables. I'll cover this money, just consider it spending to avoid disaster. I can't stand the fuss anymore. Both of them recalled the previous commotion caused by Grandma, which had drawn the whole village to come and laugh at them, and they fell silent. Xia Chang went upstairs, and her phone kept buzzing all afternoon, filled with recommendations and comments. It seemed the novel had gone viral, and the food in her space had all been cleared out. She quickly entered the space and told Suyu that she wanted all the novels from the bookstore last time. Chapter 12, cleared out half the gold shop. Suyu woke up to find the space filled with food, instantly becoming excited. One portion was specially prepared for him by Xia Qing, a serving of grilled meat rice, as she considered him a long-term customer. It wasn't too much to give him something special, right? She even thoughtfully added a cola. Men love that stuff. Suyu felt quite pleased. Li Yao and the others had divided the steamed buns, but there were still too many people in the base, and Xiaqing's small space needed an upgrade. Plus, with so many people at the base needing meals every day, the consumption was certainly enormous. Even with so many steamed buns and baked cakes bought, it was unlikely everyone would get a full portion. Most people could only get half a bun, but at least they didn't have to eat dirt or toxic, sour tree bark, which made them ecstatic. The soft, fluffy white buns made some people cry as they ate. Your milk powder probably won't arrive until tomorrow or the day after, Suyu said. It's fine, there are still a few bags of soy milk left to drink. A child who had gone 2 or 3 days without eating was now grateful to have a normal meal. Li Yao, Wang Chang, and Zhang Liang were all munching on steamed buns, feeling quite pleased, when they saw Suyu eating grilled meat mixed with rice, and even drinking cola. Why do you have meat? Li Yao rushed over. Don't laugh at him for being so excited. It had been too long since he had eaten meat, and the others gathered around. This is my meal, Suyu said calmly, but inside he was quite pleased. After all, it was a special treat for him. Over the past 2 days, with food to eat, Suyu's complexion had gradually improved. Although the others didn't know where Suyu had gotten it from, they only knew that he had awakened a magical spatial ability. It smells so good. That drink looks really tasty, Wang Chang said, his eyes sparkling as he stared at the can of cola in Suyu's hand. Next time, I'll get you some to try. Suyu thought about solving everyone's basic needs first, then figuring out how to build a wall so people could live safely. Right now, they were in a large underground military air raid shelter. After the 4 of them finished eating, Li Yao went to check on his son, little Do Ding, who was already able to sit up and looked much better. The 4 of them were going to the city today to kill zombies, and everyone was putting in a lot of effort. After all, they had come here well fed. With a slash, Wang Chang cut a zombie and pulled out the crystal bead from its brain. There's a supermarket over here, but all the food inside has long been cleared out, Wang Chang said regretfully. This city was relatively close to their base, so the food had been looted long ago. It had been a year since the apocalypse, and almost no food was left. Brother Yu, where's the bank? Li Yao's eyes lit up with excitement. There must be a lot of money in the bank, but Suyu shook his head. They were in different timelines, and the monetary system was different. No, Brother Yu, there's a gold shop over there. Li Yao excitedly pointed to a small gold shop across the street. Wang Chang and Zhang Liang were dumbfounded. Weren't they here to kill zombies and find supplies? What good was a pile of gold? Thinking back to what Suyu had said about valuable things, could it be related? Let's go. The 4 of them headed straight for the gold shop. The front door was intact, and inside, aside from cobwebs, there were no signs of damage to the counters. Compared to the chaos of the supermarket, it was clear that no one had been here. They all dismantled the counters and collected various gold jewelry and jade bracelets into the space. Remembering the novels that Xiaqing had instructed him to find, he also went to a bookstore. He collected several books until there was no more room in the space. They would have to come back tomorrow to collect more. The space was small. After gathering these items, they didn't rush to leave. They hunted a few zombies on the outskirts and found about a dozen crystal beads before heading back. By the time they returned, it was already afternoon. As the sun set, the zombies became much more active, their strength enhanced in every aspect. Even if they were evolved beings, they didn't dare to stay overnight in the city. A few zombies could be easily hunted, but hundreds or thousands of them would only lead to being torn apart. When Suyu and the others returned to the underground air raid shelter, the only light was dim, provided by the external generator they had found earlier, with just a few light bulbs barely enough to use. You, Brother Yu. An older woman stopped Suyu. He thought she was there to ask for food and frowned, saying, today's food has all been distributed, there won't be any until tomorrow. The old woman took off a jade bracelet from her wrist, one she had worn her whole life. This is for you. Can you find medicine for my grandson tomorrow? Suyu took the jade bracelet, which looked quite good, but in this world, a piece of bread was worth more. What illness does your grandson have? Suyu hurriedly asked. It should be acute enteritis. A man with glasses and a square face approached. He had been a doctor before the apocalypse and was now treating people in this base. However, it was merely treating, as he had no medicine or equipment. All right, I'll think of a way, Suyu replied. Many people in the base have acute enteritis, definitely caused by eating something unclean before, Li Yao said. Let's talk about it tomorrow, Suyu said, and the others dared not bargain any further. Once Suyu and the others left, the old lady's eyes were red, and the doctor beside her wanted to offer some comfort but didn't know how to start. Mom, eat. A little girl clutched half a steamed bun in her hand, unwilling to finish it, wanting to give it to her mother. You, eat, the woman said weakly, her face pale, eyes sunken, and lips blackened, a sign of long-term toxin consumption. Mom, don't die. I'll give you everything. Please, live, the 4-year-old girl cried heart-wrenchingly. A few people watched this scene, Everyone had become accustomed to it here. It was better in their base, they said in the neighboring base. Without food, they had resorted to cannibalism. Suyu entered the space and found that the things he had hoarded had not yet been moved out. Thinking of their time difference, it should be late at night over there. He had only left a note. The next day, Xiaoqing woke up early. She had been feeling refreshed lately, perhaps because she had money, and after absorbing the crystal beads, her body had undergone many changes. The first thing she did upon waking was check her phone, where 99% of the messages were from the Qimao novel interface. It was only 6 o'clock. Then she entered her space, where shiny gold jewelry dazzled her eyes. Chapter 13, the whole family reports for the driver's license. Gold necklaces, gold bracelets, and various gold rings, pearls, agate, crystals. He must have moved an entire store here. Xiaoqing's guess was not wrong. He had moved almost half a store. Next, Xiaoqing saw the note he had written, the characters strong and powerful, reflecting a person of great strength. Seeing the items he needed, steamed buns, baked cakes, and medicine for treating enteritis. They had to be bought. So much shiny money. Some necklaces and bracelets were really beautiful. She was reluctant to sell them, but she had to sell them. That was the only way to have money. However, she had to deal with these pieces of jewelry first. She took out a large box from under the bed and stuffed all the jewelry from the space into it. She put on a necklace she liked. This suitcase still wasn't enough, so she found another large box and filled it. Her bed now piled high with various jewelry. There was also quite a bit in the wardrobe. She needed to clear space to store things for Suyu. Fortunately, the house in the countryside was built quite large, and her room was over 20 square meters. She took out the gold bracelets and packed them into her backpack, planning to sell them in the county today, and if that didn't work, she would go to the city. She couldn't sell so much gold in one jewelry store to avoid raising suspicion, which would be troublesome. Xiaoqing opened her phone and saw her novel was in the top 3. In her excitement, she published 20,000 words, delivering a big update. Her bed was filled with gold jewelry, and before leaving, she locked her room door. She had to get a driver's license and buy a car. With money, she needed to improve her life. Otherwise, what was the use of having money? What's with this child, rushing out so early? Yang Xia smiled and shook her head as she watched the energetic Xiaoqing leave. Xiaochang arrived in the county, where a gold store was selling at 100 grams. Today was a pleasant surprise. The gold price had risen. Recently, the price of gold had been continuously increasing. This time she made quite a bit of money again. In the morning, she sold a lot of gold and even signed herself up for driving school. After thinking about it, she simply signed her parents up as well. In the afternoon, she took a car to Jiang City and went from jewelry store to jewelry store selling until her backpack was completely empty. Looking at her phone, the bank card already had a whopping 900,000, something she never even dared to dream of before. Working a month for 5,000, and still doing the 996 schedule, now she didn't have to, she easily earned so much. There were still several large suitcases of jewelry at home, and when the time came, she could sell all of it. She estimated it could fetch several 100,000, and the rest was just crystal and amber jewelry, which wasn't worth as much as gold. She planned to sell those online later. No need to use Xianyu anymore. She would just open an online store on Taobao to sell some items from different timelines. She needed to find a way to get rid of those things, and for now, she wouldn't ask Suyu to find her valuable items. She would slowly sell those online. Thinking about what Suyu needed, she went to the pharmacy to buy various medications for enteritis, as well as fever reducers. Others thought she was there to stock up. She also went to the market to buy buns, steamed bread, and milk powder until she couldn't carry anymore. This was all marked by Suyu, and she was particularly attentive. Luckily, she had space, otherwise, she wouldn't be able to bring it all back. Looking at the space already filled to the brim, she finally stopped shopping. Not to mention buying, it was quite enjoyable. There were still over a dozen crystal beads in the space that she hadn't had the chance to absorb yet. After all this fuss, it was already afternoon, but she didn't feel tired at all. Instead, it felt like she had been injected with adrenaline. Earning money to buy things, was that tiring? Not at all. In the past, when she was in the Magic City shopping with her colleagues, she could only look but not buy. Now she had found the emotional value of shopping. She thought that if in the future Suyu found something for her from the museum, just selling it casually would probably bring in tens of millions or even billions, right? Summer Qing was so excited at the thought that her home could be rebuilt, a whole big villa. Taking her parents abroad for travel would even be possible. When she got home, Summer Chang told Yang Xia and Xia Jishang, "Dad, Mom, I signed you both up for a driver's license. Download an app on your phone and learn the first subject." A driver's license? Grandma Xia frowned. Signing up for a driver's license costs 1 or 2,000, right? Her uncle's eldest son, who graduated from university and hasn't found a job yet, also said he wanted to get a driver's license. When she went back to give money that day, Xia Jicheng, her eldest grandson, was on the phone with his dad asking for money, saying he needed 2,000 to take the driver's test in the city. Yes, after getting the driver's license and buying a car, we can all drive. It'll be much faster to go to the county, Summer Ching said with a smile. Riding an electric bike takes 40 minutes, but driving takes less than 20 minutes. Great, great. I'll go learn right now. Xia Jixiang was overjoyed. Thinking about how his daughter would buy them a car in the future made him feel like he was floating. No, he had to go out now and chat with son Jiangwo. I'll be back for dinner later, Xia Jixiang said as he dashed out with his phone. Summer Chang knew he was going out to show off. Having a father who loved to brag was something she couldn't help. In the past, their family was often talked about by the villagers, always saying he only had one daughter and who would take care of him in the future, secretly mocking him. Now they could see what was wrong with having a daughter. Just as good, more filial than a son. Just getting your dad a license is fine. Why did you sign me up too? What a waste of money. Yang Xia said it was a waste, but she couldn't help but smile. Over the years, she had faced quite a bit of ridicule. That won't do. Once my mom gets her driver's license, I'll buy you a small car, and then you can take my grandma out for a spin. If not, my grandmother is sick and needs to go to a big hospital, and I have to borrow a car or take a taxi to the county for treatment, or even go to the city. It's really too inconvenient. Alright, I'll take my phone and study hard right now. Yang Xia could hardly suppress her smile. By then, when she returns to her mother's house, the family would definitely stop criticizing her, and she could hold her head high in front of her sister. What are you studying for? At your age, you still want to get a driver's license? Old Lady Xia couldn't help but interject. Her eldest son's family was already reluctant to spend money on their grandson's driving lessons, yet they were willing to enroll her granddaughter in Xia Jixiang's classes, and now they wanted to pay for Yang Xia's driving license too. Each of these three would cost 2,000 yuan, which adds up to 6,000, right? Thinking of this, the old lady looked at Xia Qing and wanted to call her a wasteful person. She didn't understand life. Such a waste of money. Grandma, tomorrow you should be going to my uncle's place, right? How about I take you there tomorrow? Yes. Tomorrow, old lady Xia was supposed to go to her uncle's place, as Xia Jiqing's family had gone. The old lady's expression changed suddenly. Xia Jiqing's family had many children, and their living space was tight, unlike here where they could have a big room. Xia Qing, being the only daughter, didn't have anyone asking her for money. Xia Jiqing's eldest son had just graduated and started working, so he didn't have much money, and his younger brother still needed to go to school. They were all money seekers. How could an old lady from a village have a pension? She favored Xia Jiqing and didn't want to spend her eldest son's family's money, thinking of spending it here with Xia Jixiang, believing deep down that they only had one daughter. In the future, she would be given away to outsiders. Chapter 14 is a few hundred yuan jade bracelet ice type? Old Lady Xia felt a bit flustered when she heard Xia Qing say she wanted to send her back. Can't I stay a few more days at my son's house? Of course. I just thought you had already stayed for a month. I was worried it would be inconvenient for you to walk over, so I thought of sending you. In the village, a married girl is like spilled water, and men are responsible for supporting the elderly. The two brothers had agreed to take turns every month, and tomorrow would be the first. It was time to switch. So close. I can just go over for a meal. The old lady frowned. Where it was uncomfortable to stay, she could just go eat and come back. Wasn't that fine? Xia Qing didn't want to argue with her grandmother anymore and hurried upstairs. She had paid a deposit on Taobao for a review, and it was completed in 2 hours. She had sold quite a few items on Xianyu and needed to ship them tomorrow. Next, she bought a lot of things on Taobao, instant noodles, and dried noodles. Online shopping was so convenient now, she didn't need to go out to buy anything. Thinking that summer would be here in a month, and there was not a single air conditioner at home. Every summer they only had a broken fan, and the whole family had to share it. She directly ordered 2 air conditioners from Taobao, spending 5,000 yuan. The toilet at home also needed to be replaced, along with the refrigerator. The TV. She actually wanted to change her bed, but there were jewelry pieces under it, so she couldn't change it for now. Qing, dinner is ready. Coming. Xia Qing went downstairs, and from the pile of jewelry Siyu had given her, she found a beautiful jade bracelet that she instantly fell in love with. She couldn't bear to sell it and decided to give it to her mother. If her mother didn't like it, she would take her to the gold shop to choose. She was just afraid her mother wouldn't want to spend money. In the future, she would have to slowly get them all used to it. Today, I made dumplings, Yang Xia said happily. Ever since her daughter came back, everything had been good, and her mood had improved. The reason old lady Xia was willing to stay at her second son's house was also that Yang Xia cooked well and was willing to cook, especially when Xia Qing was around. Having a daughter was different from her eldest son's family, which had 3 sons, they would at least need to buy a house, right? In the future, they would all need to marry and spend money. We're having dumplings tonight. The shepherd's purse we picked this morning is so fresh. Yang Xia chopped the vibrant green shepherd's purse and paired it with plump local pork. She went to get some soft dough wrappers to wrap them up, and casually mixed a soy sauce and vinegar dip. The taste was fresh. Xia Jixiang ate 3 big bowls by himself. Xiao Xia's dumplings are the best. Save a bowl for Xiao Pang. Grandma Xia would praise her at this moment. Xiao Pang was the youngest son of the eldest uncle's family. Yang Xia's expression wasn't too good. Every time Grandma said this, she would always give some of their family's food to the children of the eldest uncle's family. Were their children just children? What about Qingqing? Mom, this bracelet is for you. Xia Qing took out a jade bracelet. The moment Yang Xia saw the bracelet, she was instantly captivated, forgetting to be angry with Grandma. This jade bracelet is really beautiful. Grandma didn't know how much jade was worth. She only recognized gold and thought this bracelet looked nice but wasn't valuable. In fact, Xia Qing didn't know how much it cost either. It didn't have a tag. This jade bracelet is much clearer than the one your aunt wears. Yang Xia couldn't put it down. Xia Qing knew her aunt, Yang Mei, was the one with the best living conditions in their grandmother's family. She was the first person in the village to go to college and also married into the Magic City. That's why Yang Xia was determined to send her daughter to college, no matter how hard it was. Previously, when she was working and studying in the Magic City, her aunt had helped her, but even though the 2 sisters were close, they would occasionally compare themselves. As she spoke, Yang Xia sent a short video to Yang Mei along with a message. This jade bracelet was given to me by my daughter, isn't it beautiful? I didn't let her spend money on it, but she insisted on buying it for me. Soon, Aunt Yang Mei replied, show me a video. This jade bracelet is very clear. It looks like it's of ice-type quality. What's ice-type? Yang Mei quickly sent her a picture, explaining that the price of ice-type jade ranged from 30,000 to several million, with the cheapest ice-type glutinous jade costing around 100,000. No way! It looks real, very clear, like high-grade ice-type. Yang Xia looked at the message from her sister and then at the clear bracelet. Qingqing, how much did you buy this bracelet for? Yang Xia asked nervously. It couldn't be tens of thousands. She wouldn't dare wear it. It would have to be locked away in the cabinet, and only when it was pressed under the bedboard would she feel at ease. Xia Qing had no idea how much it cost. The value in another timeline should be different for them, right? Besides, she didn't pay anything for it. Xia Qing casually said, just a few $100. Although a few $100 wasn't cheap for them, compared to gold, it was nothing. Yang Xia breathed a sigh of relief. A bracelet costing a few $100 was manageable for her to wear. Your aunt said we should go visit them next month. Your cousin is getting engaged. Back to the Magic City again? Xia Qing frowned slightly, recalling how flustered she had been when she left that city. It takes a long time to get there by bus, and train tickets are a few $100 each. Yang Xia hesitated as well. Then she saw her aunt say they would buy the train tickets to the Magic City and suggested they bring Grandma and Grandpa along. Grandma needed to see a doctor in the Magic City for her illness. Go! You 2 sisters haven't seen each other in a long time. I'll take care of the fields at home. Xia Jishan looked at Yang Xia, who was hesitating but still wanted to go. He knew she was worried about home. Don't worry, we won't need to sell the vegetables in the city. We can just plant some cabbage. I can handle it myself. Go, go. You've worked hard with me all these years. Take a trip to the Magic City. Yang Xia's eyes turned red. Her husband really cared for her. Go where? Who will feed the chickens and ducks at home? Grandma Xia frowned, thinking that if Yang Xia left, no one would cook for her. These chores are small. I can handle them alone. Mom, don't interfere with this. Next month, you should go stay at your elder brother's house. Xia Jixiang frowned. What a waste of money. Grandma Xia's face turned red with anger. Alright, then next month, Qingqing, you come with me. Yang Xia smiled brightly. Okay. Xia Qing didn't want to upset her mother, but Shanghai, this time she felt a bit more confident. At least she had money in hand, right? With a month left, she needed to make some more money. Shanghai was not like their little village. A few $100 could last a month, but in Shanghai, a meal would cost at least hundreds or thousands. Where were they going? They couldn't expect Auntie to pay for everything. Chapter 15, continuing to improve life for the whole family. After lunch, Xia Qing watched her mom washing the dishes and thought about ordering a dishwasher online, a robot vacuum cleaner. Summer was fine, but in winter, washing dishes and clothes left Yang Xia's hands red and cracked. But first, she needed to package up the items she sold on Xianyu yesterday and send them out at the courier supermarket. There were quite a few buyers for her items on Taobao as well. Roughly calculating, she had already made 20,000 yuan from online sales. The only cost was the shipping fees. Xia Qing found the second volume among the pile of books Suyu had found for her and scanned it. She flipped through a few novels, which were quite interesting, and before she knew it, she had read all morning. Thinking of the crystal beads, she absorbed a dozen or so at once. After absorbing them, her space indeed expanded, and her skin became more delicate, her body filled with strength. Qingqing, tomorrow night I'm treating my classmates to dinner. Remember to come too, at the Sijiking restaurant in the county, room 201. Okay. Xia Qing replied and hung up the phone. Xia Qing didn't attend the wedding. This was probably a thank you banquet in return. Just right, she needed to go to the county tomorrow to visit the driving school. She was paying extra to take the test. The requirement was to be quick. She could conveniently go for dinner afterward. The home appliances she bought online were being delivered today. She ordered them yesterday afternoon, and they were being delivered this morning. The certain e-commerce platform was really fast. Afraid she might refund them? At noon, Yang Xia made a big pot of stew, using local pork from the village, adding some cooking wine, salt, and MSG, stirring it with a slotted spoon. Then she sautéed some chopped green onions and ginger, and added large chunks of pork, kelp, meatballs, and winter melon. Finally, she added some vermicelli. The rich and refreshing aroma, how could it not be delicious? To avoid it being too greasy, she picked 2 tomatoes from the garden, chopped them, and mixed them with a bit of sugar. Sweet and refreshing. I must say, Yang Xia's cooking was really delicious, and the steamed buns from their home were soft and fragrant. Xia Qing had a big bowl. Woof, woof, woof. Every household in the village kept 2 dogs, and Xia Qing's family was no exception. The leftover food at home was all for the big yellow dog, who was pregnant, her belly round and full. Gurgle. Xia Qing rubbed the big yellow dog's head, petting it while checking her phone. Today was September 2nd, the day the Chimo manuscript fees were released. Last month, it had only been published for 3 to 5 days, so the manuscript fee probably wasn't much. She opened her phone and was surprised to see that the fees for just 3 to 5 days had already reached over 5,000 yuan. It was a big surprise. If she sold the copyright in the future, it could be worth hundreds of thousands, right? The novels Suyu found for her were all quite interesting. Once she finished reading and scanned them for publication, she could earn some manuscript fees too. Qingqing, the tomatoes can be picked in the next few days. Where should I send them to? Xia Jixiang asked. To Warehouse 20 in Nanpu, County City. After picking, I'll go with you to deliver them. Xia Qing thought for a moment and added, you just focus on picking. Someone will come to transport them. Otherwise, her dad would have to make several trips on his tricycle. She could just rent a truck. That's great news. That's wonderful. Xia Jixiang was so happy he couldn't stop smiling. This year is really good. No need to go out at 3 or 4 in the morning to haul goods anymore. All thanks to Qingqing. Sending Qingqing to school is definitely the right choice. Xia Jixiang was so happy he couldn't close his mouth. This year, Xia Jixiang was not yet 50, but after years of hard labor, he had already grown white hair on both sides, and his face was covered in wrinkles. Some would believe he was 70. Farming and delivering vegetables, staying up all night was the norm, and the only time he could catch a nap was in the afternoon when fewer people were out buying vegetables, finding a shady spot on the street to rest. Summer was fine, but winter was just too cold, and setting up a greenhouse in winter was still an expense. So, vegetables in winter were relatively expensive. As long as Suyu was alive and well, she would have enough income, and there were people to buy their vegetables. In the afternoon, Xia Qing's delivery phone didn't stop ringing. Large packages were delivered to the door, and Xia Qing could only go out to carry them. What did you buy? Yang Xia and Xia Jixiang curiously gathered around. The neighbors also came over, including Dad's friend, Sun Jiangwo. This is the air conditioner I bought. Summer is coming soon, so I'm installing one in Mom and Dad's room and one in my own. And our fridge is too small and noisy, so I bought a new one. Also, I got you a big 80-inch TV so you can watch comfortably. And this multifunctional sofa chair, it's so comfortable to sit on. I also bought a dishwasher this afternoon. The floor cleaner will probably arrive tomorrow. Rural homes have plenty of space. That's quite a bit of money, isn't it? Yang Xia still felt her daughter had spent a lot. What were dishwashers and floor cleaners? Would they not have to wash dishes anymore? Not much. Dad, Mom, I have money now. Let's live a better life from now on. Earning money is just for spending, right? Alright, our daughter is being filial, so let's happily accept it. Xia Jixiang was all smiles. He was very open-minded. As long as there were conditions, they could live well. Without a son, a daughter was still his child. He had never been stingy, but he just didn't have much ability. He could only farm, and farming brought in little income. Now that his daughter was successful, he was overjoyed. Let those people in the village see. His daughter could also make him proud. All of this was bought by my daughter. Jangwo, when our new TV is installed, come over to watch it. With such a big TV, just imagine how far away it must be to watch. Xia Jishiang's voice was loud, and the neighbors around could hear him clearly. Son Jangwo's expression wasn't very good, but he had to keep a pleasant demeanor. Alright, I'll see how big your TV is then. Son Jangwo had 2 sons and 1 daughter, who had long been married. He had often secretly mocked Xia Jishiang for having just 1 daughter, thinking it would lead to a dead end. Now, seeing that Xia Jishiang's daughter had returned and bought a phone, replacing all the household appliances with new ones, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Such a big box, Jangwo, come help me move it. I'll treat you to drinks tonight, Xia Jishiang said with a beaming face. Son Jangwo's mouth twitched. Who cared about his drinks? He needed to go home and call his sons to discuss this matter. I'll help move it. Xia Qing stepped forward to help, but was immediately blocked by her father. It's too heavy for you to move, let me do it. Jangwo, come help too. Son Jangwo reluctantly went over to help lift it. In fact, Xia Qing could manage. It didn't feel heavy to her, perhaps because she had absorbed the crystal beads. This air conditioner must waste a lot of electricity in summer, right? What a wasteful thing. If it's hot, can't you just use a fan? The old lady beside them was so angry she was stamping her feet. It's fine, Mom, you can just use the fan then. Qingqing only bought 2 air conditioners, not one for your room, Yang Xia said. The old lady's face turned pale with anger, and after thinking of something to ease the situation, she said, 1 air conditioner is enough for us. We can send another one to your elder brother's house. When I go to stay there, it will be cool. Chapter 16, the valuable items are all ready. My daughter spends money to honor her parents. What's the deal with sending something to my elder brother? The old lady moved her lips, wanting to say something more, but several neighbors around her spoke up enviously. Xia, you really are lucky. Your daughter has made something of herself. Yes, Xia, you truly have a good daughter. The neighbors looked at the large and small boxes in the house, along with the big television, and they all became envious. There are televisions in the village now, but very few families have air conditioning, mainly because everyone thinks it consumes too much electricity. The arrival of such a large delivery truck stirred up quite a bit of gossip in the village, and soon it spread everywhere. Uncle's house is only about 10 minutes away, and Tian Kaihua heard that her second brother's family had bought so many things. Did the second brother's family buy so many things because Qingqing has become successful outside? Jiqing, let's have our youngest son be adopted by the second uncle's family. When Qingqing marries over, the land and the homestead will all belong to us. We'll talk about this when Qingqing gets engaged, Xia Jiqing frowned and said. He was feeling unhappy. They had all worked hard to support their university students, who had now graduated and started working, while Qingqing returned and bought things to honor her parents. But what about his eldest son? Every time he called, it was just to ask for money, saying that living in the big city was expensive. He hadn't bought them anything, yet Qingqing could come home and buy so many things? Father Xia was unpacking boxes, and the installation workers wouldn't come until tomorrow. I'm going out tomorrow morning. Mom and Dad, you two stay home and keep an eye on things. Okay. The two were very happy. This television is really big. Xia Jishan looked at the large television. Our old broken television and refrigerator will be sold tomorrow. They're just taking up space at home. They still had an old-fashioned television in their living room. Now with this new television being so big and slim, it looked great. Let's not. This was bought with money. Yang Xia was also a bit reluctant. But this feeling only lasted until tomorrow, after they set up the television and refrigerator. Comparing the two, Yang Xia still had the old noisy television and the shaking refrigerator taken away as scrap. On Suyu's side, he received a large bag of meat buns from Xia Qing, along with a dozen bags of milk powder, instant noodles, and mineral water. Liao, take a few bags of milk powder for your child, and distribute the rest to those young children. Okay. Li Yao's hands trembled as he held the milk powder. You guys eat these meat buns first, we'll divide the rest later. Several large bags of steaming meat buns appeared on the ground. Wang Cheng and Zhang Liang swallowed hard at the smell of the meat. They felt they could each eat 10 meat buns in one go. But there were too many people at the base now, so they could only have 1 or 2. Distribute the water first, let the children drink. Okay. Wang Cheng and Zhang Liang were so excited they could hardly speak. Tell everyone at the base that food will only be provided for 7 days. After that, except for young children, no more food will be distributed. they'll have to trade for things. With 7 days worth of food, their strength would stabilize a bit. They wouldn't have to eat those poisonous leaves, and their health would improve. What will we trade for? Wang Chang asked foolishly. Li Yao gave him a look. Of course, it's crystal beads or valuable items. Isn't it easy to find valuable items? They're everywhere on the streets. Although these people's combat power is not strong, during the day, the zombies' activity decreases, and they can't even match the running speed of an adult. The county town, the villages, all the food is gone, but the valuable things are still there. Li Yao, you are responsible for collecting valuable items at home and registering for exchange. Okay. So you still had things to do. He needed to kill zombies during the day and hunt for crystal beads, trying to give as much as possible to her so that her space could upgrade and expand. This way, they could gather a sufficient amount of supplies at once. The four quickly settled the matter, and Wang Chang and Zhang Liang were also preparing to announce it. Li Yao returned home, gave baby formula to Tian Rui, and took a few large meat buns and some mineral water. Dad Little Do Ding had been eating normal food these days, and his eyes had become clearer from their previous confusion. Good. You will never go hungry again. We will all have food from now on, right? Tian Rui's voice was hoarse, trembling uncontrollably. Yes. From now on, we will find more valuable things, and we will have a continuous supply of food, Li Yao said seriously. Yao, do you remember my home? Of course I remember. Before the apocalypse, Tian Rui was a wealthy young lady, the daughter of the richest man in Jiangcheng. In my family's basement, there is my dad's safe, which contains a lot of gold, precious diamonds, and famous paintings and antiques. Li Yao was excited to hear this and said, wait for me, I will call brother you over right now. Tian Rui's home was in a wealthy villa area in Jiangcheng, not in the urban area, so there were definitely not many zombies. However, if they went directly to the urban area to search for gold shops, there would surely be many zombies. Every pink diamond in my family's safe is of auction quality. Back in the day, Tian Rui had spent lavishly for Li Yao, but after the apocalypse, all that money had become a fleeting memory. Suyu knew that area was a rich district. If we clear out that entire rich district, we can all move there. They were living in a shack here, which was fine for now, but if they waited for the extreme cold to arrive, many people might not survive. Now that they had food, their bodies had strength, and they no longer had to wait aimlessly for death. Life had a purpose, and they definitely needed to do something. If someone had to lead, that person was Suyu, who had already become the leader. Previously, there were no conditions to manage a base, especially since he was almost starving. Now it was different. Alright, then let's gather all the evolvers and go clear it out together. Li Yao was very enthusiastic and full of energy. The living conditions there were much better than here. There were only 5 evolvers in their base, but there were also some former soldiers. Organize a vanguard team, no pressure. Good treatment and benefits. Food and drinks provided. This treatment and benefits were really good. They provided food and drinks. Okay, I will arrange it right away. I will get you some valuable things. Once Jiangcheng is done, there are other cities, and there are safes, Li Yao said excitedly. In this day and age, it was hard to find edible food, but shiny gold was everywhere. So you also left a note for Xia Qing, telling her that he needed a large amount of food and valuable items recently, and she could ask for them anytime. He was ready. Chapter 17. A joke to watch. Xia Qing knew that Suyu had prepared a lot of valuable items for her, but she couldn't fit them at home. Moreover, having them all in the bedroom felt very insecure. She had to deal with these things first. Thinking about the wealth over there made Xia Qing's heart bloom with joy. What matchmaking? What romance? Making money? Building a career? That was what was appealing. The more money in a big city, the more one could enjoy. Talk about fairness, that only existed among equals. The wealthy enjoyed things that ordinary people couldn't even imagine. Cars, villas, those who mocked her for not being able to afford luxury brands could now buy them. The next morning, she scanned a book again and directly submitted a contract application for 20,000. Then she went to the county town in the morning because she was going to take the first subject exam today. Dad, Mom, hurry up and study. In a few days, you will also have to take the first subject exam. Got it, said Xia Jixiang. This morning, someone came to install a television for their family, as well as an air conditioner, a dishwasher, and a robotic vacuum cleaner. The air conditioning feels really cool, Yang Xia said happily as she stood in her bedroom, feeling the refreshing breeze. Otherwise, every summer, especially during the hottest days, she would get heat rashes all over. Ah Xia, come and see this big TV. The picture quality is so clear, you can even see the pores on the people on screen. And look at this sofa that Qingqing bought. I can just take a nap on it at noon, and it's electric. How rare. Ji Xiang, look at this big refrigerator that Qingqing bought for us. It makes no noise at all, and it opens by itself when you just touch it. And this dishwasher, just put the pots and bowls on it and press a button, and you don't have to worry about it anymore. Yang Xia said with curiosity. After washing dishes for half a lifetime, her hands were rough and dry, and now she wouldn't have to wash dishes anymore. Grandma Xia looked at all the new appliances in the house. She hadn't even enjoyed them for a day yet. Today she was supposed to go to her eldest son's house. She was supposed to go 3 days ago, but she had dragged it out for a few days, and it would look bad if she delayed any longer. Sure enough, Xia Jiqing's wife, Tian Keihua, came specifically to pick up the old lady. She still had to farm, her second son was boarding, and her youngest son needed to be picked up and dropped off every day. If the old lady went over, she could help with cooking, which would save Tian Keihua a lot of trouble. "Mom, I'm here to pick you up today," Tian Keihua said, her smile fading instantly when she saw the big color TV in the bedroom as she entered. Although she had heard many people in the village discussing it yesterday, seeing it in person was still a psychological shock. She had previously visited the electronics market in the county town, and a liquid crystal TV of this size would cost at least several thousand, if not over 10,000. Grandma Xia was reluctant to leave. Although she favored her eldest son's family, she was comfortable living at her youngest son's house and didn't have to cook. "I haven't packed yet." Grandma Xia wanted to buy some time. Yang Xia took out a large package filled with Grandma Xia's things and said, "It's okay, Mom, I've packed everything for you. I'll come to pick you up again next month." Grandma Xia unwillingly followed behind Tian Keihua. "Then I won't see you off," Yang Xia said with a smile in her eyes, her lips almost unable to contain her joy. Grandma Xia had looked down on her since she entered the door. When she gave birth to Qingqing, she was scolded for eating a few extra pieces of pumpkin in a month. It was her own mother and sister who came to take care of her in the end. The reason she could take care of her with a good attitude now was that her husband treated her well. Tian Saiwa's gaze swept over the big TV and the brand new refrigerator, wishing she could move them all to her own home. Once Qingqing got married in the future, these things would all belong to her when her youngest son transferred ownership. In the morning, Xia Qing successfully took the first subject exam. She didn't know if it was because she absorbed the crystal beads, but she felt her memory had improved. In any case, she passed the first subject exam smoothly, and next was driving practice 2 to 3 times a week, and after half a month, she would take the second exam. She was also taking the fast track by spending money. At noon, she had lunch in the county town and bought a lot of big meat buns, steamed buns, and pancakes. Suyu said these things were filling, so she could buy more. This time she bought quite a bit, around 500, and divided them among several families. Then she went to a jewelry store and sold 2 diamond rings. The recycling price for diamonds was also good, and she noticed that the cash price was on the rise. In the afternoon, she went to a big shopping mall in the county town to buy a set of clothes and then got her hair done. With her now fair and cold skin, her entire aura had elevated significantly. After glancing at the restaurant address that Wang Cici had sent her, she took a taxi straight there. She first went to a restroom, and then she heard voices outside. "I heard Su Lu is coming today?" "Yes." I also informed Xia Qing. "Su Li's partner is my husband's sister. I didn't expect her to come today as well. Then we have a good joke to watch." Wasn't Xia Qing secretly in love with Su Li back then, only to be rejected in front of so many people? And look at Su Li's family background. The biggest mall in the county is run by them, and he's the campus heartthrob. As for Xia Qing, she's just a country girl who confessed to Su Lu. Wang Cici frowned slightly. After all, Xia Qing was someone she had invited, and she was quite good-looking now. "Jia, don't say anything later. You're my good friend, and Xia Qing and I are from the same village. Don't make it too awkward," Wang Cici said with a frown. If she had known Su Lu was coming today, she wouldn't have invited Xia Qing. In the restroom, Xia Qing frowned slightly. This was a cliché plot. Back then, she had taken money to help deliver a love letter. When Su Lu saw her, he didn't even look at the letter and directly rejected her. Everyone who witnessed it thought she was the one confessing. She knew her parents worked hard to support her education, waking up early and staying up late. When someone offered her money, which was just 2 days' worth of meals, she agreed, not expecting it to become a laughingstock. From then on, she understood that some money was simply unattainable. She was still an excellent student, otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to get into a design university in the Magic City. Poor people think that going to university is a way out, but very few can actually make it. The major she chose was too expensive. It wasn't until she arrived in the Magic City that she realized some things depend on talent and luck, while money and power come first. Can those people be blamed for being powerful? Everyone is like that. What's the big deal? Just a village student who got into the Magic City University? Isn't she just going back to farming? Sun Jiajia said disdainfully. Back then, both Sun Jiajia and Xia Qing were among the top 3 in their class, but later Xia Qing got into the Magic City, and she also got into university. The former's parents scraped together money to send their child to university, while the latter's family disapproved, valuing sons over daughters, and only allowed her to attend a vocational school before she started working. After they left, Xiaoqing finally came out of the restroom and looked at herself in the mirror. Chapter 18. Having money gives you confidence. A month ago, her skin was dark, she had 800 degrees of nearsightedness, and she wore thick black-framed glasses, looking exhausted from working all day and staying up late, which made her skin rough. But now, her skin had turned fair, she had taken off her glasses, and her eyes looked brighter. With over several $100,000 in her bank account, she truly felt confident with money in hand. Previously, her clothes might have been from Pinduoduo or bought on Taobao for under 200. She hardly had a few pieces in her wardrobe. Today, she spent 2,000 at the county mall without batting an eye, and the salespeople treated her differently, being very enthusiastic. This gave her a particularly comfortable emotional value. All feelings of depression and inferiority vanished. Xiaoqing came out of the restroom. She wasn't really in the mood to eat at the dinner tonight. The private room Wang Sisi had booked was not far from the restroom, and as soon as she stepped out, she bumped into Wang Sisi, who was outside receiving guests. Xiaoqing, Wang Sisi exclaimed in surprise, although she had already seen Xiaoqing's transformation that day. But today, she was clearly even more charming. A person's appearance is 3 parts looks and 7 parts dressing. After all, Xiaoqing had contributed to her wedding and had also purchased a lot of vegetables from the village, including from her second uncle's family. Now that she could buy vegetables in bulk, it was clear she had some connections, and Xiaoqing had bought a lot of things for her family yesterday. In the village, even the smallest matters can spread like wildfire. Wang Sisi originally wanted to remind Xiaoqing that Sulu was coming today, but unfortunately, her husband also arrived and his eyes lit up at the sight of the beautiful Xiaoqing. "Is this Sisi's friend? Please come in," Zhang Wen said with a smile. Congratulations, Xiaoqing said politely, bringing a gift for Wang Sisi. A wedding gift. Wang Sisi looked down to see that Xiaoqing's gift bag contained a high-end Dior lipstick, and she couldn't help but smile widely. Who doesn't like a generous friend? Wang Sisi's demeanor became even more enthusiastic. "You're too kind. Come in and sit down." There were 2 tables set up in a hall, and Wang Sisi led Xiaoqing to her friend's table. One of the men, seeing Xiaoqing approach, looked astonished and asked with a smile, "Sisi, who is this stunning beauty? Aren't you going to introduce us?" "Zhang Chao, this is Xiaoqing. Don't you remember? We were in the same class in high school." Wang Sisi laughed, admitting that she hadn't recognized her at first either. "Xiaoqing?" Zhang Chao stammered in shock. Xiaoqing was the top student in high school, so many people knew her. But aside from her studies, she was quite ordinary. Moreover, in Zhang Chao's memory, Xiaoqing had yellowish, dark skin and very dry skin back in high school. Sun Jiejie stood up in surprise, taking a good look at Xiaoqing from head to toe. "Zhang Chao," Xiaoqing greeted with a smile. She was good at studying and had a good memory, especially after absorbing quite a few crystal beads. She could remember things after seeing them a few times. She could recall her high school classmates, which sometimes was quite painful because the bad memories were just as vivid. Yes, it's me. Come sit. This is our class's top student. Scored over 600 on the college entrance exam," Zhang Chao said eagerly. He secretly glanced at Xiaoqing, surprised at how beautiful she had become after getting fairer. "So what? Isn't she back to farming?" Sun Jiejie raised an eyebrow disdainfully. The others thought Xiaoqing had come back because she couldn't make it in the city, returning home to farm. Zhang Chao, Li Chui, and Wang Sisi all knew about the conflict between Sun Jiejie and Xiaoqing. Wang Sisi walked over, tugged at Sun Jiejie, and frowned, whispering, "Jiejie, don't cause trouble. Xiaoqing was here to celebrate with her today, not only bringing a gift but also celebrating." Zhang Chao politely pulled out a chair beside him and smiled. "Xiaoqing, come sit here. It's been so long since we last met. Let's add each other on WeChat." Back then, 2 students from their class had gone to college, but Xiaoqing went while Sun Jiejie did not, which must have stung. "Okay." Xiaoqing gracefully sat down. Wang Sisi watched Sun Jiejie, hoping she wouldn't cause any more trouble. Xiaoqing took out her phone to add Zhang Chao on WeChat. This is the latest iPhone 17, just released at a price of 8,999. Zhang Chao was momentarily stunned when he saw the phone Xiaoqing took out. Generally, ordinary people in the county wouldn't splurge on such a phone. After all, that was 3 to 4 months' salary. Sun Jiejie looked down on it, thinking that those who returned from the city loved to show off, and it might have even been bought through online loans. you came back from the city? What have you been busy with? Zheng Chao asked warmly. Xia Qing was originally a top student, unnoticed before, but now it was different. Xia Qing thought for a moment and said, just buying vegetables for the food factory in the big city. Li Chui's eyes lit up upon hearing Xia Qing's words. I heard from people in our village that you bought a lot of vegetables. Yes, Li Chui shyly asked, I have 3 acres of vegetables at home. Can you still buy them? Potatoes and sweet potatoes. She also heard people say that Xia Qing had collected quite a bit, mainly because her parents were getting old, and there weren't many people in the family. They had to sell the vegetables in the city after harvesting them. This process was really exhausting, so if there was a buyer, it would naturally be much easier. Xia Qing smiled and said, sure, so you had many people and was in great need of food. Li Chui's eyes lit up with joy, and she even said excitedly, that's great. Thank you so much, Xia Qing. Xia Qing readily replied, how about this, add me on WeChat, and I'll transfer you a deposit. Li Chui looked at the WeChat transfer of 500 yuan, and her chubby face broke into a smile. Sun Jiejia looked at this scene with an unhappy expression, but when she saw Sulu come in, she greeted him enthusiastically, Sulu, come sit over here. The girl next to her, dressed in a chic outfit, was Su Li's girlfriend. Sun Jiejia glanced at Xia Qing out of the corner of her eye. No matter how well she dressed, she was still a country bumpkin from the village. Zheng Chao and Li Chui both cast their gazes towards Xia Qing, seeing her calm and relaxed demeanor. Among the table, the only ones with high academic qualifications were Xia Chang and Su Lu. Su Lu wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and a black casual shirt, looking very respectable, not at all like a rich second generation. There were 2 tables, one for the male friends and one for the female friends. This is Sun Jiejia, Zhang Chao, my high school classmates, Su Lu introduced to his girlfriend, Xiao Jing. Sun Jiejia pointed at Xia Qing and deliberately said, this is Xia Qing. Don't you remember? The one who wrote you a love letter back then. Wang Sisi frowned. Was Sun Jiejia acting up today? Although she was her good friend, she shouldn't embarrass her in this situation. Chapter 19, Comedy Level 100. Wang Sisi quickly explained, this is Xia Qing, our class's top student back in high school. That was so many years ago, Xiao Jing, don't take it seriously. Xiao Jing looked at the lazy Xia Qing and casually wrapped her arm around Su Li's, smiling, Sulu is so outstanding. If someone likes him, it shows my good taste. Back then, Su Lu tore the love letter to shreds, not giving her any face at all. Wang Sisi frowned and said, Jiejia. Sun Jiejia was unfazed. She just couldn't stand Xia Qing and was jealous of her. Their grades in high school were not much different, and sometimes she even did better than Xia Qing. Clearly, their family conditions were similar, and her family was even a bit better. She also got into Kyoto University, but she couldn't go, while Xia Qing could, so she was jealous. Seeing her again felt like reliving her painful memories. She should have been able to go to university and live better than Xia Qing. Su Li's expression was not good. To be precise, it was because he had been upset at home that day and didn't do well on his exam, so he lost his temper. Xia Qing stood up, a gentle smile on her lips, and said, Sulu, that love letter was written by Wang Jingjing for you. I took 20 yuan from her. Everyone was stunned for a moment, not expecting Xia Qing to bring this up in public. It wasn't written by Xia Chang? Right, I remember Wang Jingjing really liked Sulu back then and even asked me to help deliver things to him, Zhang Chao recalled. Li Chui also remembered something and said, Wang Jingjing bought me milk and asked me to deliver a love letter to Su Li's drawer. Yes. She also gave me money to help deliver something, but I didn't agree, Wang Sisi remembered. But she didn't go because she had a crush on Su Lu at the time. At this moment, Sun Jiejia's expression had turned ugly because she also remembered that Wang Jingjing had approached her. Yeah, many classmates were approached by Wang Jingjing back then. How did it end up with Xia Qing? Li Chui said, defending Xia Qing. Just now, Xia Qing had transferred her the deposit, and that couldn't fall through. We were young back then, we made a fuss over little things. Su Lu twitched the corner of his mouth and looked at Xia Qing, saying, sorry, I didn't do well on my exam back then, and it wasn't aimed at you. Everyone was taken aback. They never expected the usually proud Su Lu to apologize publicly. For a moment, they were all stunned. Sun Jiejia wanted to say something, but Wang Sisi pressed her down and whispered, don't cause trouble today. Soon, everyone sat down, and things stabilized as they chatted and drank. Xia Qing, I heard you went to the Design University in the Magic City. That's one of the top universities in the country, Li Chui said enviously. Yes, I heard the design school gets to see many celebrities. Did you meet Zhou Ling? The Design Academy was right across from the Film Academy in the Magic City. Not really. In fact, Xia Qing hadn't paid much attention. She was busy working and studying every day. After a few rounds of drinks, several people had quite a bit, but Xia Qing remained clear-headed, not feeling tipsy at all. This was her first time drinking. Sun Jieja, perhaps in a bad mood, had drunk a bit too much and stood up unsteadily, having just heard everyone continuously asking Xiaqing about college. Xiaqing, why do you get to go to college? To the Magic City? My grades are the same as yours. Everyone looked at Sun Jieja, realizing she was drunk and about to say something foolish. Sun Jieja, sit down. Li Chui frowned, pulling her back. The latter, drunk and strong, shook off Li Chui and marched towards Xiaqing. Why do your parents go to such lengths to send you to school? I can't? Xiaqing glanced at her, frowning, and said, you should ask your parents. It's not like I'm stopping you. Sun Jieja looked down at Xiaqing's iPhone and said resentfully, you're blocking my luck. Buying an iPhone 17 is such a big deal? Maybe you bought it with an online loan. Xiaqing was almost laughing in anger at her words. Sun Jieja, are you crazy? Jieja, stop making a scene. She's drunk. I'll take her out. Xiaqing, I'll come back later to apologize. Wang Sisi frowned, pulling Sun Jieja out. I'm not making a scene. She's blocking my way. Sun Jieja pushed Wang Sisi away and swung at Xiaqing. Xiaqing frowned and stood up, just raising her hand to block. Everyone heard a loud crack. Sun Jieja let out a painful scream. The rest of the night, a few of them were at the police station. Wang Sisi, her husband Zhang Chao, Su Lu, and Zhang Xiaojing also came along. Sun Jieja's arm was bandaged at the hospital, and she was sober now. In the interrogation room, a man in a dark blue police uniform asked, do you want to press charges against her for breaking your arm? That's right. This is the X-ray I just got from the hospital. Sun Jieja placed the X-ray on the table. The CT scan showed clear fractures, with a report stating a fracture in her right wrist. The police looked at Xiaqing beside her. Unlike Sun Jieja's aggressive attitude, this girl appeared gentle and elegant. Moreover, this girl looked like she weighed less than 100 pounds. How could she have that much strength? It was her who wanted to hit me. I was just defending myself. I only blocked her. I didn't even fight back. The restaurant has surveillance, and there are witnesses outside. Outside, Wang Sisi and the others were there, and many people saw it. Even though Wang Sisi was friends with Sun Jieja, she couldn't lie about this. The police retrieved the restaurant's surveillance footage and saw the drunken Sun Jieja push Wang Sisi away and then reach out to hit Xiaqing. Just as Xiaqing said, she merely blocked it. Ms. Xiaqing was indeed acting in self-defense. Do you wish to pursue responsibility for Sun Jieja? Xiaqing said without hesitation, of course, I want to pursue it. No, she broke my arm. Otherwise, how could I have a fracture? The police officer frowned and emphasized, Ms. Sun, it is clear that you were the one who initiated the violence, which led to this series of consequences. Now we must hold you accountable, affecting public order with a fine of 1,000 yuan, and you must apologize to Ms. Xia. No, I won't apologize. If you refuse to apologize, you will need to spend 3 days in the detention center. But my arm is really fractured. The police officer's expression became serious as he said, please sign here, choosing either to apologize to Ms. Xia or go to the detention center. Please do not waste public resources. Sun Jieja's face turned red with anger. If she didn't apologize, she would have to go to the detention center. Gritting her teeth, Sun Jieja said, I'm sorry. Today, not only was she fined 1,000 yuan, but she also had to bow and apologize to Xiaqing in front of so many people. The police completed the paperwork and let them leave the police station. After they walked away, a female police officer couldn't help but say to her colleague, that girl, is she calcium deficient? I heard that excessive sun exposure can also lead to calcium deficiency. She hit someone and ended up fracturing her own bone. Our station has another amusing incident to deal with. Chapter 20, Strengthening Physical Conditions CC. What happened with your friend Sun Jieja today? Zhang Wen frowned. What was supposed to be a happy occasion with friends turned into such a mess because of Sun Jieja. Initially, Wang Sisi took Sun Jieja to the hospital, where they went to the emergency room, and after an x-ray, the doctor informed them of the fracture, which led to her making a fuss and calling the police. In our class, only Sun Jieja and Xiaqing got into college, but Jieja's family didn't agree. At one point, she even threatened to commit suicide, and in the end, she was sent to a vocational school for 2 years. Does she have a mental illness? Zhang Xiaojing pointed to her head. Wang Sisi shook her head, saying she hadn't heard of any mental illness. Sisi, it's better to keep your distance from Sun Jieja in the future. Today's incident was too embarrassing. Between the hospital and the police station, Zhang Wen frowned. She wasn't like this before. Who knew she would act this way upon encountering Xiaqing? Wang Sisi said helplessly. It was likely that seeing Xiaqing doing better than her, combined with drinking too much, led to this. Zhang Wen thought for a moment and said, it's best to have less contact with Sun Jieja from now on. I think your friend Xia Qing is quite good. She has connections to purchase a large amount of vegetables. Zhang Wen worked in the county government, and recently they had been thinking about how to improve the sales channels for agricultural products to help farmers prosper. Yes, several families in our village are growing sweet potatoes this year, and when the purchase price came out, many were in tears, but unexpectedly, Xia Qing managed to buy from a few. Today, they also saw that Xia Qing directly transferred the deposit to Li Chui. This indicated that the purchase was genuine, otherwise, how could it be so straightforward? She didn't even check the fields and just transferred the deposit. Xia Qing is indeed a straightforward person. Xia Qing took a taxi home, and it was already past 2 in the morning. Wang Sisi sent her a WeChat message, saying she would treat her properly next time. Once home, she immediately entered her space, realizing that the food she had placed there during the day was all gone. She planned to ask her benefactor client if she needed anything for tomorrow. Suyu, what are you doing? On Suyu's side, it was daytime. He was leading several evolved individuals, along with a few members of the newly joined Vanguard team, clearing out zombies. Then he heard Xia Qing's sweet voice. Isn't it late at night over there? Haven't you slept? Suyu's voice was bright, like the moonlight outside in the deep night. I just got hit by someone, and as a result, her arm got broken. Xia Qing thought about the incident and couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, briefly telling Suyu about what had just happened. After absorbing the crystal pearl, your body has been enhanced to varying degrees. You weren't contaminated in that time-space, so the enhancement is quite significant. So that's how it is. It turned out that Sun Jiajia's fracture had its own reason, but she deserved it. I bought a large quantity of sweet potatoes and potatoes. I'll pick them for you in a couple of days, and tomorrow I'll continue to buy steamed buns for you. Okay. With a soft thud, Suyu dispatched a zombie and extracted a crystal bead from inside, storing it in her space. She noticed a still warm crystal bead. In the next few days, we need to clear out the wealthy district. We require a lot of food and water. Alright, I'll prepare it for you as soon as dawn breaks. I have several large boxes of gold bars, as well as diamonds of various values, calligraphy, and antiques. When do you need them? Xia Qing couldn't help but feel a bit excited upon hearing this, but looking at her small room, she had no place to store them. The safest option was to sell them first. For the high-value diamonds, she could only go to a big city to find an auction house. She glanced under her bed, where there were still 2 large suitcases of unsold items, suppressing her impulse to say, just give me a batch of diamonds in a few days. In a few days, she would go to the Magic City, where selling any valuable items wouldn't attract attention. After all, it was a first-tier city. Do you have mobile phones there? Xia Qing asked, as she was quite curious about that time and space. A basic old mobile phone appeared in the space, a Nokia, which Suyu had been using for tasks provided by the military. It was filled with coded phones, which Xia Qing didn't quite understand. Do you have guns or weapons there? We do have them, but they can't be purchased. It's state-controlled. Suyu knew she lived in a peaceful and prosperous country and didn't make any excessive demands. As long as they had clean water and unpolluted food to sustain their hope for survival, that was enough. Xia Qing exited the space and hurried to sleep, eager to buy food the next day. She thought about the diamonds she would sell in a few days. Her bank card balance would surely increase by several zeros then. Suyu was leading a team to clear out zombies. Brother Yu, by the day after tomorrow, the zombies in this wealthy district will be mostly cleared out. Suyu said, find a few generators, and use electric fences to create a perimeter, assigning people for 24-hour protection. A man rushed over anxiously. Brother Yu, 2 people have been bitten. Suyu frowned and quickly followed. One person had been grabbed by the arm, while the other had been bitten on the leg. These 2 didn't listen to our commands and ended up encountering a small wave of zombies. We went to rescue them, but both are already injured. The 2 were completely trapped. Suyu looked at the sky. There were still 6 hours until dark. Wait 3 hours. If they mutate, kill them. If they don't mutate, find a place to lock them up. Generally, those bitten on the neck would mutate within a few minutes, while bites on the arm or leg, being farther from the brain, had several hours before mutation. If they were lucky, they would become evolved beings. If not, they would be zombies that would be dealt with by them. I don't want to die. I don't want to become a zombie. Don't kill me. The man was terrified and tried to break free, but the ropes were tied too tightly. The other man, bitten on the arm, had a numb look in his eyes. He would rather have a quick end than become that kind of zombie. However, they were not given a choice and were directly hidden away in a room. Zhang Liang held a sticky crystal bead and said, we cleared a total of 23 crystal beads. Leave a few for revolution, give me the rest. 1 crystal bead was enough for several days of absorption. For someone like Xia Qing, who couldn't fully absorb, it would be a waste. But to help Xia Qing level up as quickly as possible, that method of absorption was the fastest. Nowadays, in the base, because there was food to eat, although it wasn't as abundant as the 3 meals a day before the apocalypse, compared to the days of gnawing on tree bark, being able to eat normal meals was the greatest happiness for them. Chapter 21. Oh my, is this a dream? Xiaoqing got up at 7, having only slept for 4 hours. Perhaps it was because she absorbed quite a few crystal beads. She felt very energetic. If she had this kind of spirit earlier, working 996 wouldn't be a problem at all. Remembering Suyu's instructions from last night, she decided to buy more food today. She opened her computer and discovered that many items in her Taobao store were sold out. She quickly made a list and planned to pack and ship these items soon. I didn't expect these things from another dimension to sell so well. After all, it was a different era, and the cultures on both sides were different. If the clothing in various designs from over there could be referenced, then she could earn quite a bit without having to think too much. Her phone buzzed with notifications of several tens of thousands of yuan. She opened her phone to check the 7 Mao app, and surprisingly, both of her books had become popular. Novels that exploded in another dimension could also do well in this one. Each of the 2 books had a 10,000-word release, and there were plenty of comments and a surge in collections. On her desk, there were also comics from another dimension. She had originally studied drawing, so she could create these as well, but she needed to buy a tablet to scan them. Drawing and design had become too difficult. It was because of AI that only drawing was left. Although it lacked soul, it had also led to a large influx of designers. She looked at the styles of these few books, which were quite innovative. She bought a tablet on Taobao, and once it arrived, she could submit her comics. Now, literary value was greater than anything else. Antique artifacts were more about emotional value. Downstairs, Yang Xia shouted loudly, "Xia Cheng, Aunt's son is here to see you. Ching, we've dug up our sweet potatoes, over 3,000 pounds. Where should I send them? Aunt's son, pack the sweet potatoes well, and I'll come by with a cart soon." Aunt's son couldn't help but smile when she heard this. Someone's coming to transport them. That's wonderful. Alright, Aunt's son, you wait for me at home. Someone should be over in the afternoon. Okay. These are the sweet potatoes we dug up today. I'll bring some for your family too. Aunt's son happily left after dropping off a bag of sweet potatoes. Xia Qing quickly contacted the warehouse in the county. I need 2 trucks to arrive at Nanjiao village in the afternoon. The freight for 1 truck is 500, which includes loading and unloading. Okay. Xia Qing had money now and didn't want to waste time haggling. The two immediately added each other on WeChat. The labor costs and truck fees were quite expensive. The villagers were reluctant to rent trucks for transporting vegetables. Most families used tricycles instead. Their Nanshan village wasn't very wealthy in the county. Now everyone talks about poverty alleviation and helping farmers, but very few actually put it into practice. Xingqing, your dad is picking tomatoes in the field. Go help him in a bit. Sure. On her way, Xia Qing encountered quite a few people, and they greeted her warmly. Xingqing, we have 3 acres of eggplants. Are you interested in buying? The market price is 0.7 yuan per pound, and we can sell it for 0.5 ourselves. I have cucumbers at 0.4 yuan per pound. I'll buy. Xia Qing paid deposits, and the several uncles and aunts left happily. Thinking of this, she called for 2 carts. She refused the remaining people who came looking for her. Mainly, the warehouse was nearly full today, and she still needed to store everything in her space at night. Grandpa Zhang, who had just been turned down by Xia Qing, looked unhappy, and the old lady beside him was still complaining. Oh, I told you to ask Xia Qing earlier. Now she won't take it. By evening, her warehouse was already piled high with the vegetables she had collected today. She immediately entered her space to contact Suyu. It was still late at night over there. Suyu? Before the apocalypse, he was a special forces soldier, and he had lived in a state of high tension for a year during the apocalypse. Even in a state of sleep, he would wake up at the slightest sound. I harvested a lot of sweet potatoes and potatoes, but I can't carry that much at once. Suyu quickly understood her meaning. Wait, I'll find a place right now. They were still in an underground shelter and needed to find an empty room. In the deep of night, Li Yao, Wang Chang, and Zhang Liang were also awakened. The 3 of them, upon being called, showed no reluctance but rather excitement on their faces. All right. When Xia Qing heard Suyu's voice, she knew they were ready, so she began to gather vegetables in the warehouse. One collected, the other took. The 2 worked together seamlessly. Before long, the vegetables in the warehouse were all collected. They had also filled several sacks, which were now piled high. Xia Qing looked at the empty warehouse and said, "Done. Received." Suyu and the others looked at the mountain-like piles of sacks, with a few rolling off the top. Li Yao picked one up and exclaimed excitedly, This is sweet potato?" Not only were there sweet potatoes, but also potatoes and tomatoes. It's fresh. Li Yao's eyes turned red. It had been too long, and they were almost forgetting the fresh vegetables from their memories. Those bright red vegetables had grown from the soil. Now, the land had mutated, and plants were few and far between. This is a tomato. Wang Chang held a tomato in his hand, biting into it without washing it first. The sour juice filled his mouth. Li Yao and Zhang Liang also grabbed one and took a big bite. It's fresh, not mutated. I need to let my wife and son try this. Li Yao couldn't wait to have his wife and son taste it. Suyu said, wait, it's the middle of the night, let's distribute it when it gets light. Right, they're still sleeping. I got too excited. This was fresh vegetables. If other bases found out they had so many fresh vegetables, they would probably come to snatch them. They had to protect these vegetables. Although they had food these past few days, it still wasn't enough. This time, the quantity was enormous. Everyone would be able to eat their fill. Before, they could only survive, but now they could live better. Eating these fresh vegetables will slowly reduce the toxins in our bodies. There was more hope for their future lives. Wang Chang, go wake up those in the vanguard team. Okay. Before long, 7 or 8 people hurried over. These people, due to long-term hunger and the toxins in their bodies, still had dark complexions from lack of sleep. These few were slightly healthier than the others. Upon seeing Suyu, they greeted him first. Brother Yu. Then they noticed the mountain of piled sacks. You guys eat first. Fill your stomachs to work well. God, am I dreaming? Sweet potatoes. Potatoes and eggplants. A few of them picked up tomatoes and started eating them raw. Seeing that they had eaten enough, Suyu instructed, the vanguard team will be responsible for distribution tomorrow morning. You few will guard. Chapter 22. These foods are tastier than the tree bark I've gnawed on. The vanguard team and their people hadn't slept all night, and seeing so many vegetables was simply too exciting. It felt like holding billions in their hands. These were all fresh, non-toxic, and pollution-free vegetables. Moreover, plants were barely growing here. Without these vegetables, in a few months, even gnawing on tree bark would be impossible. At that time, they would really have to resort to cannibalism, something they had seen in other bases. But here, although there were several hundred people, such things had never happened before, mainly because Suyu's management was very strict. They all adhered to the humanity that belonged to people. Early in the morning, Li Yao notified everyone in the base to start distributing food. It's sweet potatoes. It's sweet potatoes. The line, which was already a bit crowded, became even more so at the sight of the fresh sweet potatoes. Fresh sweet potatoes, unbelievable. Wang Chang shouted loudly as he saw the line getting more and more crowded. Everyone be quiet. Who's cutting in line? Get out. There were always 1 or 2 troublemakers trying to rush to the front, and Zhang Liang kicked one of them away. They had eaten well last night. A man whose hair was almost gone curled up on the ground, holding his stomach. Whoever cuts in line again, get out of this queue. Don't think you can take a single bite of food from us. After saying that, Zhang Liang dragged the man curled up on the ground and threw him out. The man grabbed Zhang Liang's pant leg, pleading, please, don't make me leave. I was wrong. I won't cut in line again. Because of the buns and steamed buns distributed earlier, dozens of people at the back had not received anything, so those at the back wanted to rush to the front this time. Get to the back. The man still wanted to struggle a bit. No. Can I go back to my previous position? Zhang Liang insisted on the principle, saying, no, either get out of the base or go to the back. Many people in the base were losing their hair, except for a few of them who were evolved. Most others had long-term malnutrition, and some young people were already bald. No, I won't leave the base. I'll go to the back. There were fresh vegetables in the base, and seeing the future, only a fool would leave here. With one troublemaker, the rest of the people in line behaved themselves. They watched as the ones at the front were distributing sweet potatoes. The first person to receive a sweet potato was a woman, not yet 20, with hardly any hair left, so thin that a gust of wind could knock her over. Not only that, but the veins in her skin were faintly dark. The children received an extra tomato. Suyu thought for a moment, took out his Nokia phone, and filmed the scene of the vegetable distribution, posting it in his space. When they built the base later, he had already thought of a name, Sunny Day Base. This time, the amount of vegetables sent by Xia Qing was substantial, and everyone received some, with plenty left over. Find a few people to watch over the leftover food. Okay. These were precious food items to prevent anyone from trying to snatch them. In a few days, once we clean up over there, we'll move completely. That area was the rich district, with villas, making it easier to build now. The main goal was to ensure that they were well fed and had regained some strength before they started construction. If anyone doesn't get enough food, they can trade valuable items for it. A few members of the vanguard team firmly said, got it, brother you. Even if we lose our lives, we can't let these food go to waste. Before long, the entire base was filled with the smell of cooking, Some people with pots boiled sweet potatoes and eggplants. Those without pots roasted sweet potatoes and eggplants, and the rare scent of cooking wafted through the base, as if it were the hope of survival. Young children, especially orphans, received special care. "Brother, this is so delicious, better than eating tree bark," said a child wearing shoes that no longer fit, showing his darkened thumb, holding a sweet potato in one hand and a tomato in the other, his face dirty. He took a bite of the juicy tomato, staining his entire mouth red, and with a heart-wrenching smile, he looked sparklingly at Suyu. Suyu gently patted her little head. The child, only 4 or 5 years old, lost several strands of hair with just a light touch. A child of a few years had long forgotten the food of the past. Since she could remember, she had only eaten expired snacks and even toxic leaves. On the other side, Li Yao was cooking sweet potatoes and potatoes for his wife, mashing the cooked ones so the child could eat them too. "Wife, you should eat more." "No need, let's save some for later," Tian Rui said reluctantly. "There's plenty. Brother, you said there will be enough food in the future. You can't doubt brother, use words. Only by eating more can your body recover. Only when the body recovers can we continue to live. The three of us will live well." Tian Rui's eyes turned red as she looked at her hands, once smooth and fair, now lacking nutrition, with visible veins. On this day of food distribution, everyone received food. Some were incredibly excited, while others wept bitterly. "Dad, wake up. There's food. It's sweet potatoes." A man in his 20s cried out, his voice echoing. He had received food, but his father, over 50, had already passed away. He opened his hand to see he was still clutching the steamed bun distributed 2 days ago, having only taken a bite out of half of it. His father had wanted to save the rest for him, but his body could not hold on any longer and had succumbed. Others were filled with excitement, carefully sharing the food they had received today, taking small bites to savor it, while some, too hungry to wait, swallowed it whole. Suyu watched the man holding his father's corpse, his voice hoarse from crying, and said, "Wang Chang, notify everyone that there will be food distribution for the next few days." "Okay." The hearts of parents are filled with compassion. Some people, hearing that there would be food tomorrow, were excited, but they also knew that the days of daily food distribution were numbered. They needed to go out and find valuable items to exchange. Some forward-thinking individuals had already started forming teams. Their previous lives had been hopeless due to the lack of clean food, and even if they went out to search, there was hardly anything edible. Of course, some took the risk to venture into the city, searching for food in areas surrounded by zombies, but most of it was expired or had already been contaminated, breeding bacteria. "Is anyone interested in teaming up with me to find valuable items? Let's start in less populated areas, like inside cars on the highway." "Right, let's all go look for it." "Brother, you said that in a few days, we'll need to exchange valuable items, and there will definitely be many people searching then." Chapter 23. Ordering a large quantity of milk for the children of the apocalypse. The next day, Xiaoqing woke up early to continue processing her batch of jewelry. The 2 large boxes of jewelry under her bed were almost finished. Then she noticed the phone Suyu had placed in the space, now turned on, indicating he had managed to get electricity. Since Xiaoqing didn't have a compatible charger, she opened the phone to see the edited text messages inside. "I thank you for your food on their behalf. There are photos." "Photos?" Xiaoqing curiously opened the album. She was really not used to this old phone, as the screen couldn't be touched with fingers. The first photo inside shocked her. It was poorer than a destitute village, with men and women looking like mere skin and bones. But their eyes held hope. The first person holding the distributed sweet potato, revealing an excited smile. A single sweet potato was enough to satisfy them. The next photo showed a little girl who looked only a few years old, her sparse hair almost gone. She held nothing but a sweet potato and a tomato, yet she looked incredibly content, as if she had eaten the most delicious thing. Xiaoqing's eyes couldn't help but redden a bit. She thought her past days were quite bitter, but for these children, at least she had never lacked food and drink. Today, she planned to go to the neighboring village, where they raised cows and produced milk. She would order a few large barrels of milk for the children to drink. These little ones looked so pitiful. A sweet potato and a tomato could bring such smiles to their faces, truly easy to satisfy. She had seen the photos, and it wasn't far from knowing what Suyu looked like, right? She was someone who loved beautiful voices. Her voice was lovely, so she must look decent too, right? But in this apocalyptic world, with people starving like that, Suyu probably wasn't doing much better. In the photos, everyone looked worse than refugees. If they weren't still alive, they seemed more like walking corpses. They were just online friends now, and for the time being, they shouldn't think too much about mutual benefits. Looking at the extra crystal beads in her space, she absorbed them all, feeling that her space had expanded quite a bit. Today, she should be able to store more supplies. "Xingqing, come eat breakfast." In the morning, Yang Xia made crispy fried dough sticks, paired with 2 salted duck eggs, and the millet porridge was filled with small bits of vegetables. Xia Jixiang, sipping the sweet millet porridge, said with a smile, "Today, we planted bok choy in the field, and we can harvest it in a month." This year, they didn't have to wake up early and sell vegetables, which was much easier. The newly planted bok choy didn't need much care either. They could rest for a few days. "Okay, I'll take it all." Yang Xia was still a bit worried and asked with concern, "Xingxing, can you sell so many vegetables? You won't lose money, will you?" "I won't. I came back this time specifically to collect vegetables for a big supplier. I won't make much money in between, just trying to secure some benefits for our village." Xia Jixiang said happily, "Daughter, you're such a good child. This has helped several families in our village." Yang Xia was a bit anxious. "Xingxing, don't spend money so lavishly. You've only earned a little money. Why buy so many things for the family?" Yang Xia was genuinely afraid her daughter would suffer, wanting her to save some money. She recalled how neighbors had secretly said that her daughter suddenly came back with money. It was either because she was a mistress or had borrowed money online. Many college students had gotten into trouble borrowing money online. Xia Qing was about to give a reasonable explanation when a call came in from an unfamiliar number from the Magic City. She directly put it on speakerphone, eating while answering. "Hello, are you Chao La Jiao? I'm Ruan Ruan, an editor from Chi Mao." "Hello." Xia Qing remembered that she had signed 2 books with Chi Mao, both of which had been successfully contracted under Ruan Ruan. "Your 2 books, Power Over the World and The First Imperial Daughter, have film companies interested in buying the rights, but both of these books aren't finished yet?" Xia Qing had updated both books with 50,000 words last night. Anyway, she didn't have to struggle to type, she just needed to scan and upload. "I saw you posted 100,000 words in one go yesterday, so you must have some manuscripts saved. The company interested in buying your rights is Tian Entertainment, offering 2 million for a 3-year film right, and after deducting personal income tax, you can get a total of 1.8 million for both books." Hearing this, Xia Qing felt quite excited. With a bang, she looked up to see Xia Jixiang's chopsticks had fallen to the ground. Yang Xia covered her mouth in disbelief. "If we publish later, we can share the profits. If you're willing, you can check the contract that has already been sent to your QQ." "Okay, I'll take a look at the contract first." The dining table fell silent for 5 minutes, and in the end, it was Xia Cheng who, suppressing the turmoil in her heart, calmly said on the surface, "See, I told you I have money." Yang Xia often read novels, preferring free ones over paid ones. Moreover, she had recently read those 2 popular novels mentioned on the phone. "You are actually Chao La Jiao." Yang Xia's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement as she said, "When are you going to release the next part? Can you show me first? Is mom becoming a fan?" Xia Jixiang didn't really enjoy reading novels. He used to just watch short videos on Sun Jiangwo's phone. Ever since Xia Qing bought her a smartphone, she downloaded a short video app. However, Xia Jixiang's attention was on that 2 million. He could farm his whole life and never earn 2 million. "Dad, Mom, when my money comes in, I'll buy you a house in the county." "What does a lifetime farmer need a house in the county for? Then I'll just renovate our home," Xia Qing said with a smile. "All right," Yang Xia replied with a grin. "Today I'll kill a chicken and make you potato chicken stew for lunch. Then you 2 hurry up and get your driver's licenses. I'll buy each of you a small car when the time comes." Xia Jixiang quickly responded, "Sure, I'm going to study for the first subject right now." In the morning, Xia Qing had things to do. She needed to go to the neighboring village to buy a large amount of milk for the children. After breakfast, she rode her little electric scooter out. The neighboring village was known for its cattle farming, supplying milk to the surrounding counties and cities. This village was relatively wealthy, with wide and well-maintained roads, and almost every household had a small car. Xia Qing casually walked into one farm, where many cows were mooing, and the freshly milked milk looked very fresh. "Hello, I want to order milk. I don't sell it retail. Retail would be too much trouble. I'm not looking for retail, I want to place an order. How many pounds are in these barrels?" There were several barrels of freshly milked milk at the entrance. A woman was labeling the large barrels of milk, which would soon be picked up. Seeing that Xia Qing wasn't there for retail, her expression instantly brightened, and she said, "Those won't do. They've all been reserved. If you want some, it'll be tomorrow morning. This barrel is 500 pounds, at 2 yuan per pound." Xia Qing calculated, 1 barrel would cost 1,000 yuan. She could fit about 10 barrels in her space. If not, she would have to call Suyu to help. "Then give me 10 barrels, and deliver them to the warehouse in the county tomorrow morning." Chapter 24, Special Care for Suyu. The woman immediately smiled brightly upon hearing Xia Qing's order for 10 barrels of fresh milk, and her attitude improved. "If you buy 10 barrels, I'll give you an extra 10 pounds of milk, totaling 10,000 yuan. 500 pounds per barrel, 2 yuan per pound, One barrel costs 1,000 yuan. Regular packaged milk is 250 milliliters, which is half a pound. Buying packaged milk at the supermarket would cost significantly more, and it would also contain preservatives. This is pure fresh milk. However, there is a downside. Unless stored in her space, it can only last about 7 days outside. The two exchanged WeChat contacts, and Xiaoqing directly transferred 10,000 yuan, carrying the 10 pounds of milk home. After returning home, both books had each released 50,000 words. She browsed through the comments. Long live the author. I love this kind of explosive updates. I don't have to wait for new chapters every day. The updates are really fast. I love it. With more drafts ready, she felt at ease. She glanced at the electronic contract. There were no issues, so she signed it directly. However, the contract would only take effect once she finished posting the subsequent novels. So, she set both novels to automatically update 50,000 words daily. These two novels were short to medium length, while the second one was a long novel. Daily explosive updates of 50,000 words. The author is really pushing it. Xiaoqing turned off the software notifications. There were too many comments. At this update speed, both books could be completed in less than half a month, and by then, she would have nearly 2 million in earnings. This speed of selling copyrights was unmatched. In Magic City, at the headquarters of Qimao, Ruan, you really hit the jackpot. You signed a new author, and you've already sold 2 copyright books so quickly. A colleague said enviously. Why wasn't it me who signed back then? 2 best-selling books, plus Ruan's commission from selling the copyrights must be quite a lot, and there's the year-end bonus. She now has a top-tier author under her. Originally, Ruan was planning to resign, but now she wouldn't dare to leave. Over here, Xiaoqing has her eyes on an ancient comic, and the tablet has arrived, so she scanned everything and published it on the I Love Comics platform. This is a very famous comic platform. It used to be very popular, but ever since AI started creating art, the app's traffic has dropped by more than half. After all, people have feelings, and there is still a difference between what a person draws and what AI creates. Xiaoqing only uploaded the first 3 pages, planning to continue uploading the rest after signing the contract. Xing, your aunt has already bought us high-speed train tickets for 9 a.m. the day after tomorrow. We'll arrive in Magic City in the afternoon. Great! Yang Xiao was both nervous and excited. It was her first time going to such a big city like Magic City after all these years. She was going to Magic City the day after tomorrow, so she needed to send more supplies to Suyu today and tomorrow. Thus, in the afternoon, she went out again, directly ordering a lot of dried noodles, instant noodles in buckets, and bottled water to be delivered to the warehouse. All of these would be delivered to her within 2 hours. It was now 4 in the afternoon. It was still deep night on Suyu's side, but she had to send all these supplies over today. There was also a large amount of milk to be transported tomorrow morning. Thinking about how it was deep night over there, Xiaoqing softly called out, Suyu, are you there? She thought he would take a while to hear her or that she would need to call a few more times. However, Suyu replied almost instantly, his voice carrying a hint of lazy hoarseness. Here. His voice was really pleasant to hear, deep and powerful. I've purchased a lot of supplies for you, and there's milk coming tomorrow. Can you receive it today? I'm going out the day after tomorrow. I'm afraid I won't be able to buy in time. Once she got to Magic City, there would be no warehouse, and she wouldn't be able to buy supplies in bulk. Hearing Xiaoqing's voice instantly energized Suyu, and he said, I can. Wait for me. Suyu immediately called a few people urgently. The supplies Xiaoqing was sending over were quite a lot. This big box is specially for you. Xiaoqing had bought a lot of things just for him and put them in a large cardboard box. That small box is for the little girl who took a picture of you. I still don't know her name. Next time, I'll ask and let you know. Okay, I'm going to Magic City the day after tomorrow. Can you find me some valuable items to take with me to sell? Not too many, Xiaoqing quickly added. Suyu paused for a moment and said, alright. He had already found quite a few valuable items for her, even hiding a lot of good things in the underground warehouse of Tian Rui's house in the villa area. However, he thought it made sense. Xiaoqing also needed to find a reasonable outlet to sell these items. After settling the food Xiaoqing provided, Li Yao and the others also noticed the expiration dates on these items, and some of the food they had never seen before. Where did these things come from? How do you eat this self-heating pot? Wang Chang frowned slightly as he looked at the self-heating pot. I know how. I'll teach you in a bit. We can share this self-heating pot. It's really delicious, Li Yao said with a smile. What's in this big box? Zhang Liang asked curiously. Suyu quickly moved his big box and that small box aside. This is mine. Li Yao looked at Suyu's stern expression and was quite nervous about the big box, quickly moving it away. I suspect this box was given to Brother Yu by some woman. How is that possible? Brother Yu has a woman? Wang Chang said in disbelief. In his perception, Suyu was a king of soldiers. He had dealt with countless ruthless drug dealers and had once gone undercover on the edge. What kind of woman hadn't he seen? Yet, this still did not shake the resilient heart of Brother Yu. Even after the apocalypse, no matter how many pitiful and helpless women wanted to cling to him, he rejected them one by one, cold as ice. Brother Yu, he's a man, how could he not like women? Zhang Liang said skeptically. Do you think Brother Yu is like you? Unable to resist temptation. Cough, I was protecting her, Zhang Liang said, feeling embarrassed. After the apocalypse, Zhang Liang met a woman who initially clung to him for protection, and later, the two of them, like dry kindling meeting fire, ended up together. Among them, only Suyu and Wang Chang were without girlfriends. Suyu had always been indifferent, while Wang Chang had not moved on from the pain of losing his lover to a zombie. With so much food, looking at the dates and origins, none of it is from our world. Could it be from somewhere else? No matter where it comes from, as long as there's food to eat, that's all that matters. Why bother with so much? Less talk, more action. Follow Brother Yu, Li Yao said with a frown. Yao Gu is right. Suyu took the box back. His bed was a hammock, and he usually slept on it. He drew a dagger from his waist and carefully cut the tape. The box opened to reveal a solar lamp, a smartphone, and various delicious canned goods. Canned fish, canned meat, all kinds of sausages, and a whole big box of eggs. Suyu's lips curled slightly. Was this special treatment for him? A new smartphone, with a line of delicate small text next to it, accompanied by a cute little drawing. Use this to take pictures for me, clearer. Suyu didn't know how to fiddle with it and accidentally took a picture of himself. Chapter 25. Could the photo be of him? Suyu had found that little girl early on. Unlike other children who always wore a dazed expression, this little girl's eyes were exceptionally bright, like a glimmer of hope in this ruined world. What's your name? The little girl shook her head. She didn't know what her name was. There's a sunny day, sister. She asked me to give this to you. Suyu placed a small box beside the little girl. It wasn't large for him, but it was quite big for a 4-year-old girl. The little girl looked at the box on the ground with a puzzled expression, unsure of what was inside. Suyu looked at the broken child before him and gently said, I'll help you open it. The box was opened by Suyu, revealing a cute plush doll, followed by a brand new set of clean clothes and a pair of shoes. Below were some small breads and other treats for children, the entire box stuffed full. Wow! The little girl saw the adorable doll and instantly fell in love. What little girl doesn't like dolls? She wanted to hug the doll, but her hands were very dirty, with black grime under her nails. Touching the clean doll made the little girl a bit nervous, as if it didn't belong to her. Suyu picked up the doll and placed it in her arms. Is this from the mommy in the sky? The little girl vaguely remembered what her mother had said before hiding her in the cupboard. She would watch over her from the sky. Sunny day mommy. Suyu looked at the little girl's expectant gaze and couldn't bear to shatter her illusion. It's your mommy. All of this is from her. My mommy. It's all from my mommy. The little girl beamed with joy, her eyes shining even brighter. Suyu handed her the things and prepared to leave. He still needed to collect some valuable items to give to Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing said not to take too much, so he just put in a small jewelry box, which he had pried out of a safe. In their time and space, it should be worth at least several million. However, there was a time difference in their era, so the prices naturally varied. Before the apocalypse, the gold price here was only 150 yuan per gram. Thinking of Xiaoqing's words, he hurried back to take a photo and found the little girl he had just seen, only to discover she was fighting with a boy who was a head taller than her while holding her doll. Are you a dog? Open your mouth, the boy said, grimacing in pain. Here, adults were not allowed to bully the weak and elderly. If caught, they would be directly expelled from the base, but fights often broke out among children. Some children had parents, while others, orphans, were divided into two factions. It hurts. I won't take your things. Let go. The little girl finally released her grip upon hearing the boy's words, and blood had already been drawn from the boy's arm. You little brat, you bit me. The boy, still angry, tried to hit her, but a strong hand grabbed him by the back of his collar from behind. Suyu lifted him effortlessly. Let go of me, let go. The boy cried in fear, his legs flailing in the air. Brother you, the child doesn't understand. Don't be too harsh. A man rushed over from behind. It was the boy's father. He had just witnessed everything. Why didn't you stop him when he was stealing? If I catch you doing it again, you can get lost. Yes, I won't do it again, the man hurriedly replied. Now that their base had food, who would want to leave? Suyu set the boy down, and at that moment, the boy's eyes were filled with fear. He didn't even dare to look at Suyu, trembling all over. Suyu helped the fallen little girl up and patted her head. Children don't understand, but do adults not understand either? you won't go to collect food tomorrow. Suyu coldly stated this, holding the little girl in one arm and the box in the other as he left. The man, suddenly at a loss, wanted to kneel and plead with Suyu, but upon meeting his icy gaze, he dared not say another word. The other little orphans hid nearby, watching the scene. They had just been envious but did not dare to snatch anything. They were content with the food they had received. Suyu looked at those little orphans, slightly frowning, and then looked down at the little girl he was holding, who was tightly clutching the doll mom had given her. Things would get better in the future. Tomorrow, Xiaoqing would bring them a lot of milk that all the children could drink. Xiaoqing's mother was packing things at home, thinking about how expensive everything was in the big city, and had packed a lot of her homemade dishes into fresh-keeping boxes, along with some steamed buns. Xiaoqing saw the smart device in 2 boxes. When she opened them, the brightness almost dazzled her eyes, sparkling in pink. Xiaoqing checked online and found that they were filled with conch pearls. There were large and small ones. These were all natural conch pearls, most of them very small, oval-shaped, and a few were symmetrically teardrop-shaped. There were light pink and orange-pink ones, with the pink being the most expensive. She remembered a popular actress, Haina, who wore teardrop-shaped earrings made from conch pearls worth 300,000. This one was probably worth around 100,000. She counted and found there were 30 in the box. This box was worth at least 3 million. However, one of the pearls was noticeably larger and of very pure color, likely worth a lot. But these conch pearls were priced by the gram, ranging from 5,000 to 100,000 per gram. In an instant, her wealth had surpassed 1 million. She saw a thick short story collection, a modern romance filled with heartache, and after glancing at it a few times, she became engrossed. The more she read, the more captivated she became. It was just a collection of short stories, around 200,000 to 300,000 words, and she could scan it, sign a contract, and sell it, confident that she wouldn't have to worry about earning royalties. All that remained was a phone, with only 10% battery left, indicating that Suyu had been playing for a long time. She opened the photo album and saw pictures of a little girl that Suyu had taken, now dressed in clean clothes, hugging the doll he had given her. She still didn't know that she had become the mother of another orphan in a different time and space. She doesn't have a name. She said she wants you to give her one. There was a line like this on a note, and after thinking for a moment, Xiaoqing wrote 3 characters on it, hoping she could always live happily. As she flipped to the last page of the album, she vaguely saw a shadow and instantly felt tense. Was this a selfie? Chapter 26. Only Suyu's profile. His profile, illuminated by the flash, had sharp and steady lines, with a straight and handsome nose. Just the profile. Xiaoqing felt an indescribable tension, mixed with a bit of hope and excitement. It was both hopeful and regretful. Why was it only the profile? She charged the phone, planning to return it to the space after waking up tomorrow, then go deliver milk in the morning and conveniently buy some supplies. Life over there was truly miserable, especially for those children. Suyu said there were at least dozens of them. Most were orphans. Today, she went to the vegetable market in the county town and directly ordered 3 pigs, which were slaughtered and sent to the warehouse. 1 pig weighed about 200 pounds, and she bought 3. She also bought 50 bags each of rice and millet, all stored in the warehouse. She was afraid that when she was in the Magic City, she wouldn't be able to buy too many supplies. She bought over 100 baskets of 10-pound eggs. In total, she spent nearly 100,000 yuan. In the warehouse, everything she bought had been delivered one after another. Suyu. A pleasant male voice came from her ear, sounding a bit low. I'm here. He was waiting for her. Knowing he was there, Xiaoqing began to store things in the space. To keep the milk fresh, Suyu didn't rush to take it out. 1 bucket a day was enough for those people. The remaining large buckets of milk and eggs were stored in the space for preservation. Looking at her empty warehouse, Xiaoqing said, I'm going to the Magic City tomorrow. Contact me anytime if there's anything. Okay. I also found many books that girls love to read. Xiaoqing thought of the few heart-wrenching novels she had read before, most of which were about military marriages and romances. Great! Just put them in the space. She had been absorbing crystal beads these days, and the space had expanded quite a bit. With a few large buckets of milk and dozens of pounds of eggs, there was still room for more. Suyu had specially placed a small cabinet in the space, where he stored the books he found and jewelry, making it convenient for Xiaoqing to take whenever she needed. If it weren't for Xiaoqing requesting not to take too much at once, he could have filled the entire space for her. Xiaoqing was also slowly digesting these things, accumulating her original assets without being too ostentatious, as that would attract too much attention. Li Yao and the others once again groggily got up, but this time they were all prepared. I've noticed that recently, food deliveries have been happening at night. Then we should be grateful, Zhang Liang said, already salivating at the sight of the pork. That's several pigs. We can finally have some stewed meat. Tomorrow, let a few reliable members of the Vanguard team find some people to stew all this meat. Not only was there meat, but Xia Qing had also bought the spice packs for stewing, and one had to admit she was really thoughtful. Arrange for someone to distribute milk to the women and children. Suyu immediately made all the arrangements. Zhang Liang thought of something and asked, Brother Yu, there are only 8 people in the vanguard team, and recently 2 more want to join. You guys assess Li Yao's character. If 2/3 agree, he can join. For now, a maximum of 10 people is enough. We'll make further plans once we move to the villa area in a few days. The others responded, okay. In the morning, Li Yao and Zhang Liang, you two stay behind. Wang Chang, come with me to the villa area. Alright, Wang Chang replied. The villa area has its own generator, but it needs some repairs. They were also searching the surrounding area for zombies and cleaning up carefully. By the way, Brother Yu, of the 2 people bitten by zombies last time, one has been eliminated by me, and the other has successfully become an evolver. I've already let him join the vanguard team. That man is named Wang Shui, a veteran. At that time, both were bitten. One was terrified of dying and becoming a zombie, struggling continuously, while Wang Shui remained calm, quietly waiting, showing great mental fortitude. Good. The antibodies in an evolver's body enhance their physical condition, but if a weaker evolver is bitten by a zombie or encounters a particularly strong one, the toxin can increase, and the evolver may become infected again. If an evolver is reinfected and turns into a zombie, they will become a mutated zombie, even more powerful. As dawn broke, a long line formed at the entrance to receive food, and everyone lined up orderly. Suyu stood at the front and coldly said, Today is the last day for food distribution. In the future, you will need valuable items to exchange for food. Anything valuable is acceptable, except for electronic products. Electronic products refer to things like phones, pagers, etc. Today, we will distribute steamed buns along with half a pound of rice. Tomorrow, there will be stewed meat. Those capable can go collect valuable items. Only then can we ensure a continuous supply of food. After Suyu finished speaking, everyone was incredibly excited. Meat tomorrow. Pork. I want to eat it. Unfortunately, we need to exchange something for meat. Someone in line said eagerly. The few people in the center had smiles on their faces because they had gone out yesterday to find various valuable items. It was like treasure hunting. If food was scarce, valuable items couldn't be found casually. Who doesn't have a few gold ornaments at home? Today, we can finally eat meat. It's been so long since I smelled meat. Recently, eating normal food has made me feel much stronger. As long as they stopped eating those toxic leaves, their bodies would slowly recover, but the lingering damage remained. Li Yao looked at the thin orphans and some children squeezed outside. Li Yao said, Children, come over here to receive milk. Both the elderly and children get a portion. Bring your cups. Only 1 spoonful. There's milk. There's milk. The people in line instantly stretched their necks to look forward. Today there was both meat and rice, as well as milk. Their eyes sparkled, feeling as if the whole world was beginning to brighten. Zombies weren't the scariest. Not being able to eat enough was the most desperate situation. This food represented their hope for survival. Can I exchange some milk for something valuable? A man said excitedly. Only the elderly and children can receive it because there isn't much milk. Li Yao frowned and replied. My wife is pregnant, but she's malnourished. Can you give me some in exchange? The man pleaded. Suyu glanced behind him at a bony woman, her belly swollen as if she were 6 or 7 months pregnant, but in reality, she was about to give birth. Then let your wife come to receive it. A pregnant woman is also considered a vulnerable group. Thank you. Thank you. The man was extremely grateful, almost kneeling down. The children who received the milk were very happy. Some orphans had no cups and used strange containers instead. Although dirty, they were already used to it. Being able to drink milk was a great happiness for them. Not only did the children have milk, but Xia Qing also bought them bread and cheese sticks. This time, every child received some. These are gifts from my heavenly mother Cheng Tian, a little girl said with a smile. Suyu walked over, squatted down, and patted the little girl's head. She had changed into clean clothes, but her face was still dirty. Suyu's eyes flickered with a hint of pity as he said, Heavenly Mother has given you a name, called Lucky. She hopes you can live a lucky life. Great! I have a name now. Little Lucky was very happy, and not just her. The other children were also very happy. Every day with food was a happy day. So delicious, soft, one child exclaimed excitedly while eating a cheese stick. Some children swallowed it whole, afraid someone would snatch it away, while others chewed slowly, savoring it bit by bit. Some clumsy and nervous children dropped their food on the ground, quickly picking it up and putting it in their mouths. When they had no water to drink before, they had even drunk their own urine. What was a delicious piece of food falling on the ground? They picked it up and ate it anyway. After distributing the food, Suyu and Wang Chang continued towards the villa area, each carrying a backpack filled with water and some food. This time, they planned to stay there for 2 days, cleaning up the surrounding zombies. Once they had cleared most of them and surrounded the area with electric poles, they would be able to live there and change their environment. However, the atmosphere of this outing seemed a bit off. Brother Yu, look, I found a gold ring. Brother Yu, I discovered this crystal ornament. Brother Yu, this zombie is wearing a big gold watch. As they killed zombies, the group rummaged through the remains, and within just a few hours, they had filled half a backpack. Suyu held the gold watch, which showed no signs of damage, the time was still correct, and it had a circle of small diamonds. Looking at the zombie that Wang Chang had just killed, its tattered clothing didn't reveal much, but it was likely that it had been a wealthy person before the apocalypse. Wang Chang, upon seeing anything valuable, especially shiny objects, felt a strong desire to collect them. Those things could be exchanged for food. The next day, they were set to depart for the Magic City, needing to take a bus to the high-speed train station in Han City. They got up at 6 in the morning, ready to head out. Xia Qing was astonished to see Yang Xia carrying so many bags. Mom, are you going to the Magic City market? Why are you bringing so much stuff? The Magic City is a big city. The food on the high-speed train is so expensive, so I brought some to save money. Xia Chang put the bags of food back, smiling. Mom, don't forget, your daughter is rich now. We don't need to bring all this. Yang Xia hesitated a bit, but then Xia Jishan walked over and took the bags away, saying, just listen to your daughter. Mom, don't worry. Your daughter can easily sell a copyright for several million now, and I earn quite a bit from my novels every day. You can just enjoy life with me, right? Yang Xia nodded, though she still felt a bit pained about the meal she had prepared, but she could let Xia Jishang eat them. Not having to carry so many bags made things much easier. Yang Xia took one suitcase, and Xia Qing carried a small bag. This time, going to the Magic City, besides them, there was also Grandma. Grandma's health wasn't very good, so this trip to the Magic City was also an opportunity for a checkup. Dad, while we're away these few days, practice driving the car well. Once the exam is over, we'll buy a small car. As soon as Xia Jishang heard this, he quickly responded, grinning from ear to ear. Sure. The three of them made their way to the high-speed train station in Hancheng, just in time for the train. It was Grandma and Yang Xia's first time on a high-speed train, and they were curious about everything, looking around. This seat is quite comfortable, Grandma said with a smile. I'm a bit nervous. It's okay, Mom, don't be nervous. I'll take you on the high-speed train often in the future. Great! Yang Xia was both happy and nervous. It was exciting to go on a trip for the first time, and a few people ahead were discussing the novels they had recently read. Have you read The Power of the World and The First Imperial Daughter? They're really amazing. The key is that the author is so prolific, 2 books, 50,000 words a day. It's so satisfying to follow the updates. There must be a backlog of manuscripts, right? It's really super good. I love novels with strong female leads. I heard they're going to adapt it into a film and TV series. It's definitely going to be great. Xia Yan is really hard to cast. Who can portray the seemingly glamorous yet secretly scheming and crazy tutor? It's a real test of acting skills. Yang Xia listened to the 2 young women discussing these novels, which her daughter had published. She couldn't help but smile widely. Xia Qing knew that after selling the film rights, she still didn't know who would star in it, and they might even come to her for advice later. In Modu, at Xia Qing's aunt's house, Lin Jin, you promised to pick up my mom and sister at noon. How can you go back on your word? Lin Jin replied impatiently. Can't you just take a taxi with them? I'm busy with work and can't leave. You just don't want to pick them up because they're coming from the countryside. Yang Mei frowned slightly. For so many years, during festivals, she had always taken the 2 kids back, while her husband always had excuses not to go. I've already arranged a hotel for them. What more do you want? I'm too busy to leave. Don't be unreasonable. After saying this, Lin Jin hung up the phone. There was another female secretary in his office. Mr. Lin, what would you like to eat for lunch? The woman's eyes sparkled, looking flirtatious. Lin Jin looked at the young woman in front of him, youthful and beautiful, while the older women from his hometown were just too plain. Especially when he heard that relatives from the village were coming. All those annoying poor relatives, what were they coming for? He didn't even want to invite them for his son's engagement. Yang Mei frowned, her eyes reddened with anger. Although Lin Jin was from Modu, he was once a poor young man. They had come a long way together. She was the top student from the village, a university student from Modu in that era. Later, she got married and had children, staying home to raise them. Lin Jin's career had been rising rapidly in recent years, and their gap had only grown larger. Since her husband wouldn't answer, she decided to call her son to go pick them up together. Ace, your grandma and aunt will arrive at 1 p.m. Can you take me to pick them up? Sure. Grandma and aunt are coming over? I'll take a leave in the afternoon, Lin Zhe said happily. Yang Mei had 2 children. Her eldest son, Lin Zhe, was 28 years old and worked in a government office in Modu. His salary wasn't high, but the benefits were good. Her daughter, Lin Wan, was 20 years old and had signed with an entertainment company but hadn't officially debuted yet. Yang Xia looked at the bustling crowd at the high-speed train station, the bright lights, and the flashing advertisements, feeling a bit overwhelmed. There are so many people at Modu's high-speed train station, I'm dizzy. Just follow me, Xia Cheng said, taking one hand of each, leading Yang Xia and Grandma out of the train station. Yang Xia felt relieved that her daughter hadn't made her bring too many things. The large bags were really inconvenient. They still had to walk a bit after exiting the train station. Lin Zhe said, Mom, are Grandma and Aunt staying at our house? Since Nuan and I aren't home, it's just right for them to stay. Yang Mei looked at her son, still feeling very considerate, but she didn't expect Lin Jin to book them a budget hotel. Although she wanted them to stay at home, after all, home was definitely much more comfortable than a hotel. Your dad booked a budget hotel for Grandma and Aunt. Your grandma is still at home. Lin Zhe also knew his grandma's temperament and didn't say anything more. Soon, after 15 minutes, Xia Chang brought Yang Xia and Grandma out of the high-speed train station. As soon as Grandma saw Yang Mei, she became excited and quickened her steps. Mom! Yang Mei's eyes also turned red. She had married far away and could only return home at most once a year. Mei! Grandma's voice was also a bit choked. Although they sometimes video chatted, it was not as good as meeting in person, where they could see and feel each other. Lin Zhe looked at the two elderly women and smiled gently. Grandma, Aunt, this must be Xiao Liang. You've grown taller, Grandma said with a smile as she looked at Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe's nickname was Xiao Liang, but he was called that less often as he grew up. Yes. Lin Zhe's gaze fell on Xia Qing, clearly surprised, and uncertainly said, Xing Cheng? Cousin Lin Zhe. Xia Chang nodded and replied. When Lin Zhe returned to his hometown as a child, they often played together, and she even envied Lin Zhe and Lin Wan at that time. They always got to wear beautiful clothes. Aunt would buy them for her every year, so she felt quite close to Aunt. Xing Cheng, girls change a lot as they grow up. I almost didn't recognize you. You're so beautiful. Xia Qing smiled slightly and said, I just got a bit fairer. And you're not wearing glasses anymore, Lin Zhe remarked as he looked her over. I'm wearing contacts. She smiled awkwardly. She couldn't say that after absorbing the crystal beads, her eyesight had long since improved, and now her vision was excellent. Once they got in the car, Aunt, Grandma, and Yang Xia seemed to have endless things to talk about. Lin Zhe had something to do in the afternoon, so he dropped them off at the hotel entrance and left. They had been on the high-speed train all morning without eating, so Yang Mei took them to find a restaurant. Grandma, Xiaoxia, you guys see what you want to eat? Forget it, I'll order, Yang Mei said, fearing they wouldn't dare to order after knowing the prices, so she just ordered directly. Mom, I'm sorry you have to stay in this budget hotel. Thinking of this, Yang Mei's eyes turned red. It's fine. Mom can stay anywhere, Grandma said kindly. She also knew Yang Mei's hardships. Although she never spoke about it when she returned, she could still hear something from the children. After eating, right across was the budget hotel. What do you mean just one room? Yang Mei's face turned red with anger as she called Lin Jin. The first call was hung up, but Yang Mei was not discouraged and called twice more before finally getting through. However, she didn't dare to be too strong in her tone. Perhaps being a housewife for a long time had made her lose that firmness. She said, Lin Jin, my mom and sister have come over. Why did you only book one room? How many rooms do you want me to book? One room costs 500 a night, and besides, they can't stay for long. Once Lin Zhe's engagement was over tomorrow, he would send them back. Yang Mei frowned and lowered her voice, saying, my niece is here too. You can't let them three sleep in one bed, right? That would be too cramped. What's wrong with that? Why can't a family sleep together? I have a meeting soon. If there's anything, we can talk about it at home tonight. And don't make the food too salty. My mom can't eat too salty. Lin Jin impatiently hung up the phone. Grandma and Yang Xia had never been to a big city before, and this small budget hotel made them very curious, not noticing the unusual expression on Yang Mei's face. However, Xia Qing's hearing had become very good. She heard every word of aunt and uncle's conversation clearly. She walked directly to the front desk and said, I want to book a king-size room, and also upgrade that standard room to a king-size room. How much more do I need to pay? Okay, please wait a moment. Here, please show me your payment code. Xia Chang picked up her phone and scanned it, not paying much attention to the amount displayed. At that moment, Yang Xia hung up the phone and walked over with a displeased expression. Seeing Xia Qing book another room, her face turned slightly pale. Yang Mei awkwardly spoke up. Xing. Xia Qing, not wanting to make Yang Mei uncomfortable, smiled and said, Aunt, let Grandma rest first. She's been traveling all day. All right, Mom, make sure to rest well today. If you need anything, just let me know, and I'll come to see you first thing tomorrow morning. Okay. Yang Mei took a taxi home, feeling reluctant to leave. Thinking about Lin Jin's attitude, she felt both angry and anxious, and then she remembered she had transferred 3,000 yuan to Xiaqing. Qingqing, this is for the hotel expenses, and for your mom and grandma. They are reluctant to spend money, but the prices here are high. Don't be stingy, buy whatever they want without letting them know the prices. Got it, don't worry, aunt. Xiaqing thought for a moment and still accepted her aunt's money, otherwise, she might not feel at ease. Yang Xia wanted grandma to stay in the same room for easier care. This hotel must cost quite a bit, right? Let's attend Xiao Liang's engagement banquet tomorrow and head back the day after, grandma said with concern. Don't think just because your aunt lives in a big city that she doesn't feel the pinch, grandma pointed to her heart and said. Xia Chang looked at grandma in surprise. Throughout the journey and even during dinner, her aunt had been very pleasant. If she hadn't overheard the conversation between her aunt and uncle, she wouldn't have known their marital relationship seemed a bit strained. She also recalled visiting her aunt's house during college and meeting her aunt's mother-in-law, who looked down on her. No way! When my brother-in-law was pursuing my sister, he must have written hundreds of letters in a month, Yang Xia said, not quite believing it. I think my sister is doing quite well. She's about 50, but looks almost like she's in her 40s, younger than me. Just before the new year, I heard my sister say that my brother-in-law got promoted again. Chapter 29, 1 million arrives. Grandma didn't say anything, just shook her head. It was around 3 in the afternoon, and Xiaqing was eager to sell her box of conch pearls. She had already searched online for several pawn shops in the Magic City, but she first went to a jewelry store to inquire about the selling price. After comparing, she decided to go with the jewelry store. Xiaqing had already been there, and the receptionist was still warm and welcoming. After all, someone who could bring in a box of conch pearls must have decent family conditions. Let's sell it at the price we discussed earlier, Xiaqing said, as the jewelry store's buyback price was higher. Okay, I'll notify the manager right away, and we will inspect the goods in front of you, so you can rest assured, the receptionist said with a smile. All right, please wait here for a moment. The receptionist used the intercom to notify the manager and then brewed a pot of tea for Xiaqing, with several small plates of snacks on the coffee table. Before long, the manager arrived with an inspector. The inspector held a special inspection stick to examine the box of conch pearls, followed by using a small specialized testing device. The quality of these is quite good, 4 of them are very symmetrical, and the quality is also good, the most sought-after bright pink on the market, priced at 200,000. The rest, these few are worth 100,000, and these few are worth 50,000. The inspector was very professional, categorizing them as the value increases with the weight of the conch pearls. That's fine, you can calculate it. The manager was also smiling widely. These conch pearls were preserved very well with no damage. They would recycle them and turn them into jewelry, and paired with other items, the price would double. The total is 1,800,000. Please show us your bank card, and we will transfer the money within 5 minutes. Okay. The recycling still needed to be confirmed, and the transfer would take some time. Suyu also found her quite a few other items. She thought for a moment and took something out of her backpack, actually retrieving it from her space. Can you help me see how much this is worth now? It was a diamond ring, with a diamond wrapped in violet in the center, looking dreamy and romantic. The manager said, this diamond isn't very large, but the design is quite eye-catching. I had someone design and create this, but I don't want it anymore. How much can I sell it for? Xiaqing said calmly. She couldn't exactly say it was brought back from another time and space, could she? The appraiser beside her took the ring with understanding. They all wore white gloves to avoid leaving marks on valuable items. The composition is around 70 points, color H, clarity VVS1, cut 3x. The current recycling price is 9,800 per carat. He placed the diamond on a specialized weighing machine, which showed 0.5. That should mean 5 carats. This style is still very beautiful. The recycling price can reach 10,000 yuan. Then let's sell it. Xiaqing had no attachment. She had a whole bunch in her space cabinet. She just wanted to know the approximate recycling price of the diamond so she would have a baseline when selling it later. Okay. The manager didn't ask anything else and just focused on his work. Before long, her money was transferred. They had seen too many cases of buying and selling. Even returns on the same day were common. He had even recycled over 10 million worth of jewelry in one go. Men like to buy gold and silver jewelry for women. In a divorce, only jewelry belongs to oneself. Those wealthy wives would buy a lot of jewelry. Xiaqing visited 3 stores, and her palms were shaking, because she already had over 10 million in her bank card. The items in her cabinet were almost sold out, but when she returned the next day, she found it filled up again by Suyu. In just a few hours, she had become a millionaire. However, in this magic city, let alone 10 million, there were people with over 100 million. Engagement banquets in the Magic City are held at night, so Lin Zhe's engagement was tomorrow night. She directly turned and went to the second floor of the mall. These were all brand stores, and no piece of clothing was under 4 digits. Xia Qing walked into a store, looking at the styles, while the other salespeople stood coldly to the side, sizing her up from head to toe the moment she walked in. No one came to attend to her, only a seemingly inexperienced young girl approached enthusiastically to greet Xia Qing. That person definitely can't afford it. Not a single piece of clothing on her is branded. She must just be here to look. Once she sees the prices on the tags, she will leave within a minute. The other 2 older salespeople whispered behind her. These veteran salespeople could tell at a glance how much the customer's clothes were worth. Until another woman, dressed fashionably in all designer brands, entered the store, and the 2 rushed to attend to her, full of enthusiasm. She was a stark contrast to Xia Qing. "Miss, this piece of clothing is our latest style, and this dress suits your temperament very well." The 2 salespeople circled around the woman, introducing as they walked, but the woman just turned around once and then left. Xia Qing had her eye on 2 outfits, perfect for her grandmother and mother. "Do you have these 2 in medium size?" "Yes." The intern salesperson nodded. "Then wrap these 2 sets for me. Do you want to buy it?" Xia Qing looked at the girl in front of her, her face reflecting the innocence and foolishness of a recent college graduate, and smiled. "I want to buy it." The saleswoman, who had just dismissed her, immediately changed her attitude upon hearing Xia Qing's words, rushing over with a smile and saying, "Hello, you want these 2 outfits? Follow me, I'll wrap them up for you." The intern saleswoman was pushed to the back, her face awkward. She was about to lose the sale. Xia Qing frowned and said, "She can wrap it up for me." The intern, who had just been pushed aside, brightened up at Xia Qing's words and said, "Okay, just wait a moment, I'll go find the set for you." The rejected saleswoman's face stiffened. She had good hearing. Did she think she hadn't heard their earlier conversation? Soon, the intern had wrapped up the 2 outfits, and Xia Qing picked out 2 pairs of shoes, saying, "Wrap these up for me too." "Sure." The intern was so excited she could hardly speak. This was a big order. She hadn't sold a single piece of clothing all month, and today was her first sale since starting work. Xia Qing followed the saleswoman to check out, and the little girl taking the order was a bit nervous. "Hello, the total is 16,000 yuan. After taking out her payment code, Xia Qing left with her bags once the payment notification chimed. With this order, her commission for the month would be at least 2,000 yuan. She was so excited. Chapter 30. Someone is stealing food from the base in the evening. Yang Mei video called her grandmother and Yang Xia on WeChat. "Xing just came back, bought us clothes, and even dinner. You don't have to worry," Yang Xia said. Through the video, Yang Mei saw several gift bags on the bed. The brands of the clothes were not cheap. The 3,000 yuan she had given Xing might only be enough for 1 piece of clothing. There was also warm porridge and takeout soup dumplings on the table. After chatting for a while, Yang Mei ended the video call. "What time is it? Is dinner not ready yet? Do you want to starve me, this old woman?" a strong-voiced elderly lady said. This woman, dressed in a chipa with her hair styled in curls, was Yang Mei's mother-in-law, a true Shanghai woman. "It's not my mom, my sister came over, and we chatted for a bit. I'm going to cook now," Yang Mei said as she put on an apron and entered the kitchen to prepare dinner, feeling increasingly aggrieved. After taking care of her mother-in-law for over a decade, she couldn't even attend to her own mother when she visited. Before long, she had prepared a few small dishes. Lin Jin returned home in the evening. The dishes on the table were exquisite and delicious, but someone was still not satisfied. "Xiao Mei, this meat is a bit tough." Her mother-in-law frowned in disdain, spitting out a piece of meat. Lin Jin, upon hearing this, angrily said, "Next time, cook the meat until it's tender. Don't you know our mom has bad teeth?" Yang Xia held back her anger and thought about the 3,000 yuan she had transferred to Xia Qing, saying, "I don't have any money left this month. Transfer me some household expenses." Lin Jin, hearing this, threw down his chopsticks in anger and said, "No money? Again? I give you 10,000 a month. How can it be gone in just a few days? My mom and sister came over, and I transferred them 1,000 yuan. She didn't dare to say it was 3,000. Didn't you book a hotel for them? Why do they need more money? You insisted on inviting them for the engagement banquet tomorrow night." Yang Mei held back her anger but still spoke gently. "My son is getting engaged. How can I not invite my family? What's there to invite them for? Buying round-trip tickets for them and booking a hotel will cost over 10,000 yuan. You have no idea how hard I've worked these past few years. Your son is getting engaged and married. The betrothal gifts, the house, the car, aren't they all thanks to me? And your daughter, Muan, who refuses to go to a good university and insists on becoming a star. She hasn't even debuted yet." Yang Mei's confidence diminished a few more notches. As the saying goes, a mouth that eats is short. "Stop arguing. You're giving me a headache. I told you long ago not to marry a country girl. Too many relatives and too much trouble. Yang Mei's face turned extremely pale as she looked at the exquisite dishes on the table, suddenly feeling a bit dizzy. After all these years of hard work caring for 2 children, serving her father-in-law, and after his death, taking care of her mother-in-law, today, she picked up her sister and saw her sister living happily in the countryside, while her brother-in-law called her twice on the way. She suddenly made a decision and said, "From now on, I'll go out to find a job. As for our mom, if you can't handle it, just hire a nanny to take care of her." Yang Mei put down her chopsticks, went straight into the room, and locked the door. She called her son but was afraid of worrying him, and her call to her daughter didn't go through. So, she dialed Yang Xia, and the voice on the other end was a bit chaotic. "We're at the Oriental Pearl. Xingqing brought us here to take a boat." The signal was a bit poor in her ears. "This boat, and this tower, are so big. This building is too tall," Yang Xia said excitedly. Yang Mei saw them on the video, on a boat, with the Magic City Tower right across from them. She had never really come here properly. After hanging up, Lin Jin knocked on the door outside, and his rare attitude had actually softened. "Isn't it just 1,000 yuan? Finding a job outside is harder and more tiring. What can you do at your age? I'll transfer you 2,000. Just take good care of our mom at home. I have work at the company, so I'll leave first." Yang Mei looked at her phone. Lin Jin had transferred her 2,000 yuan. Hiring a nanny, especially one to take care of the elderly, would cost at least 10 to 20,000 a month. Who could stand her mother-in-law's temper? Xia Qing took her grandmother and Yang Xia for a stroll, and they went back to sleep. She wasn't tired at all. In fact, she felt energetic looking at her wristband, which showed she had walked 20,000 steps today. After absorbing the crystal beads, her health had really improved. She bought a lot of the Magic City's special soup dumplings and stored them in her space. Buying in bulk was too conspicuous, but small amounts were still manageable. Suyu had cleared out all the zombies around the villa area. No wonder it's a villa, the interior decoration is really comfortable. "Brother Yu, this mural on the wall looks quite valuable, right? Brother Yu, I think this porcelain plate is also quite valuable. Let's keep them all." Suyu shook his head helplessly. These past few days, Wang Chang wanted to take back anything valuable he saw. Suyu entered the space and saw that half of the cabinet was empty, so he filled it up again. Not only that, but he also packed a set of lyrics. He remembered that Xia Qing wanted a novel. These lyrics should be useful to her too. Suyu took out the steaming soup dumplings. Xia Qing had bought 10 baskets. He and Wang Chang each took 5 baskets, but he was afraid of getting burned, so he decided to wait a bit before eating. Wang Chang couldn't wait, swallowing one whole, nearly burning his mouth, yet he was reluctant to spit the dumpling out. These past few days with Brother Yu, he had truly eaten well at every meal and felt his strength had increased significantly. Wang Chang mumbled, "Delicious, really delicious. This generator is fixed, and the power is decent, just not very big. Let's make do for now. In a few days, we'll all migrate over." By then, they would build railings and walls, making it much safer. In the afternoon, they returned to the base, where there were obvious signs of a fight. Li Yao saw Suyu return and finally breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Brother Yu, you're finally back. These dozen or so people don't know where they heard we have food and came to rob us." Li Yao had a head injury, and several others were also injured to varying degrees. "The leader of those evolvers was captured by us. This group of people is no match for us at all." The dozen or so people who rushed in looked terrible. They hadn't eaten for a long time and had no strength, yet they still wanted to rob them of their food. "Don't kill us, we just want to eat something. I really can't go on living like this. No, don't eat us." Some people were already terrified, and a few even showed signs of panic. The leader of the evolved was brought over. Suyu glanced at him and asked, "Where did you come from?" "Wushan City." Suyu frowned slightly. It was about 100 or 200 kilometers away. "We escaped all the way here, but found that everywhere is the same. Plants have withered, there's no food, and the cities are filled with zombies. We originally had over 100 people, but now only these 10 or so came with me. We escaped from another group of people who were killing the living. They eat people." Hearing this, the others felt a chill run down their spines. Although they had heard of cannibalism, they had never encountered it. "Don't eat me! Don't eat me!" Among the captured, some were so frightened by this that they wet their pants, a foul smell filling the air. Suyu and the others took a few steps back. "How did you find your way here?" "We overheard someone say they were looking for valuable things that could be exchanged for food, so we followed those people here. They had thought it was a lie, but when they really saw food, they couldn't help but rush forward to grab it." Chapter 31 Suyu's Lyrics Book. "Brother Yu, what should we do with these people?" Li Yao also didn't know what to do with these 10 or so people. They wanted to grab food but were stopped. "Let them stay for now, give them some food." Right now, there was a shortage of labor, and he needed manpower to build a proper walled base. Can you really give us food? The man was visibly excited upon hearing this. Yes. Are you an evolved? The man was clearly stronger than the others. Yes, and I have a younger brother. The man quickly expressed his value and pulled out his brother. An 8 or 9-year-old boy was brought over. He was also an evolved, but probably due to long-term malnutrition, he looked a bit weak. However, it was their first time seeing such a young evolved. They had never seen a child successfully evolve before. The little boy was a bit nervous. He had witnessed those people roasting and eating human corpses when they had no food. It left a huge shock in his heart. Give them 2 extra portions of food. The 2 were very excited upon hearing this, even kneeling down to bow to Suyu. They knew how precious food was now. But let me say this up front: no stealing, no fighting, obey the arrangements. Otherwise, you'll be kicked out of the base, and in serious cases, you'll be killed. Suyu coldly scanned them. A few trembled, feeling the murderous intent in his gaze. We won't dare. We will definitely obey the arrangements, the man quickly replied. After arranging for them, Liao distributed a sweet potato to each of them, while the 2 evolved received an extra portion each. These people were starving, even stuffing dirt into their mouths when they felt dizzy from hunger. The sweet potatoes were raw. They didn't even bother to roast them and started gnawing on them. Tomorrow, send some people to the villa area to set up a fence. Okay. In another timeline, after waking up, Xiaqing found that several large bags of the small steamed buns she had stored in her space were missing. The small cabinet was filled with many items, including jewelry she had found, and a large gold watch that looked quite valuable, surrounded by small diamonds. There was also a book of song lyrics. These lyrics were really good. She found a classical-style lyric book that was very suitable for her novel. She immediately uploaded it. Early in the morning, Yang Mei came over, suggesting to take her grandmother to the hospital for a checkup, having already made an appointment. Yang Xia went along, while Xiaqing stayed behind to handle some of the things she could sell during her trip to the Magic City. She went directly to the pawn shop with the gold watch. The origin of this gold watch is unknown, but it is surrounded by diamonds, and the watch face inside is also diamond. If it's a pawn, I'll give you a bit more money, said the slightly plump man with glasses. The origin of this watch may be unclear, but it is indeed a good watch. So how much is this? 250,000, that's the highest I can offer, the man said sincerely. Then I'll sell it, it's a pawn. Good. The man felt a surge of joy. They were happy to make such a straightforward deal. This watch truly matched his aesthetic, shining with golden light. After that, she went to a gold recycling store and sold quite a few items. Suyu left her a message, and she found Tian Rui's house, where there was a jewelry box in the basement. Inside was a pink diamond worth tens of millions, along with jewelry worth over 10 million. Xia Qing was instantly excited. Their era had tens of millions, and now this pink diamond was at auction level, worth at least over 100 million. She didn't even dare to take it out to sell. Auction-level items would be a loss if sold to these jewelry stores. She needed enough capital, and later it would be very normal to take these out. This morning she sold for 1 million, and now she had over 10 million. One was to make this money grow, and the other was to buy food for Suyu. With this thought, she already had a plan in mind. After finishing here, she would return home. She wanted to open a store in Han City, so she could buy vegetables in bulk. While pondering a few ideas, she felt a bit thirsty and bought a cup of milk tea for 25 yuan from a nearby shop. Her phone rang, and Xia Qing looked down to see it was her mother calling. As soon as she answered, Yang Xia's panicked voice came through. Qing, hurry to the hospital. Your grandmother's condition isn't good. Xia Qing immediately tensed up and quickly took a taxi to the hospital. In the hospital office, the old lady sat outside, seemingly aware of something. It's like this: the elderly lady is old, but I see her physical condition is still okay. My suggestion is to have surgery. If we don't do the surgery, given the current level of her heart failure, she might have at most a month left. And if she has the surgery? If she has it, and there are no other underlying conditions, she could live at least another 5 years. This was a major hospital in the Magic City, and she trusted their skills. How could this happen? She was fine when she was checked at the county hospital 6 months ago. Yang Xia's eyes were red. The conditions at the county hospital were definitely not the same as those in a first-tier city. She must have had some symptoms by then. It would be very uncomfortable to sleep, the doctor sighed. Grandma doesn't have health insurance and is always reluctant to go to the hospital, Yang Xia said, recalling something. Do it. We will go ahead with the surgery, Yang Mei said. Yes, do it, Yang Xia said firmly. Since they were at a major hospital in the Magic City and could treat her, they had to proceed. Yang Xia immediately called their uncle to inform him of the situation. Their grandfather was still at home. Upon hearing this, he almost came over, but he was old and had trouble walking, and their uncle couldn't leave. There were children at home, elderly people, and land to take care of. The couple couldn't come over. Xiao Xia, give me your bank account number. I'll transfer you 50,000 first, Yang Jiyuan said. After hanging up, Yang Jiyuan told his wife, transfer 50,000 to our second sister. Mom's surgery costs 250,000. So much money? But this is Leilei's college fund for next year, and Ye also needs to go to school, Hu Fang said somewhat unwillingly. But we have to treat my mom, Yang Jiyuan said irritably. But we don't need to take out so much money, right? Eldest sister is in the Magic City. Her living conditions are definitely better than ours. Our second sister only has one child, and it seems she has been making quite a bit of money lately, buying a lot of things for home. Our family has only this much money, Hu Fang said reluctantly. The family is poor, and such a large sum of money is a fortune for them. Then my mom needs treatment too. If it comes to it, I'll go work this year. Chapter 32. At this moment, she was very grateful to Suyu. Yang Mei called Linjin. After all, he had only given her the monthly living expenses and no extra money. No money? Do you know I work every day like a grandson? My son's engagement banquet costs 50,000. Bride price, wedding, and the wedding house. Where am I supposed to get the money? You figure out your family's matters yourself, Linjin said before hanging up, frowning as he smoked in the hotel. This is the bracelet I bought for you. It's a gift. The woman, dressed in a bathrobe and around 30 years old, smiled brightly as she accepted the Cartier bracelet. Yang Mei had no choice but to call Lin Zhe over. Lin Nuan had just started working out of town and couldn't help much. Xia Qing hurried over, having heard that the surgery fee was 250,000. Now her uncle had gathered 50,000, and Yang Xia had also contributed 60,000 from her savings. Yang Mei was already thinking of selling her own jewelry. By the time Yang Mei finished selling her jewelry and brought Lin Zhe along, they had already arranged for Grandma to be hospitalized. Upon hearing that Grandma had been admitted, Yang Mei knew that hospitalization required the surgery fee to be paid in advance. Mom is hospitalized? Have you gathered enough for the surgery fee? Yang Mei said in shock. Aunt, don't worry, I've already paid, Xia Qing said solemnly. Yes, Qing is paid. Yang Xia sighed, thinking that if she didn't know her daughter's copyright fees were over $1 million, she would be very worried about this more than 200,000. Lin Zhe hurried over with his girlfriend. They were supposed to prepare for the engagement that evening but rushed over upon hearing about Grandma. Paid? Lin Zhe said in surprise. He had been to Yang Mei's hometown when he was young, and the conditions there were quite ordinary. He had planned to scrape together some money, but he didn't expect it to be needed so soon. Lin Zhe's girlfriend looked like a social elite, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Yes, it's already paid, Xia Qing smiled. At this moment, she was really grateful to Suyu. If it weren't for him, she would probably be worrying about money, clearly able to survive, but otherwise, she might have to give up on Grandma's life due to not being able to gather the surgery fee. Lin Zhe and Li Mo came over but didn't help much. They both just looked at Grandma. Li Mo brought a box of expensive fruit. Grandma smiled. This is a little gift for you, just a token of my appreciation. Grandma pulled out a red envelope she had been holding onto for a long time. No need, Grandma, Lin Zhe said, feeling a bit pained that the elderly lady had come specifically to give him a red envelope. Just accept Grandma's little token of appreciation, Yang Xia said. Lin Zhe nodded, while Li Mo frowned slightly, not wanting to accept it at all. Looking at the black spots on the envelope, she felt a flash of disdain, but her good upbringing compelled her to take it. As soon as they stepped out of the hospital, Li Mo didn't want to open the red envelope and tossed it to Lin Zhe. It's from your grandma, I don't want it. Lin Zhe opened the envelope to find a brand new 500 yuan note. His eyes reddened slightly. The elderly in the countryside don't have retirement pensions, and saving money is hard. I heard your sisters say you went back to the countryside? You just paid 250,000? What job are you doing? Li Mo asked curiously. After all, even though she earned a high salary of 20,000 a month, taking out 250,000 all at once was still a bit difficult. Most people lived paycheck to paycheck. Not too sure, I haven't seen her in a long time, Lin Zhe frowned. Now, it was settled, none of the three could attend the engagement banquet. Grandma and her mom weren't going, and even if Xia Qing went, it wouldn't mean much. Qing, I gave your card number to your uncle and transferred 50,000 yuan to you. Xia Qing looked at her phone and indeed received the notification of the deposit. Her aunt's expression was a bit awkward as she said, we can't let you cover all the expenses for mom's surgery. I'll find a way to reimburse you for my share. In truth, Xia Qing didn't mind, but since both sides had said so, she had no choice but to agree. Xia Qing booked a room at a hotel across from the hospital, as the hospital didn't allow overnight stays. During the day, she would order meals for Yang Xia and her aunt and send them over. Hello, I'm Liu's manager, and I got your number from your editor. Liu Yu? The singing star Liu Yu. Xia Qing remembered that Liu seemed to be quite popular. Yes, I'm her manager. I've been following your novel, and I saw the lyrics you wrote later on. Liu was very interested. Can we buy the copyright to your lyrics? Of course. I have many lyrics. I mean, I've written a lot of lyrics before. Xia Qing smiled. So which city are you in now? I'd like to meet you to sign the contract. Although electronic signing is possible, I want to discuss it in person. Liu really likes these lyrics. It seems tailor-made for her, and it has the background of a novel. I'm in Modu right now. The voice on the other end sounded even more excited, saying, "That's great. Let's add each other on WeChat, and I'll send you an address so we can set a time." Okay. Soon, Xia Cheng added her on WeChat, and they agreed to meet at 10 o'clock the next morning at the Modo People's Cafe, where a table had already been reserved. In a good mood, Xia Qing bought 20 cups of milk tea and placed them in her space, leaving a note for Suyu. In a good mood, she treated him to milk tea. She also bought a box of ham sausages and a box of instant noodles. Buying too many things at once in Modu was too conspicuous. She bought a little and stored a little, but she still enjoyed shopping, as it seemed to give her a sense of accomplishment. The next morning at 9 o'clock, she took a taxi. This is the Modu People's Cafe, where all seats need to be reserved, otherwise, you can't get in. The entire place has 360-degree floor-to-ceiling windows, and in the evening, during sunset, you can overlook the beautiful scenery of Lujiazui and the Bund. Xia Chang arrived on time and found that Liu's manager was already there, an elegant and capable woman. Xia Qing casually ordered a cappuccino. Liu really likes your lyrics and wants to buy the copyright. Before coming, Xia Qing had also researched some market prices. Famous lyricists could sell a word for 8,000 or even over 10,000. She wasn't famous at all. We are very sincere. Liu really likes your lyrics. How about 3,000 yuan per word? Sure. Xia Qing quickly agreed. She hadn't even signed her name yet, and some slightly well-known authors could sell a word for over 1,000 yuan. The top lyricists could sell a word for over 10,000 yuan. In fact, according to the manager's expectations, the price for these lyrics could even reach 8,000 yuan per word. But the fame of the lyricist was also very important. If it was just a simple lyricist, offering 1,000 yuan per word was already a high price. Just right, these lyrics matched with that popular novel, and she heard that the novel had also sold its film and television rights, so the theme song would definitely seek them out, so they offered a compromise high price. They also wanted to collaborate with the girl in front of them in the future. Chapter 33, a kind of mutual redemption. Xia Qing had also checked some market prices in advance. This 3,000 yuan price was already quite high for her first publication without any fame. Good. Then I'll sign the contract. The payment will be transferred to you within 2 hours, and you will retain your authorship rights. This poem has a total of 320 characters, at 3,000 yuan per character. The price is 960,000 yuan. The agent, named Zhang Nan, handed her the contract. After a quick glance and finding no issues, the two signed the agreement. Pleasant cooperation. Pleasant cooperation. Zhang Nan really likes Xia Qing, mainly because she also enjoyed reading novels, especially those featuring strong female leads. Miss Xia, if there are any good poems in the future, please send them to me. I hope we can work together for a long time. No problem. With the contract completed, Zhang Nan had other matters to attend to. The poem had been purchased, and the subsequent creation needed to be expedited. Good lyrics and melodies were scarce these days, almost all were the same. Finding a good poem was already quite difficult. When the new song by Liuo was released, it might even become popular again. Grandma's surgery was very successful, and she would fully recover after a few days of rest. Mom, let me go back with you this time. Lindsay just got engaged. Aren't you going to stay? Grandma was still worried about her eldest daughter. The wedding is next year, so there's no rush. Yang Mei still wanted to go home to take care of her mother. For so many years, she had not been by her side. I'm fine, besides, there's Xiao Xia and Ji Yuan, you don't need to worry. Grandma patted Yang Mei's hand to comfort her. Indeed, it was a major hospital in the Magic City. The surgery went very smoothly, and she could be discharged after 2 days of observation. Such a major surgery, and they let her go after just a week. Yang Xia frowned, feeling uneasy. At the county hospital, she had stayed for more than half a month. Xia Cheng smiled and said, "The big hospital has limited beds. Grandma's surgery went well, so she was discharged early." Xia Cheng bought the train tickets for this trip, opting for a business seat on the high-speed train, which was quieter and more comfortable. In another timeline, Suyu and the others had already moved people to the villa area. Suyu said, "A few evolvers will stay in this villa. The 2 newcomers should be arranged elsewhere first." There was an underground warehouse beneath this villa that could be used to store supplies. Li Yao said, "The generator has started working, and those people have been assigned tasks. The labor force is too small. We have less than 300 people. with over 100 being elderly and children, leaving less than 200 who can work. It would be great to have a radio. We could search for and notify other surviving humans. Suyu immediately thought of a solution. Perhaps Xia Qing's timeline had more advanced technology and could help. He noted it down in his phone's memo, planning to ask Xia Qing for assistance later. First, let's settle these people. They had just started eating food and needed to recover slowly. It was impossible to bounce back immediately. She said it's milk tea. You can all try some. With that, Suyu conjured over 20 cups of milk tea out of thin air. There were varieties like bawang chaji, mishue bingchang, and iced coffee. I'll go get some for my son. Li Yao unceremoniously took 2 cups. The others also each took a cup. Suyu casually picked a flavor and started drinking. The taste was slightly bitter. Looking down at the milk tea, he exclaimed, "So delicious. Mine is still cold, and there are ice cubes inside. It's so refreshing." Zhang Liang couldn't help but praise it. He had never had these drinks before. While drinking, Zhang Liang also mentioned, "Brother Yu, we scavenged quite a few good things from other villas and moved them to the room on the west side of the first floor." He would put them into the space whenever Xia Qing needed them. This area was a wealthy villa district, located in the suburbs west of the city. They had surrounded this area with railings. Any approaching zombies would be electrocuted. Occasionally, some wandering zombies would come during the day, but they were taken care of by the evolvers. Just having railings wasn't enough. Building walls with concrete and steel reinforcement would be even safer. Suyu was already thinking about how to construct it in his mind and had given Xia Qing a list of needed materials. That night, Xia Qing couldn't sleep either and saw the message Suyu had left her. "I bought you a few drones, along with surveillance and a regional network, so you can detect zombies in real time." Suyu was a bit confused by this, but he knew what surveillance was, even if it wasn't common in her era. "Okay, thank you." Suyu was very grateful to Xia Qing. That day he was injured, and after days without water or food, the whole world had fallen into darkness. It was she who gave him hope to continue living. "No need to say thank you. I should thank you too. Thank you for making me so rich. Otherwise, my grandmother probably wouldn't have had the money for surgery and would have been denied a life that could have lasted a few more years." It was a kind of mutual redemption. Xia Qing immediately placed an order for several drones, infrared surveillance, and a regional network box on JD.com. Early the next morning, she contacted them via WeChat and ordered 10 barrels of milk. Xia Qing felt that if she were to open a supermarket, she needed to inform her parents. "Dad, Mom, I want to open a supermarket. The money I have is enough to start." "Open a supermarket? In our village?" Xia Jixiang exclaimed in surprise. "No, I want to open it in the county town." Initially, she had thought about opening it in Han City, but opening it in the county town was fine too, as it would still serve as a supply point for Suyu. "All right, I support you, daughter." With her parents' support, it became much easier for Xia Qing. In the morning, she went to the county town to find a real estate agent. "Are you sure you want to buy this? This location is a bit remote, but it has great potential for development in the coming years," the agent introduced. This area was on the outskirts of the county town, surrounded by newly developed properties, with houses already built, but the foot traffic was relatively low. "Yes, I want to buy this, including the 2 shops nearby. Those 2 could serve as warehouses later." Upon hearing Xia Qing's words, the agent's eyes lit up. This was 3 big deals in one go. How could she not be excited? But she still held back and immediately arranged to proceed with the process. The shops in the county town weren't very expensive, but 3 of them, one of which was quite large, cost her over 4 million. This was the first time she had spent so much money, and she felt a bit nervous. After buying them, she would find a renovation company to do a simple renovation. By the time the renovations were done here, the warehouse wouldn't be needed anymore. Chapter 34, Delivering Drones and Buying Cars. Suyu received the drones and initially didn't know how to use them, but Xia Qing had downloaded tutorial videos. With the installation of surveillance and the regional network, Suyu, being a former soldier, learned quickly. He immediately arranged for people to set them up. With this, they could remotely check the surrounding situation and even search for survivors. However, he was still a bit clumsy when controlling the drones at first. Suyu handed the drones over to a few members of the advance team for daily patrols. The remaining 20 or so surveillance cameras were installed along the railings. When food was scarce before, there were many people. Now that a base was established, there were actually not enough people. Li Yao said, "With the drones, we can search for survivors." Suyu frowned and replied, "Survivors also need to be vetted before they can enter our base." "Understood," Li Yao responded. Those who adhered to the moral bottom line of humanity would be kept. Some people, due to lack of food, had resorted to cannibalism. They no longer deserved to be called human. They were no different from zombies. "From now on, our base will be called Sunny Day Base." Suyu had thought of this name long ago. Alright, the others naturally had no objections. They could move here today and have hope for survival, all thanks to Suyu. Currently, the base had few people, and there were many houses, unlike the cramped and cold shelters in the underground air raid shelter, which were poorly ventilated and often smelled. The living environment has greatly improved now, and most supplies, like clothing, can be found. Suyu thought of what Xiaoqing had said and said, Zhang Liang, when distributing supplies today, keep track of their previous occupations or specialties. Okay. The distribution and statistics were done quickly. Most of these people were workers, but a few had special skills. Xiaoqing also went to the village to purchase a lot of vegetables and bought rice and flour to send to the warehouse. Food is a consumable, and since they now need to build walls, they require physical labor every day, so their food intake has increased. The space has also expanded quite a bit. Recently, she has been absorbing crystal beads every day, and the space is now over 100 square meters, allowing her to clear out everything in the warehouse at once. Taking advantage of the store renovations, Xiaoqing also got her driver's license. She learned subjects 2 and 3 twice and passed subject for the next day. After getting her driver's license, she went straight to the county town to buy a car. She headed straight to the BMW 4S store, which had both gasoline and electric cars. I want this SUV and that red sedan. She planned to give the SUV to Suyu, but it seemed that gasoline in that world was polluted. Moreover, there were very few gas stations, so she casually bought a few barrels of gasoline. The salesperson at the 4S store, seeing Xiaoqing buy a car so decisively, smiled and said, "Alright, please have a seat and rest for a moment. I'll go handle the paperwork for you." The salesperson also brought Xiaoqing drinks and a fruit platter. Xiaoqing first took one sedan home and had the other delivered to the warehouse. Tomorrow, after the few large barrels of milk, rice, flour, and oil she ordered are delivered, she would collect everything for Suyu. I saw that person is only 22 years old, and today they bought 2 cars at once, over 600,000. Buying a car is really refreshing. Unlike others I've encountered who take days to buy a car, the salesperson said with envy. Driving the sedan into the village instantly attracted a lot of attention until they saw the car parked at Xiaoqing's doorstep. The entrance to the village was spacious, so cars could park freely. Old Hua, you really are lucky. I saw your granddaughter drive back a brand new sedan. Old Lady Xia was holding vegetables, still calculating when she could return to her younger son's house, as she had to cook every day at her elder son's place. Bought a car? No way? Old Lady Xia frowned, not believing it. Just a few days ago, she heard that Yang Xia's mother had surgery in the Magic City and spent a lot of money. She was even worried about being asked to lend money. It's true. Such a new sedan, everyone in the village has seen it. You really are lucky. Your granddaughter has done well. Hearing others congratulate her, Old Lady Xia felt a mix of envy and satisfaction. But thinking that if her granddaughter really bought a car, she felt a bit unhappy. From initial disbelief to half-belief, she decided to visit her younger son's house. Sure enough, as she reached the intersection, she saw a sedan from a distance. "Daughter, this car is really nice. Can I drive it?" "Of course." "Dad, Mom, you two hurry up and finish your driving tests, then you can drive. You can't hit the road without a license." Alright, our family has a car now," Xia Jixiang said joyfully. "Tomorrow I'll take you to the county town. The store is renovated, and I'll take you to have a look." She also needed to go to the factory to discuss supplies. Running a supermarket was quite busy. The 3 of them happily gathered around the newly bought car, thinking that in the future, with more money, they could even buy a plane. "For the vegetables and fruits in the supermarket, I want to order from our village. Dad, you help me keep an eye on this." "No problem. I know exactly who in the village grows what. This is also doing a good deed for our village." Xia Jishan laughed. Now, most of the people left in the village to farm are elderly, as the young ones have gone to work in the city. In this way, Xiaoqing's acquisition of the vegetables grown in the village would earn her a wave of gratitude from the villagers. The old lady, holding a vegetable basket, took a few steps and arrived in front of the car. "Oh, Jixiang. Xia. Mom, what brings you here?" Xia Jixiang asked deliberately. He calculated that it was still 7 or 8 days before he was supposed to pick up his mother. In fact, if his mother weren't so biased, he would be more than willing to take care of her, but she always bullied his wife and children when he wasn't around. "What's wrong? Can't I come to see you? Is this a new car? It must have cost quite a bit." "Qingqing, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but in a few years when you get married, the groom's family will buy a car. Why are you buying one in advance to send to his family?" the old lady said with concern. "Girls don't need to buy cars." The old lady looked pained, as if she thought it was her money being spent. Xia Chang frowned slightly, and before she could protest, Xia Jishan got angry. "Mom, since I was little, I've bought Qingqing nice clothes, and you said she didn't need them, that old clothes were fine. I let her go to school and learn to paint, and you said a girl didn't need that. Whatever I buy for her, you say a girl doesn't need it. What's wrong with girls? She's my daughter too. Now that my daughter has the ability, she can buy whatever she wants. Xia Jishang finished in one breath, feeling quite relieved. Yang Xia's eyes were red, and Xia Qing felt warm inside. Seeing her younger son so assertive, the old lady softened and had nothing more to say. Alright, if you've bought it, then you've bought it. Anyway, our family now has a little car. The old lady thought of the envious looks from the villagers when she just returned, and she felt quite happy. However, when she got home, she told her eldest son and daughter-in-law about it. As soon as she entered, her daughter-in-law began to complain. Mom, why did you come back so late? Peng Peng will be home from school soon. What time will we be able to eat? Chapter 35. Please adapt the script. The old lady didn't mind and instead felt quite good as she said, Jishan's family bought a little car today. I just went to take a look, and it's really nice. Didn't the eldest grandson say he didn't have enough money to get a driver's license? I'll give him 1,000 to hurry up and get it. Tian Saiwa's eyes suddenly widened in shock. What? Second brother's family bought a car? They did. I said, what car does a girl need? But your second brother wasn't willing. When it comes time to get married, it'll all belong to someone else. The old lady thought of her second son's words and felt a surge of anger. When the second son's family is gone, there won't even be a man in the house to break the pot. Then it'll have to be the eldest grandson who does it. It is a tradition that the eldest son breaks the pot during the funeral, a custom that has been passed down for thousands of years. Tian Kaihua finally came out of her shock, but when she heard the old lady was going to give her eldest son 1,000 yuan, her mood eased. What has Qingqing been doing outside? How did she earn so much money? It wouldn't be anything unsavory, would it? Tian Kaihua thought of the melodramatic TV shows about being kept by someone. I also want to learn to drive. Second brother has already signed up for a driver's license. Xia Jiqing said, you shouldn't learn, let Feifei learn. When the time comes, he can drive us around. Tian Kaihua frowned. Learning to drive costs several thousand yuan. It's better to let her son learn. Xia Jiqing thought the same, but then hesitated. That's fine, but that car belongs to Qingqing. Would it be a bit awkward to borrow it? The old lady, hearing this, said unhappily, what's awkward about it? You're his uncle. We're all family. What can't we borrow? Mom is right. We're all family. What can't we borrow? Tian Kaihua said. She thought to herself, the second brother's family only has one child. When something happens, won't they have to rely on them for help? What's wrong with borrowing a car? By then, the land for their house would all belong to them. The next day, Xia Qing took her parents to visit her supermarket, which she planned to open in a few days. This was on the outskirts of the county town, and it was only a 10-minute drive from their home. Mom, if you don't want to stay at home, come here and take a look. I just posted a recruitment ad a couple of days ago. Yang Xia nodded, looking at the large supermarket, feeling quite excited. Xia Jishang took a look around, his brow slightly furrowed with concern as he said, Qingqing, the surrounding environment seems a bit desolate. Although Xia Jishang's education level wasn't high, he knew that a supermarket needed a lot of people around to sell well. Even though buildings had been constructed in the area and the environment was decent, no one had moved in yet. I've already checked this area. Plus, I have fixed customers. Dad, you can rest assured. Then I'll listen to my daughter. Soon after, Xia Qing directly joined a city supermarket chain, allowing her to source supplies directly from there. With the opening approaching, Xia Qing had already ordered a large quantity of goods. The supermarket had a huge warehouse in the back, and there was also a basement for storing supplies. In the following days, a few people came to apply for jobs, and Xia Qing hired a total of 3. She installed many self-checkout machines at the entrance, which saved on labor costs. Moreover, she ordered a large amount of goods specifically for Suyu, so she didn't plan to hire too many people. She hired 3 people in total, 2 women in their 30s, Wang Qin and Zhang Li, and 1 woman in her 40s, Wu Feng. All 3 were very honest individuals. And Wu Feng, you will work from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. and from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m., responsible for cleaning the store. You can have 2 days off a week, and the monthly salary is 2,800. Okay, I promise to keep it clean. Wu Feng said happily. This was a good job, close to home, only 4 hours of work each day, and 2 days off. Where could one find such a good job? Sister Qin, Zhangli, you will be responsible for the manual checkout work in the store, with 2 shifts, the first shift from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m., and the second shift from 1 p.m. to 7 p.m. You will have 2 days off a week, and the salary is 3,500. By the way, double pay on holidays, and overtime pay for extra hours. Before coming, they thought the interview would be tough. Over 20 people had come to interview, but all were eliminated, leaving just the 3 of them. Those who left earlier said the boss was inexplicable, not knowing why they were cut. Unexpectedly, after asking them a few questions, they were capped. The truth was that Xia Qing had absorbed too many crystal beads, making her voice and eyes sharper, allowing her to catch even the smallest expressions and movements of people. The earlier candidates were not honest, but these three were quite good. Two were stay-at-home moms, and one was an aunt. The three were very happy, especially the two stay-at-home moms, as they could work shifts without getting tired and still take care of their children. The key was that the salary was high. They even had overtime pay on holidays. This is just great. Let's sign this employment contract. The probation period is 1 month, and the salary will be paid as usual. Okay. The few of them expressed their satisfaction and smoothly signed the contract. Xia Qing asked them to come to work the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow, the factory supplying her would arrive, and she had ordered double the amount of rice, flour, and oil, one portion for the regular warehouse and another for the empty store next door. As they left the store, they were all very happy. Wang Qin excitedly said, "The supermarket cashier job I applied for before ended at 10 p.m., but this shift ends at 6 p.m. The key is that the salary is good, and the benefits are nice. With shifts, I can also take care of my kids at home." No wonder the interviews had been so strict before. The benefits were good, otherwise, everyone would want to come. After resolving the issues at the supermarket, Xia Qing's comic became a huge hit, and the editor even called her to urge her to update. Xia Qing had already scanned ahead and released several chapters in a row. The two ancient romance novels she published had also exploded in popularity, ranking first and second on the charts. After the rights to these two books were sold, there was talk online about who should star in the adaptations. However, the endings of both books had not yet been fully released. On Weibo's trending topics, there was a discussion about who would be suitable to play the male and female leads in the first Imperial Daughter. This is the first major female lead drama. Of course, it should be played by Haina. Xing Bo is also very suitable. In short, a poll was created online, and many people were tagging her Weibo account. Her account had been verified, and as the author of Spicy Peppers, she now had over 2 million fans. Xia Qing's phone rang. "Hello, I am the producer from Tian Entertainment Company." "Hello, I read your novel and was wondering if you could adapt it into a script." Xia Qing frowned. She didn't have time right now, with a pile of supplies waiting to be transported. "Sorry, I don't have time lately as I'm updating 2 books. Alright, how about this? I'll add you on WeChat. Could you help us by suggesting a few suitable candidates for the male and female leads?" Xia Qing thought for a moment and said, "Sure." The producer then added Xia Qing on WeChat and sent her a list of several actresses and actors. They asked for her opinions, as they would consider the author's suggestions. Xia Qing thought about it and felt that Xing Bao and the rising male star Zhou Ling would be very suitable, but ultimately, it was up to them to choose. "Once we officially confirm the start of production, can we invite you to Shanghai for a meal? You can sit down and chat with the screenwriter and the leads." Because the quality of this book was excellent, and it was the first major female lead novel adapted into a TV series, they anticipated it would be a big hit. "Sounds good." After replying on WeChat, Xia Qing was still very excited. These were all popular stars, once out of reach. Now she actually had the chance to have dinner with them. She recalled a short video she had seen recently on Duel, where a rich woman was flirting with a male model, making many women envious. In the afternoon, the cement Xia Qing ordered arrived at the warehouse, and she could only go there in the evening to transport the materials through her space. There were too many crystal beads these days, with at least a dozen waiting for her to absorb every day. The more she absorbed, the more her space grew, and she faintly heard Suyu talking to someone in the dead of night. The money in her hands was almost spent, leaving her with 3 to 4 million. She decided to make another trip to Kyoto to sell some jewelry. What Suyu needed most were weapons, but their country did not allow the sale of weapons. Xia Qing had thought that once she sold enough and had a few hundred million, she could go to the United States to buy a batch of guns and ammunition for Suyu. "Mom, I'm going to Kyoto tomorrow morning. Do you want to come along?" It only took a few hours to get to Kyoto by high-speed train. "Sure." Yang Xia was very happy. After packing up, Xia Qing directly bought 2 high-speed train tickets for the morning trip to Kyoto. This time, Yang Xia found the high-speed train less novel than last time. Kyoto was the capital of Huagua, so it was very crowded. Yesterday, a middle-aged man sitting nearby, slightly balding and wearing glasses, kept glancing at Yang Xia's arm. Xia Qing noticed this. She was always very perceptive. The man seemed unable to hold back any longer and struck up a conversation. "Hello, I see that your jade bracelet is of very good quality, a rare type of sheep-fat white jade." Yang Xia had no idea about these things and smiled. "How would I know? This was bought by my daughter. It only cost a few hundred." The man was taken aback. When had sheep-fat white jade ever been worth just a few hundred? "Where can I buy it?" He wants to buy them all. Generally, ordinary sheep-fat white jade costs over 1 million. "I see that your piece has a very bright texture and color. Not only that, the inner circle is round, the outer circle is round, and the rods are round and fine, with excellent craftsmanship. The man was very confident in his judgment. He was quite the collector of these jade bracelets and jewelry. Over $1 million. Yang Xia couldn't believe her ears, her pupils shaking as she looked at the jade bracelet in her hand, feeling as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. Yes. The man nodded seriously. Please do not doubt his expertise. Next to them, Xiaoqing touched her nose. She didn't know how much it was worth either, as it was Suyu who found it for her. Yang Xia mechanically turned her head to look at Xiaoqing, her face pale with shock as she asked, Xingxing, this jade bracelet is over $1 million? Xiaoqing had already thought of a response and said, I bought this for a few thousand when I was traveling in an ancient town. A few thousand? The man almost blurted out, May I ask which ancient town? I want to go treasure hunting too. Many ancient towns or families in villages have ancestral items, and in earlier years, many people went to villages to hunt for bargains. Items like ceramics, bone china, and even wooden doors from homes were bought by knowledgeable people for hundreds to thousands of yuan, then sold for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Those old folks didn't understand these things, they were just selling items they had no use for, so selling for a few thousand was quite valuable to them. Sangnan ancient town. There really is such a place in their country, and the man silently remembered the name of this ancient town, planning to visit it after finishing his business in Kyoto. This thing can't really be worth over $1 million, right? Then I can't keep it. Yang Xia said nervously. She still liked the jade bracelet, but knowing its price made her too afraid to wear it. She had never earned $1 million in her life, and now it was so glaringly on her wrist. Thinking this, Yang Xia wanted to take off the jade bracelet. Mom, no need to take it off. I bought it for just a few thousand. Didn't you say it was a few hundred? A few thousand, afraid you wouldn't want to wear it. Xiaoqing leaned close to Yang Xiao's ear and said, That man might not be accurate. What if he's just bluffing you? The man beside them smirked. He was a big jewelry collector. His eyes had never been wrong. How about this? I can offer $2 million to buy your jade bracelet. I can transfer the money to you as soon as I get off the high-speed train, the man said immediately. Yang Xia fell into doubt again. In fact, Xiaoqing wasn't sure how much the jade bracelet was worth either, as she hadn't had it appraised. At the time, Suyu had given her several pieces of jewelry, and she had picked this one for Yang Xia because she thought it looked nice. This won't do. My mom really likes it. If you really want to collect jade, can you help me take a look at this jade bracelet? Xiaoqing took out a jade bracelet from her backpack. Although this one wasn't as bright as the one in Yang Xia's hand, it was still quite good. This jade bracelet can be considered a high-grade ice type. The quality is decent, but its market price is only between 300 to 800,000. If you want to sell it, I can offer you 750,000. To make his words more credible, the man took out a black business card from his wallet and handed it to Xiaoqing. I am Lin Dong from Wanbaohang in Kyoto. You can search for me online, the man said confidently with a smile. Xiaoqing obediently searched for the name online. Lin Dong was 43 years old, the vice chairman of Wanbaohang, vice president of the Huagua Jewelry Association, and an expert-level appraiser. Yang Xia felt very nervous, glancing at her wrist from time to time and then covering it with her clothes. Upon arriving in Kyoto, Xiaoqing booked a high-end hotel, but first, she took Yang Xia for a tour around the Guamao shopping mall. Yang Xia looked at the bracelets in the store, each costing tens of thousands, with bags priced in the hundreds of thousands. What kind of quilt is this? It actually costs 720,000. It must be covered in gold. And this pair of shoes, which aren't even comfortable, costs 50,000. At first, Yang Xia was in shock, seemingly unable to comprehend, but after seeing the prices of various items in the mall, she was already numb from the astonishment. With quilts costing 720,000 and frying pans over 100,000, even wearing a bracelet worth over $1 million seemed insignificant. Xiaoqing saw that her goal had been achieved and thought she should bring Yang Xia here more often in the future. When she first came to the big city for university, she thought it was a new beginning, only to later realize how naive that was. Hello, Mr. Lin Dong, do you remember me? From the train yesterday. I remember. You want to sell a jade bracelet, right? The man smiled. Yes. Lin Dong gave her an address, and Xiaoqing took a taxi there, asking Yang Xia to wait for her at a nearby cafe. Mom, wait for me here for a bit. I need to take care of something. Okay, you go ahead. Yang Xia understood her daughter had things to do. The last time they came to the Magic City, it wasn't as shocking. This time in Kyoto, she truly experienced the consumption of a big city. Wanbaohang was located in the bustling commercial district of Kyoto, where the clientele was low-key yet luxurious. Only a few pieces of jewelry were displayed in the lobby, the rest required entry into a specialized service area for one-on-one service. After entering, Xiaoqing directly asked, Mr. Lin Dong sent me. You must be Miss Xia, please come this way. Mr. Lin has already instructed that we will have a professional appraiser come over. All right, The leather sofa was comfortable, and in front of her was a large television displaying various jewels, with a remote control at her side to switch between them freely. After making her selection, they would bring out the actual items for her to try on. Please enjoy some coffee. A woman brought over a delicate tray with a cup of coffee and sugar cubes. Before long, a well-dressed senior appraiser entered. Hello, I am Su Yang, the man said politely and gently. Xia Cheng didn't waste time and directly took out a plastic bag from her purse, which contained a pink diamond. Su Yang's eyes lit up at the sight of the pink diamond. He immediately put on white gloves to take the plastic bag. He began to examine it, and amidst the dazzling world of jewelry, the allure of the pink diamond was undeniable. A collectible-grade pink diamond was a true treasure. The color is soft and enchanting, with very high softness and saturation. I need to confirm this with a machine. Okay. Xia Qing noticed Su Yang seemed a bit excited, and after testing it with professional equipment, he appeared shocked by the numbers. Miss Xia, please wait. Su Yang seemed to be making a phone call, and soon another professional appraiser arrived. Su Yang smiled. This is a very pure pink diamond. Such a pink diamond can be auctioned. An auction-grade pink diamond? But Xia Qing remembered Su Yu saying this was an ordinary pink diamond. She had taken out the smallest one from the box to try selling first. In our country, pink diamonds are very rare minerals, as their beautiful color is highly sought after, so I suggest we auction it here. We charge a 2% service fee on the auction price. Alright, Xia Qing agreed. The auction price would be much higher than the buyback price. Xia Qing signed a series of terms, with the auction scheduled for 3 days later, and the proceeds after deducting the service fee would be transferred to her bank card. After spending 2 days in Kyoto with Yang Xia, she returned home. That night, she directly asked Su Yu, how much are pink diamonds worth over there? From tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, our ore is very rich here. As expected, she casually found a box of pink diamonds for her, and it was something that could be found in an ordinary gold shop. The time spacer from Su Yu's side was much richer than theirs. How's it going over there? With the cement you provided, we're repairing the walls to prevent zombie invasions, and we're actively looking for survivors. We're also trying to figure out if the land can be cultivated. Previously, they had no appetite to study these things due to hunger, but now with the food provided by Xia Qing, they were looking into researching the mutated land. You can dig some soil for me, and I'll find someone to test it. Okay. Recently, Xia Qing had absorbed quite a few crystal beads, and her space had expanded. When she was in a daze at night, she could feel the world over there. She even had the illusion that she could go there. Xia Qing entered the space and felt a white crack ahead, with some faint light inside. Just as she took 2 steps forward, everything went dark, and the world spun around her. She clearly remembered that when she first entered the space, it was dark. Now it was bright here, even a bit blinding. Before she could react, someone grabbed her neck, making it hard for her to breathe. Who are you? How did you get here? The man said coldly. She could even feel a strong killing intent, but that voice sounded so familiar. With her eyes slightly lowered, she noticed a high-nose bridge and very pale thin lips. Every contour was imbued with a chilling coldness. Xia Qing didn't know where she found the strength to grab Su Yu's hand that was pressing against her throat. Su Yu, is that you? If it weren't for Su Yu, she wouldn't have been choked to death right after arriving here, right? The man, hearing the familiar sweet voice that was slightly hoarse from being choked, showed a moment of shock in his eyes. After a brief daze, he quickly released his hand, and feelings of regret and guilt surged forth. How could he treat her like this? Just as Xia Qing wanted to say a few words to Su Yu, she felt a powerful force pulling her back into the space, as if she were being rebounded. Su Yu hurriedly asked, Xia Qing? It's me. I just saw a crack in the space and went in, but I didn't expect it to really be your world. Xia Qing felt quite delighted. Su Yu was filled with regret. He had just choked her. The delicate neck probably turned red from his grip. If he had applied more force, he might have accidentally killed her. Living in the apocalypse, as a special forces soldier, he was always on high alert, even while sleeping. I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you. Their voices were very familiar to each other, but they had never met. It's okay, although I can enter your space, it seems I can't stay for too long. I just got bounced back. This had never happened before. It must be because of the crystal beads. Su Yu felt a surge of excitement at the thought of this. They had just met briefly, which meant that in the future, Xia Qing could come to his world. The crack was still there, but Xia Qing felt her energy had already been depleted. Did she need to absorb crystal beads to enter? It was already late at night on Xia Qing's side, while it was just dawn on Su Yu's side. The surrounding villa walls had been completed, and electric fences had been installed. Su Yu walked absent-mindedly around the small base. The people here were already in much better condition than before. Some people, upon seeing Su Yu come out, quickly lowered their heads and called out to him, but he seemed not to hear. Brother Yu, why do you keep staring at your hand? Yeah, I saw that too. I just called him, but it seems he didn't hear me, Li Yao said helplessly. They didn't know what that hand had done. Usually, the few of them took turns going out to hunt zombies, firstly to clear them out to prevent harm to ordinary survivors, and secondly to search for crystal beads. The energy of the crystal beads is still very useful for us evolved beings as it can enhance our physical constitution. So you first sent someone to dig up a piece of soil from the outside land and put it into the space. Now that we have transportation, I want to go to the military secret base, where there are communication devices linked to satellites that we can bring back. With that, they would have a military system capable of connecting to global satellite signals, allowing them to contact other cities. Transportation? Li Yao frowned. They didn't even have a bicycle now. Suyu directly took out an SUV. Although it couldn't compare to the off-road vehicle he drove, having a car was already quite good. A car! Li Yao exclaimed in shock. Now, not only could Suyu get food, but he could also have a car? The distance was too far before. Walking would probably take us days and nights. If it were before the apocalypse, he wouldn't be worried at all. He had once traversed the tropical rainforests of Zambia alone. But after the apocalypse, with food being scarce, how could he think of searching for the military base signal source after days and nights without eating? Suyu ignored the shocked gazes of Li Yao and Wang Chang and said, with a car, we should be able to get there in one morning. Li Yao, you stay at home. Wang Chang, you stay at home. I can go too. Brother you, Li Yao said firmly. He couldn't always stay at home while Suyu did all the dangerous things. Suyu patted his shoulder and said seriously, you're still a child. You can't be careless with matters at the base. Protect the safety of the survivors. We also need to prevent the survivors from causing trouble. They won't. Who dares to cause trouble now among the survivors? Li Yao said in a deep voice. Without food, who would dare to rob? Anyone who tried would be kicked out of the base. Then I'll go with you, Wang Chang said. Suyu shook his head. It was more convenient for him to go alone. I'll be back quickly. I'll return in a day. You guys take care of the base matters. Don't worry, brother you, Li Yao replied. Suyu drove the car directly away from the base. He had originally wanted to take Wang Chang with him, but thinking that Xia Qing might suddenly appear by his side, he decided to go alone. While driving, Suyu regretted what he had done to Xia Qing that morning. Would he scare her? Her world was a peaceful one where killing was against the law. How could she have seen such an environment? What if she got scared and didn't dare to come? Xia Qing woke up in the morning to receive a text message on her phone. Seeing the bank deposit notification, she instantly perked up. The pink diamond had actually been auctioned for over 90 million, and after giving Wan Beohang a 2% service fee, she still had over 90 million left. However, Wan Beohang really made money. They earned over $1 million just by flipping one item. She saw the soil Suyu had given her in the space, along with nearly 30 crystal beads. So many crystal beads? Was this to let him absorb more? She thought that in that world, Suyu would be rather careless, as her impression of him was like a starving person due to not having enough to eat, but his appearance was quite stern. Unfortunately, she only caught a glimpse and didn't get to say much before being pulled back. She had actually developed a crush on a man from another time and space. Today, she finished both of her little books in one go, and this matter surprisingly made it to the trending topics on Weibo in the afternoon. Taking advantage of the Weibo trending heat, the powerful drama Power in the World officially announced its cast. This wave of heat was quite fast. Following that, the first Imperial Daughter also announced its adaptation into a drama, but the female lead had not yet been confirmed. On WeChat, the producer of Tanyu Media for this project was named Zhang Xin. The novel was completed today, with basically no issues, and the script was also a direct restoration. They were eager to seize the momentum and start filming quickly. Hello, Miss Xia, we are set to start filming next month. Do you have time for us to arrange a meal together? Sure. Two people agreed to meet in the city of Hong, which is very close to their home, just a 2-hour high-speed train ride. Are they really going to see a real celebrity? It's a bit exciting. Looking at the more than 30 crystal beads in the space, she absorbed more than 10 of them in one breath and entered the space. The gap was still there, and this time it felt much more energized. It was noon for her, and it should be evening for Suyu. Entering at this time seemed a bit inappropriate. Just as she hesitated, she saw a faint light and heard a roar from the space crack. Thinking that Suyu might be in danger, she directly entered the gap. Every time she traversed the gap, she felt a drain of energy. Suyu planned to arrive and take the signal device in one day, but unexpectedly encountered a dozen survivors here, so he stayed. One man exclaimed in surprise, Captain Su, it's really you. You've saved my life again. This person was Yang Shua, a special forces soldier from the International Peacekeeping Force, who had wiped out many criminal organizations together. You guys eat these foods first. Suyu took out a box of bread and water from the space and handed it to Yang Shua. Yang Shua's hands trembled with excitement as he looked at the food. They had searched for food for too many days, but everything had gone moldy. It's food! Yang Shua suddenly knelt down. The longer they lived, the more desperate they became. Because there was no food, even the water in the river was floating with layers of black, greasy substances. Someone couldn't help but drink it out of thirst, and the disgusting taste felt like drinking gasoline. Brother Su, thank you. Those who had not experienced such days could not understand this kind of pain, nor would they know the preciousness of food. At this moment, the person who shared food with them was like a reborn parent. Quickly distribute it, and follow me in the future, Suyu said, helping Yang Shua up with a serious tone. Yes. Yang Shua was very excited, trying to calm his racing heart as he trembled while distributing the food to others. The room was only lit by a faint firelight, it was night, and the zombies were active, so everyone tried to avoid making any noise. Xia Qing suddenly appeared next to Suyu again. This time he quickly reacted, a flicker of dark movement in his eyes, and said, "Is it you?" "Yes, it's me. It's night here." Xia Qing was much calmer this time, with only a faint firelight. Both sides could only see each other's silhouettes. Xia Qing smelled a foul odor and frowned slightly, asking, "Where are you? Why is there a stench?" It was an indescribable foul smell, like the smell of fish. Suyu looked at the corpses of the zombies in front of him and frowned, saying, "It's the smell of corpses, it's already been dealt with. This place is safe." Although he knew this was the apocalypse, the place was filled with corpses and the stench of death, which made it hard for Xia Qing to accept. She had only heard Suyu describe what their world was like. She would imagine it while watching movies, but now it was real. Xia Qing felt a bit at a loss. It's food, it's food. Yang Shua distributed the food, and several people devoured it ravenously, with dirty, disheveled hair and emaciated bodies. She even saw a pregnant woman, a skeletal figure, with only her belly round and bulging. The people here looked terrifying, even worse than those starving. Xia Qing wanted to see Suyu's appearance through the firelight but could only see his tall figure. Just as she wanted to say something, she felt a pull that directly drew her back into the space. "I'm back again. It seems I can't stay long in your time and space," Xia Qing said with some disappointment. "You stayed longer this time than last time, for 3 minutes." It seemed related to her absorbing crystal bead energy for evolution. As long as she upgraded and evolved, she could stay longer. Unfortunately, she could only enter once a day. Previously, the two had been chatting via voice. Now they switched to a video meeting, which made them somewhat nervous. However, the time was short, and with the unclear visuals, Xia Qing could only see Suyu's large figure and the distinct outline of his face. His deep-set eyes, which had held a hint of murderous intent the first time they met, were now noticeably softened. "I've already had the soil quality report tested by a professional agency. The results will come out in 3 days, he said. Great! Suyu pressed down his excitement. Soon she would be able to come to this world. He felt a surge of exhilaration, as if he were no longer alone. Xia Qing ordered a large amount of food. The people over there were truly pitiful, and only by seeing it with her own eyes could she grasp how shocking it was. She thought she would have to wait until evening to go over, as it would be daytime there. For her, it felt like an adventure, quite thrilling, but unfortunately, each time she entered, the duration was too short, and she was pulled back. It was as if the time and space there were rebounding her. Xia Qing absorbed all the remaining crystal beads in the space. This time, to avoid waste, she swallowed them directly. The beginning was always the hardest, but afterward, it didn't seem so difficult to accept. This time, she absorbed too much at once and nearly fainted. When she regained consciousness, it was already midnight. Upon waking, she felt a bit smelly all over and took another shower. Her hair had not only grown much longer but had also become denser. She felt her body was filled with energy. When she entered the space again, she noticed many new items, like large military equipment. "Suyu, I'm coming over." This time she remembered to give a heads up. She was afraid that suddenly appearing would catch Suyu off guard, even though this had happened twice before. Suyu was about to say not to come over, but Xia Qing had already walked toward the gap. This time, she emerged right next to Suyu, who was holding a sharp short knife and had just sliced open a zombie's head. The head rolled like a ball to Xia Qing's feet. She nervously swallowed, but fortunately, she enjoyed watching those zombie horror movies. However, the impact of reality was far more intense than that of television. The place she found herself in was a dilapidated highway, with a gray sky that showed no hint of blue. Suyu quickly dealt with several wandering zombies, not immediately opening their heads in front of Xia Qing. She was wearing a white t-shirt, jeans, and a pair of clean white shoes, her thick hair cascading down like a waterfall. Suyu wore camouflage military pants on his lower half and a black t-shirt on his upper half, revealing a strong, long arm, though there was a large bruise on the outer side. His military boots did not reach his ankles, accentuating his tall stature. His features were well defined, exuding a cold aura, with thick black hair and a calm demeanor that was as steady as a mountain. This was the first time Xiaqing saw Suyu's face completely. His presence was powerful, and his features were sharp. "Be careful, come here," Suyu said, grabbing her hand and pulling her behind him. His hand was hot and rough, full of strength. "There are zombies coming by on this highway from time to time." The road was littered with abandoned cars and dried-up corpses. Some zombies had their lower halves severed, yet their heads still moved, dragging their exposed intestines, creating an extremely disgusting scene. Yang Shua looked at the suddenly appearing girl, her clean face and smooth, fair skin momentarily leaving him stunned. "You, who are you? How did you suddenly appear?" Yang Shua asked in surprise. Suyu stood protectively in front of Xia Chang and coldly replied, "She is mine." Yang Shua was seeing Suyu protect someone like this for the first time. Even though he had many questions in his heart, he wisely chose not to ask. There was a pregnant woman in their group who had just been bitten by a suddenly lunging zombie. Yang Shua dashed forward and dealt with the zombie that had suddenly appeared. She's going to mutate, right?" another girl said fearfully. There were more than 10 people in total, mostly boys, with only 2 or 3 girls. The sudden appearance of Xiaqing caught their attention, but with their stomachs empty, they had no other thoughts. When one is hungry, they can think of nothing else. The hunger was so intense that they didn't even have the strength to speak. The girl knelt on the ground, her face pale, her neck swollen with dark veins, and her eyes red, looking like she was about to mutate. There were wounds on her legs, marks from being clawed and bitten by the zombie. "Help! The child," she said hoarsely, forcing out a few words. She felt she couldn't go on. She had been bitten by a zombie and was going to mutate, but perhaps her child could survive. The skin on the woman quickly became dry and shriveled. The infection was mutating rapidly. Suyu frowned and said coldly, "She's going to mutate." Upon hearing this, the others all stepped back in fear. The girl who had just wanted to help was also frightened away. "Mutate? Is she going to be infected by the zombie?" Before Xiaqing could finish her question, Yang Shua, holding a knife, said, "Safe travels." "The child," the woman said with her last bit of strength. Amniotic fluid gushed out, and the people around silently watched everything, no one daring to step forward to help. A large hand covered her eyes, but her keen hearing could still catch the sound of the knife-piercing skin and blood spraying out. Yang Shua discarded the woman's belly, and immediately a frail child emerged, surprisingly showing a faint breath. "Wow, just a slight cry." With a swift motion, the infected pregnant woman's head was also severed. The people around, witnessing such a scene, were no longer afraid, as this kind of thing happened every day, becoming a normal occurrence. Yang Shua sighed at the miracle of life, saying, "He's still alive, but without food, he would also die." Just then, the girl, Tang Muan, ran over and said, "Sure Ge, let me do it." Tang Muan took out a not-so-clean piece of clothing from her backpack and wrapped the dirty little child in it. The pale child had no color in his lips and was only a few dozen centimeters long. "A new life," Tang Muan said quietly. Having witnessed too much death, the survival of this child seemed to revive the spirits of the others. Yang Shua had said to follow the man in front to the sunny base, where there would be food. Xiaqing, with her eyes covered by Suyu, could see nothing. His hand was so big. "We should leave here first," Suyu said. They needed to hurry back to the sunny base, otherwise, it would get dark, and danger would easily arise at night. "You don't need to cover my eyes anymore," Xiaqing frowned. She knew this was a post-apocalyptic world, so she dared to come over, having prepared herself mentally. Suyu nervously withdrew his hand, his long eyelashes brushing against his rough palm. Without blocking her view, Xiaqing realized her head only reached his shoulder. Suyu was very tall. She was already about 1.62 meters, so Suyu must be at least 1.85 meters. His hair smelled so good, like mint shampoo. Oh my god. Although Xiaqing had mentally prepared herself, seeing the blood everywhere and the mangled bodies was still shocking. Ugh! Xiaqing turned and couldn't help but vomit. It was nighttime on her side, but fortunately, the food she had eaten was already digested. Suyu looked down and asked, "Are you okay?" "This reality is too shocking." She took a bottle of drink from the space and hurriedly drank a few sips, her face instantly turning pale, her lips devoid of color. "I'm perfectly fine," Xiaqing said stubbornly, but she couldn't straighten her back after vomiting. Taking a breath, she caught the smell of blood in the air and nearly vomited again. She felt a pull and returned to the space, quickly rushing to the bathroom to throw up. 5 minutes, Suyu said quietly, watching Xiaqing disappear. Yang Shua looked at the woman who had suddenly appeared and then vanished, his curiosity reaching its peak. How did that person just disappear? Am I seeing things because I'm hungry? A man blinked, uncertain. "Let's go, the sunny base is almost here," Suyu said calmly. Yang Shua's curiosity was forcibly suppressed. Suyu turned back and cut open the 2 zombie heads on the ground. His movements were clean and efficient, taking out 2 crystal beads from inside and placing them into the space. Not a single zombie head was spared. After returning, Xia Qing couldn't sleep. She opened her computer and re-watched Resident Evil, Silent Hill, Alien, and A Nightmare on Elm Street, indulging in all the bloody scenes. It was truly embarrassing. She had just met Suyu and ended up vomiting in less than 2 minutes. She remembered seeing that Suyu's military boots were a bit worn, as well as his clothes. So, she directly ordered a nice outfit for him online. In this apocalypse, a suit definitely wouldn't do, so she chose practical outdoor sportswear for him. Sturdy and durable clothing was best. The most expensive outdoor sports brand, windproof and waterproof, totaling 50,000 yuan for clothes, pants, and shoes. She was really willing to spend money on a man. After thinking for a moment, she also bought herself a set of women's clothing from the same brand. It wouldn't be convenient for her to go out in shorts or a skirt. By the time she finished all this, it was already morning, and she hadn't slept a wink all night. She felt quite energetic now and decided to go out to check the fields early in the morning. Their vegetable garden had already been planted with bok choy. Xiao Chang, are you still harvesting vegetables? Aunt Sun asked with a smile. Of course, but you should tell my dad about the harvesting, Xia Qing replied. She had already handed this task over to her dad. The more vegetables, the better. The land over there couldn't produce anything, and seeing those starving people without food was unbearable. After strolling around the vegetable garden, she drove to the warehouse in the county town, where the previously harvested vegetables and stored milk were kept. Suyu and his group arrived at the Sunny base. The people here clearly looked much more spirited than they did. Brother Yu, the vanguard team guarding the gate saw Suyu return and all let him through. Arrange a place for these new survivors. Got it, Brother Yu, a man immediately replied. He turned to the survivors and said, you all come with me. On the way, someone said, today I found a gold bar. I exchanged it for eggplants and a watermelon. You're lucky, but I worked an extra 2 hours today and got some processing points. The faces of the people in the base were filled with hope for life. This group saw someone holding a watermelon and couldn't help but rush forward to ask for it, only to be held back by a member of the vanguard team. In the Sunny base, anyone who steals food from others will be kicked out. Serious offenders will face the death penalty. Considering you just arrived, there are 2 ways to obtain food in the Sunny base. One is to exchange labor for points to get food, and the other is to exchange valuable items like gold bars for food. You can get 3 days of food for free when you first arrive. After that, you'll have to rely on yourselves. No fighting, no stealing. Minor offenses will get you kicked out. Serious ones will lead to the death penalty. So you manage the Sunny base with strictness, one could say with an iron fist. It is precisely in this way that management can be enforced, laws can be established, and rules can be set. Brother Liang, these are all new survivors. Survivors, please register. What profession did you have before the apocalypse, and what skills do you possess? Come here to collect food. The survivors lined up to register, seeing that the people in front had received a bottle of water and 2 sweet potatoes. It's water, clean water, a man exclaimed excitedly as he received his water. Zhang Liang noticed a girl holding a small baby in her arms, who seemed to have just been born, her face a bit pale. This can is baby formula, take it to feed the child. You can take the baby to the treatment room to check on its condition. Tang Yuan stared at the can of formula, momentarily stunned. She had somewhat lost hope, unsure if the child would survive. Even with food and water, a newborn needed milk, and she had none, yet she couldn't bear to give up. With red-rimmed eyes, Tang Yuan said, thank you, thank you. Upon arriving here, they found hope for life. No longer was it pitch black. This time, the survivors were assigned to Villano 6, where there were fewer people, and the houses were still livable. Yang Shua registered as an evolver and received supplies, learning that he could also join the vanguard team here. Suyu took out the equipment from the space and specifically found a space to store it. In this area, the space had internet access, and he took out the intercom on the table to call Li Yao. Go call Yang Shua over, the new survivor. Yang Shua? He's here too, Li Yao exclaimed in surprise. Yes. Before long, Yang Shua was called over. Upon seeing the equipment in the room, he understood why he was summoned. After checking it, Yang Shua said, it can be used. We can try to connect it. Suyu could operate it as well, but since he often went out, someone needed to stay behind. Yang Shua and Suyu reassembled it together. We still need to install the antenna outside. After more than 2 hours, they finally completed the assembly. Suyu used the intercom to call Li Yao and the other evolvers over. Xia Qing always brought him a lot of things, saying it was special treatment for him. What is this? Barbecue mixed rice. Yang Shua was already drooling. Eat. Brother Yu has all kinds of delicious food, Li Yao said calmly. Yang Shua swallowed hard and directly stuffed the mixed rice into his mouth. He ate 3 boxes of mixed rice in one go, having been hungry for too long. After finishing, he wiped his mouth and said seriously, "Brother Yu, I will follow you from now on. Now we have 6 evolvers in the base, including you, and that child counts as a backup. One evolver leads a vanguard team, forming 6 teams. Li Yao is responsible for base security, Zhang Liang is in charge of base supply backup, Wang Chang is responsible for going out to find supplies, and Yang Shua, you should familiarize yourself first." The new evolver, retired soldier Wang Shui, was responsible for the construction of the base. Wang Shui nodded. Being bitten by zombies had become a turning point in his life. He became an evolver. Suyu said, "With great power comes great responsibility. Our sunny day base will get better and better." He believed that even in a world of darkness, he would carve out a path and establish a beam of light. "I walked all the way from Anya City and originally found a granary, but the rice in the granary had rotted and was infested with worms. To survive, they had no choice but to cook and eat the rotten, blackened rice. Originally over 200 people, unexpectedly, nearly 100 died after eating that food. Rotten food has a strong toxicity. Moreover, in Anya City, there was a small base with dozens of survivors, and they resorted to cannibalism," Yang Shua said coldly. At that time, he had also rescued a few people, and the scenes he witnessed were terrifying. They specifically capture living people, locking them up like livestock, not giving them food or water. Yang Shua said with concern, "Those people can no longer be called human. They have guns, and many of them are evolved beings. Anya City is very close to us. Are you worried they will come to our base?" Li Yao asked with a frown. "They have captured all the survivors around. Once they run out of food, they will definitely migrate to the surrounding areas. How many of them are there? You said they have guns? Were they once soldiers? Only soldiers and special police would use firearms. They are not soldiers. We soldiers have our bottom line. Even if we starve to death, we wouldn't do such things. They came out of prison. During the zombie crisis, the people in prison were safe due to their remote location and the presence of bars. One of my childhood friends is a prison guard. I fled to Anya City to find him, but he has been tortured to the point of being unrecognizable, mentally disoriented." At this point, Yang Shua was already in tears, recalling how he had to kill him. His friend's arms and legs were already gone. They had been eaten by those people. To free his brother, he personally killed his childhood friend, helping him find peace. He burned his body, refusing to leave it for those damned bastards. Those people deserve to die. As he said this, Yang Shua's emotions flared, his eyes reddening. Unfortunately, the other side had many people, all armed. He had been hungry for several days and could only save a few who had not yet been eaten. A silence fell over the crowd. Li Yao said, "It would be great if we could get our hands on some firearms." Guns were hard to come by, and Suyu was also silent, lost in thought. In the early days of the apocalypse, he had a gun, but the bullets had long been used up. The weapons are with the military, but the military bases are all hidden. My unit was in the wilderness back then. Weapon depots are not easy to find. Even if those people have guns, they are consumables. After so long, who knows if they even have bullets left? Wang Chang said. After a long pause, Suyu said, "Tomorrow, let's go to the motorcycle factory in the city and bring back some motorcycles." He wouldn't let them come knocking. He would personally lead a team to wipe out those who deserve to go to hell. With motorcycles, their range of movement would expand. These survivors couldn't just sit idle. It would be best to modify the motorcycles into mountain bikes. The roads were too bumpy to navigate, and ordinary cars would get stuck in the potholes. Meanwhile, Xiao Chang received the soil quality testing report and opened the file on WeChat. Everything was marked in red. It was no wonder nothing could be grown there. Xiao Qing directly ordered a soil quality testing instrument online to send to Suyu, hoping they could find land suitable for planting. Suddenly, she had an idea. If she transported the clean, fertile soil from here to another time and space, could it be planted? This needed to be tested. So she shared this idea with Suyu. "Suyu, let's see if this big pot can grow something in your world. I planted some bok choy." "Okay." Suyu took out a large flower pot from his space and placed it in his bedroom, along with a watering can specifically for watering. "These clothes and shoes are what I bought for you." Suyu looked at the entire set of clean clothes, which even included an electric shaver. He tried them on. The clothes were very comfortable, especially the fabric, which was windproof and waterproof. The key was that the size fit perfectly. In the following days, Xiao Qing noticed that there were quite a few crystal beads in the space. How many zombies had Suyu killed in these days? She had been watching bloody movies for several days in a row. She should be immune by now. Anyway, she hadn't gone to Suyu's world in the past few days. At 1 a.m., Xiao Qing was still awake. She entered the space. "Suyu, I'm here. What are you doing over there? Can I come over? I'm searching for supplies in the city." Suyu was dissecting a zombie's head when he heard Xiao Qing's voice and quickly slipped into a nearby medium-sized mall. He had been hunting zombies these past few days, but he was also genuinely looking for supplies. He could trade food with Xiaoqing, but they also needed other items, including clothing and daily necessities. Searching for supplies? Xiaoqing perked up at the thought. Was it like a self-service where you could take things without spending money in the apocalypse? After changing her clothes, she slipped into the gap. She always appeared right next to Suyu. Does the outfit fit well? However, her amazement was still evident in her eyes. That figure, those long legs. Suyu looked at Xiaoqing, who was wearing the same clothes as him, a barely noticeable smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The area was a mall, covered in cobwebs from years of neglect. Just as Suyu had told her the first time, the jewelry counters were dusty and no one had collected anything. There were many beautiful accessories displayed in the counters, and she picked some to store in her space. No need to pay, just take them. Brother Yu. Wang Chang rushed in with a few people. They had just been killing zombies together, and when they turned around, they couldn't find Suyu. When a team member saw Suyu heading into the mall, they followed him in. Their clothes were stained with blood, and they looked scruffy. Seeing a clean girl next to Suyu felt like she didn't belong in this world. Suyu noticed Wang Chang and the others coming in and subtly frowned. Wang Chang looked at the two of them, clearly dressed in couple outfits. Who is this? Where did this girl come from? So clean and bright, the few boys couldn't help but stare. Mainly because girls nowadays were pale and thin, their faces lacking color, with dry, cracked skin and sunken eyes. The girl in front of them was too delicate, with a waterfall of thick hair, and her bright eyes were full of hope, showing no signs of fatigue. Suyu stepped forward to block the men's gaze, his tone turning cold. This is my friend. Declaring ownership right away was also a way to protect her here. The others dared not look at Xiaoqing, even though they had many questions. Wang Chang seemed to guess something and felt very excited inside. The atmosphere became a bit tense. Brother Yu, these are the crystal beads we found. Wang Chang broke the awkwardness, holding a bag of crystal beads. He had kept 2 for himself, enough for a few days of absorption. Suyu took the crystal beads and stored them in his space. So, this is how she gets dozens of crystal beads every day? Xiaoqing, with limited time, said, should we go upstairs and take a look? I'm afraid we won't have enough time. The others were a bit stunned. This girl wanted to shop in a mall? Was she crazy? Shouldn't they be focused on finding the necessary supplies and leaving? In the apocalypse, who knew how one could die just by saying they wanted to shop? Suyu said, let's go, I'll take you. The few brothers behind Wang Chang looked confused. That girl actually said she wanted to shop? And that there's no time left. There are quite a few zombies in the mall upstairs, is she out of her mind? A few murmured quietly, not knowing where brother you found this dead weight. Wang Chang turned back and shot them a cold glance. Stop talking nonsense. Go upstairs and follow brother you. Xiaoqing faintly heard the sounds of roaring from the second floor and couldn't help but swallow nervously. She had seen so many zombie movies in her mind. Roar! As soon as they reached the second floor, a zombie charged at them. It was daytime, so they were slow. Before the zombie could reach Xiaoqing, Suyu had already rushed forward, swiftly dispatching the zombie. Xiaoqing's face turned pale, but she felt much better now, still able to smell the stench in the air. Immediately, a few zombies, sensing the presence of the living, charged over but were swiftly decapitated by Wang Chang and his companions. The heads rolled on the ground, and the blood stuck to the floor. There aren't many valuable items on this floor, mostly clothing. Before Suyu could finish his sentence, Xiaoqing disappeared once again. He glanced at his watch, it hadn't even been 10 minutes. Looking at the blood-soaked ground, perhaps she was scared? Suyu quickly asked through the space, are you okay? I'm fine. I'm not scared. It's just that I can't get used to the smell all at once. She had become immune to bloody movies, but this was a real scene. The zombies themselves emitted a foul stench, and when their heads were chopped off, green, viscous blood sprayed everywhere. The smell was a combination of fishy and fecal odors. She needed to go back and order a respirator. Wang Chang and the others were shocked. That person had suddenly appeared and then vanished. They opened their mouths, their eyes wide with astonishment, but they all had the sense not to ask. They were very curious inside. Curiosity is tormenting. All they needed to know was that the food they had now was provided by Suyu. If they offended him, there would be no food. They wouldn't ask what they shouldn't. Suyu coldly instructed, don't talk about today's events outside. The group replied in unison, understood, understood. They would be foolish to tell others. Although they wouldn't speak of it, they were still very curious in their hearts. Various speculations about the girl's identity arose. Could she have evolved some special ability? Invisibility? They all speculated wildly in their minds, with only Wang Chang having an inkling of what was going on. Wang Chang, Li Yao, Zhang Liang, and the others were all brothers who had fought alongside Suyu in the past, so they naturally knew more than the others. However, they were all evolved beings now, with physical qualities and strength far superior to ordinary people. Besides Suyu, who had spatial abilities, they had never seen anyone else with such powers. Xia Qing had also experienced a taste of shopping without paying today. There were indeed many items over there. She could collect some to sell in her shop. She had purchased 2 stores next to the supermarket, where she could sell ordinary jewelry and other items in that space. It was practically zero cost. With that in mind, she contacted a renovation company to decorate the 2 stores they had bought earlier. The supermarket wasn't crowded, there were regular customers every day, and this area had a decent occupancy rate with many new residences. In half a month, it would be the peak tourist season here. Han City was an ancient city, and the surrounding counties also had cultural relics. Their county, Handan, was famous for flowers and ceramics. Xia Cheng took a stroll around the supermarket, and the cashier on duty in the morning was Wang Qin, who greeted her warmly as she approached. Just as Xia Cheng left, a young woman walked over gossiping. "Isn't that Xia Shu's daughter from our village? Do you know her?" "I know her. She's our boss." "Oh, our boss is really great. Overtime pay, double pay on holidays. Working hours are flexible," Wang Qin said happily. Getting a job with such a salary was indeed quite good. Usually, the residents here didn't buy much, most just came for groceries, but now there was only one large supermarket nearby, so more and more people were coming to shop here. There was a row of self-checkout machines, each equipped with a camera, and Wang Qin was only responsible for the manual checkout, so she wasn't too busy. Recently, Xia Cheng had also hired a stock clerk to manage the supermarket's restocking. This young woman was also from the same village and went home to tell her mother about it. "Mom, the new large chain supermarket downstairs is opened by Uncle Xia's family." Their family was also related to the Xia family. She was Xia Qing's cousin, as her grandfather and Xia Qing's grandfather were brothers. "How could that be? Can your Uncle Xia afford such a big supermarket?" "Really, I just saw Xia Qing at the supermarket." The cashier was so polite and enthusiastic to her, and when I asked, it turns out Xia Qing is the owner. "With such an easy job, double holiday pay, and it's close to our home." She is currently not working at home. Her mother came to help take care of the child, while her mother-in-law is working outside to pay off debts. "Then I'll go back to my hometown and ask your Aunt Young. If it's really owned by them, I can talk to them. You can at least get a job there, it would be easy," the elder said while holding the child. However, she still didn't quite believe it. The Xia family opened a supermarket in the county? They don't even have a house in the county. "It's so convenient for me to take care of the child here," the woman said with a smile. Being able to work here, earn a salary, and take care of a child, all while being close by. The elder thought about it and placed the child on the small sofa, saying, "I'll go back and ask. Since we're relatives, they will definitely help you." Chapter 43, Kyoto Gorgeous Hotel. Not long after Xia Cheng left the supermarket, she received a call from Zhang Xian, a producer at Tanyu Entertainment. "There's a dinner party in Kyoto tonight, and I hope you can come. Our screenwriter would also like to discuss the plot with you." "Okay." Xia Cheng saw the address of the Kyoto Grand Hotel on WeChat. It was a 5-star hotel. She directly bought a high-speed train ticket to Kyoto, arriving at noon and having a simple meal. In the afternoon, she went to a beauty salon for a facial treatment, thinking that she would definitely meet some stars at the dinner party that night, so she went to the mall to buy a new outfit and did a simple hairstyle. At 6 in the evening, she took a taxi to the 5-star hotel. The Kyoto Gorgeous Hotel had a huge crystal chandelier that sparkled brilliantly, and there were many valuable decorations in the lobby. "Hello, do you have a reservation?" the waiter asked politely with a smile. "Mr. Zhang reserved the Manhwa Hall." "Okay, please follow me." The waiter smiled and led Xia Cheng. The temperature and humidity in the hotel were very comfortable, all under specialized control. Suddenly, a surprised female voice called out to her, "Qing Qing Jie?" Xia Qing turned around to see Lin Nuan, dressed in a small evening gown with exquisite makeup, but she recognized her at a glance. When her aunt took Lin Nuan back to their hometown to play, Lin Nuan always stuck to her. Lin Nuan. This was her aunt's daughter, Lin Nuan, who had come to attend the banquet today. It was not easy for her to get a small role in it. The novel Power in the World was currently a huge hit, and the film and television adaptation was also being shot to ride the wave of popularity. Even before filming, the show already had extremely high popularity and buzz. "Qing Qing Jia, it really is you. We haven't seen each other for half a year," Lin Nuan said with a smile. "Yeah, Lin Nuan, what are you dawdling here for? Hurry up. Do you know how much effort it took to bring you here?" The manager frowned and said. Lin Nuan had good conditions, and there were investors above, which was why she was brought here to make an appearance as a maid to the female lead. "Then I'll go up first, okay? After I'm done, I'll treat you to dinner," Lin Nuan quickly said, knowing how important this opportunity was, and hurriedly followed her manager. Don't you see what you're here for? Can you be late for such an occasion? And chatting with your friend. The manager frowned. That's my cousin. Isn't your cousin the one who went back to the village? What is she doing at this 5-star hotel? The manager understood Lin Nuan's family situation. This was a basic quality for a manager. That's true. Lin Nuan also didn't know how her cousin, who had always had a hard time in college, could afford to come to a 5-star hotel. Forget it, don't worry about that. Today, Xing Bao, Zhou Ling, and the others will all be coming. Director, producer, and screenwriter will all be present, so you should obediently stay behind me for a while. Originally, you, as a maid, didn't need to come to this occasion, but since you have quite a few scenes next to the female lead, and there's a crucial scene, I've fought for you to be here, so you need to get along well with Ying Bao. The maid's scenes will definitely involve interaction with her. I understand, I will perform well, Lin Nuan said. The agent nodded. She saw Lin Nuan as a promising talent. The agent took Lin Nuan upstairs to the private room, Manhwa Hall. This was a large hall that could accommodate 3 tables. At this moment, the producer and director had mostly arrived, except for the male and female leads. The producer and director sat at the main table, while some supporting roles sat at the secondary table. Everyone was chatting enthusiastically, and Lin Nuan's agent not only brought her along but also had a male supporting actor under her, so she could take Lin Nuan along this time. Generally, when writing a script for a film or television drama, the crew members, actors, and creative staff are already determined. The plot structure of the novel is very good, and there are no scenes that would fail to pass review, so the confirmation was quite fast. What mattered was efficiency. Everyone gathered today, and tomorrow they would officially start filming. Xia Qing called Zhang Xian. It wasn't good for her to barge in suddenly, especially since she didn't know anyone else. Are you the one who writes about spicy peppers? Zhang Xian discreetly assessed Xia Qing. The girl in front of him had a good figure, fair skin, and especially bright eyes. Although she wasn't a stunning beauty, she had a certain recognizability. In the entertainment industry, even if someone is beautiful, without recognizability, they can easily fade into obscurity. Small fame relies on body, while big fame relies on luck. Yes, that's me. Zhang Xian still valued Xia Qing. Their company had acquired 2 of her copyrights in succession. To avoid conflicts, the 2 projects were filmed separately. Filming wasn't difficult now. The main thing was having a good script. Some popular novels could be adapted, but there were many restrictions, and in the end, what passed review often turned into something unrecognizable. Come on, let's go. Zhang Xian smiled as he led Xia Qing into the private room and directly walked to the main table. Lin Nuan, sitting at the secondary table with her agent, was stunned. Isn't that your cousin? Why is she with the producer? Lin Nuan shook her head. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak. The producer's girlfriend? The agent guessed randomly. Even if she were a girlfriend, it wouldn't be appropriate to bring her to such an occasion. Let me introduce everyone. This is Spicy Pepper, the author of Power in the World and the First Empress, Zhang Xian said with a smile. Boom! Lin Nuan's shocked pupils widened, and her agent was also stunned. Lin Nuan, your cousin is Spicy Pepper. Why didn't you say so earlier? The agent frowned. If she had known about this connection, she wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble to bring Lin Nuan here. This is Spicy Pepper. Recently, this person has been incredibly popular, gaining nearly 5 million followers on Weibo in just a month. Xia Qing nodded, looking around but not seeing Ying Bao and Zhou Ling. She saw the male second lead Wang Xingqing and the female supporting role Liang Shan. Today, Xing Bao and Zhou Ling's flight was delayed. They will go directly to the set to start filming tomorrow, Zhang Xian said. Both of them were top-tier stars, so no one minded the delay. Xia Qing felt a bit regretful for not meeting the 2 top stars. In the evening, everyone was having dinner, and Xia Qing was caught up in conversation with the screenwriter, unable to break free, discussing issues about the characters in the book. After all, performing also meant bringing the characters from the novel to life. If you have scripts in the future, you can send them directly to me, and the copyright fees will be paid directly to you, Zhang Xian said with a smile. I happen to have a modern love-hate story. I was planning to publish it as a novel. You can take a look at a few chapters. Xia Qing didn't waste any time and directly took out her phone to show Zhang Xian, while the screenwriter also started reading. This emotional tug-of-war is so intense. Just these few chapters? What about the rest? Zhang Xian said, already intrigued. Chapter 44, is it too much to carry a baseball bat? The screenwriter also took a look at a few chapters on the phone and was instantly hooked by the plot. Is there more? It's really frustrating to read only half of it. This script is definitely going to be a hit. The female lead is a police officer, with a suspenseful love-hate storyline. Write this script, and once you're done, I'll buy it outright. Zhang Xian decided immediately. It's not easy to come across a good script, so it's best to secure the rights right away. Okay. Xia Qing nodded with a smile. Hello, I'm Wang Xingcheng, playing the second male lead in your book. Wang Xingcheng was a sunny young man, and Xia Qing had seen his elegant appearance in historical dramas. The two clinked glasses amicably. One must say that even the supporting male stars in the entertainment industry are quite handsome. At least his physique was top-notch. Xia Qing inexplicably thought of Su Yu's distinct facial features and his well-defined waist. The aura he carried was unmatched by ordinary people. The female antagonist you wrote is really full of personality. I absolutely love her, Yang Shan said with a smile, finding it quite a challenge for herself. This female antagonist wasn't simply bad. She had become this way due to the injustices she faced since childhood, which would definitely test her acting skills. I really love the novel you wrote, including the first Imperial Daughter. It's so good. Yang Shan chatted happily with Xia Qing, and they exchanged WeChat contacts. At 11 p.m., the dinner finally came to an end. Xia Qing planned to stay a night in Kyoto and booked a hotel there. Cousin, I really didn't expect you to be so good at stirring up trouble, Lin Nuan exclaimed in surprise. She always remembered her cousin as someone who studied painting, and she didn't expect her to write such a popular novel. I didn't expect you to be an actress now. She recalled that Lin Nuan loved playing house when they were kids. I just signed a contract. This is my first official role, Lin Nuan said. The two chatted for a while and made plans for lunch the next day, as they would be entering the set the following day. After Xia Qing left, the manager pulled Lin Nuan aside and said, "Why didn't you mention your role to your cousin? My cousin isn't a screenwriter, she can't add to my part. Build a good relationship with your cousin. I heard that another script, The First Imperial Daughter, has also been bought by your cousin's entertainment company. I just heard Zhang Xian say that your cousin has a modern script that's also quite good. It's possible that your sister is the screenwriter. I'll try to get you a role, and maybe you can get more scenes," the manager said with a smile. Lin Nuan frowned slightly. When she first arrived, she saw her cousin greet her with an air of superiority, looking down on everyone. Now she was being told to build a good relationship with her cousin. The entertainment industry, after all, is all about interests. The next day, Xia Qing and Lin Nuan had lunch together, and in the afternoon, they were officially entering the set to start filming. She was also thinking about this matter. She had the script and the money, and she didn't necessarily have to sell her script to make money. She could directly invest in filming her own script. Starting an entertainment company wasn't out of the question either. Xia Qing had already made a plan in her mind. Since she now had unique advantages, she would use the money from another time and space to build her business empire. The luxurious life that those wealthy women could enjoy, she would have it too. In the afternoon, Xia Qing took the high-speed train home. There were 2 boxes of gift milk at home, which surely someone had sent over. They wouldn't buy gift boxes themselves. "Xingqing, your second aunt came to find me this morning. I don't know how she found out that you opened a supermarket in the county, but she wants your cousin to go work there." That cousin. Living in a village means everyone is related in some way. Xiaofang got married a few years ago, and her place is very close to the supermarket you run, Yang Xia frowned and said. "Maybe your dad has been collecting vegetables recently and accidentally let it slip. That's the downside of village life. Everyone knows each other's business. Unlike in big cities, where even neighbors who have lived for years remain unfamiliar. That's not the issue. Your uncle's family also knows that we have a supermarket in the county and wants to come work for us." Yang Xia was very worried. Running a supermarket pays 2,000 to 3,000 a month, which is definitely better than farming. Plus, it's in the county, so taking a break occasionally doesn't interfere with watering, and it's convenient to take a few days off during harvest time. The supermarket doesn't need more people. There are still 2 shops nearby that are being renovated. I'm planning to open a clothing store and a ceramics shop, and then let them come work for us. The salary for the first month is 2,005, plus commission, with breaks, and double pay on holidays. You want to open 2 more shops? Yang Xia asked. Yeah, let's do it. She planned to go to another dimension tonight to stock up. That day, she saw a ceramics shop in a rundown mall, and the styles were quite nice. She intended to buy up that row of shops and make the purchase tomorrow. That night, Xia Qing scanned the novel into her laptop folder, planning to send it to Zhang Xian later. She thought if he wanted to take the script, she would invest, and then discuss it with Zhang Xian when he was almost done filming the series. After taking a shower, Xia Qing bought a red velvet cake from the city, ate a few pieces, and watched a horror movie. By 1 a.m., she changed her clothes and entered the space again. Su Yu? There was no response from Su Yu in the space, and she frowned slightly, wondering if he hadn't heard her. The next second, before she could react, she was sucked into a space crack, this time holding a steel baseball bat, which she had specifically bought for self-defense. Every time she entered, there was a chance of encountering zombies, Having a baseball bat for protection wasn't excessive, right? A flash of light, and Xia Cheng found herself in a room, looking around. This was the place from the first dimension she entered, Suyu's room. She turned to see Suyu shirtless, wearing only black windbreaker pants, with a red blood mark on his shoulder. His 8-pack abs were prominently displayed, along with a clearly defined mermaid line, smooth lines without an ounce of excess fat. His skin was slightly tanned, and every muscle on his shoulder showcased strength. Xia Qing's eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape, seemingly stunned by the sight before her, swallowing hard. Suyu had just been tending to his wound when he suddenly saw Xia Qing, momentarily frozen. Xia Cheng blinked and said, "Your shoulder is injured." "Yeah, just a small injury." Suyu's eyes flickered slightly, his expression somewhat awkward. Chapter 45, So many good things. Where is this place? This is my constructed safe base. There's an underground warehouse below. Do you want to take a look? Suyu had already put on a shirt. A plain black t-shirt fit him like a model. Suyu's body proportions were perfect, far better than any star she had seen. Most stars focused on looking good on camera but appeared quite thin in reality. Suyu's physique exuded strength and security, but when he wore clothes, he looked slim. Without them, his muscles were quite striking. "Okay, let's go take a look." Xia Qing's cheeks felt a bit hot and unnatural. Suyu led Xia Qing to the warehouse downstairs. They were on the 3rd floor, while the 2nd and 1st floors were where the evolved ones lived. As they reached the 1st floor, they ran into Liao's wife, Tianrui, who was busy taking care of the child. The family members of the evolvers also lived in this building, with the women responsible for household cleaning, including daily cooking. "You good?" Tianrui smiled, feeling much better with the fresh food. Tianrui was surprised to see a girl suddenly appear next to Yugu. She looked so healthy that she seemed out of place in this world. "We need to go to the basement downstairs." This villa had once been Tianrui's home, so she was very familiar with it. "Yugu, let me take you there," Tianrui quickly said. She knew the value of the items stored in the safe in the basement. Suyu thought for a moment and agreed. "Mom!" A 2-year-old boy ran over, wanting Tianrui to hold him. The dirty, small boy looked like he was barely 1 year old in Xia Qing's eyes. Such a thin little child, Xia Qing felt a pang of sympathy, unable to bear seeing so many poor children. So she took out a few boxes of cheese sticks she had just bought from her space, which were originally meant for Suyu. She directly handed a bag of cheese sticks to the child, speaking gently. "Sister is giving you this to eat, okay?" This. Tianrui saw the items that Xia Qing had conjured out of thin air and looked at Suyu, who nodded. Only then did she excitedly take it, quickly saying, "Thank you. Thank you." This girl in front of her was definitely extraordinary. The dates on the packaging were all fresh, and they didn't even know where it was produced. Tianrui hurriedly put the items away and led Suyu and Xia Qing to the basement. There were quite a few items stored here, not just from Tianrui's family, but many people came to exchange stored items as well. Tianrui directly opened a safe and took out a box, saying, "Inside is an auction-level pink diamond, which my dad bought for tens of millions back in the day." Xia Qing took it and saw that this pink diamond was larger than any she had seen before, and the color was also very beautiful. So pretty! In her world, this pink diamond would probably be worth hundreds of millions. This painting is a traditional Chinese painting, created by Master Zhen. Master Zhen? He is a national painting master here, very famous internationally. Every piece of his work starts at auction. Xia Qing, who also studied painting, recognized that this painting was indeed very well done and had deep cultural significance. "I want this." She wanted to take it back to copy. Suyu said, "Everything here is prepared for you. This box contains pearls, South Sea white pearls. This box has cold white pearls, as well as South Sea gold pearls and cold blue pearls. This box contains rare conch pearls, which are of high quality and perfectly round. This one is a blue diamond, the Oppenheimer blue diamond, which my mom bought for over 50 million back then." Tianrui could accurately explain every luxury item here. Although her complexion was yellowish and she looked a bit thin, her elegance was still evident. She must have once been a wealthy young lady. Hearing her words, Xia Qing knew that most of the items here belonged to her family. "This is what your mother left for you. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to take it," Xia Qing said solemnly. She could take the unclaimed items outside, but this blue diamond was something that someone's mother had bought. "No need. Yugu said all of this is yours, so it's yours. Having these won't do me any good. When I'm starving, they won't fill me up, and when my child is sick, they won't cure my child. To me, that bag of cheese sticks you gave me is more precious than all of them. When a person is starving, everything else is meaningless. Then this blue sapphire is for you. I have enough with all this," Xia Qing said. "Thank you," Tianrui said, her eyes reddening. That blue sapphire was something her mother had bought, originally intended as a gift for her, but after the apocalypse, her parents had turned into zombies. "These are antiques. My dad really loves collecting these. This is a white jade wine vessel from the Shang dynasty, and it was auctioned for 1,200,000. This is a white jade snuff bottle, made from high-value jade, also worth over $1 million. Tian Rui truly lived up to her past as a wealthy young lady. She could identify these precious items. Xia Qing noticed something on the table that looked like a makeup box, with very ancient patterns on it. Inside this is a meteorite. My dad bought it for his collection, but later it was said that meteorites can emit radiation, so it was sealed in this iron box. Xia Qing was very interested in this item, feeling that what was inside was very alluring to her. She stored it in her space, and the items inside emitted a blue glow that instantly merged into the space. There were still dozens of gold bars and quite a few gold ornaments left. It was just too much. Can I go to the mall we visited last time? There's a ceramic shop there. She planned to collect everything from there and sell it in her store. You want ceramics? Tian Rui asked. Yeah, there's a ceramic factory in our city that specializes in porcelain. This city is famous for its porcelain. That factory is my family's, Tian Rui said, as their family had once made their fortune from porcelain, producing exquisite pieces. Xia Qing exclaimed, That's great. Suyu said, I'll take you there. Suyu frowned slightly, worried. How long can you stay this time? I haven't tried it yet. I should take a tour of your base today and see how much time I have before going tomorrow? That works. Calculating the time, Suyu planned to drive directly to the ceramic factory tomorrow, and once they arrived, he would call Xia Qing out. Tian Rui listened to Suyu and Xia Qing's conversation and seemed to understand something, her gaze towards Xia Qing filled with excitement. This was the woman who provided them with food. To them, she was a benefactor. Suyu walked with Xia Qing around the base, and the people in the base were shocked to see a girl next to Suyu. Who is that girl? She's actually next to Brother Yu. No woman had approached Suyu before. There had been a few reckless women trying to get close, but they were all thrown out by Suyu. Anyone who approached would be kicked out of the base, which effectively ended that situation. I don't know, but that girl looks so clean, not a bit malnourished. Xia Qing noticed that the surrounding walls had already been built, and not only that, but surveillance cameras had also been installed. Drones were flying overhead, and with the walls, they could protect their safety without living in constant fear. Suyu said, These were all sent by you. Yeah. They passed by a square where a few children were playing, the oldest no more than 6, and the youngest only 3. Why do these kids have so little hair? Xia Qing frowned, noticing that some of the children were even bald. They were malnourished before, eating tree bark, leaves, and even dirt, all of which contained toxic substances. These children had decent resistance, as those with low immunity had died early on. Xia Qing looked at Suyu's relatively lush hair. If Suyu were bald, he would look like a monk, and she imagined for a moment that he might have a bit of that ascetic monk's aura. I'll give them some cheese sticks. A little girl ran over, holding a ragged doll that had become dirty, but it was still very precious to her. Mommy Cheng Tian. You're my Mommy Cheng Tian, right? The little girl looked at Xia Qing with big, hopeful eyes. In her few memories, her mother had such thick hair and a gentle demeanor. Xia Qing found her somewhat familiar, as if she were the little girl Suyu had taken a photo of back then. Are you Little Lucky? This name was given by her. The little girl nodded, looking very excited at Xia Qing. Xia Qing looked into her clear eyes and affectionately patted her head, only to accidentally pull out a strand of her hair. I didn't mean to, Xia Qing said, flustered. The little girl didn't mind at all and said, It's okay, it's all fallen out anyway. If it's all gone, then I don't have to waste water washing it. Water resources are precious too. Xia Qing took out a cheese stick from her space and said apologetically, Here, have this. Wow, thank you, Mommy Cheng Tian. Little Xuanqing happily laughed while holding a big bag of cheese sticks. A few other children looked on eagerly from behind but didn't dare to step forward. Xia Qing looked at these poor children and said, Kids, come over here. Upon hearing this, 7 or 8 children's eyes lit up, and they hurriedly ran over. Xia Qing took out a whole box of cheese sticks from her space and distributed a big bag to each of them. A few of the children were timid and ran off with their treats, but there were also 2 sweet-tongued kids. Thank you, pretty sister. The children happily ran away with their cheese sticks. Little Xuanqing didn't run away but stood in place, looking at Xia Qing. Xia Qing picked up little Xuanqing. She was so light, probably just over 20 pounds. The child had a bit of an unpleasant smell, looking like she hadn't bathed in a long time. Wouldn't not bathing for a long time lead to lice? Next time, I'll buy you a filter to try. Even if the filtered water can't be drunk, it can still be used for bathing. They would wait for the rain to store rainwater, as only rainwater is clean. Okay. Besides the children, everyone else in the base was busy, some repairing the walls, cleaning up trash, and building houses. Others went out of the base to search for supplies, and when they returned, they would check for any wounds. Today was a good harvest. I found a backpack full of jewelry. We can exchange it for a watermelon. I'm so tempted. I want to exchange for 2 potatoes. A few people walked into the base with quite a few items in hand, and when they saw Suyu, they instinctively stepped aside. 2 people curiously looked at Xia Qing. They had only improved their environment a bit since moving here. Before, in that shack, the sanitation was terrible. They were all looking for gold and silver treasures for her. She was now an invisible wealthy person. Almost, Xia Qing stayed for about 20 minutes before heading back. This time was longer than the last. I'll go to the ceramic factory tomorrow. When I get there, I'll call you from my space. Okay. Xia Qing was in a pretty good mood. She planned to buy some filters there the next day and would also buy bottled water for Suyu every day. The next day, she first went to the county town and bought up a row of shops, then in the afternoon went to the Kyoto Bank to sell over a dozen gold bars, and then went to an antique shop to sell 2 antiques. This antique is definitely an old piece, but it seems to be from the Tang dynasty, and it also resembles the Han dynasty a bit. He couldn't be sure for a moment. I need to find someone to authenticate this white jade cup. It will take some of your time. Okay. Xia Qing wasn't in a hurry. After all, when selling things, the higher the price, the better. Before long, 2 dusty professors arrived, and they began to discuss the white jade cup intensely while holding magnifying glasses. Most are green jade cups, but this one is a rare white jade cup. In fact, the green jade cup is just a teacup, but this white jade cup is exquisite. This must be a white jade from the Western Han period with a bluish-white color, entirely carved from jade. This jade cup combined with a dragon, the Big Dipper of jade clothing transforms into a blue dragon, and the Big Dipper was represented as bamboo-shaped in the Han dynasty. As soon as the 2 professors arrived, they immediately confirmed the dynasty. They were both in the antique group, and as soon as there was news, they rushed over. Where did you find this? This is a family heirloom, Xia Qing said casually. I'll offer 5 million. The bespectacled professor immediately raised his hand. This is a white jade pouring vessel from the Han dynasty. The last green jade vessel auctioned from abroad went for 7 million. This white jade vessel will be worth even more. Professor Zhang frowned and said, its value will only increase. I suggest you auction it here. Professor Zhang continued, as auction prices are definitely higher than direct sales. The professor who just offered 5 million looked a bit displeased. He had come hoping to find a bargain, but it was clear that Professor Zhang was very knowledgeable. The value of this collection was still quite high. At least there were no white jade vessels currently on the market. Then I'll auction it here, Xia Qing said. Professor Liang's face turned sour. If he wanted to buy it now, he wouldn't know how much more it would cost. Old Liang, we need to have trust in our appraisals, right? Professor Liang's lips trembled. If Zhang Guodong hadn't come, he would have definitely found a bargain. He could have made a few million in profit. I don't have your financial clout. Old Liang was both angry and anxious, but he had no temper when facing Zhang Guodong. Xia Qing signed the agreement to auction the item here, and a 2% handling fee would be charged. The auction proceeds would be transferred to her bank account. Hello, Professor Zhang, can I add you on WeChat? Xia Qing smiled. She thought this professor was quite genuine. If he hadn't spoken up earlier, she might have sold it for just over 5 million. Sure, I have another item at home that I'd like you to take a look at. Great. Professor Zhang smiled happily. As long as he could see these old items, he would enjoy it even if he didn't end up buying anything. Xia Qing took out a small pot from her backpack, and Professor Zhang immediately took a liking to it. He quickly put on white gloves, his expression becoming serious as he began to examine it. This is a reverse flow pot. It has a spout and a bottom. Water is poured into the pot through the bottom's plum blossom hole, and the spout doesn't release water. When the pot is upright, the water won't come out, but when the pot is tilted, the water flows from the spout. This type of reverse flow pot originated in the spring and autumn period, became popular during the Tang and Song dynasties, and was perfected in the Ming and Qing dynasties. The base color and glaze of this pot are very vivid. It is a Tang dynasty item. I really like your reverse flow pot. It's quite rare in our country. Only a pair from the Ming dynasty has been unearthed, which auctioned for 12 million. I genuinely like this one. If you auction it, the price will be between 8 million and 10 million. If you sell it to me, I'll give you 10 million, and you won't have to pay the 2% handling fee. Chapter 47. Bought a street of shops. Are all these professors this wealthy? Can they casually come up with 10 million? These antique-level professors also have their own businesses. They have collected quite a few items in the past. Alright, then I'll sell it to you. Great. Professor Zhang was very pleased. The two exchanged money and goods smoothly. This is my business card, Professor Zhang said with a smile, handing Xia Qing a card. It turned out to be a well-known collector in Huagua and also the vice chairman of the ASUS group. The chairman is now out collecting antiques? In fact, They usually wouldn't come unless they encountered some genuine antiques or items they liked for appraisal. Professor Zhang was also a collector who loved antiques. He took the reverse flow pot and quickly bought a box worth hundreds of thousands to store it. Seeing Xia Qing use a backpack to carry it out, he felt a pang of heartache, fearing it might get bumped or scratched. If this antique were to get even a slight dent, its collectible value would decrease. Xia Qing had gained quite a bit of money and then ordered 2 boxes of water purification machines to be placed in her space. Suyu received the water purifiers and began installing and using them. The tap water in the pipes was murky and even contained viruses and bacteria. Li Yao said, "Brother Yu, the water from this purifier is a bit cleaner, but it can't filter out the viruses and bacteria. Boil the water from the purifier before drinking it." With the water purifier, the water quality improved significantly, allowing everyone to take showers. Otherwise, the water pollution was severe. Not only could you not drink it, but even bathing in that dirty water could infect the skin, leading to serious skin diseases and even death. Suyu said, "Install these purifiers in the residential area for the residents to use for bathing. Install these 2 in our villa area." "Alright, that's great. We can finally take a shower today." It had been a long time since anyone had bathed. Suyu was fine, he had plenty of water, and Xia Qing always gave him special treatment, providing not only water but also shampoo. Have someone keep an eye on the water purifiers. Everyone should bathe once every 7 days. Okay, I'll send the Vanguard team to keep an eye on it. There are too many tasks now, and the number of Vanguard members is insufficient. Li Yao frowned and said, "There was an urgent need to select more people. There were many tasks to be done, and nothing could be neglected. Select a group, and let the capable ones join the Vanguard team," Suyu said. In their base, strength was respected, and this was how it had to be done. "Both men and women can join, as long as they have the ability," Suyu added. "The signal network has been restored, and the signal for the Sunny Day base has been released. Recently, we've received 2 waves of information. There are survivors heading towards our base," Yang Shua said. "With the addition of survivors, our Sunny Day base will grow, but there will also be friction with the new arrivals, so we must manage strictly," Suyu said calmly. Everyone nodded. The dozen or so survivors brought by Yang Shua had clashed at first, but it had all been resolved. However, they would soon receive signals indicating that hundreds of survivors would arrive in about 5 days. There would be friction then as well. In short, food is not given for free. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will be dealt with ruthlessly, Suyu said coldly. In the apocalypse, being overly compassionate would only bring trouble. He aimed to establish a home that would uphold the last order of humanity. Understood, the group replied in unison. They were all soldiers, and having survived in the apocalypse, they understood that moral constraints could not bind people, only an iron-fisted approach could establish order. The girl who appeared today is named Xia Chang. You all must protect her from now on. The group exchanged glances, seemingly understanding something, and solemnly said, "We will protect her with our lives." Xia Chang and Sunny Day Base, everyone could connect the dots. In the following days, Xia Qing was busy with her shops, several of which were already being renovated one after another. She was opening a ceramic shop, a regular jewelry store, and a clothing store from another dimension. Xia Qing single-handedly revitalized the economy of this street. Yesterday, she had visited the ceramic factory from another dimension and collected a lot of ceramic items, which were now stored. Xia Qing frowned slightly. This was why she was unwilling to hire familiar people, especially family, as they easily meddled in your decisions. "Uncle, just don't worry about it, just do as I say." Seeing that Xia Qing was a bit unhappy, her uncle nodded, still concerned. This was too much of a loss. Xia Qing then called over a young man and said, "You can take turns working with my uncle, from 8 in the morning to 2 in the afternoon, and from 2 in the afternoon to 8 in the evening." Okay. The newly hired boy was very obedient. He remembered everything Xia Qing said. "No discounts on these, no bargaining. Remember, you can give a 10% discount here," Xia Qing said. Alright, the ceramic shop was all set up, and next to it was her art shop. She also hired 2 girls, one of whom was Xia Feng. "No discounts on these paintings. My requirement is that I will give you a Douyin account, and you must live stream for 2 hours every day." Okay. Ching, we are all family, you see, I don't know how to live stream. Let's leave that to Xiaolan. Xiaolan frowned slightly. Who doesn't know how to scroll through Douyin these days? Alright, then Xiaolan, you live stream for 2 hours every day, and for every painting sold online, I'll give you 100 yuan commission, Xia Qing said. Upon hearing this, Xiaolan's face lit up with joy as she said, okay. Xia Feng was indifferent, thinking that selling paintings through live streaming wouldn't earn much, but the commission was indeed good. 100 for each painting. She was a bit tempted. If 10 paintings were sold in a day, that would be 1,000 in commission. Ching, I can also live stream. Thinking of this, Xiaofang quickly said, she was willing to live stream if there was a commission. Xia Qing shot her a cold glance and said, one person live streaming is enough. Xiaofang frowned slightly, wondering why they wouldn't help her since they were relatives. Chapter 48, Building a Commercial Street. Aren't you the one who said you couldn't? Xia Qing shot back, as it was her who had just said she couldn't live stream. Xiaofang's expression soured, she scoffed inwardly, thinking that even if she live streamed, she wouldn't sell much. These paintings were so expensive. Who would come to buy them? The shops were equipped with 360-degree surveillance cameras, 3 installed at once, and 1 wireless camera that could record for a while even during a power outage. Both shops opened simultaneously, and they began live streaming one after another, with the accounts named Qing Tian Art Shop and Ceramic Shop. The paintings in the art shop were collected from the Apocalypse, and some were her own copies. The shop also sold some cultural and creative stationery and dried flowers. There were also 2 paintings by an old man from the Apocalypse and a middle-aged man who could write. Xia Qing provided them with paper, ink, brushes, and inkstones. They painted traditional Chinese paintings and wrote calligraphy, which she specifically mentioned to Suyu. By painting and writing for her, they could earn points to exchange for food, which was much easier than doing hard labor. The shops gradually got on the right track, and Xia Qing also spent money to directly attract traffic for the Douyin livestreams. Sister Chang, Zhou Ling is so handsome. The chosen one, Xia Yan. Lin Nuan sent a message with a photo. In the photo, Zhou Ling stood tall, wearing a plain long robe that fluttered in the wind, outlining his slender figure. His brows revealed an extraordinary aura, with sword-like eyebrows slanting into his temples. No wonder he was a top star in ancient costume dramas, he looked truly handsome. Xia Qing thought of Suyu. If he wore ancient attire, he would definitely be a general with an imposing presence or a war god prince. I recently wrote a new script and want to invest in it myself. How about you playing the lead female role? Of course, she was willing to support her close younger sister. A flurry of shocked emojis appeared on the WeChat screen. Sister Ching, are you serious? Of course I'm serious, but I still need to discuss it with your producer. How long do you think the filming will take? This drama should be shot in 2 parts. The first part will take about a month to film. The filming progress of dramas these days was very fast. Alright, I'll contact the producer to check the script, and you need to perform well. I'm learning from Ing Bao. She's really super nice. Unlike Wang Xian Jia, who is just a supporting actress but acts all high and mighty. We had a scene together today, and she slapped me 3 times. My face is all swollen, Lin Nuan said, feeling wronged. Most of the slaps were fake, but Wang Xian Jia's acting was poor, and the fake slaps were not executed well, so they ended up being real. Xia Qing comforted her a bit, saying it was normal to be bullied unless one had backing when just starting out. Xia Qing had also worked like a dog during her 996 days, with no holidays during National Day. Now that she had money, when others worked for her during holidays, they got double pay. Otherwise, they could take a break. In the next drama, I'll be your investor, sis, Xia Qing said confidently. Thank you, big sister. Lin Nuan sent a sticker. Lin Nuan was resting in her room, feeling very happy. What's got you so cheerful? Her manager asked. She had been slapped several times in the afternoon, and just looking at it made her feel pain. Lin Nuan had gritted her teeth and endured it. My sister said she wants to invest in her next script and let me play the lead. Sister Jiang, you will agree, right? Your sister is investing? Do you know how much it costs to invest in a drama? Even a regular campus script costs several million. Several million is just for a small production. My cousin's script is definitely super good. I'm willing to do a small production. Sister Jiang, please let me go. Lin Nuan pleaded. Last year's hit low-budget historical drama had investments in the hundreds of millions. She really couldn't believe that someone who writes novels could have enough money to invest in a new drama. Even modern dramas would cost tens of millions, right? Sister Jiang was reluctant to let Lin Nuan go, thinking it was a waste of time, and said, let's talk about it later. Lin Nuan thought to herself that she wanted to go. No matter whether Sister Jiang agreed or not, she was going. Even if her cousin's production was small, the script would definitely be good. Being the lead in a small production was better than being a maid in a big one. Xiaoqing's several shops were all well decorated and just needed slight renovations. She was thinking of opening a jewelry store and also a gold shop next door. A milk tea shop was also in the plans, but that would need to be a chain. The rest could be stocked from alternate timelines. Xiaoqing named this street Sunny Day Street. She had been quite busy these days, needing to go to the commercial street during the day and also recruit people. The jewelry and gold shops needed to hire reliable staff, especially for the gold shop. She also wanted to renovate the street a bit and set up a live stream to attract traffic. This area was very close to the ancient city attractions, and she planned to build some ancient architectural complexes for filming bases. She remembered that there was a construction engineer over at Suyu's place who drew beautiful designs. She would ask him to draw an ancient city from an alternate timeline. That scenery would definitely be attractive for filming and could be developed into a filming attraction. All of this required money. Recently, the weather had started to get hot, and their home had turned on the air conditioning. It was time for Grandma to come stay at their house. She packed her things early in the morning and came over without waiting for anyone to pick her up. All the old, unusable items in the house had been replaced with new ones, and the old, worn-out sofa had been replaced with a soft, comfortable leather one. There was even a robot vacuum cleaning the floor back and forth. Tian Kaihua also came along. As soon as she entered, she looked around, admiring the brand new furniture and the refreshed environment, feeling an indescribable envy in her heart. She had already sweated from the walk over, and as soon as she entered the house, the cool air was instantly refreshing. Second brother, I heard that Ching opened a supermarket in the county and is also opening several shops and hiring people. Do you think I can go? Tian Kaihua said with a smile. Xia Qing's cousin had already gone. She should be able to go too, with a good salary and all being relatives, making it easier to take time off. That recruitment is already full. Besides, don't you have to pick up and drop off the kids? Do you have time to work? Yang Xia frowned slightly. I just thought that since it's family, they could help out. I can take a leave to pick up the kids. It won't affect my work. That aunt should take good care of the child. I've already finished hiring, and the contract is signed. Xia Qing smiled as she came down from upstairs. Tian Saiwa's expression was somewhat unpleasant. Why could Yang Xia's relatives work, but she couldn't? Qing, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but your aunt is family. Hiring outsiders instead of family, what does that count for? Outsiders can't care as much as family. Old lady Xia frowned. But I've already signed the contract, and breaching it means I have to pay double the penalty. I can't lose money, can I? The investment is already quite large. Xia Qing said helplessly. Besides, my dad always collects vegetables from Uncle's place first, and the purchase price is a bit higher than others. Hearing this, Tian Kaihua felt a bit embarrassed. Well, think of your aunt for any future jobs. Tian Kaihua still shamelessly insisted. Mom, I'll come to pick you up next month. Old lady Xia shivered. She really didn't want to go to her eldest son's house. After leaving Xia Jixiang's home, Tian Kaihua saw a small car parked outside. She heard that this brand of car costs over 200,000. Yang Xia said that writing novels earns a lot. What kind of novel can earn that much money? Xia Lei, your cousin earns quite a bit from writing novels. You've graduated from university and even got into graduate school. Isn't your writing better than hers? You should give it a try. Tian Kaihua messaged her son. Chapter 49, Blocked by Space, Has the Rift Shrunk? Soon, Tian Kaihua received a message. I'm busy preparing for graduate school. Is Qing really making money? This car was just bought. There's even a supermarket opened in the county. Tian Kaihua sent him a video of the car. Xia Lei was surprised to see it was a BMW, a car worth over 200,000. Once he finishes his driving test, he'll go back and borrow the car. Wang Kaihua sent a whole bunch of messages, saying they earn so much from writing novels. You can too. You, as a graduate student, can definitely write better than her. You can earn money too. All the kids are in college. Tian Kaihua didn't think her son was lacking in any way. After that, Xia Lei stopped replying to her, and he didn't answer her voice calls either. On the other side, Xia Lei knew that Xia Qing had indeed made quite a bit of money, so he sent her a message. Qing, lend me 5,000 for an emergency. Xia Lei had borrowed money from her before and still hadn't paid it back. First, pay back the 3,000 you borrowed before. Are you really that stingy? You're running a supermarket now, and you've made quite a bit from writing novels. Can't you lend me 5,000 for an emergency? No, Xia Qing refused. She still remembered that Xia Lei had also said he needed money in an emergency, and she had lent him all she had at that time. For those 2 months, she had to buy groceries at the market and prepare lunchboxes to take to work, walking a long way to save on subway fare. What was supposed to be a half-month repayment turned into a month, then 2 months. Including the 2 or 3 months she was fired from her job, she was left with only a few hundred in her pocket. She could barely afford the train ticket home. When she asked him for money, he had all sorts of excuses not to pay her back. Now he still wanted to borrow money from her? No way. Xia Qing simply blocked Xia Lei. She was so furious that she couldn't send any more messages on WeChat. So stingy. Even when you have money, you won't lend it. Xia Lei said angrily. If she wouldn't lend him money, then fine. He assumed his second uncle would definitely lend him the car. At that moment, in another space, Suyu was holding a crystal bead, lost in thought. It's just a pity that Xia Qing's time to come over is limited, and he had tried to enter the space but couldn't. He also tried to absorb the crystal bead, but there was no change in the space, it seems only Xiao Qing can enhance the space by absorbing the crystal bead. Now it seems that apart from the expansion of space, Jingzhu has not discovered any other uses for it, but he always feels that it is not that simple. He recalls the moment he awakened the space, feeling as if his soul had left his body, but he cannot remember what happened afterward. Regardless, he has now connected with Xiao Qing from the normal world, and he still has expectations for future life, but merely exchanging supplies is not enough. At the same time, he worries whether this link will remain stable. If one day they can no longer connect, then their food supply will be at risk. He must find a way to be self-sufficient. Xiao Qing enters the space and sees that this thin crack can lead to another time and space. It is truly magical. Suddenly, a thought pops into her mind. Why does this space transcend to time and space? It seems like a passage. She looks at other spatial cracks. If a few more appear, will they lead to other worlds? She tries to pass through one, but is bounced back. What's going on? I can't get in? Xiao Qing wonders how this crack has changed. Does it need to absorb more crystal beads to pass through? Suyu, are you there? Xiao Qing quickly calls out to Suyu, fearing that he might also be unable to connect. I'm here. Hearing Suyu's voice, Xiao Qing breathes a sigh of relief. I don't know what's going on today, the crack seems to have shrunk, and I can't get in, Xiao Qing says, feeling disappointed. Upon hearing this, Suyu's heart feels as if it has been crushed by a heavy stone. It's okay, try absorbing some crystal beads, the spatial crack might be unstable, Suyu says in a deep voice. Alright, then I'll go back and try to absorb some crystal beads. Brother Yu, a large group of survivors arrived today, a total of 107 people, including 13 children, 20 women, and 5 evolved ones, Li Yao reports. Their leader wants to see you. The strength of these 5 evolved ones is quite good. Otherwise, they wouldn't have led so many people here alive. Arrange them downstairs, I'll be down shortly, Suyu replies through the intercom. He puts all the crystal beads he collected today into the space, needing to find a way to gather information about the ability users. There are many evolved ones now, but ability users are very few. He remembers encountering a person who was also an ability user with a storage space. If he could find him, it would be great. Perhaps he could find some news. These survivors are mainly managed by the 5 evolved ones, with Li Zhong as the captain and Wang Jin as the vice captain. Li Zhong looks unwell, his lips severely chapped, and his skin has dark veins. Wang Jin is not much better. The others are temporarily outside the base, not allowed in, a group of refugee-like people weakly sitting around outside the base. Li Zhong and Wang Jin enter the base for a full-body check. Children are playing in the square, looking quite healthy. Everyone here is busy with their own tasks. If only I could paint traditional Chinese paintings. Painting can also be exchanged for points. It's much safer than going out to find supplies. Teacher Wang is a university professor of traditional Chinese painting. Your painting isn't worth a point to him. Today's harvest is good. I found a jade bracelet that can be exchanged for points. Li Zhong, brought in, listens to a few people chatting, feeling confused. Shouldn't they be looking for food? What's the use of painting? Can gold be eaten? Li Zhong looks at the people in the base. Although they are somewhat thin, their complexion is clearly much better than theirs. They are also much cleaner, and there are children playing, holding cheese sticks to eat. He licks his lips, resisting the impulse to rush over and grab some. Reason triumphs over his desires. He knows that if he rushes over to grab, these people are not easy to deal with. Wang Jin has the same thought. The two exchange a glance, seeing shock and restraint in each other's eyes. The children all have cheese sticks to eat. What the broadcast said is true, there is no contaminated food here. This further solidified his determination to come here. Upon entering the villa, Li Yao asked the two of them to wait a moment, as their base leader would be down shortly. Soon, Suyu came downstairs, dressed in sharp attire, with a stern figure. Both of their clothes were very clean, and they looked in good spirits. Compared to them, Li Zhong and Wang Jin looked like two refugees. This is our base leader, Suyu, Li Yao introduced. The man before them, capable of establishing such a sizable base and possessing food, indicated that he was a powerful individual. Captain Su, Li Zhong said hoarsely. His throat was dry and cracked from not having had water for a long time. Suyu gave Li Yao a glance, and the latter understood, quickly fetching 2 bottles of clean water and 2 bowls of cooked tomato noodles. Mr. Li, Mr. Wang, you must be hungry after your journey, please eat these first. Once you're full, we can talk, Suyu said calmly. Since they were coming to seek refuge, it was important to give them a taste of comfort first, making future discussions easier. Li Zhong and Wang Jin looked at the 2 steaming bowls of noodles, along with the tomatoes. They were swallowing hard. They hadn't eaten for 2 days, and 2 days ago, they had consumed expired, moldy biscuits, which left a bitter taste in their mouths and even caused diarrhea afterward. Chapter 50. Unable to resist the temptation of food, they would eat even if it were poisoned. Forget it, let's eat. Li Zhong could not resist the temptation of food at all. Even if the noodles were poisoned, he would still eat them. Even if it meant dying, he wanted to die with a full stomach. Wang Jin stared intently at the 2 bowls of noodles, completely oblivious to what was being said around him, grabbing his chopsticks and devouring the noodles. If someone tried to snatch them away, he would kill without hesitation. The freshly cooked noodles were still hot, but they seemed oblivious as they wolfed them down. Li Yao and the others did not look down on them, as they had been in a similar situation when they first tasted food. Only those who have been hungry know this kind of suffering. Although the 2 bowls of noodles were not enough to fill them up, they had tasted food. It had been a year since they had forgotten what real food tasted like, having only fantasized about it countless times in their minds. Of course, we have food, we still have noodles, vegetables, and clean water, Li Yao said with a smile, and even meat. Only the children and the Vanguard team members could regularly eat meat, while the rest needed to exchange points to use it. Please let us join your base. We agree to any conditions, Li Zhong said excitedly, as long as they could eat clean food like today. In fact, they had been skeptical before coming, as they had traveled a long way searching for edible food, and along the way, there wasn't even a single green plant. Much of the land had already turned to desert. Not only that, but even the animals had mutated. Who would dare eat an animal that looked like a corpse? Yes, we all agree, Wang Jin chimed in. He had also been afraid at first and had prepared himself, fearing that the so-called food here was human flesh, as some bases specifically deceived survivors into coming, only to trap and devour them. They had also escaped from a long journey, but they did not want to give up any hope of survival. Of course, you can join, but entering our base means you must abide by our rules. Anyone causing trouble will be expelled, Suyu said coldly. Since you have a larger number, let the children, women, and elderly enter in batches, and we will make arrangements. With over 100 people coming in at once, accommodation would be an issue, and it would definitely become crowded. They were also in the process of building more houses. The more people there were, the more labor there would be. Alright, can you first allocate some food and water to us? Li Zhong's voice carried a hint of pleading. These people hadn't eaten normal food in a long time. No, the rules of the base are like this. Only by becoming one of us can you enjoy the resources we provide, Suyu said in a deep voice. Those who were not part of the base would not be given food for no reason. They needed to establish a sense of belonging from the very beginning. Upon hearing this, Li Zhong nodded gently. As long as there was food, there was hope. A resolute look flashed in his eyes. Alright, I'll arrange for the elderly, weak, women, and children to enter the base first. As long as they entered the base, they would be allocated food. Wang Jin, standing nearby, exchanged a knowing glance with Li Zhong, and the two quickly sprang into action, organizing the elderly and children in the group. Suyu also arranged for personnel to check the newly arrived survivors at the base, registering them and providing clean clothes to prevent any infectious diseases. He needed to be responsible for the entire base. The Sunny Day base has food. Real food, Li Zhong said. Hearing this, the 100 people became excited and rushed towards the gates of the Sunny Day base. Don't rush. Don't push the door. Otherwise, the base won't give you food. Wang Chang stood at the entrance, holding a loudspeaker and speaking coldly. Everyone, be quiet. Li Zhong, the leader of this group and a former martial arts expert, had a certain prestige within the team. As he spoke, the group gradually quieted down. The elderly and children will go in first, and the rest will enter the base one by one. Once inside the Sunny Day base, you must obey the base's arrangements. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will end up like Zhang San did, Li Zhong said coldly. They had all seen Zhang San's fate. He had been beaten to death by Li Zhong for causing trouble. Wang Jin, arrange for the children and elderly to go in first, Li Zhong instructed. The children and elderly lined up and began to walk towards the gates of the Sunny Day base. What about us few evolvers? Asked the remaining 3 evolvers. Li Zhong distributed the 2 bottles of water they had just received to them. This is clean water. It's not contaminated. One of the evolvers exclaimed excitedly. There were no floating black substances in the bottled water. You can share these 2 bottles of water. We are all evolvers, and even if we enter the base, our treatment won't be too bad, Li Zhong said. It was better than drifting outside with no hope. The longer they stayed out, the less confidence they had. They could no longer find clean food, and even their steadfast hearts began to waver. There will be food inside, but we must remain vigilant. If they dare to eat people, we will resist, another bald evolver said cautiously, mainly because they had encountered such situations before. It shouldn't be. We just had noodles inside. Tomato and egg noodles. Wang Jin seemed to still savor the taste. You had noodles? Is it the kind of noodles I'm thinking of? Zhang Yuan, who had not entered, said in disbelief. He couldn't believe there was still clean food in this world. Every time they arrived at a place, they went with high hopes, only to return disappointed time and again. They had even searched for granaries, but the rice had turned black, crawling with some black worm-like substances, completely inedible. The fact that they had survived this long was due to finding a truckload of canned food. Only canned goods could be preserved, and although they had gone bad and tasted terrible, at least they were still edible. It was noodles. We both had a big bowl. Wang Jin said, once it was in their mouths, it couldn't possibly be fake. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go in first. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but say. Let's wait a bit longer, let the elderly, weak, women, and children go in first. You can share this water, they will definitely let us in before nightfall, Li Zhong said. The other three evolvers were somewhat reluctant. After all, Li Zhong and Wang Jin had just gone in and eaten food, and they were still hungry. However, they did not resist Li Zhong's words. Although they were all evolvers, Li Zhong could take on all three of them by himself. The three of them shared 2 bottles of water, gulping it down without the unpleasant taste of mutated water, which made them believe in this base. Now they were all eager to enter the base as soon as possible. The elderly and children were lining up one after another. Let me go in first. Let me in. A young man, baring his teeth, tried to rush to the front of the line, even pushing a child to the ground. Give me water, please give me water. The man cried out. You can't go in. The vanguard member of the Qing Tian base immediately blocked him, then noticed the man's arms covered in dense red rashes. Get out of the way. Does this person have an infectious disease? No, I don't. Please let me into the base. The man pleaded, but with long-term malnutrition and unknown rashes on his body, he was no match for the base's vanguard members. Chapter 51, Suspected infectious disease. At the base it was unclear whether this man had an infectious disease, and soon several other men were found to have similar issues and were pushed outside the base. Go find the base's doctor. In the base's treatment room, the doctor from the previous survivors hurried over, wearing a mask and wrapped up tightly. This looks like blood rashes. Do they itch or hurt? The male doctor asked. A bit itchy, not painful, the sick man replied, scratching at the rash. Doctor, is this an infectious disease? The man asked nervously. He feared infectious diseases, as that could mean abandonment and death. Not only was food scarce, but medicine was also in short supply. It's not an infectious disease, the doctor said with a frown, though his expression remained serious. The man visibly sighed in relief. We need to take your blood for testing, the doctor said. So he took out a syringe to collect blood for testing. Some sick individuals could not enter the base and were temporarily kept outside. Soon, the doctor reported this matter to the vanguard team and then to Suyu. Have you figured out what the disease is? Suyu asked. It's an autoimmune disease, including sexually transmitted diseases. Some young children have also contracted it, the man hesitated to say. What the hell? Li Yao couldn't help but say coldly. They were already struggling to get enough food, and there was a group of perverts doing such things. Find out who it is. Such people cannot enter the base, Suyu said coldly. Understood. Li Yao replied sternly. Physical castration would be too lenient for those people, especially for doing such things to children. The doctor said it can be treated, but it requires medication. What medication? Xia Qing asked from the side. The doctor mentioned several names of medications, but before Xia Qing could remember them, she was bounced back by the space. Suyu and the others seemed to have gotten used to her sudden appearances and disappearances. I feel like I've absorbed quite a few crystal beads, but why do I keep getting bounced back with no pattern? Xia Qing complained. Perhaps there was a pattern, but she hadn't found it yet. The only upgrade method she could find now was to absorb crystal beads. Suyu had no choice but to write down the names of the medications to send to Xia Qing. He also silently noted the times of appearance and duration. He would eventually find a pattern. Meanwhile, Xia Qing quickly went to the computer to check and frowned, saying, We don't have this medication here, but we have the components. Can we get more components? We can make it ourselves. Suyu said. He had a pharmacist there. Suyu decided to visit the city hospital tomorrow to collect equipment, including that from the pharmaceutical factory. Although the medicine had expired, the factory's equipment could still be used. Sure, I'll help you with the procurement, Xia Qing said. However, they would have to wait until the next day to make the purchase. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough money at the moment, otherwise, she would have wanted to acquire the pharmaceutical factory outright. Outside the base, some sick children, women, and men were being kept out. Those who were not sick underwent testing and registered to enter the base. These are the food. After eating, everyone must take a shower in an organized manner, said a member of the advance team. There is a time limit for showers. Each person has 20 seconds to get water. Each person was given a bowl of white rice and a bowl of boiled white radish soup. With their emaciated hands, they held bowls of steaming white rice, and the soup contained strands of white radish. They were too busy to talk or express their shock, only the sounds of ravenous eating filled the air. Gulping down their food, not a single grain of rice was left in the bowls, and the soup was completely finished. A few looked at their empty bowls, touching their stomachs, their mouths still filled with the delicious food. They had finally eaten food that was uncontaminated, without any bitter or moldy taste. One man, still hungry, saw a child who had finished eating without taking more food and rushed over to snatch it away. "What are you doing?" A member of the Qingtian base's advance team immediately stepped forward and pinned the man to the ground. The Qingtian base does not allow the theft of others' belongings. These rules had been reiterated multiple times when they entered. "Expel him from the base." "No, I won't go out. I won't go out." The man clung to the ground. The advance team member struck him with a baton, dragging him out. "Please, I didn't steal anything. I didn't. Don't throw me out. I'm just not full," the man pleaded loudly. The advance team would not give him a second chance to return. They supervised each other and had to enforce the rules set by Suyu. To set an example, the remaining people dared not cause trouble. They had just eaten so quickly, fearing others would snatch their food. But now, seeing the strict rules of the base, it felt as if they had returned to a law-abiding society in the apocalypse, and their eating speed slowed down. No one dared to snatch their food anymore, and they felt much more at ease while eating. "Guegua, eat slowly," a middle-aged woman said, holding her daughter. Cough, cough. The little girl had eaten too quickly and started to cough. "No one will snatch our food here anymore," the woman reassured her. One by one, many people registered and entered the base, except for those few who were sick. For now, they had not identified the culprit, and those who were ill could not enter the base. However, the 5 children were given special care. "This is X disease, it won't spread without close contact. Let these children stay together separately, and once we have the materials for medicine, they will be saved," the doctor said. "These children are so pitiful," the doctor's assistant remarked. Soon, a member of the advance team wearing a red armband walked in and said, "Dr. Lin, this person is a new survivor. His previous profession was in medical research." "That's great. He can stay and help me," Dr. Lin said happily. In the Qingtian base, he was the only doctor, with a former nurse as his assistant, and he was always busy with manufacturing. The newcomer was a young man wearing glasses, a high-achieving graduate from a medical university. "I graduated from Longhua Medical University. I worked at Mingdu Pharmaceutical Company." The man quickly stated his qualifications and usefulness. Mingdu Pharmaceutical Company was a major pharmaceutical manufacturer in Longhua. "That's wonderful. The base leaders have already gone to look for pharmaceutical equipment today. You can help with the production when the time comes. Working here is easier and safer than being a laborer outside, and you earn more points," Dr. Lin said. "Building the walls is exhausting, and going out to scavenge for supplies is dangerous. Of course, working here requires real skills. Trying to deceive others for food won't end well. Those people contracted STDs because of one of the evolved ones, but that person was killed by Li Zhong over half a month ago," the man said. "That's also why we trust Li Zhong so much. That person was a beast. He escaped from prison after being sentenced to 10 years for raping a neighbor's young daughter before the apocalypse," the man said bitterly. "At first, there were over 100 survivors, and that person specifically targeted orphans. His girlfriend tried to stop him and ended up being violated as well. He almost got beaten to death. Then, half a month ago, Li Zhong and a few others came and killed that scum." Hearing the message from the Qingtian base, Li Zhong brought the remaining survivors over. Chapter 52. The feeling of a tycoon. Xia Qing immediately purchased many traditional Chinese medicinal herbs and some Western medicine components according to the note from Suyu. Lin City is a large pharmaceutical factory. The buying process went smoothly, and Xia Qing directly ordered a truck to deliver the goods to the warehouse. In the evening, she planned to collect them into her space. Suyu took a team to the hospital today, where there were many zombies, and the journey was quite dangerous. Fortunately, they had drones to create noise and attract a large group of zombies, allowing them to enter safely. Xia Qing's absorption of crystal beads expanded her space significantly, and only then did Suyu collect a large batch of manufacturing machines and medical equipment. However, they couldn't retrieve the crystal beads due to the overwhelming number of zombies. The 3 of them got into Suyu's car and drove back to the base. The car, an SUV purchased by Xia Qing, had been modified by Suyu. As the car entered the base, a few sick people were unable to get in at the entrance. "Please let us in," 2 women cried, blocking Suyu's car. They weren't there voluntarily, they had also been infected. "Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Once the medicine is ready, you can come in, so don't block the car," Zhang Liang said coldly. The car was covered in zombie blood, and there were also quite a few body parts. Upon entering the base, there were designated personnel responsible for cleaning and disinfecting Suyu's car. He handed the equipment to Dr. Lin for debugging. "The equipment has arrived. Luckily, one more person came. My assistant and I can't handle it all," Dr. Lin said. "Get the medicine ready as soon as possible," Suyu said. He had also collected a lot of medicine from the hospital pharmacy, keeping anything that might be useful. Understood, we'll work overtime tonight to produce the medicine, Dr. Lin assured. The children's illnesses were not looking good. On the other hand, Xiaoqing's novel earned over $1 million this month from 2 books. The filming of the TV series was nearing completion, and Xiaoqing contacted Zhang Xian, saying, "I've finished the script for the previous project, and I want to invite you to be the producer while I invest myself." Zhang Xian paused for a moment, uncertain, and replied, "You're investing yourself? A small budget film still costs millions, and even if you want to hire me, my fee is at least 200,000. He was already a well-known producer. Zhang Xian had read Xiaoqing's last script, which was quite good, and since it was a modern drama, the costs wouldn't be too high. If they hired a top-tier star, then the investment would be substantial. This script is good. If you invest in Tianyu Company, it would require at least tens of millions. But investing in a modern drama requires meetings and a series of approvals. A good script is just the beginning. There are many preparations to be made, including team building, actor contracts, and investment financing, among others. Because now the big market is all about ancient costume dramas, fantasy martial arts, and modern dramas have been less popular in recent years, Zhang Xian said. Their investors also needed to keep up with the trends. I have an investment of tens of millions and would like to invite you to be the producer to prepare this drama, with a salary of 300,000. What do you think? Zhang Xian hesitated for just a few seconds. His producer fees were not low, but the other party actually offered her an additional 100,000 in salary. Who wouldn't be tempted? Sure, but the current drama is not yet finished. I can help you find a director and production team first. Okay, may I ask what the investment budget is? 50 million to 70 million, Xiaoqing said. All her money was now over 70 million. Although she had a lot of jewelry now, she didn't dare to sell it in such large quantities. If it's 70 million, no problem. At least we can hire second or third tier stars, Zhang Xian said. A top tier star could command tens of millions, even over 100 million for a single drama. I've already chosen the female lead. For the male lead, I think we can consider Su Jia. Su Jia, who recently gained some popularity as a sentimental supporting actor, was 187 centimeters tall, a Pisces, and had decent acting skills. Zhang Xian quickly replied, "Okay, I'll contact them. Once the team is confirmed, I'll send it over to you. If you're not satisfied, you can change it." After all, Xiaoqing was the investor now. Okay. Xiaoqing had recently opened several stores on Douyin, all of which had live broadcasts. The commercial street had just opened and was not yet profitable, but gradually it was gaining popularity, and selling snacks at stalls was also starting to take off. This traditional Chinese painting is very beautiful. It was painted by a mysterious master, and their name cannot be disclosed, Xiaolan introduced. The few paintings above were not for sale at a discount. Xiaolan didn't understand how to appreciate traditional Chinese paintings but could see a sense of desolation in them. Xiaoqing priced this painting at 50,000, while the others ranged from hundreds to thousands. She was also copying that ancient painting. The one she was copying was priced at 999. It's sold. Someone actually bid on this traditional Chinese painting. A 50,000 painting, Xiaolan exclaimed in surprise. Although her commission was only 100, she didn't expect a 50,000 painting to actually sell. She thought this painting would be the hardest to sell due to its high price. Xiaolan was very excited. After ending the live broadcast, she told Xiaoqing about it via WeChat, and the latter directly transferred her a 1,000 red envelope. This is a reward. Good job. Xiaolan looked at Xiaoqing's reply, feeling thrilled. Today, she received a bonus of 1,000, half a month's salary. Thank you, boss. I will keep working hard. Xiaolan had learned a lot of knowledge to sell paintings, and now she also had to study when she had free time. Selling paintings required some understanding, otherwise, she wouldn't know how to introduce them during live broadcasts. Xiaolan was still very excited. She called Shunfeng to come over and carefully pack the painting. In the online world, a middle-aged man in Kyoto. Dad, you spent 50,000 to buy a painting? Did you buy it on Douyin? The daughter was stunned when she saw the delivery. The girl looked at the delivery box at home in surprise. Could her dad have been scammed? Are elderly people easily fooled by online shopping? Yes, this painting is really good. The lines of this traditional Chinese painting, the blank spaces, especially the artistic conception, have a kind of ruined beauty. Only an old painter with at least a decade of skill could create something like this. 50,000 is not expensive. The girl leaned in. On the living room table were 2 framed paintings, one of which had a somewhat desolate and ruined look. It's a pity that it's by a mysterious painter with no fame. If they had a little fame, it could sell for hundreds of thousands. The old man laughed. The fame of the painter matters. Famous paintings can fetch sky-high prices. There have been paintings auctioned for 200 or 300 million. but this painting's craftsmanship is indeed good. Nowadays, there are so-called artworks, but this kind of traditional Chinese painting is rare. Traditional Chinese painting is intricate and complex. What Douyin store is this? I want to take a look too, the girl said curiously. His father was a member of the Chinese National Association of Fine Arts Writers and Collectors, as well as an appraiser of artworks, calligraphy, and cultural relics, working at the Chinese National Museum. He had seen quite a few good things, and one TikTok shop that he praised truly piqued her curiosity. I'll take this to show my old friends. Some of the paintings were quite good, though they lacked a certain ancient charm, and he had also bought a piece priced at $999. The brushwork was somewhat immature, clearly a copy. He was actually interested in seeing the original that was copied. Chapter 53, The Cause of the Apocalypse. The jewelry store had originally opened on Taobao and now started live streaming. These pieces of jewelry were sourced by Xia Qing from a jewelry store in an alternate timeline's apocalypse, and the live sales were even more popular than in the store. To accommodate this, the courier company opened a delivery station across the street to collect the packages they sold. Supermarkets, gold shops, ceramics, accessories, and art stores. The milk tea shop was still in preparation. She had bought all 10 shops on this street, and she had not agreed to let others rent any. She planned to open more shops later. After absorbing the crystal beads given by Suyu, her space expanded once again, and tonight she was going to the city with Suyu. Suyu, I'm here, Xia Qing greeted as she stepped through the space rift. Suyu was already waiting for her, along with Zhang Liang and Wang Chang. This time, the two of them were going to the city together. She arrived around 8 or 9 in the evening, but for Suyu, it was 8 or 9 in the morning. Xia Qing had even specially adjusted a watch to the time of the alternate timeline. They had all prepared their weapons, and Xia Qing was dressed in a black windbreaker. Why does it feel like the temperature has dropped here? Xia Qing asked. When she came before, they were all in short sleeves, but now they were wearing jackets. The temperature dropped by 10 degrees overnight, Suyu said quietly. This was not a good sign. Today we need to go to the large wholesale market in the urban area. There will be many zombies there. If you encounter danger, just enter the space, Suyu instructed. Okay. Hearing him mention the wholesale market, Xia Qing's eyes lit up. She wanted to see what items she could bring back to sell. She could now stay in the alternate timeline for 2.5 hours. It would only take half an hour to drive there. The base was installing solar lights, all of which Xia Qing had provided, saving a lot of electricity. Xia Qing also wanted to check out their pharmacy, and Suyu directly took her to the treatment room. You, brother you, the doctor's assistant said nervously. Dr. Lin and the new man were preparing medicine in the pharmacy, and upon hearing Suyu's arrival, they immediately put down their work and came out. Base leader. The two were surprised to see Xia Qing next to Suyu and fell silent. She picked up a few boxes of medicine, looked at the names and ingredients, and exclaimed, "These are all traditional Chinese medicine ingredients." The last time Suyu asked her to find medicine, she discovered that some medicines were not available in their world. That's right. Dr. Lin frowned. Most of the medicines in their country were traditional Chinese medicine. She learned that traditional Chinese medicine in this timeline was very advanced and well known internationally, especially acupuncture. Do you have cancer here? Like terminal illnesses? Leukemia? Tumors? Dr. Lin looked at Xia Qing's curious expression. Her attire was not that of an ordinary survivor, and being next to Suyu made him cautious in his response. Of course, but as you said, cancer is not a terminal illness. It's just a long-term chronic disease. It requires lifelong medication. This was common knowledge for them. How could this girl not know? Although Dr. Lin was curious, he did not ask further. Xia Qing was already excited. He said that cancer and tumors here were not considered terminal illnesses. Unfortunately, in this apocalypse, there are no medicines left. Dr. Lin frowned as he spoke. The most critical issue is that with the outbreak of the apocalypse, evolution is also taking place. Many people with weak constitutions have already been eliminated. Can you treat cancer? Xia Qing asked. Of course, but there are no operating tables, and there aren't enough doctors, Dr. Lin replied. Although cancer is not an incurable disease, treating it is much more complicated than other ailments. Xia Qing nodded, her heart already a stormy sea. If she could find these medicines and then produce them, all the sick people in their world would receive treatment, and the profits from these medicines would be enormous. There is one crucial tumor inhibitor that only exists in their world, but now that the apocalypse has erupted, mining it has become extremely difficult. Xia Qing temporarily buried this thought deep in her heart. Information has already been sent out nationwide. Anyone who can receive broadcasts will know about our sunny base, Suyu said. As long as survivors come, various talents will arrive. He held military equipment that could broadcast nationwide. If he knew the satellite password, he could broadcast globally. Hearing the name of the sunny base, Xiaoqing immediately recognized it as a name Suyu had created using her name. The two of them exited the treatment room, and Zhang Liang had already driven the car over. "Brother Yu," Zhang Liang said. Suyu and Xiaoqing sat in the back, while Zhang Liang drove and Wang Chang sat in the passenger seat. The base's gates slowly opened, and the people around consciously made way. The surrounding zombies had been cleared out many times, but occasionally some would still run over. The wholesale market was on the other side of the city, so they needed to take the outer ring road to get around. Through the window, the plants outside were not green, the trees were black and yellow, and the leaves had completely turned black. "Are these the toxic leaves?" Walking on the road, corpses were everywhere, already rotting and stinking, turned into skeletons. How did the apocalypse break out? The silence in the car was too much for Xiaoqing, and she couldn't help but bring up a topic to chat about. Wang Chang and Zhang Liang exchanged glances, and Zhang Liang spoke first. "It all started with a thick fog that erupted globally, lasting for several months, and then the zombie infections began to occur one after another. I was on a mission in the mountains at the time. I heard a sudden loud noise from the sky, and a mist instantly enveloped the area. When it cleared, many people had already been infected," Wang Chang recalled. "At first, we thought the infected had some kind of illness, so we captured them and organized the residents to stay indoors. But those infected people started to eat others later on, and if anyone was bitten or injured, they would also get infected. The spread was too fast to control. It's a bit like the biochemical crisis we have," Xiaoqing sighed. "Was there no research? Could it be some kind of biological weapon?" she asked again. The zombies in the biochemical crisis were mutated biological weapons. What kind of biological weapon could cause global mutations on the same day? If that's the case, it would be an attempt to exterminate all of humanity, Zhang Liang said. Currently, no one knows how this apocalypse came about. It all started with a thick fog reported globally, Zhang Liang continued. Suyu was a member of the Dragon Kingdom's Flying Dragon Special Forces. When he returned from completing a combat mission in a neighboring country, the thick fog suddenly appeared, and in the face of this global fog, countries around the world began to research it. However, they didn't come up with anything, claiming that the fog was not dangerous, which was all false. "We have been abandoned," Suyu suddenly threw out this statement. The people in the car instantly tensed up upon hearing Suyu's words. "What does brother Yu know?" His words piqued their curiosity. "Why do you say that?" Xiaoqing asked. "Suyu is a special forces soldier from the Dragon Kingdom, and he is a top-tier soldier." Suyu shook his head and, after a moment of silence, said, "When the thick fog rolls in, those high-ups aren't fools. They've already started stockpiling supplies. The four great nations have long had secret constructions of safe bases, the Noah's Ark underground bunkers. As long as they are the elite survivors of the nation, they can enter the underground bunkers." Suyu was responsible for the safe transfer of those people back then. He could have stayed, but thinking of this made his eyes turn cold, and the wound on his back seemed to throb faintly. "So, are there still people living in the underground bunkers?" Zhang Liang asked in surprise. "Yes, only a few, who had long given up on the surviving humans. But those people might not be living as well as we are now," Suyu said. He wanted them to know that not only did he survive, but he also established a survivor base himself. Everything he had given up, he would rebuild. "That's right. Now we can eat rice, and we even have fresh vegetables, and the kids all have milk to drink. How damn happy we are," Wang Chang said. A month ago, he wouldn't have dared to think about it. Now life has hope. Suyu looked at Xiaoqing. The two didn't speak, but they both silently expressed their gratitude through their eyes. "The road ahead won't be easy," Zhang Liang said. There was a car accident ahead, and the road was bumpy. Xiaoqing held onto the handrail, the car jolting so much that she felt like she was going to throw up. A new experience in riding. About half an hour later, the number of zombies they encountered increased. Thud! The car directly knocked a zombie away, and Xiaoqing finally understood why the front of the car had to be reinforced with such thick steel plates. This was a large wholesale market, basically selling everything, in Zone 12 on the 4th floor. The zombies, hearing the noise, gathered towards them, and for the first time, she saw a scene from a biohazard crisis appear before her. The difference was that these zombies weren't very fast, which gave them ample time. Suyu said, "Get out and enter the mall." The few of them quickly got out of the car, and Suyu immediately stored the car in his space. They walked up the stairs into the mall, with three of them instinctively surrounding Xiaoqing in the middle. Xiaoqing took out the baseball bat she had bought, and her watch showed her heart rate was around 108. It would be a lie to say she wasn't nervous. All the way to the 2nd floor, there weren't many zombies yet, only a few staggering ones lurching towards them. The three of them dealt with the zombies quickly, each one slicing off a zombie's head, while another deftly dissected the zombie's head to retrieve the crystal bead. Xia Cheng didn't get a chance to make a move. This floor was all about wholesale bedding, pillows, and such, and Suyu collected quite a bit. With the sudden drop in temperature, they needed these supplies. There was also a toy section, with some cute dolls, which Xia Qing also stored in her space. After an hour of collecting, the space was already full. Suyu, I'll head back first to clear out the things I collected, and then you can continue. It wasn't easy for them to make this trip, so they tried to gather as many supplies as possible. Okay. By the time Xia Qing came out of the space, it was already night, around 10 p.m. She drove straight to the warehouse. There weren't many people at night, and she drove quite fast, reaching the warehouse in 15 minutes. She hurriedly stored all the things she had collected into her space. Suyu, I'm done here. Suyu received Xia Qing's message and saw that a large area in the space had been cleared, and he had collected quite a bit more. The warehouse was already full, and he planned to come back tomorrow to store the remaining toys and some other items. He would directly open a grocery store. By the time he left the warehouse, it was already past 11 p.m., and he was surprisingly a bit hungry. Since he was already in the county town, he simply drove straight to the hot pot restaurant. Suyu had finished collecting the supplies and was on his way back. Beef tripe, beef rolls, lamb rolls, spicy beef, duck intestines, shrimp paste, duck blood, 2 portions of each, and 1 portion of the rest. Okay, please wait a moment, the staff member said with a smile. She was scrolling through her phone in the store while waiting for the staff to pack the food. Suyu had returned, and she still had an hour and a half before they got back, so she planned to join them for a late-night snack. She could tell that Wang Chang, Zhang Liang, and Suyu were all quite anxious about her. The zombies had been dealt with by the 3 of them before they even reached her. Miss, add me on WeChat. A drunken voice came over. Sorry, I don't know you, a beautiful woman next to her said coldly. If you don't know me, then adding me means you will. The young man with yellow hair grinned. I don't want to add you. The woman's voice remained icy. At that moment, 2 of the young man's friends walked over. Beautiful. Dressing so lightly at night is just to seduce people, right? Another man in a sleeveless shirt, showing off his tattooed arms, said. Are you crazy? The girl's friend, a short-haired girl, couldn't help but stand up and curse. How is it not? Wearing a tank top out, you might as well not wear anything. A chubby man behind them provocatively added. The staff at the hot pot restaurant saw the commotion and hurried over to intervene. Please don't argue here. Everyone should eat civilly, the staff member said politely. Civilly? My ass. This woman is dressed so scantily. What else could it be for? Freedom of dress. What's it to you? What are you pretending to be with that shit-colored hair? The short-haired girl retorted angrily. What the hell did you say? The young man with yellow hair exploded as if he had been stepped on, slapping the woman across the face. The girl was caught off guard and instantly had a swollen cheek. The staff member rushed forward to stop it but was kicked to the ground by another tattooed man. It was already 1 a.m. and there were only 2 staff members left, with just their 2 tables of customers remaining, along with Xia Qing, who was waiting to pack her food. The young man with yellow hair started fighting with the short-haired girl, and the chubby man joined in, easily overpowering the 2 weak girls. The staff member was pinned to the ground and beaten by the tattooed man. One of the girls was slapped so hard that blood appeared at the corner of her mouth. Another beautiful woman ran over to Xia Qing. Help! Just as Xia Qing took out her phone to call the police, she saw the woman had reached her. Chapter 55. The accidental heroine. People tend to fall when they are nervous, and this woman was no exception. Don't meddle in other people's business, the young man with yellow hair warned, pointing a finger at Xia Qing. Xia Qing was dressed in a black windbreaker, wearing a mask and a hat. She had just come out of the apocalypse and hadn't had time to change her clothes. Help me, the beautiful girl pleaded, her revealing tank top hinting at some exposed skin. This made the young man even more excited. I've already called the police, they'll be here soon, Xia Qing said coldly. Having seen zombies, she surprisingly wasn't very afraid of this threatening fight. Damn it, stupid bitch, want to meddle? I'll hit you too. The young man reached out to slap Xia Qing. She wouldn't just stand there. To her, the opponent's movements seemed to slow down by several times, and she caught his hand in midair. Xia Qing twisted his arm, and the man tried to use his strength, but he found that he was weaker than a woman. Frustrated, he kicked out, but the next second, Xia Qing kicked him in the calf. Crack! His leg made a sound, and the pain jolted him awake from the alcohol. The chubby accomplice saw his brother injured and immediately shouted as he charged at her, only to be kicked back by Xia Qing, who sent him crashing to the ground with a thud. The fat man's height and weight were about 200 pounds, and he was firmly pinned down by Xia Qing, unable to move his arms. It hurts, it hurts. The fat man was in so much pain that tears were almost spilling from his eyes. The tattooed man was beating the female clerk, and Xiaoqing frowned slightly, releasing the fat man's hand and running a few steps to confront the tattooed man. At that moment, the female clerk's face was already swollen from the beating, looking quite pitiful. Xiaoqing kicked the tattooed man in the back, and his body was unexpectedly sent flying, crashing to the ground. "Are you okay?" Xiaoqing asked the clerk, who looked like a pig's head from the beating, with concern. The clerk, frightened and with her eyes swollen and bleeding, could barely see. "You hit me. I'm going to call the police." The little yellow-haired man, who had just had his bones broken by Xiaoqing, was still shouting about calling the police. The beautiful girl and the short-haired girl had shifted from shock to admiration. "Did you see that? That girl was so amazing just now." The short-haired girl looked at Xiaoqing with admiration. However, her face also hurt. She had just been slapped hard. The two girls, still shaken, approached Xiaoqing and said, "Thank you. When the police arrive, we'll clarify everything." Xiaoqing had saved them, and they would not let her be wronged. About 7 or 8 minutes later, the police arrived. He Don Lao had surveillance cameras, so it was clear what had happened after just one look. The items the clerk had packed were also given to Xiaoqing. "Our manager said this is on the house. Thank you for saving our customer and the clerk." He Don Lao really had good service and was generous. What she ordered was worth at least 3,000 yuan. The police took statements, and with the surveillance showing her acting in self-defense, she left with the two girls in less than half an hour. The remaining 3 were locked up for causing trouble while drunk. At the police station, several officers watched the surveillance footage. "Has this girl trained? She took on 3 men by herself, really impressive. You 3 still want to cause trouble? Do you think girls are easy to bully? A little alcohol and you forget what's going on. Each of you will be fined 3,000 yuan. Chen Chang, you will pay the female clerk's medical expenses totaling 25,000 yuan. Ma Chao, you will pay the victim 5,000 yuan, and each of you will be detained for 15 days, the police said. "I don't accept this. My arm is broken." The little yellow-haired man protested, still with his arm in a cast. "My leg is fractured," the fat man groaned in pain. The tattooed man was not much better off, with blood oozing from a gash on his forehead. "That girl was acting in self-defense," the police said sternly. "You 3 caused trouble, harassed a girl, and 15 days is lenient. We'll see if she wants to press charges later." After the police said this, the 3 men quieted down and were locked up. "Damn it, my butt hurts," the tattooed man said as he tried to sit down, only to jump up again after Xiaoqing kicked him in the rear, cracking his tailbone. "It's so embarrassing to say we, the 3 young masters of Handan, couldn't even handle one woman. Don't let me find out who she is. Once we get out, we'll deal with her." The tattooed man fumed. "I have to know who she is. Mind your own business. It's so embarrassing." They were all a bit tipsy. A few officers at the police station looked at the 3 men and couldn't help but discuss privately. These 3 deserved to be beaten. If they hadn't run into someone tough, those 2 girls might have been bullied. "I really admire that girl. She's amazing. Is she a female special police officer or something?" Xiaoqing, wearing a mask, did not reveal her face, but the beautiful girl she saved was a small internet celebrity from Han City, and she posted the surveillance video that same day. "Went out for a late-night snack today, thanks to the female hero who saved me. I want to sign up to learn combat skills." That day's surveillance video garnered hundreds of thousands of views. There was a wave of exclamations, astonished, "The girl is so strong, taking on 3 at once." Some people thought it was staged, but the beautiful internet celebrity directly released the police report. The next day, official police accounts also shared it. "Girls must learn to protect themselves. Learn some self-defense tricks." With the official police sharing it, it couldn't possibly be fake. "Wow, I truly admire her. I want my daughter to learn combat skills too. Is it still possible to sign up for martial arts training now? I carry pepper spray with me." These were thoughts that Xiaoqing didn't pay attention to. She returned home at 2:30 in the morning. "Suyu, have you all returned to the base?" "Yeah." Hearing Suyu's voice, she directly slipped through the crack. They had just returned from the wholesale market, having killed quite a few zombies, and were covered in grime. At that moment, they had just changed into clean clothes. "Shall I bring out the hot pot for us to eat?" Xiaoqing smiled. "Sure." With a small pot that had a gas canister, she took out the packed food. "Let's make a yin-yang pot," Xiaoqing suggested. "All right. By the way, call Zhang Liang and Wang Chang over too." This meal was on Xiaoqing. Suyu's gaze flickered with a hint of tenderness as he said, "Okay." Suyu used the intercom to call Wang Chang and Zhang Liang over. The dining table in Suyu's room was already set with a large spread of dishes. Wang Chang and Zhang Liang's eyes lit up upon seeing it. Was this hot pot? It had been a long time since they had eaten it. "What do you want to drink?" Xiaoqing asked as she took out 3 large bottles of drinks from her space. "Coke." In their world, there was no such drink as Coke, but they all enjoyed it. It was quite refreshing. At least Suyu provided them with small cans of Coke. The few of them were cooking the hot pot, and Wang Chang and Zhang Liang felt a bit nervous. Both of them silently reminded themselves to control their pace. They couldn't eat too ravenously. It was really quite good. Following Suyu and Xia Qing, they were having such a delicious meal. Wang Chang and Zhang Liang were almost competing for food, but they dared not act too quickly. The cool weather paired with hot pot made them sweat profusely. The temperature has dropped here, it's still summer where we are. Chapter 56. The hot pot was left with only the broth. It had to be taken away. It's not cold. During missions, it was -10 degrees crawling in the wilderness, Zhang Liang said. The soldiers had experienced all kinds of harsh weather. Brother Yu was someone who traversed rainforests back in the day. They all admired this. No one had succeeded before. Suyu was the first. A very dangerous place? Xia Qing guessed. A no man's land, traversing the rainforest to take down an internationally notorious drug trafficking gang. They all held great respect for Suyu. Xia Qing had eaten enough. She had intended it as a late-night snack, and now she was full and sleepy. Suyu, I'm heading back. I'll put the things from the warehouse into the space tomorrow. Okay, Suyu replied. The next moment, Xia Qing disappeared from the spot, and Wang Chang and Zhang Liang stopped pretending. Just now, Xia Qing had been holding back, afraid of scaring them with her ravenous eating. My tripe, I put that in first. Wang Chang shouted angrily, seeing a large piece of tripe being taken by Zhang Liang. Whoever grabs it first gets it. Zhang Liang stuffed it into his mouth, hot and spicy. He took a sip of Coke. The three of them finished all the food, leaving nothing behind. They were almost drinking the broth. So satisfying. By the time Li Yao asked about the smell, the air in the room was filled with the aroma of hot pot. Where did this hot pot come from? Why didn't you call me? Li Yao looked aggrieved. The brothers were eating hot pot without inviting him. Miss Xia treated us today. We didn't call you, Wang Chang said, a bit sheepishly touching his nose. Next time Miss Xia goes out, I want to go too. Li Yao took a few deep breaths, the aroma of the hot pot still lingering, and saw that only the soup base was left. He moved the pot away and said, I'll take the noodles to cook. Wang Chang and Zhang Liang both patted their bellies, feeling full. Xia Qing went back and slept until the next afternoon, with Yang Xia leaving her lunch. While eating, she scrolled through Douyin and saw a trending topic. How can girls protect themselves? One woman against 3, female hero. Women are Sanda champions. Below were a bunch of strange trending searches. She was a Sanda champion? Only she knew that absorbing crystal beads had led to her body's evolution. Douyin really had bizarre trending topics. The whole internet was searching for female heroes saving the day. Fortunately, I wore a mask that day, or I would have become a public figure by now, Xia Qing said thrillingly. Unexpectedly, this incident sparked a wave of girls wanting to learn Sanda combat. Xia Qing had never learned it. She just fought a lot as a child, and with her body's evolution, her strength had increased significantly. After finishing her meal, Xia Qing was ready to head to the county town. She still needed to move everything from the warehouse to the shop. The grocery store was about to open, and she had interviewed 5 people before finally keeping 2. Let's arrange these items in the next couple of days. The prices are all set. Boss, are we going to do live streaming in our store too? Asked the new young employee, just graduated from college, looking clean and innocent. Other stores were doing live streaming. Not for now, Xia Qing replied. The items in this grocery store were too mixed. The toys and decorations were all sourced from a wholesale market in another time and space. You guys sort out the goods first. Got it, boss, the shy boy replied. Xia Qing then went to the ceramic shop. Qing, you finally came. Someone wants to place a large order for this teacup from our store. We only have 28 in stock. Then we won't sell it. No stock, Xia Qing said nonchalantly. Should we order more? This ceramic cup sells really well, Yang Ziyuan said. We can't order for now, let's focus on other things. New stock will come tomorrow, Xia Qing replied. Yang Ziyuan frowned slightly. Although he didn't understand business, it was like selling vegetables. Whatever sold well, he would order more. Qing, then let's order more. This ceramic sells so well. Otherwise, give me the factory's phone number, and I'll place the order, Yang Ziyuan said, anxious to stock up since so many people were coming to buy. Uncle, it's because they have no stock over there. Otherwise, I would have ordered more, Xia Qing said. This was why she was reluctant to hire relatives. Unlike other employees, they would do whatever she said without asking questions. I see. Then should we try other factories? I see this sells really well, Yang Ziyuan said. Uncle, don't worry. I'll stock up when there's inventory, Xia Qing said patiently. She had to source the goods from Suyu. Moreover, the factories here couldn't produce this kind of ceramic due to the soil quality. Yang Ziyuan frowned slightly inside. Because Xia Qing opened a supermarket and a shop, she had recently become a topic of discussion in the village. Almost everyone in the village who saw Xia Jixiang and Yang Xia wanted to help set them up. My daughter isn't in a hurry, Xia Jixiang said with a smile. Jixiang, did we plant sweet potatoes this year? Old man's son asked. Yes, we planted sweet potatoes this year. Our family will harvest them. Xia Jixiang laughed. His daughter told him that they would harvest more sweet potatoes this year. Because the temperature had dropped over there, sweet potatoes were easier to store and quite filling. Alright, then we'll all plant sweet potatoes this year. Old man Air laughed heartily. Sweet potatoes were easy to grow and had a high yield. They not only collect sweet potatoes but also send people to haul them, making things much easier for them, and they don't have to worry about not being able to sell them. Jian Gua, where are you going? Xia Jixiang asked cheerfully when he saw Sun Jiangwo. Sun Jiangwo had been avoiding him these past few days. In the past, it was always him seeking out Xia Jixiang to talk about what his family had bought or what his son had sent him. Now, with his daughter buying a car and opening a supermarket in the city, he was the one hiding away. I'm going to the city. That's great. I'm heading to the city too. I can give you a ride, Xia Jixiang said with a smile. Driving? You can drive? Sun Jiangwo asked in shock. Yes, I just got my driver's license a few days ago, and my daughter bought me a car. I'll take you, Xia Jixiang said happily, completely oblivious to the change in the man's expression. Your family has 3 people, and you bought 2 cars? Sun Jiangwo clearly didn't believe it. Buying a car also meant needing to fuel it, buy insurance, and maintain it. Just because one could afford to buy a car didn't mean they could afford to keep it. I just picked up the car yesterday. Come on, I'll show you. Xia Jixiang was very enthusiastic. Sun Jiangwo immediately followed him to take a look. He couldn't believe that the Xia family had bought 2 cars in less than a month. They were neighbors, just a short walk to the Xia home. At that moment, there was a car parked at the Xia residence, a black sedan. How about this car? My daughter bought it for me. It cost over 300,000. She said it's a very safe Volvo. Originally, she wanted to buy me that big Land Rover that costs over 600,000, but it's a bit too big, and she was afraid I wouldn't be able to handle it as a new driver. Xia Jixiang pressed the key fob, and the black sedan's lights flashed twice. Come on, I'll take you to the city. It's hot riding your electric bike. My car has air conditioning, Xia Jixiang said proudly. No need, I'm fine riding my bike, Sun Jiangwo said with a dark face as he rode off on his electric tricycle. Watching him leave, Xia Jixiang wasn't angry. He felt quite happy. Sun Jiangwo had boasted about his son for years, always saying that he only had one daughter and would suffer in old age without anyone to take care of him. Now, Xia Jixiang was constantly talking about what his daughter had bought him. The more Sun Jiangwo thought about it, the angrier he became. Although their relationship was generally good, seeing the other person doing better than oneself was uncomfortable. The key was that this person was Xia Jixiang, whom he had previously looked down upon for having just one daughter. Thinking of this, Sun Jiangwo became even angrier. Chapter 57, she became Lin Nuan's financial backer. Zhang Xian called and said, I've found a team, we still need to meet to confirm. As an investor, Xia Qing had to personally sign many contracts and register an entertainment company. Registering the company was quick. With the registered capital, she was hiring a few people. Alright, let's do it tomorrow, Xia Qing said. She registered the Qing Tian Cultural Entertainment Company in Han City with a capital of 5 million. She rented an office in the Qimao building in Han City and worked overnight to make a sign. However, she still needed to hire people. She had already published a recruitment announcement and directly contracted the accounting aspect to an accounting firm. The next day, she had an appointment with the producer in Kyoto, and they agreed to meet at the Kyoto Guomao restaurant. In box 105, besides Xia Qing, there were 2 other people, one of whom was the director Zhang Yiwen that Zhang Xian had found. He was a new director but had previously won a newcomer director award in college. He hadn't produced any work since then because he refused to shoot scripts that were too poor. This is Zhang Yiwen, Director Zhang. I've shown him your script, Zhang Xian introduced. Hello, Miss Xia, Zhang Yiwen said politely. Xia Qing sized him up. The man had somewhat long, slightly curly hair, and Zhang Xian had already sent her his information. The man looked to be in his 30s, with a somewhat disheveled beard. I've read the script, and I really appreciate producer Zhang recommending me. Lu Yuan really liked the script. Lu Yuan and Zhang Xian were college classmates and had always had a good relationship. Xia Chang nodded and said, I hope this script won't be heavily modified. It won't. I've read the script, and it doesn't need any changes. It will definitely pass the review, Zhang Yuan said. Nowadays, most novels adapted into dramas face difficulties in passing reviews, which leads to many changes. But this one doesn't need any. There's nothing that would fail the review. I hope the female lead is Lin Nuan. I have no other requirements. As for the investment, I will invest about 70 million. That's a reasonable investment. Lu Yuan smiled. If the female lead isn't a famous actress, then at least the male lead should be a second-tier star. Newcomers are fine too, as long as you ensure the quality of the drama, Xiaoqing said. No problem. I can guarantee the quality of the drama, Lu Yuan said excitedly. The main issue with filming dramas now is that the large investments are mostly for the stars' salaries, which leads to cuts in special effects and other aspects. We are now in an era of traffic. In that case, I will choose the male lead from the Film Academy again. You have no objections, right? Director Lu Yuan said. He had read the script, and there were no suitable second-tier stars. No, actually I think Su Jia is quite suitable. You can consider him, Xiaoqing said. Okay. Lu Yuan silently remembered this name. After all, it was a request from the investor. If there are no issues, I will initially invest 30 million, and I will provide more later. You can start recruiting for this drama now and officially set it up, Xiaoqing said. Alright, this drama is about to wrap up soon, Zhang Xian said. They were filming the 2 parts of Power Over the World, and they had completed the first part, which would be aired during the winter break. If the storyline performed well, they would shoot the next part, as this drama had cost several hundred million to produce. It was a period drama, plus it featured first-tier stars, a big production. After the discussion, Xiaoqing settled the accounts and left first. Since she was in Kyoto, she planned to sell some jewelry. It would be great if she could open a gold store in Kyoto. I will contact Lin Muan's agent now. As for the male lead, Yuan, you can first check out Su Jia, Zhang Xian said. Sure. This script is really good. We need to find actors with acting skills and charisma, Lu Yuan said. There was no need to mention the female lead. The investor had already decided. He had seen Lin Nuan's photos, and her appearance was quite good. They could make some adjustments later, but he was unsure about her acting skills. Lu Yuan was also quite worried. After all, it was a good script. Lu Yuan went back to look for the male lead and hurried to finalize the casting. Zhang Xian sent a WeChat message to Lin Nuan's agent. Agent Jiang, how are you considering the matter I mentioned? I've also sent you the script. Agent Jiang replied immediately, sure. Lin Nuan is available. The agent asked, did your cousin really invest in the drama? I've already agreed on your behalf, 100,000 per episode for a total of 24 episodes. I didn't expect your cousin to really invest. Although it's a small script, the pay is quite good. After 24 episodes, that would be 2.4 million, and their company could take 1 million as commission. They sign contracts to make money. For newcomers like Lin Nuan, getting 100,000 per episode was very good. In the big production Power Over the World, the little maid earned 10,000 per episode, and appearing in the first half of 16 episodes would earn 160,000, from which their company would take 70,000. Their agents were also profit-driven. Really? That's great, Lin Nuan said happily. By the way, Sister Jiang, I also want to tell you something, Lin Nuan said a bit shyly. What is it? My cousin also registered a company called Sunny Entertainment. I plan not to renew my contract when it expires and want to go to my cousin's company, Lin Nuan said. She knew her cousin had really invested in a drama and even made her the female lead. Not only that, but she also opened an entertainment company. Even though it was just a small company for now, she wanted to go to her cousin. Manager John's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and he said, do you think just because you shot your first leading role you can become famous? You want to leave our Tian Entertainment Company? Tian Entertainment Company was indeed a big company with many stars under its wing, including first-tier celebrities, but the good resources had all been taken away. Lin Nuan wanted to go to her cousin, and although it was just starting out, her cousin, as an investor, would definitely support her. It was better to be there than here. She had had enough of her days since debuting. Acting was her dream, and she didn't want to trade her body for it, especially for newcomers like them. She felt this was an opportunity, and she nodded seriously, saying, yes. Manager Jiang was so angry he laughed, saying, fine, I'll prepare the contract for you to terminate your agreement, but the profits from this new drama will still go to us. Newcomers could earn 2.4 million for a role, and they would take 1 million. The manager's commission would also be 300,000. No problem, Lin Nuan said, treating it as their breakup fee. Manager Jiang looked at Lin Nuan and frowned, saying, Lin Nuan, you're just a newcomer, don't be too impulsive. Just because you got a small production's leading role, you think you're something special? I really misjudged you. If you want to come back in the future, that won't be possible. Chapter 58, The Temperature Drops in the Apocalypse. Manager Jiang was truly angry and amused. Lin Nuan's looks were decent, which was why she was willing to promote her. I just want to act well. I don't want to cater to those people. Every time they had to drink with investors, and not only that, these managers even took them to various drinking parties. Ha, am I giving you face? Others want to go and can't. it's just about accompanying someone for drinks. Who in this circle doesn't do that? I only see you have a bit of looks. Lin Nuan shook her head, knowing some things but choosing not to say them. Sister Jiang, don't be angry. It's not worth it for a newcomer like me. The path I choose is mine. Even if I don't do well in the future, I will still acknowledge your kindness. Lin Nuan held onto Manager Zhang's arm and smiled. Manager Zhang's attitude softened when she saw Lin Nuan's demeanor. After all, her commission was still 300,000, which was the commission for second and third tier stars. Fine, you chose this path, so go ahead. Manager Jiang picked up her bag and left. Not long after she left, she thought of the dinner party tomorrow night, frowned, and picked up her phone to make a call. Yuan, recently a director has taken a liking to you for a drama. Remember to dress a bit more innocent for the audition tomorrow night. Really? That's great. Thank you, Sister Jiang, for giving me this opportunity. I will definitely dress beautifully. The excited voice of a girl came through the phone. Manager Jiang was very satisfied with this attitude, hung up the phone, and glanced back at the hotel. You want to terminate your contract? You'd be glad someone wants to come. Not knowing what's good for you. Thinking that being the female lead in a small production is something special? But it's just an online drama. Who knows how many male and female leads there are in online dramas each year, and how many actually break out? She frowned slightly and called the investor again. President Liu, our Lin Nuan is sick and can't audition for that drama tomorrow. I've sent a recent college graduate, Yuan, to audition instead. The voice on the other end was clearly displeased, but upon hearing that another female college student was being sent, he reluctantly said, let her try then. Okay, see you tomorrow, Manager Jiang said with a forced smile as she hung up the phone. Lin Nuan's looks are quite good, but every time she is asked to accompany someone for drinks, it's always this issue or that. Without my support, do you think you can become popular? Just a little investment and you get all cocky. Even if you shoot a leading role drama, so what? There are plenty that don't get popular. Manager Jiang left in her high heels. On the other side, Xia Qing received a message from Lin Nuan. Cousin, once my contract here expires, can I sign with your company? Sure, I'll find you an assistant and a manager. If you come over, you'll be our top star, Xia Qing joked. Her entertainment company had just opened, and she hadn't signed any stars yet. Alright, from now on, I want to follow you. Lin Nuan sent a big emoji. When they were young, Nuan loves to stick to her, and Xia Qing shook her head, temporarily putting this matter aside. The Qing Tian Entertainment Company had just opened. She bought a lot of office supplies and interviewed 5 waves of people today. They temporarily hired 2 cleaners and 1 administrative staff. The rest of the recruits were fresh graduates, full of energy and ideas. The entertainment company was up and running, but they hadn't signed any artists yet, only 1 film and television project in preparation. Lin Nuan's contract wouldn't expire until next month. In the conference room of Qing Tian Entertainment Company, there were only 5 people, 3 fresh graduates and 2 that Xia Qing had hired at a high salary from other film companies. We are about to start filming this project. Zhang Nan, you will join the crew, and we will handle the post-production and promotion ourselves. Understood. Next, the planning, Manager Jiang, I will trouble you with that, Xia Qing smiled. I will definitely complete it. Just kidding, the boss in front of them was paying them double the salary. From now on, the company is his home. I'm very busy, if there's anything, you can contact me via WeChat. This meant she would hardly have time to come to the company. Right now, we have 1 project, and there will be other projects coming up, so let's finish this one first. She had a lot of scripts on hand. No problem. If this drama's viewership exceeds 10,000, each person will get a bonus of 10,000. President Xia is generous. The employees were instantly excited upon hearing Xia Qing's words. After finishing the entertainment company's matters, the coal she purchased had already been delivered to the warehouse, and she drove to the county town again that night. Suyu? I'm here. Upon his reply, Xia Chang stored the 500 boxes of coal into her space and walked towards the space crack. The weather on Suyu's side had dropped again, with temperatures down to 7-8 degrees. It's cold again. Although she was well prepared, Xia Qing felt that the temperature was much colder than the last time she came. It's getting colder. It will drop by 5 to 6 degrees every day for the next few days, Suyu said in a deep voice. The base had already stocked up on supplies, and with the coal Xia Chang brought, they could ensure their warmth. However, as the weather got colder, people became lazy, and fewer went out to look for supplies. Xia Qing, you mentioned that there aren't many ceramic factories left. We can build a small ceramic factory here. Build a ceramic factory? Xia Qing was surprised. We can build one in this world to supply you, in exchange for your food. The cold weather gave these survivors some work to do, providing them with opportunities to exchange for food. Of course, Xiaoqing smiled, just in time as her ceramic cups were out of stock. The last time she visited the ceramic factory, there were only so many goods, and there was no way to produce more. Do you have anyone here who can fire ceramics? We use mechanical firing here. As long as we have the template data, the machines will do. I've already got that, Suyu smiled. Moreover, there were also former ceramic workers among the survivors. That's great, Xia Qing said. This way, those survivors would also have work to do in exchange for food. How many people are there at the base now? More than 400, and others who received our message are on their way, Suyu said. The military equipment they found was enough to launch signals that could be broadcast nationwide. Anyone who could receive the broadcast would be able to get their information. By the way, I want to use your architect to help me design an ancient street, using the style of your supermarket's dynasty. Is that okay? Sure, I'll call him over, Suyu said in a deep voice. Before long, a middle-aged man wearing glasses walked in nervously. Base leader, the man said, rubbing his hands anxiously. He was an architect who designed the base's walls, and now he was also teaching his son. In this apocalypse, having a skill was essential for survival. Hello, I want to design an ancient commercial street and an ancient film city. Right now, she doesn't have that much funding, but that won't delay the preparations. She also has a secret warehouse from Suyu. If she runs out of money, she can sell it, so that's not a concern. Chapter 59, Autonomous Evolution. The architect was initially very nervous, but when he heard that Xia Qing wanted him to design an ancient film city, he perked up. Sure, no problem. I participated in the design of the Hangdian film city in Longwa back in the day, the man immediately replied. Many movies and TV shows were filmed at Hangdian film city in Longwa. I'll prepare the drawing tools for you. There's no rush to finish the drawings. They must have unique features, and once they're done, just give them to Suyu. Oh, by the way, what kind of compensation do you want? Food or supplies? Xia Qing blinked and asked. Money might not mean much to them. Supplies and food would be more useful. The man was very excited to hear Xia Qing's words. As an architect, he usually only built the base's walls to earn points. I would like some milk powder. Is that okay? If not, of course. Xia Qing readily agreed. To her, it was just a few cans of milk powder. Hiring a designer would cost tens of thousands, right? Plus, what she wanted was unique, designed from an ancient dynasty of another time and space. Thank you. The man was thrilled as he left, and the next day he received 10 cans of milk powder. This was milk powder. Wife, after the baby is born, there will be milk powder to drink, the man said excitedly. He never expected to receive a full 10 cans of milk powder. Even if it were just one can, he would still complete the design seriously. Make sure to keep these safe, the man said nervously. Although the base had strict management to prevent the looting of supplies, there were cameras everywhere, and anyone caught would be expelled from the base without mercy. Now, the base was the only place with normal food. Who would be willing to leave? Leaving the base was a dead end. However, some people would plead with others, as there were quite a few pregnant women in the base. Currently, without any measures in place, those who survived were all physically strong, and the pregnancy rate was quite high. It's somewhat ironic, without food and amidst mutations, the remaining people's reproductive abilities had actually strengthened. Was this humanity's self-redemption? Now that the base was crowded, the living space allocated to each person was starting to shrink. It's getting cold, everyone can exchange for 1 bag of honeycomb coal for free. If you want more, you'll need to use points, a woman frowned and said. In fact, the base was already doing quite well. One could receive a large bag at a time, and those who were pregnant, elderly, or disabled would receive an extra bag. Looking at this temperature, it might drop further. I wonder if the honeycomb coal will be enough, the woman said worriedly. We've distributed thick blankets and warm clothes for free these past few days, but we still need to work and keep our bodies active, the woman said. I'm fine, you should rest well. I need to hurry and finish the drawings. The man adjusted his glasses and said. He had exchanged for 10 cans of milk powder with his drawings. He needs to design a perfect structure to justify these 10 cans of milk powder. This is a warm baby patch. I bought a lot of them. When the weather is cold, sticking them on your body will keep you warm, Xia Qing said. Alright, let's give them to those little kids first, Suyu replied. There is a villa in the base specifically for orphans, and they are responsible for cleaning it themselves. However, the food for these children is free, with 2 meals a day. Now the base has opened a school to teach the children to read and learn special skills. These children are the hope for the future. The orphans feel very insecure. At first, the children with parents would bully the orphans, thinking they had no one to back them up. So most of the orphans stick together to avoid being bullied. There are now more than 50 orphans. When Xiaqing arrived, some of the children were playing, some were running, and the older kids were studying seriously. When the children saw Suyu coming, they instinctively lined up in 2 rows, as they had all seen Suyu before. This time, Xiaqing did not see Xiao Sunyun and frowned slightly, saying, "Where's Xiao Sunyun?" Suyu looked around and didn't see her either, so he waved over an older child and asked, "Where did Xiao Sunyun go?" "I don't know. She should be in the house." The kids are quite strong. Although the weather is cooling down quickly, these children are physically better than adults. Moreover, the children receive milk and meat every day to supplement their diet, which has significantly boosted their immunity. "Take me to see her," Xiaqing said. "Okay." The 7-year-old girl nodded understandingly. "Here, anyone over 12 years old cannot stay in the orphanage. The base arranges some light work for them. In the villa, there aren't enough beds, so they sleep on the floor." "Xiao Sun-yun?" Xiaqing looked at a girl curled up in the corner of the room, hugging a doll. "What happened?" Suyu's tone was cold, and the 2 children in the same room were too scared to speak. Xiaqing walked over and picked up Xiao Sun-yun, frowning. "She's so hot, she must have a fever. She's been like this since last night. Brother Lin has already gone to the treatment room to find a doctor, but the doctor hasn't come yet," the girl said nervously. There was a sense of pressure from Suyu, making the child a bit afraid to speak. Xiaqing carried Xiao Sun-yun and followed Suyu to the treatment room. At that moment, Dr. Lin was busy, and there were quite a few people in the treatment room suffering from colds due to the change of seasons. When the treatment room saw Suyu come in, it instantly became quiet, and everyone consciously made way for him. "Dr. Lin, come over and check her condition first," Suyu said in a deep voice. "Okay." Dr. Lin quickly responded, putting down what he was doing and coming over. Naturally, the others did not dare to say anything. Dr. Lin examined Xiao Sun-yun and drew blood to hand over to his assistant for testing. In a short while, the results came out. She's not sick, all her vital signs are very good. "Then why is she having a fever?" Xiaqing asked in confusion. "Perhaps she is evolving," Suyu said, understanding what was happening. "Evolving? Didn't you say that evolution happens when one is bitten by a zombie, and the body resists and evolves?" "Yes, but it could also be self-evolution," Suyu said solemnly, because he himself had also undergone self-evolution back then. Dr. Lin, keep the child here for close observation. "Okay." Once Suyu spoke, he would definitely follow through. "If you need any medicine, let Suyu know," Xiaqing added. Dr. Lin's eyes lit up, and he nodded excitedly. They were indeed in urgent need of medicine. The illness can be treated, but there are no medicines. Suyu took Xiaqing to a vacant area behind and said, "We can build a small ceramic factory here." "Building a ceramic factory here, so close to your living area, won't it pollute your side?" Xiaqing asked worriedly. "It won't. Our ceramic factory here generates electricity." Chapter 60, The Ceramic Factory. The ceramic factory was established quickly. "I'll take people tomorrow to bring over the equipment." With ready-made equipment, the progress would be much faster. "Tianrui's family has a ready-made ceramic factory. I'll have her take charge for you." Tianrui's family ceramic factory is one of the top 3 large ceramic factories in Longwa and has been showcased at international ceramic exhibitions. "Thank you so much," Xiaqing said happily. With that, she could create any design she wanted for the ceramics. She could also place bulk orders for popular products. "You haven't absorbed all the crystal beads I gave you yet," so you asked. "The space I want to work hard." "Brother," you said, "you can use it with confidence. You'll have a big package of things every month," Li Yao said with a grin. Tianrui was very happy. Her face had become dry due to malnutrition and long-term lack of water, and this set of skincare products looked very expensive. She used to buy luxury items often. "Alright, I won't mention brother you looking for me. Today, we're going to the ceramic factory to get all that equipment back. See how many workers you might need. There are 2 who used to work at the ceramic factory. They can help you." "Okay. Thank you, dear husband. You all must come back safely." "Sure, there are so many styles of ceramic cups. Now that the apocalypse has come, the previous copyrights surely don't count anymore. She can completely recreate those famous and beautiful styles from before. There's still a computer in the villa, though there's no internet now, but there are saved images inside, and all of these can be made as long as there are templates." The crew on Xiaqing's side is fully prepared, and the male lead, Su Jia, agreed to the script after reading it. Su Jia's total pay for the film is 7 million. "We plan to shoot this drama in Xiakou, and we expect to start in 3 days, Zhang Nan said. "Alright." Xiakou is located at the confluence of the Yangtze River and the Han River, a first-tier city. Xiaqing opened WeChat and sent a message to Zhang Nan, saying, "We start shooting the day after tomorrow. You should go along and prepare for the promotion." "Got it," Zhang Nan replied instantly. This is their company's first project, and he definitely wants to do well, otherwise, how could he justify the high salary the boss offered? I have to go on a business trip to Chicago tomorrow. It might take 1 or 2 months, Zhang Nan told his girlfriend. A business trip for 1 or 2 months. The woman complained slightly. Yes, to Chicago with the crew. You can come over to play when you miss me. Is your company reliable? Didn't it just get registered not long ago and already has a project? Yeah, it's still Su Jia starring. Zhang Nan laughed. It's already impressive for a newly opened entertainment company to hire a second-tier star like Su Jia. You have to know that most small companies start with short dramas. He feels that his boss must have connections. Xia Qing wasn't in a hurry to work on a second project. She could continue developing projects after the first drama airs. Sister Lu, I need 15 more barrels of that milk tomorrow. Xia Qing sent a message to Sister Lu on WeChat. Below was the transfer. Received. I'll deliver it to the warehouse as usual tomorrow. Sister Lu replied instantly and then accepted the transfer. There are more survivors over there, so it's better to order more milk. She now has a supply WeChat for her supermarket and sent a supply order to the person in charge, saying, order 50 of each to be delivered here. The address followed. Okay, we'll prepare the goods, and they can be delivered tomorrow afternoon. This time she added a few hundred pounds of lamb. The weather is cold over there, and eating some hot braised lamb will definitely be comfortable. Chapter 61. Going further down the path of the rich woman. Suyu took Wang Chang, Li Yao, and a worker from the ceramic factory. The worker sat in the back, looking a bit nervous, as going out could mean encountering zombies. Plus, being in the same car as the base leader and a few other responsible people was certainly nerve-wracking. It felt like an ordinary resident sitting in the same car as the president. Their heart rate hadn't dropped below 100. The workers need to check which factory equipment can still be used. The display screen in the car showed the temperature was only 5 degrees. Thankfully, the air conditioning in the car kept it a bit warmer. A thin layer of mist had formed on the car windows. If this continues, it's likely to drop below 0 tomorrow. Hopefully, the temperature won't drop any further. They had been to the ceramic factory before, so they were somewhat familiar with the route. Brother Yu, all these equipment are fine and can be used. There are quite a few ready-made molds in here, the worker said after checking. Good, Suyu replied, and then collected all the usable equipment. Wow, there's actually a pair of national porcelain teacup molds, the ceramic worker exclaimed happily. This is the mold for national porcelain teacups, and this is the lotus petal cup, which is very valuable. The ceramic worker laughed, surprised that this ceramic factory had preserved these. Then let's take them all, Suyu said with a wave of his hand. While they were collecting the equipment from the ceramic factory, Tian Rui was recruiting people and had already broadcasted at the base, attracting many applicants. As long as there are molds, the work can be done quickly. They have the equipment, but the coloring requires people with a certain foundation in painting. They say our base is going to open a ceramic factory. Is this a joke? Can a ceramic factory even make a living? Or sell anything? Yeah, sell to zombies? A group of people laughed. But the ceramic factory offers good benefits. There are points in food. In this cold weather, having a job to exchange for food is definitely better than going out to scavenge. Outside, it was cold, and their activities were limited, while the zombies were not restricted at all. Before long, there was a long line at Tian Rui's side. So many people coming to apply for jobs? Li Yao said in surprise, looking at the crowd. He had thought not many would come for the ceramic factory. All the valuable things around have been picked clean. If they want to go anywhere, they can only go to the urban area, where there are many zombies. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to go there. Besides, working at the ceramic factory can earn points and has extra benefits, so they would definitely be willing to come. But I won't hire just anyone, Tian Rui said seriously. After all, it was a family business. She had worked at the ceramic factory for a while, so she was familiar with all the processes and could also make ceramics. As a rich girl, wealth was not just about money but also encompassed various aspects, including vision and the costs of education. Learning piano could cost 10,000 for a single lesson, and for painting, she had hired master-level teachers. I saw the note Xia Qing gave me. Female employees will receive an extra set of skincare products and a hygiene gift pack. Hygiene products are really too friendly for girls. Now it's hard for girls to find supplies. They are consumables, and with expiration and contamination, they can't be used. For instance, during times of scarcity, they used cloth instead of sanitary pads, and due to water contamination, they couldn't even wash them. Now having clean products like sanitary pads is truly wonderful. I have to say that girl is really thoughtful. Thinking of this, Tian Rui was even more determined to do this job well, even though the current conditions were very tough. With such good benefits here, of course, there are many applicants for the interview. Alright, you go take care of the kids. I need to continue the interviews. Liao looked at the long line outside and could only take the kids out to maintain order. After 3 hours of interviews, Tianrui had hired a total of 15 people. A few had a background in painting, so coloring should not be a problem. For making ceramics, they had machines and molds for mass production, and mainly needed decoration and painting, with machines for carving as well. They still had some stock of colored glaze pigments, which were currently hard to find. Brother Yu, the workers for the ceramic factory have been hired, and I'll take them to try it out tomorrow. But about the pigments, if it's colored glaze ceramics, then pigments are needed. You don't need to worry about that, Suyu said. Great, then I'll take them to get familiar with the work first, Tianrui said. After Tianrui left, Suyu told Xiaoqing about this. It was just past midnight at the Summermouth 5-star hotel. At this moment, she was applying a face mask, sipping milk tea, and soaking in a large bathtub, with a screen above playing a TV drama. Having money means no worries at all. Xiaoqing, are you there? Xiaoqing was momentarily stunned upon hearing Suyu's voice, then quickly reacted. Previously, she could only hear Suyu's voice when she entered the space, but now she could hear it directly. It seemed she had absorbed quite a few crystal beads recently to upgrade her space. Yes, I'm here, Xiaoqing hurriedly replied, her voice a bit flustered as she was currently in the bathtub with pink bubbles floating everywhere. The ceramic factory workers have been hired, but we don't have the pigments for making ceramics here. They had plenty of factories producing pigments, many were just expired and unusable. Okay, I got it. I'll go buy some tomorrow, Xiaoqing said anxiously. Alright, are you busy? Suyu asked, hearing a man's voice on the other end. No, I'm watching a drama. She felt embarrassed to admit she was bathing. Suyu seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, and at that moment, Xiaoqing noticed the drama was showing a scene where the male lead was confessing his love to the female lead. After a long while, when Suyu's voice didn't come through again, Xiaoqing finally relaxed. She was still afraid that Suyu might suddenly enter her world. After all, she was in the bath. She recalled a previous time when she had crossed over without getting a response from him and had seen Suyu's upper body. His physique was really good, and thinking of this made her cheeks flush a bit. However, Suyu couldn't enter the space, he could only take things, so he shouldn't be able to come over. Tomorrow, they would start filming their new drama, and Xiaoqing planned to come take a look, especially since it was her first time as an investor in a drama. The first part of Power in the World had already been filmed and was now in post-production, with a high degree of script fidelity, so the review should be fine. It was estimated that taking advantage of the hype, it could be aired during the winter break. Xiaoqing opened her phone and saw a message from Lin Nuan sent an hour ago. Cousin, hooray! They actually invited Su Jia. I super like him. He's my deep-feeling second male lead. This drama is going to be a hit. Don't say Su Jia, even Zhou Ling can be invited. Xiaoqing replied confidently. I'm seriously reading the script. I'll perform well. Not just Zhou Ling, but Xian Xian can come too. Lin Nuan sent a cute emoji, questioning the rich woman, understanding the rich woman, and becoming a rich woman. She was on the path to becoming a rich woman and would definitely go further and further. Xiakou City has a subtropical monsoon climate, with distinct seasons. Summer is hot and humid, and it was currently the hot season. Today, she wore a gray duckbill cap, her thick black hair cascading down her back, a black off-shoulder short-sleeve top, and gray denim shorts. She adorned herself with dazzling pearl earrings from another time and space, a red agate necklace, a rose-gold red agate bracelet, and carried a pink pocket bag. Zhang Nan sent her an address for today's filming location, and she took a taxi there directly. Sorry, they are filming here, please walk over there, a staff member said. I'm looking for Lu Yuan, Xiaoqing replied calmly. Looking for the director? The female staff member was surprised and discreetly sized Xiaoqing up. Could she be that actress? But this girl's bag is really nice. Over there. The staff member pointed to the front and secretly took out her phone to snap a picture of Xiaoqing's bag. She couldn't find the same style on Taobao. She had to take a screenshot, leaving only the bag's image to post on Zaya Hongshu. Does anyone know where to get this bag? Seeking purchase. Xiaoqing thanked her and walked forward. She was also ordering takeout on Meituan, having ordered 100 servings of Farewell My Concubine milk tea. Su Jia, so handsome. I heard that Lin Nuan is a paid actress. She's a new actor just starting out, and she can act with Su Jia without any fame. Su Jia previously played the deep-feeling second male lead in a palace drama. It's so hard to let go. A few passerby actors were gossiping. Su Jia had previously played the male lead's bodyguard, gaining some popularity due to his looks, and a heartfelt role as the second male lead had made him a bit more famous. Not far away, Lin Nuan was auditioning with Su Jia. She had 2 months left on her contract, which she had signed for 3 years. During these 3 years, she had attended many drinking parties but had only landed a few roles, all minor supporting characters. Boss, Zhang Nan said, seeing Xia Qing approach, and hurried over with a smile. Director Liu is busy. The producer is over there, Zhang Nan said, handing Xia Qing a small fan. The weather was too hot, and many people were holding small fans. Miss Xia, Zhang Xan said, quickly standing up and smiling upon seeing Xia Qing. The people around noticed the producer's friendly smile towards the girl in front of him, and everyone subtly speculated. This drama was an original script, and Xiao Lajia was the investor for their show. It's fine, you all keep busy. I'm just here to take a look. By the way, Zhang Nan, when the milk tea arrives, please distribute it to everyone, okay? Producer Zhang, you can get back to work, Xia Qing said. Sure, I'll thank the boss for the milk tea on behalf of everyone. I'll get back to work now, Zhang Xian replied. The pay was high, but he was busy doing the work of 3 people. Lu Yuan had high demands, and some of these people were newcomers, so he had to supervise personally. In the van, Jiaga, I told you this drama is being filmed in Xiakou, and it's really hot right now, Su Jia's assistant said. The assistant felt a bit regretful, as there had been 2 previous offers for Jiago, one for a fantasy drama and one for a modern drama. Although that role was the second male lead, the female and male leads were both top-tier stars, an S-plus production with a budget of several hundred million. At that time, Su Jia's agent, Yan Shui, was looking at both scripts and said, although that's a big production, it's just the second male lead. This script is really good. The director is Lu Yuan. Although he hasn't had much work in recent years, he had a previous award-winning project. In the end, Su Jia chose this male lead role, and the modern drama was relatively easier since he wouldn't have to wear a headpiece. The assistant was preparing water for Su Jia when Yan Shui came in. How's the filming going? The female lead of this drama is from the investment side, so make sure to get along well, Yan Shui reminded. They didn't want to offend any investors. Pretty good. The filming is going smoothly, and this director has great ideas, Su Jia said with a smile. The male lead of this drama is very charming, Su Jia said, picking up the script. To be honest, the role was quite challenging. I believe in you. Your acting skills are definitely fine. This Lin Nuan has good conditions. It's a pity she won't have any breakout opportunities at Tian Entertainment Company, Yan Shui sighed. Tian Entertainment Company was a large firm with many first and second tier stars, but resources were limited. Xia Chang went to find Lin Nuan. Tian Entertainment Company wouldn't provide her with a van, so she could only rest outside. Nuan. Xia Qing greeted with a smile. Cousin. Lin Nuan, with her delicate and beautiful features, was particularly recognizable. I was so nervous filming with a star for the first time that my palms kept sweating. You'll be a star too in the future. My contract with our agent expires in 2 months, and I won't be renewing it. The agent has already drafted the termination contract for me. It's good that they can let you go so quickly, Xia Qing said, as she originally thought terminating a contract would be difficult. I'm not a first or second tier star, they don't lack newcomers. Lin Nuan was quite realistic about it. I'll ask Zhang Nan to help you find an assistant, and a van will be arranged for you too. Cousin, you're so nice. I'll definitely follow you in the future, Lin Nuan said with a genuine smile. The two chatted for a while, and many staff members watched their interaction, subtly guessing, is that person Xiao Lajiao? Did you hear that the investor is the female lead's cousin? Please, I want a cousin like that. Soon, the takeout arrived, and Zhang Nan distributed the milk tea to the crew. Who says this is a small production? On the first day of shooting, we already have milk tea. 1 cup is 20 yuan, that's 100 cups right there. Alright, you focus on filming. I'll come visit in a few days, Xia Qing said, as she still had to rush to buy paint. There was a paint factory nearby in the county area. Okay, I will definitely do my best, Lin Nuan said earnestly. Since her cousin had given her this opportunity, she would make sure to film well. At noon, Xia Qing found a place to have lunch, and in the afternoon, she rented a car to visit the Senyu paint factory. She ordered a batch of every color, with the delivery address set to the county warehouse. This is the deposit. Please expedite the delivery. No problem. We will use SF Express, and it will arrive in a day or two once all the goods are ready, the person in charge said. After Xia Qing left, the person in charge was also very happy. They had received such a large batch of orders today. Half a month later, at the Apocalypse Ceramics factory. This cup shape is so beautiful, Xia Qing exclaimed, holding a cup that looked like a petal. This porcelain cup is called Ingqing glaze with red in the glaze high-footed porcelain cup. The color exists between blue and white, and the reason the glaze appears red is due to the copper elements inside, which are unstable during firing, Tian Rue introduced. Xia Qing nodded. They had red porcelain in ancient times, but it was difficult to fire and unstable, so the yield was low. We can create the red diffusion during firing with temperature, which results in these glazed colors, Tian Rui said. This porcelain cup was beautiful and had been showcased at the National Porcelain Exhibition. This cup is also nice, Xia Qing said. This is the Buddha's hand cup. The color combination was truly stunning. The workers have just started to become skilled. There will be even better products in the future. Half of this batch has defects, Tian Rui said, frowning in regret. Let's continue production. I'm quite satisfied with both of these styles. I'll take these back, Xia Qing said. The color combinations of these ceramic cups already made her feel they were beautiful, and they would definitely sell well in her store. Now, her ceramic shop's livestream had thousands of viewers every day. This batch is so successful, we need to celebrate with some food. Xia Qing smiled, having specially ordered 5 roasted whole lambs today. She also went to see Xiao Xingyun, who had successfully become an evolver, though still young and weak. The weather in the apocalypse world had already dropped to -10 degrees, and it had been consistently dry and cold without rain or snow. Tian Rui's eyes lit up. Recently, Xia Qing had been coming over occasionally, always bringing plenty of delicious food. This time, Suyu had invited several key members from the ceramics factory, as well as the master who painted for Xia Qing. All the evolvers in the base were arranged to come today. The notified evolvers were very excited. The base leader is treating us to roasted lamb chops today. The smell is just too good. Hurry up, Mr. Ma, the base leader has also called for you today. You can bring one family member. Really? I can go too? Ma Koran said excitedly. Yes, you can only bring one family member. The Vanguard team member said this and quickly left. Ma Koran, in his 50s, had thought he was a burden, unable to work on the base's walls, his body weak and struggling for points. But unexpectedly, someone had taken an interest in his paintings, giving him hope to survive. Which of you two will come with me? Ma Koran looked at his 2 sons. The elder son was 20, and the younger was only 16. Their mother had died, leaving just the 3 of them. Both sons were very filial, and he didn't know who to take with him. The eldest son has a talent for painting, and he has been learning from him these past few days. Dad, I can go too. You just said that a few key members from the ceramic factory can go, so I can go as well. If you guys can't go, then I won't go either, the eldest son said. He successfully entered the ceramic factory, where his painting skills were quite good, and he worked on color painting for ceramics. Now we can all go together. Today is a whole roasted lamb. Eating something warm on such a cold day is just wonderful, the eldest son, Ma Xiao, said excitedly. It had been a long time since they had eaten meat. They specifically found a large warehouse where tables had already been set up. In the middle, a bonfire was lit, and quite a few people had already arrived early. In the center was a fragrant whole roasted lamb, a total of 10. There was pig head meat, chicken legs, roasted duck. Not only that, but there were also various fruits, watermelons, apples, bananas, things that usually could only be eaten by redeeming points, but today they could eat for free. There were all kinds of pastries, and white wine. Drinking a bit of white wine would warm everyone up a bit. Everyone looked at the delicious food in the center, salivating, but no one took the initiative to rush forward to eat. After all, the base leader had not yet spoken. You goo! A few people immediately greeted Suyu as they saw him walk over. Following him was Xia Qing, who had changed into a pink ski suit, the same style as Suyu's. Everyone, please take a seat. With a rustle, everyone sat down, about dozens of people, with the front being the evolved ones and a few captains from the core Vanguard team in the back. There were also Li Zhong and Wang Jin, who had come in recently. This roasted lamb chop, the smell is so good. When can we eat it? Wang Jin was already drooling. Zhongge, the woman next to the base leader, is quite beautiful. Another man with a buzz cut said. Just look, don't get any ideas. That should be the base leader's woman, Li Zhong warned. In the past, when they were outside, as long as it wasn't too excessive or heinous, he wouldn't care too much. But for those who were perverted and bullied young girls, he would deal with them swiftly. Not only the men were looking, but others were also watching, mainly because Xia Qing was too radiant. In this dark apocalypse, she was like a clean pink rose. This is Miss Xia Qing, and she will be the deputy base leader from now on, Suyu said in a deep voice, not giving anyone a chance to refute. Some who knew the inside story, like Zhang Liang and Wang Chang, had no objections. The people in front fell silent, while a few in the back were quite surprised. Li Zhong was also shocked for a few seconds. He originally thought she was the base leader's woman, but now she had become the deputy base leader. Suyu's next words shocked everyone even more. From now on, Xia Qing's words will represent my decisions. Xia Qing, Sunny Day Base. Some who didn't understand, upon hearing Xia Qing's name, had a rough idea. Deputy base leader, I toast you a glass. Zhang Liang very thoughtfully picked up a wine glass and walked to Xia Qing. Xia Qing glanced at Suyu, who had suddenly given her such a big title. No need to be polite. The two clinked glasses, and seeing this, others gradually toasted Xia Cheng as well. Everyone who was invited today has worked hard for the sunny day base's cause. Today is a reward feast, Suyu said in a deep voice. Everyone, eat freely today. If you can't finish, you can take it home. As soon as Suyu finished speaking, the people below could no longer sit still and began to eat the food. The scene was filled with the sound of chewing, with no one speaking. Suyu, am I really the deputy base leader now? Suyu smiled. The base was still unstable. If it stabilized in the future, he wouldn't mind if Xia Qing took the position of base leader. Everyone ate until their bellies were full, and the remaining food was packed to take home. A few people managed to grab some pastries, wanting to take them back for their children. Xia Qing watched them eat everything without wasting a single bite. Suddenly, a roaring sound came from outside. It was the sound of an airplane. There's a plane. Before long, someone rushed in to say, a large aircraft has landed 1 kilometer from our base. Call a few people to take a look, Suyu instructed. I want to go see too, Xia Cheng said. All right. 1 kilometer from the base, a passenger plane had landed, and they heard an announcement inside the aircraft stating that this was humanity's last sanctuary. There was plenty of food and unpolluted water sources. However, due to an improper landing, the nose of the plane crashed into a wall. Everyone, get off the plane quickly, the captain urged. If the plane leaked fuel, an explosion could occur. They had just seen signs of other people living below from the plane. Ah, there are zombies, a man shouted in terror. One man in the cabin suddenly mutated, his limbs elongated, and his eyes turned blood red. He was originally 175 centimeters tall but had grotesquely grown to 2 meters, with especially long limbs and a mouth dripping with green slime. His black, sharp teeth were exposed, and he had no lips. Run! With a swish, the mutated zombie's hand swept past, and a man's head was instantly severed. What kind of zombie is this? How could he suddenly mutate? The crowd hurriedly fled the plane in all directions, and several survivors encountered people from the Qingtian base who had just arrived. Don't go over there. There's a mutated zombie on the plane. 2 people gasped as they escaped. Many people on the plane had been killed by it, and they had managed to escape. The 2 jumped off the plane, their legs injured. What mutated zombie? Wang Chang asked. We flew over from Landu. That person was fine all the way until just before landing when his body suddenly swelled up. It was terrifying. But everyone was checked before boarding the plane. Mutated zombies? Wang Chang frowned slightly. The zombies were only active at night, and during the day they were relatively harmless, though somewhat disgusting and terrifying. If they encountered a horde of zombies, it would be dangerous, but most zombies traveled in groups. They could smell their kind and gather together. 5 people had escaped from the plane and were rescued by Wang Chang, 3 men and 2 women. Does this base really have clean food? One man asked anxiously. They had abandoned the Landu survival base and flown here. Of course, but you all need to be checked first, and then you'll have to stay in quarantine for a day before entering the base. They were cautious about the mutated zombie incident and decided to isolate them for a day. Before entering, we can provide you with free food. That's great, the man said excitedly. However, before that, they wanted to ask some questions about the Landu survival base. Landu is backed by the sea. There should be food, right? Zhang Liang asked nearby. At first, when the zombies mutated, they found that the land and plants began to turn black, and the government established survival bases. The seawater turned a deep green, and so far, there have been no mutations. They have been eating seafood for nearly half a year. Although the taste of the sea fish has become increasingly strange and sour, they were about to vomit, but with no other food, they had to eat that. Water resources were very tight due to pollution. The seawater was undrinkable, and long-term bathing in seawater had damaged their skin. However, 2 months ago, they could no longer catch any fish. Not a single small fish or shrimp could be seen. Some people found boats to leave, while others stayed behind. I am the captain, leading a group of people to escape from there, not even knowing where the destination is. We flew to 3 places and didn't find a suitable place to survive, nor did we see any green plants. There was only a patch of black forest, with many animal corpses hanging above. Until I heard the broadcast, we flew over. What happened with the mutated zombie on the plane? Where have you been? Wang Chang asked. We passed by that black forest, thinking there would be food, and a few people got off the plane. At that time, a few of them got pricked by branches and mutated into those kinds of zombies. Later, a few managed to escape back onto the plane, another woman recalled. The man who mutated on the plane kept covering his face. Perhaps he was also scratched, the woman speculated. No wonder there was always a foul smell on the plane. They almost got eaten by him after he mutated. Fortunately, their plane landed in time, allowing them to escape. There were more than 30 people on the plane. I don't know how many managed to escape, the woman sighed. A few of them jumped off the plane and ran without looking back until they saw Wang Chang and the others. Wang Chang frowned. It was very likely that the mutation could infect others. After Suyu learned about the situation, he first directed a drone to check it out. Suyu and several other evolved individuals, including Xia Qing, were in the monitoring room. Zhang Liang controlled a drone flying towards the down plane. At that moment, the front of the plane was smashed, and the cabin's glass was shattered. Suddenly, a long arm reached out from the glass. The mutated zombie's limbs were abnormally long, crawling out from inside in a bizarre manner, its mouth dripping with thick, red blood. The drone clearly captured the chunks of flesh on its mouth. What kind of zombie is this? How can its body twist 360 degrees? Wang Chang was so shocked by the scene that he couldn't speak. Xia Qing also saw this and frowned slightly. This thing resembled the humanoid form from the movie Alien. Prepare for safety measures. Tonight, the base patrol will be doubled, Suyu said in a deep voice. Understood. Although they had obtained a set of infrared systems effective against warm-blooded bodies, it was completely useless against these cold-blooded creatures that were essentially corpses. Suddenly, 2 more mutated zombies emerged from the plane. These things are quite close to us. We must patrol, Suyu said solemnly. The base needed to remain quiet that night to avoid attracting these mutated zombies. Okay. These cameras will automatically capture anything that moves and will record it to send alerts, Xia Qing said. In our country, firearms are prohibited, and I can't help you buy weapons. If she wanted to buy guns, she would have to wait until they went to Myanmar or the U.S. This meant she needed to hurry and get a passport after returning, but for purchasing a large number of firearms, Myanmar would be a better option. However, she wasn't too keen on going to Myanmar, as it was said to be very chaotic there. If buying is necessary, it can only be done in Myanmar. It's more chaotic there, Xia Qing said honestly. She had seen scams related to that place on Douyin, and going there to buy guns seemed somewhat unreliable. She glanced at Suyu's figure. Having him accompany her would provide a lot of security. Unfortunately, he couldn't enter the space. Perhaps if she absorbed more crystal beads, it might be possible? Then don't go. I'll find a way regarding the weapons, Suyu said in a deep voice. Some military bases still had armories, but these were secret locations, all in the mountains. Their dragon country also prohibited firearms and managed this aspect very strictly. These mutated zombies need to be eliminated. They are too close to the base and affect safety, Suyu said. Through the drone, they discovered a total of 3 mutated zombies. Close the base gate for the next few days and don't allow anyone to go out looking for supplies, Suyu instructed. Okay. When Xia Qing returned to the space, Suyu frowned and said, Liao, see if there are any lone mutated zombies. Got it. They instantly understood that Suyu wanted to eliminate the mutated zombie. Otherwise, with such a bomb near their base, they wouldn't be able to sleep soundly. Xia Qing returned home, a bit worried about the world out there, especially with the emergence of a mutated zombie. That thing looked strong and frightening. Although she couldn't buy firearms and ammunition, she could at least get some baseball bats and protective helmets that might come in handy. Xia Qing directly ordered a batch to the warehouse, planning to send it to Suyu later. In the afternoon, she visited a ceramic shop to display the new goods and also had to deliver a few paintings to the art store. She placed the ceramics in the county warehouse and then looked for someone to transport them to the shop. Cousin, a boy called out happily when he saw Xia Qing. Why are you here? On break? Xia Qing recognized Yangwan, her uncle's eldest son, who had just finished his college entrance exams this year. Right after the exams, my dad asked me to come help out. He's out in the field harvesting vegetables today, Yangwan said. She had heard from her mom that they had also harvested the vegetables from her uncle's farm. Recently, they had ordered a lot of goods at once, and one warehouse wasn't enough, so she had rented a few more nearby. Perfect. Let's set up this batch of new goods. There's more in the car, Xia Qing said as she pulled out a large box of ceramics from the trunk. Okay. Yangwan thought the box looked light since Xia Qing was handling it so easily, but when he lifted it, he realized it was surprisingly heavy, at least 60 or 70 pounds. Seeing Xia Qing manage it so effortlessly made Yangwan doubt himself. Was he really that weak? Xia Qing opened the boxes and displayed the cups inside. These cups look really nice, Yangwan exclaimed. These are new goods. Let's set them up, she replied. The previous stock had almost sold out, and these were restocked. Yangwan took out his phone and started taking pictures of the cups. I think your photos look great. They have a lot of character, Xia Qing praised. Yangwan loved photography, but cameras were too expensive, so he used his phone to take pictures. I want to apply to the photography department at Chuanyang Art Academy, but my parents don't agree, Yangwan said, sounding a bit sad. Why not? Chuanyang Art Academy is pretty good, Xia Qing frowned. Yangwan had finished his exams, but his scores weren't out yet, and he hadn't submitted his application. My mom says photography is too costly, and just one camera can cost several thousand to tens of thousands. Xia Cheng remembered how much she had spent when she got into art school, but she was an only child. Yang Wen had a younger brother and sister. Then I'll give you a camera so you can take good photos. I think you have a talent for it. She had just seen how impressive Yang Wen's photos of the cups looked. No, that's not necessary. Cameras are quite expensive. Although Yang Wen was a bit tempted, he knew his cousin was running a store and a supermarket, so she was quite well off. Still, he felt embarrassed to ask her for such an expensive item. What's a cousin for? You can take pictures of these ceramics in the shop and post them online, Xia Cheng smiled. That could also serve as promotion, right? Even though Douyin has live streaming, photos are still needed. Thank you, cousin. I will definitely make our shop's ceramic cups look amazing, Yang Wen said excitedly. Great. Xia Cheng took out her phone and browsed several camera models on JD.com. She decided to buy one, settling on a Sony A7M4 priced at 14,899. The next day, Yang Wen was helping out in the store, and his father, Yang Ziyuan, was also there. Dad, this is the ceramic encyclopedia you wanted. Take a look, Yang Wen said as he handed his father a book that he had ordered online a few days ago at his dad's request. His father also wanted to do live streaming. That kid had sold quite a bit of merchandise through live broadcasts and earned a good commission. If he wanted to stream, he needed to understand this stuff first. Hello, JD Express, is Yang Wen here? The JD delivery person walked in holding a box. That's me, Yang Wen said excitedly. His cousin had told him yesterday that she bought him a camera on JD. He didn't expect it to arrive so quickly. The delivery person set the package down, had him sign for it, and left. What is this? Yang Ziyuan frowned slightly, wondering where his son got the money to buy something. It's the camera my cousin bought for me yesterday, Yang Wen said happily. He quickly unwrapped the camera and was stunned to see which model it was. He had looked at many cameras online before, and he had checked the prices of almost everyone he liked. The cheaper ones were still 2,000 to 3,000, which was his dad's monthly salary. The expensive ones were over 10,000. This is a 10,000 yuan camera, Yang Wen exclaimed in delight. I love it so much. He couldn't put it down. Meanwhile, Yang Ziyuan was getting anxious and said, how could you let your cousin buy you something so expensive? This is way too expensive. Yang Ziyuan frowned. Yang Wen also thought it was quite pricey, but he remembered what Xia Cheng had said to him. Dad, don't worry. During the winter and summer breaks, I'll come to the store to help out. Excited, Yang Wen quickly took out his phone, snapped a photo, and posted it on his WeChat Moments. Thanks to my cousin for the gift. I absolutely love it. Before long, there were quite a few likes on the post. He had also added Xia Lei, and there was a comment from him below. Your sister borrows 5,000 from me and immediately buys you a camera. Yang Wen frowned slightly and ignored the comment. He had only met Xia Lei during the new year, so they just added each other on WeChat. He also had a younger brother in elementary school and a 3-year-old sister. He could only express his gratitude to Xia Cheng in his moments. He was just too happy he would hug this amazing camera to sleep. Remembering what his cousin had said, he decided to take beautiful photos of the ceramic cups in the store and post them online. Seeing his son so happy and excited, Yang Ziyuan didn't want to dampen his spirits. He picked up the book, but to his surprise, there were some words he didn't recognize. Each page of the book had a code. As long as he scanned it with his phone, he could listen to the explanation. He also wanted to live stream to sell these ceramics and had been learning how that kid explained things recently. Xia Cheng went to the art store, where Xiaolan had just finished a live stream and sold 2 paintings. She was very happy to see Xia Cheng. However, after a while, Xiaolan showed a hesitant expression. Boss, I want to talk to you about something. It's about Xia Feng. Xiaolan knew that Xia Feng and Xia Cheng were relatives, so she had been thinking about whether to say anything for the past few days. But today, she saw that Xia Feng was being too much. I was supposed to work shifts with Xia Feng, but she often comes late or is tardy. Every time I hand over work to her, there's never enough time, Xiaolan complained. This meant she had to do extra work every time. She had to live stream every day and also manage inventory and clean. Xia Feng often brought her child to play around, and when customers came in, she wouldn't introduce them or help with inventory or cleaning, always waiting for Xiaolan to arrive. Xia Feng was just jealous that Xiaolan's salary and commission were high. She could sell nearly 10 paintings every day through live streaming. At the beginning of their chats, Xiaolan was so happy that she mentioned it, and Xia Cheng had transferred her a bonus of 2,000 yuan. From that moment on, Xia Feng became envious and thought about joining the live stream, but whenever she went live, hardly anyone watched. The screen was filled with Xiaolan instead. Xiaolan had also researched a lot of painting materials for her live streams, and as the popularity of her streams grew, so did her research. Right now, her focus was on the live streaming, and she couldn't keep up with the hygiene and restocking of the store by herself. The pay here was good. Plus, the boss was very nice. There were holidays and commissions. She was very willing to work. Previously, she only thought about sending a WeChat message to Xiaoqing about this matter, but the conflict between her and Xiaofang grew larger, as Xiaofang always relied on being the boss's relative. In fact, Xiaolan felt a bit nervous telling Xiaoqing about this. "You don't need to worry about this, it will be resolved in a couple of days," Xiaoqing said. "You can sell these paintings, another batch will arrive in a couple of days." Xiaoqing smiled. They were all hand-painted by her, including a painting by the master of the apocalypse titled Power Over the World, all in the style of traditional Chinese painting. "Boss, I have a friend who also wants to work here. She can be a streamer too," Xiaolan introduced to Xiaoqing. She also showed Xiaoqing a few videos of her friend. Considering that most of the store's sales were made through live streaming, having only one streamer was indeed a bit busy. Hiring 2 people, with streams in the morning and afternoon, would allow for all-day streaming. "How about this? Your friend can come as a full-time streamer. I don't mind if she streams during the day or at night, as long as it's 8 hours a day. The salary and commission will be the same as yours. You can be like her in the future. As for the streaming hours, you can discuss it among yourselves," Xiaoqing smiled. "However, if there are no results in 3 months, the salary will be halved." Got it. That's great, boss. Other places would let you go if you had no results for a month, and most didn't even have a base salary, only commissions. But in that case, what about the hygiene in the store and other goods? Xiaolan expressed some concern. "You don't need to worry about that," Xiaoqing said. Was Xiaofang's monthly salary just for show? Plus, she was also paying for 5 types of insurance. Xiaoqing glanced at the time. It was now time for Xiaofang to come in for her shift, but she was already 10 minutes late. "Xiaolan, you can go back first. I'll wait for her here," Xiaoqing said, her expression not looking good. The ceramic shop was also run by her uncle. Sometimes when he was busy in the fields, he would call his son to watch the store, so it wouldn't delay the work. That was her uncle. She could turn a blind eye to it. But Xiaofang was just a cousin. They had little interaction. They only saw each other during the New Year when their parents brought the kids to visit relatives. "It's fine, I'll wait here for a bit," Xiaolan said. After a while, when Xiaofang arrived, it would be best for both sides to clarify the matter face to face. "Alright, I just ordered a fingerprint time clock. Once it's delivered and installed, I'll leave," Xiaoqing said. About an hour later, the fingerprint time clock had been delivered, but Xiaofang still hadn't arrived. It was installed in 5 minutes, and Xiaolan had already entered her fingerprint. Another half an hour passed before Xiaofang finally pushed a cart with her child into the store. Her home was just upstairs. How could she be an hour and a half late? Usually, when she arrived, the store door was locked because she was often late, so she simply let Xiaolan leave when it was time. Xiaoqing, Xiaofang said as she entered, startled to see Xiaoqing. Usually, Xiaoqing rarely came over, even when delivering goods. She had them sent by courier. "Son, this is your aunt," Xiaofang pretended nothing had happened, holding her child to greet Xiaoqing. The child was not even a year old, only able to babble. "Sister Fang, the child is still so small. It must be busy commuting to work," Xiaoqing said sarcastically. Not busy. Xiaofang seemed not to notice Xiaoqing's tone. She genuinely thought this job was great. Although she couldn't sell paintings during her live streams, she could take care of her child while earning a salary, and they even paid for her insurance. Xiaoqing shot her a displeased glance and said, "I've installed time clocks in all these stores. You need to clock in every day, 4 times a day. If you're late twice, there's a fine of 100. If you're late 3 times, it's 500. Hearing this, Xiaofang's expression turned sour. By the way, Xiaolan will be a full-time streamer from now on. She only needs to stream for 8 hours a day, and she won't be responsible for the store's affairs anymore. How can that be? Xiaofang's tone became sharp. There were still tasks to be done in the store, and cleaning needed to be taken care of. And wasn't this time clock set up just for her? This store is mine, Xiaoqing said flatly. Cousin, if you're too busy to manage the store, I suggest you resign and stay home to take care of the child instead. Of course, I don't mean to discriminate against mothers. If you have family matters, I allow you to take leave, and I can turn a blind eye to occasional lateness or early departures. I've never deducted your salary for these, and I even pay double for working on holidays. Since you've taken this job, I hope you can take it seriously. It's not like I waited here for an hour and a half just for you to arrive late, Xiaoqing said coldly. The atmosphere turned tense, and Xiaolan beside her was so nervous she couldn't speak. In the past, the boss had always treated her kindly, even giving her rewards, and she worked with great enthusiasm. But now, Xiaoqing's tone was harsh, her expression serious, and her presence was overwhelming. Xiaofang, already feeling guilty for being late, found it hard to speak under Xiaoqing's pressure. I was late today because I had matters at home. I couldn't help it since I brought the child with me. Xia Fang tried to defend herself. There are cameras in the store. You had matters today, yesterday, and the day after tomorrow too? Sister Fawn, this time clock will be in use starting tomorrow. If you can't accept it, you can resign. No, Xingqing, how can you fire me? She now had a salary, the store was close to home, and they paid for her insurance, plus she could take care of her child while working. Sister Fawn, if you have matters in the future, you can take leave, but any leave beyond your regular days off will be deducted from your salary. Once Xia Cheng left, Xia Fang glared fiercely at Xiaolan. The latter didn't care about her. She just needed to focus on her own streaming. At worst, she could stream at night. Xia Qing had previously registered a management company called Sunny to provide insurance for this group of people, and she also used this company to pay their salaries. The office was on the second floor of the store, and there were now 2 accountants responsible for tax reporting and salaries for several stores, along with a person in charge of human resources. She sent the salary system to HR and said, "Please refine the time clock system. Xing Tian Painting Store will hire another streamer. Let her come for an interview tomorrow, and her salary will be the same as Xiaolan's." Received, boss. HR replied promptly. After all, her usual work was quite relaxed, with a monthly salary of 2,500 plus a full attendance bonus. She had opened several stores and a supermarket on this commercial street, and managing them all by herself was impossible, so she simply opened a company to make things easier. If Xia Fang continued to clock in but not work properly, she would directly stop her salary and leave the rest to HR. Xia Qing had bought up the entire street, and there were still a few stores yet to open. She was also planning to set up a costume makeup store. For the clothing store, she would combine ancient costumes from another time period. She had studied painting, so she had the skills, just not the time. Thinking of this, she decided to ask Suyu directly. "Suyu, are you there?" Xia Cheng asked. There was no sound in response. Xia Qing entered the space to change her clothes, and a muffled grunt came from the other side. "Suyu? Suyu, are you there?" After thinking for a moment, she picked up a baseball bat and stepped into the space rift. It was night when she entered, so it should be morning in this apocalyptic world. The surroundings were dim, with a factory overhead that had a large hole in the middle. Strange. Every time she came in, she would be next to Suyu, but why was he not here this time? Roar! A bizarre mutated zombie suddenly jumped up, just like the one she saw in that surveillance video. A human anomaly. She instinctively tightened her grip on the baseball bat, and before she could react, someone covered her mouth and pulled her behind the door. It was Suyu. He made a shushing gesture. This mutated zombie had a poor sense of smell but acute hearing. He had brought Wang Chang and a few other Vanguard members with him. These mutated zombies were all alone, having discovered that they could devour their own kind. There were 3 in total. They had dealt with 2, but this one had consumed the other 2. The mutated zombie had a strong recovery ability. Besides Wang Chang and Suyu, the 2 evolved ones had been taken down by it. It seemed that every time it consumed one, its strength evolved a bit. Suyu had lured the mutated zombie here. Xia Qing smelled a strong scent of blood and saw that there was still blood on Suyu's shoulder, his face a bit pale. The zombie was still wandering outside, and they dared not make a sound. However, the mutated zombie had not left. It saw a half-eaten corpse on the ground. It was actually gnawing on that corpse, as if it were some delicious food, eating it with relish. The key was that it was also leaking something from its throat while eating. Xia Qing felt a bit nauseous at this sight. There was also a knife stuck in the back of that mutated zombie. After devouring the corpse on the ground, it seemed to be evolving again. The speed of this change was so fast, and its body size had grown larger. As they hid behind the door, contemplating how to get out, Suyu signaled her to return to the space for safety. Xia Qing shook her head. If Suyu died, she feared she would no longer be connected to this time and space. Moreover, she didn't want Suyu to die. Hoo! A creaking sound came from a wooden box behind them. This noise attracted the mutated zombie, which instantly pounced over. The wooden box was torn apart, revealing a mutated animal hidden inside. In no time, the mutated animal fell silent, having been swallowed whole. Taking advantage of the mutated zombie moving away from the door, Suyu decisively said, "Go." He wrapped his arm around Xia Qing's waist and ran toward the door, where there was actually a bumpy car outside. "Get in the car." Vroom vroom. The noise from this 2-seater bumpy car was loud. It was a sand dune vehicle modified by their base, similar to a sand dune off-road vehicle. It heard the noise and is coming after us. Xiaoqing turned her head to see that the mutated zombie had incredibly long legs. Its movements were very strange as it ran. Suyu drove quickly. The roads around were difficult to navigate, with potholes and broken-down cars. The mutated zombie chased after them, stepping on the wrecked vehicles. It's so fast. This mutated creature had increased its speed again. As Xiaoqing watched it leap into the air, about to jump over, she tightened her grip on the baseball bat, waiting for the right moment, and with all her strength, she swung it as it jumped. Here's a ride for you. Bang! The mutated zombie was directly knocked away, falling in an arc from the air and crashing into a nearby wrecked car. She hadn't expected her strength to be so great. Roar! There was a horde of zombies ahead, and Suyu quickly turned into a nearby residential building. Suyu stored the sand dune vehicle in the space. Let's go upstairs. Finding a safe place, Suyu's shoulder was already stained red with blood. Don't move, there's medicine in the space. I'll help you treat your wound, Xiaoqing said nervously. Suyu sat on the sofa and directly took off his clothes. The temperature was still 0 degrees, and the room was a bit cold. This is an old injury, Xiaoqing frowned. The old injury had never healed and had been heavily impacted again, causing his wound to burst open. I'll do it myself. He had treated this kind of wound many times before. Let me do it. It's on the back, Xiaoqing said with a frown. After helping Suyu treat the wound, she said, you need to go to the treatment room to have the doctor stitch it up. That way, it will heal faster. Okay. Suyu did not argue. After treating the wound, they returned to the base. Brother Yu, Wang Chang and a few others had been waiting outside the base. Seeing Suyu return, they all rushed forward. I'm fine. The 2 team members who died had families, and their families will receive free food for a year, Suyu said. This could be considered compensation. Good. Brother Yu, I knew you were fine. That mutated zombie was too strong. Even when the knife was stabbed into its neck, it didn't die. Wang Chang recalled how Suyu had struck the mutated zombie in the throat, and it still hadn't died. It only left a hole in its throat, which would show when it swallowed flesh and blood. The mutated zombie even had Suyu's knife stuck in its back. That thing not only devours people but also consumes its own kind. It should still be alive, Suyu frowned and said. Li Yao, send out a drone to check. We can't let it break into our base. Okay. I'll go control the drone to search. This time, 2 team members had died, but they had also dealt with 2 mutated zombies, leaving only 1 remaining. How about installing a high-voltage net around the base, 4 to 5 meters high? Xiaoqing suggested. The electric fence they had was too ordinary. If they installed the kind of electric fence that was 4 to 5 meters high like in a zoo, it would definitely be safe. The current generator can't handle it. We can only look for a backup generator from a large factory. After all, it was for hundreds of people. I can purchase a batch of solar panels. It shouldn't be a problem to meet the base's daily usage, Xiaoqing said. In that case, your generator will only supply power to the outer protective wall, which will strengthen the voltage. The protection will also be stronger. With strong voltage, even a bear could be stunned. If they increased the power, zombies that broke in would also be electrocuted. Thank you so much. Li Yao was very excited to hear this. After all, the stronger the protective measures, the safer their base would be. In the professions you registered before, do you have any embroidery or clothing industry experience? Can you find me a few people? Xiaoqing asked. Li Yao, check on this and make a list for me, so you instructed. Understood. Xiaoqing had come this time specifically for this matter. After asking about it, she hurried back. She still needed to contact the manufacturers of solar panels to customize a batch. These solar panels were not cheap. For hundreds of people in the base, she needed to purchase at least tens of millions worth of panels. She checked her balance first. She had bought quite a few things recently and still had over 20 million. She directly spent 20 million to purchase a large batch of solar panels, and after placing the order, they were all sent to the warehouse. She divided the purchases into 3 batches. This way, it wouldn't be too conspicuous, and there would be stock available, which could be delivered within a week. On the other side, Suyu was watching the footage from the drone. This drone's maximum distance only reaches here. The last shot it captured was here. Li Yao paused the drone's monitoring footage. The mutated zombie inside had grown larger, and not only that, but there was also a large bulge in its throat. This thing is really disgusting to look at, Wang Chang couldn't help but say. This guy is a hidden danger. The protective net hasn't arrived yet, so we need to increase security around the base, Suyu said, always feeling uneasy. Understood. Recently, with the cold weather, the patrol team had also increased their patrol frequency. Li Yao instructed the Vanguard team to register all the information from the base. Yao team, we only have 2 female employees from the Tiancheng garment factory who can do embroidery. Alright, just give me the list, Li Yao said. He glanced at the information on the list, which included employees from garment and machinery factories. The salespeople were of no use. What Xia Cheng needed were technical personnel. He handed the list to Su Yu and caught sight of a pile of boxes in his room. Blood replenisher? There were also quite a few medications for treating wounds. Xia Qing had specifically bought high-end blood replenishing agents for him because she saw he was bleeding too much and looked pale. By the way, the few people who escaped from that plane are all senior pharmacists from the Blue City Pharmaceutical Factory. One of them is even an expert. Li Yao was quite pleased to see such high-ranking professionals. They requested double points. Senior pharmaceutical researchers start with an annual salary of $1 million. Give it to them, Su Yu said generously. In the past 2 days, they discovered components in the medicines purchased by Miss Xia that don't exist in their world. The combination of these two components has shown effects that can enhance the human body. It's still in the research stage, our equipment isn't very good, Li Yao sighed. No wonder they are expert-level researchers. It's just that their current equipment is too poor. One of the senior researchers mentioned that they have a secret research institute near Jiangkou. She had worked there for a while before being transferred to Blue City. Secret research institutes are always registered with government departments, and their equipment is all professional, the most advanced. Then let's go retrieve it. That location is quite hidden, and Su Yu must go personally because he has space. Only he can bring back large equipment. Su Yu thought for a moment and said, "There's no rush for now. Let's wait until the solar panels arrive, and then we'll go after the electric fence is up. Otherwise, they might come back to find their home attacked by zombies. Not all surviving humans can turn into zombies." Understood. After they finished speaking, Li Yao stared at the blood replenishing agents on Su Yu's desk but still didn't say anything. These things were specifically given to him by Xia Qing. Although Su Yu could tell Li Yao wanted them, he didn't really want to give them away. He had never been a stingy person, but today he inexplicably felt this way. Meanwhile, Xia Qing was calculating her balance. The profit from these shops in a month was only around 300,000, but aside from paying salaries, there were no other costs. For a county town, this profit was still quite good. Su Yu had given her the drawings made by the architect and had also used a computer for the design. Xia Cheng looked at the pictures and said, "Not bad, not bad. If she could build a film city on the land behind the shop, then she wouldn't have to worry about low foot traffic." However, building and buying land, along with the demolition of the urban village behind, would require not millions, but billions. Originally, she had 20 million, but it was all used to buy solar panels. These things are really expensive. She took out a pink floral bowl from her space. This item was something Su Yu and the others had obtained from a museum and should be quite valuable. After thinking for a moment, she took a photo and sent it to Mr. Lin from the Kyoto Wanbao Company. Xia Qing thought the other party would be busy and wouldn't reply quickly, so she planned to focus on other things first. "Can I send a few more photos? Or should we need to discuss?" Just as Xia Qing was about to reply to the WeChat message, a phone call came in. She could sense that the other party seemed a bit anxious. "Hello, Mr. Lin," Xia Qing smiled. "Can you send me the photo you just posted again?" "Of course." She sent it to Mr. Lin just to show him how much it costs. Xia Qing flipped the camera on her phone. "Let's take a closer look. It looks like Qing Dynasty enamelware. This one uses the rarest and most difficult to fire pink as the base color, with flowers designed in a more Western style. I suspect it was painted by a Western missionary. If this is real, its collection value is extremely high. Strangely, this pattern is something I've never seen before." This point left Lin Dong uncertain. "Can we meet in person?" He wanted to invite a collector for an appraisal. "No problem." The two arranged a time, and Xia Qing prepared to pack her things to take the high-speed train. Lin Dong was currently in Sangnan Ancient Town, and he indeed received a valuable little trinket here. He quickly called his assistant to book a flight to Kyoto. He needed to return to Kyoto right away. Chapter 69, Unforgiving. Kyoto Wanbao Auction House. It's a genuine article. Absolutely genuine. But this pattern is truly something I've never seen before. Its value will be even higher. The collector exclaimed excitedly. This antique came from another time and space, of course, with some differences. In a couple of days, there's a Kyoto Guardian auction. You can submit this piece, and well-known international collectors will be there. Lin Dong said. The Guardian Auction House is one of the largest auction houses in China, focusing on Chinese art and cultural relics, holding a significant position in the Asian market. This is the Kyoto Autumn International Collectibles Auction. That's great. Here's the registration form. You can sign up, and we can recommend you. Not every item can be submitted to this autumn auction. Even hundreds of thousands aren't enough to qualify. It makes you understand that money is just a string of numbers. Many auction items are just a string of zeros. The Guardian Auction House has a preview that lasts 2 to 3 days, followed by the auction, which also lasts 2 days, Lin Dong said. Porcelain antiques, classical furniture, crafts, jewelry, jade, and watches. Various paintings, ancient books, fine wines, postage stamps, and coins are all included. The preparation materials for submission include high-definition photos of the artwork and detailed written descriptions. We can help you submit. Can we use our jewelry store's name? Lin Dong said with a smile. He couldn't afford this item, but using their jewelry store's name would enhance their reputation. Sure, Xia Qing readily agreed. After all, Lin Dong had helped her quite a bit. Once the bowl reached the Guardian auction house, she also got their contact information. She sent a few sets of jewelry to the Guardian auction house as well. The preview is from October 1st to 3rd, and the official auction is from October 4th to 5th, the staff at the Guardian auction house informed her. No problem, Xia Qing replied. After all, the Guardian is the most reputable auction house in China. This time, taking advantage of the holiday, there would definitely be more people coming to Kyoto from international auction houses, mostly from the upper class of Kyoto. During the preview, as long as you register a few days in advance, you can participate. The Guardian auction house holds 4 auctions a year. Xia Qing, are you free to have a meal together? A pink rabbit icon popped up in a WeChat message, with the note being Tang Tian. Is there something up? Xia Qing asked. They used to be college roommates and later worked together at a design company in the Magic City. They lost contact after she returned to her hometown. It's about the original artist's draft you were following before. Can we meet to discuss? After graduating from the art academy, she went to a studio. She was working on a project for an Eastern game production, focusing on character design, scene layout, object design, and so on. I'm very busy, just tell me what you need. After a pause of about a minute, he sent Xia Qing a voice message. Xia Qing, it's like this, the layout you drew back then, and the original character design of the female lead, the client has always liked your style. I've already been fired, Xia Qing said in a low voice. Back then, she worked overtime every day, creating the main illustration, only to be told that as a new intern, she wouldn't receive any overtime pay. Later, she found out that her bonus had been taken by the project supervisor. She had tried to fight for it, but no one was willing to help her. Tang Tian's tone was somewhat awkward. After Xia Qing left, the male lead they continued to draw, including the subsequent character designs, were all rejected by the client. Too much time had passed, and this time the client clearly stated that if things weren't suitable, they would change design companies. The project supervisor knew that Tang Tian and Xia Qing were good friends from college, which is why he asked Tang Tian to talk to her. That's all in the past. Now I hope you can come back to work, and the bonus will be doubled. This was the condition the project supervisor offered her. Double the bonus for Zhang Si? Xia Qing snorted coldly. After her first draft was accepted by the client, she stayed up all night drawing, and the money she had was borrowed by Xia Lei. She was just waiting for the bonus. And what happened? Did she get it? Double the bonus would be 40,000 yuan. This kind of thing is common in the workplace, Tang Tian sighed. So you just watched? No one came out to testify? Tang Tian sensed that Xia Qing's tone was off and quickly reassured her. This is my fault. I didn't speak up for you at the time. In fact, Zhang Si warned us in the group. Not only did he say that, but everyone also sent a 500 yuan red envelope. He didn't tell Xia Qing the rest. Forget it. I don't have time, Xia Qing said before hanging up the phone. She really didn't have the time. Moreover, she didn't want to forgive those people. Tang Tian didn't expect Xia Qing to refuse just like that. That was double the bonus. Tang Tian took her phone and entered Zhang Si's office, which had head of the art department written outside, and the atmosphere was tense. What is this you drew? Did you waste your college years? Can you use a bit of imagination? Take it back and redraw it. With a crash, the laptop was thrown out by Zhang Si. Bang, the laptop's casing was damaged. Manager Zhang, I'm quitting, the young girl said angrily. You take an intern's salary and do the work of a professional character designer? And my laptop cost 20,000. The screen was almost broken by you. Sending it to the manufacturer for repairs will cost thousands. I'm here to work, not to be your punching bag, the girl said coldly. It seemed she was furious about her damaged laptop. You want me to do 30,000 worth of work for an intern's salary of 3,000? Dream on. The young girl slammed the door and left. This left Tang Tian dumbfounded. The girl was a new intern and hadn't even graduated from college. She usually wore branded clothes. Indeed, having money at home gave her confidence. If she saw something she didn't like, she would confront it directly. Tang Tian's family was ordinary, and she had a younger brother to support. Today's interns have such big tempers. Zhang Si's face turned pale with anger. Zhang Si saw Tang Tian come in and asked, Tell Xia Qing to hurry up and produce a design within 3 days. The pressure was on, and she didn't think Xia Qing could refuse. she had made such a scene in the company for a 20,000 yuan bonus. Tang Tian's face turned pale, and she awkwardly said, "I'm afraid she can't do it." Can't do it? How can she not do it? Double the bonus, and she can't produce a design in 3 days? Zhang Si frowned. This guy was too greedy, right? Zhang Si thought Xia Qing was trying to raise the price. How about this? I'll add another 5,000 to make her produce a design in 3 days. Zhang Si said as if it were a matter of course. No, it's Xia Qing who said she's too busy to take on our work, Tang Tian said awkwardly. How is that possible? She won't take a 40,000 yuan bonus? Zhang Si felt as if she had heard some kind of illusion. Chapter 70. He was willing to collect the vegetables. Not answering? Why isn't she answering? Zhang Si asked irritably. Tang Tian secretly rolled her eyes at her. The bonus she promised was sent to the project department but never given to Xia Qing. In the end, it all ended up in her hands? She said she's very busy. Busy? What could she possibly be busy with? I'm offering her double the bonus, which is 40,000, the equivalent of her salary for a year working in the county. What? Does she want me to personally invite her? It's just a painting. Can it not be done without her? Tang Tian, imitate her painting style, and I want to see the draft by tomorrow morning. Tang Tian's expression grew even worse. Wasn't this just asking her to blatantly plagiarize Xia Qing's style? Tang Tian clenched her fists and left the office with her phone. Plagiarism is a shameful act. This client is a big customer they don't want to lose. If Zhang Si asks Tang Tian to imitate and it succeeds, it's fine. But if something goes wrong, she would have to take the blame. Tang Tian sent a WeChat message to Xia Qing. Zhang Si is wrong about this. Can you help me? Now Zhang Si wants me to submit the draft by tomorrow morning. Xia Qing replied to the WeChat message. Do you have a big face? She wouldn't help her back then, and now she wants to ask for her help. Is her face that big? There's a term called mutual assistance. The preview at the Beijing Jiada auction house was very grand. It was held at the Jiada Art Center, No. 1, Wangfujing Street. Ordinary people could attend the exhibition as long as they made an appointment, while the upper class didn't need to go to the preview. These exhibits had already been compiled into a catalog, and some had even been recorded on video. A hidden big shot collector from Kyoto, with graying hair and over 50 years old. Chang Lao, these are the autumn Jiada auction items. Please take a look. The old man nodded, and the latest season's auction items were displayed on a 100-inch big screen TV. Stop. Chang Lao saw a pink enamel-painted bowl. This auction seems to have some good items. Chang Lao nodded in satisfaction, very interested in this. When will this bowl be auctioned? Chang Lao asked. A nearby Jiada staff member respectfully replied, it will be auctioned the day after tomorrow at 10:45 a.m. This is the final highlight item. Good. Chang Lao nodded. He had already arranged for a driver and a seat, planning to go to the Jiada auction house at 10 o'clock the day after tomorrow. There were some items he wasn't interested in, so there was no need to go early. Xia Qing didn't know that the painted bowl she brought out had attracted many big collectors. The solar panels Xia Qing ordered had arrived in batches, and she was storing them in her space. The two of them worked very well together, one person receiving and the other taking. The 5-meter electric grid had also been delivered, and Suyu was arranging for manpower to install it with full force. It could be installed in a day. I will go to the research institute in a couple of days. I might be gone for a few days, Suyu said. Okay, then I'll order a few more batches of food. They will arrive tomorrow afternoon, and you can receive them in the evening. Xia Qing immediately understood what Suyu meant. Suyu would be gone for several days, and the base consumed food every day. She basically harvested vegetables in large quantities every 2 or 3 days. Rice, flour, and oil could last for a while, so she stocked 2 warehouses full in a week. Although the weather there hadn't dropped below freezing, vegetables could be kept fresh for a few days without any problem. She sent a WeChat message to the supermarket supplier. 50 pounds of rice and millet, 200 bags each, 100 boxes of canned fruit, 300 boxes of instant noodles, 200 boxes of classic milk, and another 200 boxes of children's milk. Fresh milk couldn't be stored for too long, so she had been ordering fresh milk before. The supplier almost replied instantly, received, the goods will be dispatched and should arrive tomorrow afternoon. The supplier had long set Xia Qing, this big client, as a special focus. She called her father. Dad, let's gather the sweet potatoes, and pumpkins from our village. These foods have a longer shelf life. All right, I'll collect as much as I can. The warehouse is still at the same address, and I've rented a few more warehouses nearby. Just find someone to deliver them. Let me know how much you need, Xia Qing said. No problem. I'll go collect them right now, Xia Jixiang said with a smile. He was quite willing to gather vegetables now. Xia Jixiang smiled and went out. Old Xia, what are you up to today? Come try the sweet potatoes just dug up from my field, Grandpa Wang said, handing Xia Jishang a few steamed sweet potatoes. Old Xia, try the baby melons from my place. They're so sweet. Take some to eat. A slightly plump woman, Yang Yang, chimed in. Sun Guoqiang, who had come out with Xia Jishang, frowned. In the past, Xia Jishang was the village's laughingstock. People often joked that he would be left without a family to support him in the future, but now, everyone in the village greeted him warmly. The taste is really good. Brother Wang, how many pounds of sweet potatoes do you have this year? Hearing Xia Jishang, Grandpa Wang's face immediately lit up with a smile. We've already dug out over 1,000 pounds, a bumper harvest. We can easily get a few thousand pounds from an acre. Then I'll take them all. Hurry up and dig, Xia Jishang said. Grandpa Wang's eyes brightened. All right, I'll go right now. You can have all of these. Yang Yang quickly joined in. Old Xia, will you take my baby melons? He had previously collected a lot of sweet potatoes, and vegetables, but hadn't collected any baby melons yet. Of course, if your family has picked them, I'll come to collect them this afternoon, Xia Jishang said, remembering that his daughter had mentioned wanting baby melons too. Great! Yang Yang beamed and hurried to inform her family not to do anything else in the morning and to pick the melons first. As Xia Jishang made his rounds in the village, word spread that old Xia was back to collect vegetables, and many people gathered around. The more people there were, the more excited he became. Collect, all of it, Xia Jishang said. If you collect this much, it must be over 10,000 pounds, right? Which supermarket can sell all that? You'll end up losing money, Sun Guoqiang said, unable to stand Xia Jishang's smug smile. Hearing Sun Guoqiang's words, Xia Jishang felt a bit nervous and quickly sent a WeChat message to Xia Qing. She promptly transferred 50,000 yuan to him. Collect as much as you can. Seeing his daughter's reply in the WeChat transfer, the worry he had just felt vanished instantly. He had thought he might have collected too much and would cause his daughter to lose money. Now that his daughter told him he hadn't collected enough, he felt relieved. Xia Jishang waved his phone in front of Sun Guoqiang, grinning. My daughter said to keep collecting. Sun Guoqiang saw the bright transfer on Xia Jishang's phone, with several zeros behind it. My daughter just transferred me 50,000 yuan, telling me to use it first and transfer more if it's not enough. Sun Guoqiang couldn't hold his composure and angrily went home. Old Sun, our potatoes have all been dug up too. When will old Xia come to collect? Chapter 71, Going to the Apocalypse is also a business trip. Sun Guoqiang's wife thought that since their family lived next to old Xia's and their relationship was good, they should be in touch. The village was busy digging up the fields. This time, Xia Jishang had purchased a lot of vegetables from several families, almost half the village. I haven't told Xia Jishang yet, Sun Guoqiang said, frowning. He had just seen the screen of Xia Jishang's phone. His daughter had transferred him 50,000 yuan. His son had only transferred him 500 yuan during the holidays. With 50,000 yuan, he could still save quite a bit after collecting so many vegetables. Then hurry up and say it. What are you waiting for? Our family's land has already been turned over. Sun Guoqiang felt unhappy inside, dragging his feet, wondering why he didn't have a daughter. No, he did have a daughter, but she never went to college. The family only supported the eldest and youngest sons, while the second daughter dropped out of high school and is now working in Han City. Sun Guoqiang rarely called his daughter. Dad, what's up? Sun Ning asked, as he usually didn't call her for half a year. Is something wrong at home? Nothing, just wanted to ask how your work is going out there, Sun Guoqiang asked somewhat awkwardly. It's fine, Dad, I'm busy right now, let's talk later. A noisy sound came from the phone, and Sun Ning hung up. Soon after, Sun Guoqiang saw a notification on WeChat. His daughter transferred him 2,000 yuan, and for some reason, he felt a bit sour seeing the transfer. Was it a mistake not to let his daughter go to college? If he had supported her, would she have been as successful as the daughter of the old Xia family? Many in the village had similar thoughts, and when they weren't busy, a few would gather to chat. Look at the daughter of the old Xia family. Back then, you all laughed at them for sending a girl to college, and now all the land in the village is theirs. If the land is well cultivated, Xia will take it all, saving time on selling it. They saved a lot of work, and they could take the opportunity to go out and work. They could all do some construction work. In recent years, there haven't been any big buildings going up here. If we want to do short-term work, we have to go to other provinces. Yeah, the train tickets back and forth cost quite a bit. When will we be able to build here? I heard there's a land auction in the county. Once it's sold, they will definitely build. When that happens, we can go work. The work on the construction site is tiring, but the pay is good. With that, they could go do some short-term work to earn money. Right now, they could only do small jobs. Work hard to earn money, and I'll let my daughter continue her studies. If she does well, I'll let her go to college. Now, who doesn't envy Xia Jishang? These past few days, Xiaoqing has been very busy, ordering large quantities of goods to be delivered to the warehouse during the day, and at night, she goes to store the items in her space. Recently, she has absorbed quite a few crystal beads, and her space has expanded to 300 square meters now. Suyu, these are the leftover solar panels. I've sent you the assembly video to your phone. Okay. Suyu had already cleared a space and arranged for people to install the solar panels. With this, they would have enough power for heating during the cold weather. Many people wanted to go out to find supplies, like air conditioners and phones, machines that use electricity. After all, they sometimes felt very bored. Without phones and computers, there were far fewer entertainment options, but the base was still under control. In the end, many survivors wanted to go out to search for supplies. Make sure to remind them that there are dangers outside. Anyone wanting to go out to find supplies must be quarantined for 24 hours upon return, Suyu said with a frown. Now that the mutated zombie had disappeared, the drones had not detected its trace, but that didn't mean it was gone. It might even still be mutating. All they could do now was enhance the base's security and provide proper warnings. Understood, Yugu. Mainly, with the solar power, many people want to go out to find electrical appliances, Li Yao said. The dangers have been communicated to them. The decision is theirs. Anyone entering the base must be quarantined. Yes, Li Yao replied. Yugu, those 3 researchers want to see you. Wang Chang hurried over. Let them in, Suyu said. Hello, base leader. I suppose you already know that we need a large amount of this titanium component. They said if we want it, we can only come to you, said a polite middle-aged man in his 40s. He was Zhang Yenshin, an expert-level researcher. It was already quite good for them to be able to eat normal food here. We also need an advanced research facility, Zhang Yenshin added. Our company has a secret research institute located at Jiangkou, not far from here but deep in the mountains, said a woman around 28 or 29. Her eyes swept over Suyu, who had a fleeting look of amazement. The man before her exuded a powerful aura. Is there a location? Yes, because only I know the exact location of the Secret Research Institute, Su Dan replied. What are the approximate results of your research? Suyu ignored Su Dan and asked. We found that the combination of 2 drug components can enhance cells and promote human evolution. We also took some cells from evolved individuals for comparison. Although they are not as robust as the evolved cells, they can enhance various aspects of ordinary people, which excited him greatly. But unfortunately, the experimental equipment is limited, and that component is running low. Without the experimental equipment, conducting experiments on humans is too dangerous. It requires thousands or even tens of thousands of results. In fact, Suyu was already prepared to set off. We will prepare to leave for the Secret Research Institute tomorrow, Suyu decided. Wang Chang, you come with me, and find another person. Triple points. Understood. It's very dangerous there. Are we just going with the 3 of us? Su Dan frowned. Although she wanted those devices, she was also very scared of facing those zombies with only 3 people. Our deputy base leader will also go. We are all evolved individuals, and we can definitely bring back those advanced experimental devices, Wang Chang said. Su Dan nodded, subconsciously thinking that the deputy base leader should also be quite strong. The car could only fit 4 people, and Xia Cheng still wanted to go along, wanting to stop by the clothing factory to take a look. However, she still needed to handle things here first to free up some space. She ordered a lot of dishes at the restaurant, bought buns, milk tea, hot pot, canned food, and so on. Mom, I'm going on a business trip to the mountains for a few days. The phone signal might be poor, so if you need anything, send me a WeChat message, and I'll reply when I see it. She considered her trip to the apocalypse as a business trip, right? Okay. Just be sure to pay attention to your safety, Yang Xia reminded her. Xia Qing said she was going on a business trip but was still at home. After preparing everything, she absorbed the crystal beads that Suyu had given her. It was only at 1 a.m. that she entered the spatial rift. Chapter 72, Essential Snacks for Business Trips in the Apocalypse. New task for fieldwork, quadruple points, meals and drinks provided. This task has so many points. I'm not going. I have enough points. This trip is definitely very dangerous, and there are mutated zombies outside. More points also meant more danger. With sufficient living guarantees, they didn't want to take risks anymore. Now the base has electricity and it doesn't go out. I just found a phone, the weather is cold, and after finishing work at the base, I can rest without worrying about zombies. But we are evolved individuals. We can only enhance our strength by absorbing crystal beads. Following the base leader isn't bad, right? They knew the base leader was very strong. A few evolved individuals hesitated, quadruple points. Plus, they could also hunt zombies outside to obtain crystal beads. Zhonggu, are we going? Wang Jin asked. No, it's hard to find a stable place, it's too chaotic outside, Li Zhong said. I don't want to go either, but quadruple points. We can exchange for a lot of good food. Normal points were enough to exchange for regular food, but items like beer and cigarettes had their points multiplied several times and were also limited. Vegetable and fruit points are doubled, but rice points are the cheapest. Damn, said a buzzcut evolver. Surprisingly, none of the other evolvers signed up. Let me go. I urgently need those quadruple points. Xian, what will happen to your family if you go? Yeah, I'm going for them. You all know my situation. I'm the only one in the family who can earn points, but it's not enough to support 4 or 5 people. Xian felt helpless. Every day he could only eat plain rice, and it wasn't even enough. He didn't dare to exchange for vegetables. The others nodded. Their points were enough to exchange for food, plus they didn't have as many burdens at home. This trip would take at least 7 or 8 days, and they would face danger at any moment. A few team members died on the last trip, and this mission was voluntary, so no one was eager to go. In the end, Xian took on the mission. Mom, I'm going out on a mission with the base leader. Yeah, take good care of your grandparents and your mom at home. Yeah, only 10 years old, was already very sensible. His parents were injured, one was paralyzed, and the other had an injured arm, unable to do heavy work or earn many points. Honey, you must come back safely. The woman, heavily pregnant, said with difficulty. She was carrying triplets, her belly was so big that she couldn't move easily and couldn't earn points. The base provided a daily milk subsidy for pregnant women, the elderly, and children. But for their family, it was just a drop in the bucket. Don't worry, I'll be fine. You focus on giving birth. The quadruple points will be issued tomorrow. You can exchange them for nutritious food. And even if I really die on the mission, you can continue to receive compensation. That would be enough for their living. The car had been modified again by the modification team, reinforcing the front guard. Miss Su said the secret research facility is located here. It will take us about 2 days to get there, so we need at least a week, Wang Chang said, pointing at the map. The map was taken from a book, and the paper map could only show a rough location. This is near Ilao Mountain. I went there when I was into extreme sports. I encountered 2 stranded campers there, Xian said, looking at the position Wang Chang pointed to on the map. Yes, it's near Ilao Mountain, Sudan said in a deep voice. It was relatively hidden, which is why the secret research facility was established there, far from the city. We'll set off as soon as Yugu arrives, Wang Chang said. The car was already prepared. Aren't we bringing supplies and water? Sudan asked. What would they eat on the way without food? You don't need to worry about that. When you're hungry, food will naturally appear, Wang Chang said solemnly. Sudan didn't know yet, but most of the evolvers in the base were secretly aware that their base leader was a space ability user. You good, Jingjia? Wang Chang saw Suyu and Xiaoqing walking over together. Both were dressed in professional skiing outfits, and Xiaoqing had her hair tied up, wearing a black windproof hat. We're ready to go, Wang Chang. You drive, Suyu said. Okay, Wang Chang replied, taking the car keys and heading to the driver's seat. Xian automatically sat in the passenger seat. Sudan frowned and said, Aren't you guys supposed to be the deputy base leader? Why was a woman coming along? This is our deputy base leader, Xiaoqing, Wang Chang introduced. Sudan's eyes widened in shock. She didn't expect the base leader in the apocalypse to be a girl. She looked quite fragile and was still young. Hello, Xiaoqing smiled and greeted her. She had heard from Suyu that they were bringing a female researcher this time. Sudan nodded in surprise, and the two of them sat in the back seat, with Suyu sitting next to Xiaoqing. This was originally a modified SUV, and the back seat was spacious enough for 4 people without any problem. Li Yao, Zhang Liang, and Yang Shua came over to escort them. Li Yao, Zhang Liang, the base is in your hands, Suyu said. Don't worry, we'll definitely guard the base well. Brother Yu, we'll wait for you to come back, Li Yao said seriously. When we return, I'll treat you to barbecue, Xia Chang added. Li Yao, Zhang Liang, and the few people behind them brightened their eyes, eagerly anticipating Sister Qing's quick return. A barbecue feast. The last time they had a whole lamb buffet, they were drooling. The aroma was just too enticing. The car drove on, and although the tires had been modified, it was still a bit bumpy. Xiaoqing felt a bit drowsy and tilted her head, resting it on Suyu's shoulder. Wang Chang saw from the rearview mirror that Suyu's gaze at Xiaoqing was very gentle, and he couldn't help but take a few more glances out of curiosity. As a result, the car hit a bump, causing a big jolt. Ah! Xiaoqing exclaimed. Sorry, I fell asleep, Xiaoqing said awkwardly, realizing she had not only fallen asleep but also leaned on Suyu's shoulder. It's fine, sleep a bit more, we haven't arrived yet, Suyu said softly, giving Wang Chang a sharp look in the rearview mirror. Sister Qing, didn't you want to check out the clothing factory? We're only 20 kilometers away, Wang Chang said nervously. There were many clothing factories around Jiangkou, with several large and small factories close together. Great, great. She also wanted to pick up some equipment. Xia Qing perked up immediately, no longer feeling sleepy but a bit thirsty. She took out a few cups of warm milk tea from her space. Here, have some. Thank you, Sister Cheng. Wang Chang was quite unreserved, taking it generously, while Xian's hands trembled as he received the cup of milk tea. Thank you. Su Dan couldn't believe her eyes. Xia Qing was holding milk tea, and there was a fragrant milky aroma. This flavor is super delicious, you should try it. Xia Qing handed it to Su Dan. Su Dan took the milk tea, speechless with surprise. After a few days at the base, eating normal white rice and even steamed buns, she already thought it was the most delicious food. Su Dan carefully took a sip, tasting the faint milky and tea aroma. It was milk tea, unlike any flavor she had tried before. Suyu, you drink too. Xia Qing also handed a cup to Suyu. After having some milk tea, she took out a lot of snacks from her space. Essential snacks for a boring car ride, duck necks, duck legs, konjac snacks, and so on. Chapter 73, Why Xia Qing is the deputy base leader. Along the way, snacking and drinking milk tea, it was already noon, and surprisingly, everyone felt not too hungry. Xian secretly tucked away a snack he wanted to take back for Yayet. He could already imagine how happy his daughter would be to have some snacks. This snack is really spicy, but quite satisfying. And this milk tea, is it made with milk and tea? It doesn't taste like what I had before, Su Dan said curiously. Do you have milk tea here? What flavor? Xia Qing also became curious. Yes, actually, to be precise, it's called medicinal tea. I remember, our dragon country has medicinal tea shops everywhere, paired with fruit tea. Not only delicious but also beneficial for health, Xian said. Before the apocalypse, they often bought it to drink. I drink your milk tea, although it's very tasty, it seems to have some kind of substance, a preservative. You can taste that too? Xia Qing looked at Su Dan in surprise. I'm a pharmaceutical researcher. Medicinal tea also belongs to the category of traditional Chinese medicine, and I've tasted many. Su Dan smiled. In that case, drinking occasionally is fine, but long-term consumption is not beneficial for the body. It can lead to changes in insulin levels, diabetes, and especially the fatty substances inside can cause cardiovascular issues. Plus, caffeine can cause nervous excitement and insomnia, disrupting the digestive system. Instantly, Xia Qing found her milk tea unappetizing. She had dozens of cups in her space. Xian and Wang Chang didn't mind. After all, it tasted good. And they were both evolvers, so it shouldn't be too serious, right? Su Dan continued to drink, observing Xia Qing's expression, and said, It's okay, drinking occasionally will be metabolized by the body. If you're an evolver, the metabolism will be even faster. What about that medicinal tea you mentioned? How is it made? Xia Qing was very curious. This way, she could open a milk tea shop. There are recipes, and then traditional Chinese medicine is processed and brewed, which is beneficial for the body and tastes good. In Xia Qing's impression, traditional Chinese medicine was always very bitter. Isn't that hard to drink? Just like drinking traditional medicine. No. Each ingredient of traditional Chinese medicine, after extraction and mixing, can have different flavors: sour, sweet, fragrant, and astringent. Xia Qing seemed to understand a bit. They also had sour plum soup, which was made from traditional medicine, but that was the only kind. Is there a recipe and a method for making it? Xia Qing asked. Yes, I know how to make it. The Long Tea chain store is run by my family, Su Dan said. Her family was in traditional Chinese medicine, and later she became a researcher to study pharmacology. That's great. Can you teach me? Xia Qing said. This requires raw materials from traditional Chinese medicine. Su Dan frowned. I can get all of that for you. How about this? When we return to the base in a few days, can you help me make it? What do you want in exchange? High-end skincare products, masks, hygiene products, clothing, anything, Xia Qing said excitedly. Really? Su Dan said in disbelief. She had wanted sanitary pads for a long time. Of course, Xia Qing said seriously. If she could get milk tea, she could certainly get other things. At this moment, Su Dan began to understand why Xia Qing was the deputy base leader and why she was on this mission with them. Okay, as long as you have the medicinal materials, I can prepare it for you, but I will need to find a few assistants. This is simple to make, it's just that the recipe is quite precious. Otherwise, it wouldn't have become a national chain. Longgua's medicinal tea is also quite famous internationally as a health drink, Su Dan explained. No problem, how many assistants do you need? I can arrange that for you, Suyu said. As long as they could make what Xia Qing wanted, of course, he didn't say the latter part out loud. Great, I'll get it for you when we get back, Su Dan replied readily. Xia Qing immediately handed Su Dan a box of cream worth 3,000. Su Dan looked at the ingredient list of the cream. Is there a problem with this? Xia Qing asked. this was a big brand. No problem, this cream claims to be anti-wrinkle and whitening, but the effects of the ingredients will only be noticeable after using at least 3 bottles. Moreover, the preservatives added in this can cause harm to the body with long-term use over 1 or 2 years. And this ingredient, while it can whiten, affects women's metabolism, and long-term use can lead to menstrual irregularities. Xiaoqing frowned. No wonder so many were suffering from dysmenorrhea now. Sorry, I'm used to researching ingredients, Su Dan said apologetically. This skincare product is quite expensive where we are. An ordinary person's monthly salary can only buy 1 bottle. Su Dan found something strange in Xiaoqing's words and didn't understand for a moment. Then your skincare products made from traditional Chinese medicine are not better than ours. We also have skincare products with traditional Chinese medicine ingredients. Let me show you. Xiaoqing found a bottle of pure traditional Chinese medicine skincare product from her space and handed it to Su Dan. There are indeed traditional Chinese medicine ingredients, but with this ratio, it can't exert any effect at all. Moreover, to make the medicinal materials work, it's not just about processing, it's also about the ratio and weight, among other things. Su Dan didn't mention the more technical terms to Xiaoqing. Even if she did, she wouldn't understand. Xiaoqing listened with her bright, sparkling eyes. When we get back, can I make a formula for you? Su Dan said. Sure. Xiaoqing was already immersed in a beautiful future, envisioning a traditional Chinese medicine milk tea shop and a traditional Chinese medicine cosmetics store. I'll make a sample for you to try first. If it works well, we can find a few people to mass produce it with the machines, Su Dan said. Great! The two chatted for 2 hours without feeling tired at all. We've arrived at the clothing factory, Wang Chang said. You two stay in the car, Xian, you stay behind, Su said. Understood, Xian replied. He was to stay and protect the 2 girls. Wang Chang and Su pulled out long knives from the trunk. Let's go outside and stretch a bit. I need to use the restroom, Su Dan said shyly. After sitting in the car for so long, they hadn't had a chance to take care of it. I'll go with you, Xian said. Friendships among girls often start with accompanying each other to the restroom. Xian also got out of the car. There was a large billboard by the roadside, and Xiaoqing and Su Dan walked over. Xian turned his back but kept his eyes alert to the surroundings. About half an hour later, Su Yu and Wang Chang came out, both of them dirty to varying degrees. Jingzhu, remember to absorb. Su Yu tossed a few crystal beads to Xiaoqing. Okay, you're an evolver? Su Dan asked in surprise, and then she understood that Xiaoqing must also have a space. The zombies in the clothing factory have been dealt with. There's a large batch of goods in the warehouse, along with machines, if you need them, Su Yu said. Chapter 74. Is this a mission? Clearly, it's camping. I need them. Of course, I need them. Otherwise, she would have to spend money to buy the clothing machines. Now she could just take them directly. Zombie corpses were scattered everywhere on the ground. The machines in this clothing factory could produce items by inputting the design patterns into the system. They were machine sewn, but there were also manual tailors. Xiaoqing collected several machines and some clothes from the warehouses. Her space was already more than half full. It seemed she would need to go back once to clear some of these items into the warehouse. She didn't continue to collect some semi-finished products, mainly focusing on the equipment. With the equipment, she could start production. She could buy the materials later. Having collected these items was enough. They continued on their way. In the evening, they found a quiet abandoned factory, with dust covering the ground and spider webs on the walls. Xiaoqing took out a warm baby from her space and handed it to Su Dan. Take this, it will keep you warmer. Thank you, Su Dan said gratefully, holding the fluffy, warm item. She had bought 2 windproof and warm tents, so they could rest here at night, along with a small battery-powered lamp. They brought coal, a grill, and a few outdoor stools. It looked like they were out for a night adventure. I'll start the fire, Wang Chang said, putting coal into the grill and adding some kindling. Su Yu and San went outside to patrol the area. This place was relatively remote and quiet, and they hadn't found any zombies. She also brought a small heating stove and a mini generator. Looking at the various skewers, Xiaoqing took out lamb skewers, chicken wings, lamb kidneys, beef tendons, chicken hearts. Su Dan couldn't help but drool a little. She had eaten all kinds of seafood in the first half of the year, but later on, they had all gone bad, and now seeing fish made her want to vomit. However, Xiaoqing still took out large shrimp. They should taste good when grilled. Over there, Wang Chang was holding back his saliva while grilling skewers, and here, Xiaoqing had taken out a small round stove, placing roasted sweet potatoes, chestnuts, and a small ceramic jar on top, which contained hot milk with goji berries and red dates. Grilling these things requires immense willpower. Wang Chang couldn't help but exclaim. When Su Yu and Xian returned, they saw this scene. Xian's eyes were wide open, speechless, as the aroma of grilled meat filled his nostrils, robbing him of his brief ability to think. Was this what it was like to go out on a mission? He had imagined it would be fraught with danger, lacking food and clothing. He was even mentally prepared for a few days without eating. As long as the kids had quadruple points and could live well, he thought, then the danger and hardship would be worth it. The evolved beings in the base all considered this a tough job and were reluctant to go. Now, looking at the abundant food on the table, Xian thought, this was no hardship at all. This was clearly a delightful task. He wanted to fight for such missions in the future. Xian, why are you dawdling? Come help, Wang Chang said, as he was grilling too slowly on his own. He could easily grill several skewers in one go. Okay, Xian stammered as he hurried over. Suyu also came to help, and the factory was filled with delicious aromas. Wang Chang was a bit anxious about the meat he was grilling. It wasn't cooked through at first. Grilling meat here is the greatest test of my willpower, Wang Chang said. Xian nodded in strong agreement. Then next time, let's eat cooked food, Xia Qing suggested. She would order some oil duck, and roasted chicken. Great. Thank you, Sister Qing, Wang Chang smiled, even though Xia Qing was several years younger than him. Sometimes calling her sister was a form of respect. After the apocalypse, food shortages had shrunk their appetites. This time, she had eaten quite a bit. It was just too delicious. Nothing Xia Qing brought out was left over. At night, Xia Qing shared a tent with Su Dan, while the other three shared another tent. I'll take the first half of the night, Wang Chang said, having eaten too much and feeling too full to sleep. Xian actually wanted to say that he couldn't sleep either, having eaten even more. You two take the first half of the night, and I'll take the second half, Suyu said. Years of health habits meant he slept lightly, falling asleep quickly, and would wake up immediately at the slightest noise. Inside the tent, Xia Qing had prepared fluffy bedding and pillows. This set of clothes is for you, but our shoe sizes are a bit different. I can't give you shoes for now. It's fine, I'm already very grateful for all this, Su Dan said sincerely. Especially the underwear, she hadn't changed it in a long time. By the way, I need to step out for a bit. You go ahead and sleep, Xia Qing said. Ah, okay. I'll wait for you to come back to sleep, Su Dan replied. But as Su Dan lay down in the fluffy bedding, she felt incredibly comfortable, and drowsiness immediately swept over her. Xia Qing also went out to inform Suyu before returning to her space, which was now mostly filled. She appeared in her bedroom, which had been cleaned spotless by Yang Xia. During this time, her parents should have been busy outside. She quickly sneaked out, took a taxi, and hurried to the warehouse in the county town. Xia Qing had rented several warehouses, and the previous items had also been sent to the base. She placed the clothes and machines she had collected today into the warehouse. She then went to a KFC in the city and bought 4 family buckets of fried chicken along with 10 hamburgers. While waiting, she scrolled through her phone and came across a comment about the enamel-painted bowl she had seen at the Jada auction preview. The starting bid for this is already 50 million. Ancient artworks are so beautiful. I can't afford the real ones. Are there any replicas available for me to buy? I think this shop is good too. I absolutely love the Gus Tianxiong pink teacup. Xia Qing noticed that the comment tagged her shop's name. Sunny Day Ceramics Store. I know this ceramic shop too. The photos are just too beautiful. I've already made a purchase and it's on the way. That bowl had not even been photographed yet, and she must have at least 50 million in her account already. A pile of WeChat messages awaited her response, and she saw several messages and a voice call from Tang Tian. Xia Qing, can you really not help me? I can't lose this job. I'm begging you. I'll give you my bonus. How can you do this? We're classmates and roommates, and you won't help? If you won't help, then I know what kind of person you are. Can I borrow your painting style? Xia Qing was speechless at this point. Can a painting style be borrowed just like that? Can I lend you my meal? Even if I lent it to you, you wouldn't be able to imitate or innovate later. Xia Qing directly blocked Tang Tian and saw a message from Lin Luan. Cousin, the filming is going very smoothly, and will wrap up in a few days. I'll treat you to a meal then. Thank you, cousin. I received the van today. This car is so comfortable, just a bit too eye-catching, even better than Su Jia's car. I love you so much. I must treat you to a meal. This message was sent last night, and Xia Qing replied, okay, wait for me for 2 days. I'm currently in the mountains and the signal is bad. Wait for me to return. Chapter 75, The Secret Research Institute of Ileo Mountain. Back in the space, she absorbed the crystal beads, and the space expanded a bit, allowing her to stay there longer. Back in the tent, Su Dan was already snuggled up and asleep in the warm tent. The beds at the base were all hard wooden boards, and even with blankets, they weren't as comfortable as this. The rabbit fur duvet was very warm and cozy. After eating and drinking enough, sleeping on a comfortable bed, wrapped in a blanket made her feel like she had returned to the time before the apocalypse. To be honest, if it weren't for the advanced equipment in that laboratory, she wouldn't want to come out. the days of eating in the wind and sleeping in the rain, living in fear, were ongoing. Living in a dangerous environment for a long time was a torment both mentally and physically. This trip was much better than she had anticipated. It really felt like a vacation. As soon as Xia Qing returned, Suyu noticed it. Although they were sleeping in 2 tents, everyone in the apocalypse had developed a habit of being alert. Suyu saw that there were many more things in the space and, for some reason, he felt a bit heartbroken. At first, he didn't have such thoughts. They were just partners helping each other, mutually beneficial, but unknowingly, things had changed subtly. Su Dan was too comfortable. For the first time, she slept very soundly, and Xia Qing lying next to her didn't even disturb her. The next day, they all woke up early. Xia Qing had been busy running between 2 worlds for half a day and still hadn't gotten up. However, everyone tacitly chose not to call her. About an hour later, Xia Qing finally got up, and she had already stored the tent in the space and prepared breakfast. Soy milk, spicy soup, tofu pudding. Which one do you want? Xia Qing smiled. This is fried dough sticks, buns, and fried cloth bags. Xia Qing had prepared breakfast, lunch, dinner, and even snacks and fruits. After all, being on a business trip in the apocalypse required thorough preparation. Then I won't be polite. Wang Chang laughed, feeling that what he ate last night had already digested. Sure enough, only with Sister Qing could they eat their fill. They were evolved beings who could endure hunger, but their appetite was large, and their bodies needed more energy. Xian was also less reserved now. He felt that this trip was a great deal. The mission was worth it. If other evolved beings knew it was like this, they would probably regret it. After eating and drinking enough, everyone tidied up and continued driving. As soon as they got in the car, Xia Qing felt a bit drowsy and unconsciously leaned on Suyu's broad shoulder. This time, Xian was driving, and he was very steady. We're about to hit the mountain road, so be careful, Su Dan reminded. The mountain road winds and is rugged, making it difficult to traverse. The surrounding roads are very quiet, and the solemn mountains have lost their previous vitality. When I came here before, it was all green mountains and forests. Now it has turned into this, said Wang Chang. The green forests have become black, withered trunks, resembling the aftermath of a fire. You guys are impressive, actually building a secret research facility here, Wang Chang remarked. Of course it has to be in a secret place, it's classified, they replied. The research facilities established by their company are all reported to the state and are even developed in cooperation with the government. Wasn't there a video circulating online about 2 people dying while exploring the wilderness? They didn't die by accident, they were foreign spies, Sudan said. Anyway, it's the end of the world now, and the world is in chaos. I passed by and filmed a video that I posted online. I'm not a spy. I was just curious about the terrain of Ileo Mountain, Xian said. Now that it's the end of the world, even if you are a spy, what can they do? Can they throw you in prison? Sudan said with a laugh. As long as you don't betray our sunny base, it's fine, Wang Chang joked. How could I? Xian replied. The sunny base is his home. He has already developed a strong sense of belonging. The car can't go any further. The road is all cobblestones. We can only walk from here, and it will take about an hour, Sudan said. After changing clothes, Suyu stored the car in his space. Ileo Mountain used to be a deep forest, filled with dense moss and bizarre, thick trees. Due to the towering vegetation, sunlight was blocked, creating a dark, damp environment that fostered various molds in the air. Now the trees are all dry and blackened, as if they have entered a tree graveyard. Maybe we should wear masks, Xia Qing said, unable to resist commenting on the scene. In fact, she felt a bit nervous and wished she had bought some gas masks earlier. The few of them put on masks, but the foul smell in the air lingered. Oh my god, Xia Qing exclaimed at the sight before her. Several blackened trunks twisted and intertwined, resembling twisted dough. She thought this scene was so bizarre that it could be painted. This tree used to be even more peculiar. Its leaves were all intertwined. Everyone be careful. The research facility is over there, Sudan said. Xia Qing felt her stamina had unknowingly improved. She used to be out of breath after walking for half an hour, but now she felt fine after an hour. They came upon an ancient gate, resembling an old thatched cottage. It certainly didn't look like a high-end research facility. A secret research facility implies a very hidden meaning. This is it, Sudan said, panting. This machine has no power. The gate won't open. The video intercom screen outside was black at that moment. Is anyone there? Seen your brother, Sudan shouted loudly. The door is underground. The research facility is equipped with a special generator. No, there's no power, and without a password, it can't be opened from the outside. Sudan frowned. You all wait here, Wang Chang, come with me, Suyu said. Okay. Suyu and Wang Chang went inside, leaving Xian and the others outside. Suyu is a special forces soldier, Although he has never entered his own country's secret research facility, he has broken into others. About an hour later, the door was opened from the inside. It made a rumbling sound and emitted an indescribable odor, likely due to a lack of ventilation for a long time. "You can come in now," Wang Chang called out to them. "Are there others inside?" Sudan quickly asked. "Yes, there are 2 still alive, but it seems they haven't had water for a few days. Just now, Brother Yu has already given them some water," Wang Chang replied. "It's estimated that we'll die in a day or so. Generally, research institutes like ours have reserve food supplies. When working on a project, we need to be isolated for at least a few months, and given the remote location, we usually stock up for several months, or even half a year," said Sudan. The generator in the lab was broken, leaving only backup lights. "Senior brother." 2 men lay on the ground, both looking extremely weak, their faces pale and unshaven, their hungry eyes somewhat vacant. One of the men's eyes brightened slightly upon seeing Sudan. "Sudan, it's me. Sorry, I'm late." Sudan felt bad seeing her senior brother in this state, but it was a relief that he was still alive. Xiaqing took out some milk tea and said, "This is high in calories, drink some to replenish." The 2 men grabbed the milk tea and gulped it down, then devoured the hamburgers Xiaqing had brought out. They ate 5 hamburgers in one go, having been so hungry for too long. They couldn't handle the sudden influx of food, but they were beyond caring. They were too hungry. They didn't even have time to savor the food's taste, only wanting to fill their stomachs. Watching them eat made Xiaqing feel hungry too. After the 2 men had eaten their fill and rested for a moment, one of them finally spoke. "More than half a year ago, there was a sudden mutation at the base, and old Wang turned into a monster that eats people, even biting a colleague. Later, we locked them in the level 1 laboratory's disinfection room." Suyu had indeed seen 2 zombies when he and Wang Chang first entered. "Then we called the police, but the phone lines were down, and there was no internet to contact anyone. A few colleagues went out to report it, but unfortunately, they never came back. The rest of us also drove out and found that the deep forest outside had mutated, and we discovered that the bodies of our colleagues had been decomposed by mutated trees, so we dared not go out again. The institute had half a year's worth of food stored, but we've been reducing our food intake by half every day, and we have very little water." They ended up surviving by drinking their own urine. But food had truly run out. A few days ago, the institute suddenly lost power, and they needed to manually lift the restrictions to go out. After starving for days, they had no strength left. "Fortunately, we met you," the man said excitedly. Seizing the opportunity, Sudan introduced, "This is Suyu, the base leader of the Qingtian base, and this is Xiaqing, the deputy base leader." Yang Fan frowned slightly, seemingly not understanding what a base leader was. "This is my senior brother Yang Fan, a genius researcher in traditional Chinese medicine." He wanted to introduce the man next to him, but Sudan didn't know him either. "This is Feng Xiang, a senior researcher," Yang Fan said. "Hello. Thank you so much. We were already thinking about how to die," Feng Xiang said, having lost hope day by day, their spirits crushed. When they saw a faint light approaching, they initially thought it was the light of salvation from heaven. Suyu didn't want to waste any more time and said, "Miss Su, which research equipment here needs to be taken away?" "Take away? How can we take so much equipment? Where would we take it? This is all the company's and the country's research output. This equipment is worth at least hundreds of millions. The value of the research drugs is even more incalculable." Yang Fan frowned. "Now, in this global apocalypse, the country is gone, and outside there are mutated zombies. The land and water sources are all polluted. Now we at Qingtian base need these things. Senior brother, come with us to Qingtian base," Sudan said. Yang Fan and Feng Xiang had been out before. He thought it was just a problem on the side of Ilao Mountain, not realizing it was global. If they didn't go to Qingtian base, staying here would just mean waiting to die. "All right, I'm familiar with all this equipment, and we need to take the advanced drugs that are still in development," Yang Fan said. "There is a batch of high-level components in the lab, but 2 zombies are locked in the disinfection room." "Take us there," Suyu said. "These devices are worth over 100 million. If we want to take them, we have to disassemble them. I'm afraid we can't take them all at once," Yang Fan said, feeling quite regretful. Before he could finish, Suyu had already collected everything. Yang Fan and Feng Xiang widened their eyes, watching the equipment that had suddenly disappeared from the spot. This. Sudan pulled Yang Fan and Feng Xiang aside and said something they didn't quite catch. About 5 minutes later, they stopped asking questions. However, they were still shocked and curious, yet hesitant to speak. "These 2 zombies have been locked up here for so long. I've often studied them. They can survive without eating or drinking until now," Feng Xiang frowned and said. It had been nearly a year, and their cell division was incredibly strong. They are very sensitive to sound and smell. During the day, they fall into a dormant state, but at night, they become very active. After the research institute was closed, only the two of them remained. At first, they had high hopes, spending every day in the lab, engrossed in their research. Later, they couldn't get out and couldn't contact anyone. A few people had gone out together at first, but they all died, leaving just the two of them to escape back. I extracted the blood genes from the zombie's body for research and found that their cell activity is very strong. The cells keep self-repairing, crazily self-repairing, until they become deranged and uncontrollable, leading to mutations. If we could control the speed of this cell division and extract an inhibitor, perhaps mutations wouldn't occur. If the human body could be injected with this inhibitor in advance, even if bitten, it wouldn't be infected, Feng Xiang said. This is somewhat like a rabies vaccine, Xiaoqing said quietly. Our bodies can also produce inhibitors. Strong individuals can overcome it themselves and become evolved beings, while the weak cannot. However, we can enhance human cells like researching vaccines. Yes, it's a vaccine, Feng Xiang said. I still need a lot of research. Come with us to the Qingtian base. When you research, we can provide whatever you need, Suyu said in a deep voice. He was very interested in this. Feng Xiang's idea, if researched successfully, would greatly ensure the survival chances of humanity. After all, those who go out searching for supplies now have a high chance of becoming zombies if caught or bitten. Humanity is now less than 1/10 of its original number. If there could be a vaccine to prevent mutations, that would be good, and then they could research a drug to enhance the human body. They could survive. Survival of the fittest. Humanity has survived for billions of years by relying on tools and intelligence, step by step. That's great. I'm willing to go. Along with this equipment, Feng Xiang said. Researchers heavily rely on equipment. Without it, all research and experiments are just empty talk. The equipment from the Research Institute was collected into the space. The generator in the Research Institute was broken, but it could still be repaired and used. It was a high-power generator. Now there are 6 of us. The car probably can't fit everyone. We'll have to squeeze, Xian said awkwardly. Their modified SUV seemed to only fit 4 people. You 5 will squeeze. I need to go back first. Suyu, wait for me to buy you an RV when I return, Xia Qing said grandly. She wouldn't squeeze back with them. Without her, the 5 could still barely fit. Xia Qing's sudden disappearance shocked Yang Fan and Feng Xiang again, but thinking of what Sudan had just said to them, their curiosity was at their throats, yet they didn't ask. For researchers, curiosity is a strong obsession. Suyu, there's still a lot of food in the space, take whatever you want. I'll head back for the next couple of days. Okay. You've worked hard this time, Suyu said. Not at all. I actually gained quite a bit, Xia Qing said sincerely. She could set up clothing factories, herbal tea factories, and cosmetics factories. She was already envisioning her own business ventures. Next, she would be very busy, and during her few days over there, she realized that life in that world was quite tough, with not a single green plant in sight. A dilapidated and desolate city, a gray sky, and howling zombies. She needed to help them more. She would organize group purchases for vegetables and fruits in every aspect. At that time, she only considered the workers she employed for feminine hygiene products, but ordinary survivors needed them too. When she returned to her world, it was nighttime, and there was a pile of clothes and equipment in the warehouse. These would have to wait until Suyu returned to the base to be sent over, so they were temporarily stored in the warehouse. In the middle of the night, she didn't go home but booked a hotel in the county town to sleep for the night. The next morning, she was woken up by a call from Yang Xia. Qing, are you still collecting those vegetables? Yes, but it'll have to wait a couple of days, Xia Qing said, still half asleep. Since Suyu hadn't returned to the base yet, there was no way to transport the vegetables back now. A couple of days? How much can you collect? What happened? Xia Qing asked, as she usually took the initiative to ask, and her parents helped with the collection. This year, the harvest is abundant, not just in our village but also in your grandmother's village. Your grandmother in Yangzhuang has planted fruit trees, and it's a bumper crop. The purchase price for fruits is low, and they can't even sell them. Today, your grandmother called me, asking if you're collecting apples and pears? Yes, but it'll be a couple of days. I'll be back from my business trip in the afternoon, and we can talk in detail, Xia Qing said. All right. As soon as Yang Xia hung up the phone, she breathed a sigh of relief. This year, the fruit harvest was abundant. Her maternal village grew apples, pears, oranges, and peaches. The yield was excellent, better than ever, but the prices just wouldn't go up. Purchasing fresh strawberries for 10 yuan per 10 jin. Buy 10 jin of strawberries, get 10 jin free. When Xia Qing passed by the market on her way home, she saw street vendors pushing carts selling strawberries. These strawberries had to be sold the same day they were picked, otherwise, they would spoil by the next day. A bunch of roadside carts were manned by elderly men and women. Homegrown apples, Selling cheap, just pay and take. Oranges, 5 yuan for 10 jin. The prices of these fruits seem to have dropped again. This year's harvest was plentiful, but the fruit prices couldn't rise. Some canned food manufacturers would even buy fruits to make canned goods, but the price of canned fruit was 3 times that of fresh fruit. When she returned home in the afternoon, she found that quite a few people had come to her house, and they were all excited to see Xiaqing return. "Mom, why are there so many people at our house?" "They're all from Yangshuang village. After I finished talking to your grandmother, they got so excited and came over. I told you I could collect those fruits, but the elderly in the village were worried, so they all wanted to come in person." Xiaqing looked at these elderly people. Their skin was rough from years of exposure to the wind and sun, and their hunched backs told stories of hard labor. Most of them had walked over from Yangshuang village. They had hoped for a good harvest, but now that they had one, they couldn't sell it. Even the fruits that couldn't be sold in the past rotted in the fields, wasting food. Yes. Here's the deal, you all write down your names, addresses, and what you grow. As long as you register, I'll transfer a 500 yuan deposit. In a couple of days, I'll come to your homes to collect them one by one, Xiaqing said. "I'll register. I was here first, I'll register first. Line up, everyone line up. If anyone tries to cut in line, I won't take it." When Xiaqing spoke, the scene immediately fell silent, and they were busy for almost an hour. Once everyone had left, Xiaqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. This year's harvest is pretty good. Where would these farmers get their income if they can't sell their produce? "Xingqing, you've really helped them a lot," Yang Xia said. They left with immense gratitude. The purchase price Xiaqing offered wasn't deliberately low. In fact, it was even a bit higher, so they naturally left happily. This year, for some reason, the fruit buyers from previous years didn't come to their village. If they couldn't sell their hard work, it would all be in vain. Farming is tough. The investment is high, and the returns are low, to the point that farmers work every day during their free time, with hardly any time to rest. But can so much fruit really be sold? Yang Xia was still worried. "I'll take the fruit to the factory to be made into canned goods. They have channels to sell them in Sha City, where desert fruits sell very well, though the transportation costs are a bit high." "Don't worry, we won't lose money. It might be a hassle, but making money is never easy." Xiaqing fabricated a set of reasons. "Then that's fine." Yang Xia was also very happy to hear that. One after another, Xiaqing almost secured all the orchards in Yang village. 3 days later, Suyu and the others finally rushed back to the base, and Xian felt like he had gained a few pounds after this mission. "Daddy, you're finally back safely." The little girl looked at Xian with tear-filled eyes. "I'm fine. It wasn't dangerous. I brought you some snacks." Xian took out some treats, and the little girl was overjoyed. "Honey, I've been worried about you every day at home. I was afraid something would happen during your mission. I didn't even want to use my points, but why do I feel like you've gained weight? You look much better." Xian awkwardly touched his nose. He had been eating meat every meal for the past few days, so of course, he had gained weight. That night, Suyu and Xiaqing worked together to move the equipment from the clothing factory into the base. "Li Yao, tell that architect to clear a space here to set up a small clothing factory." "Understood." In the room, there was a hand-drawn architectural blueprint of the Qingtian base on the table. This was drawn by the architect based on drone footage, clearly showing the entire layout of the base. He was planning the base's construction, wanting to turn it into a fortress. At this moment, he was brainstorming, but he needed to establish the factory that Xiaqing required. This was a prerequisite for their long-term cooperation, mutual benefit, exchanging with each other, and more importantly, making their connection even closer. Suyu also managed to acquire a batch of construction machinery from Jiankou, including excavators, compacting machines, and so on. With the mechanical support, the construction speed would increase. "Brother Yu, you're finally back. I have something important to report to you." Yang Shuo rushed into Suyu's room, anxious. He had always been responsible for the base's networking equipment. Suyu set aside what he was doing and gestured for Yang Shuo to continue. "We just received a signal from the Underground Base Alliance of Huagua. They asked if we really have fresh food, and they've already sent someone over. The previous signal notified us of the survivors' location. They are survivors from the capital base. Could they have weapons?" This was what Yang Shuo was really worried about, because they had been broadcasting from the survivors' base, hoping to find any remaining survivors. "It's them." Suyu frowned tightly. He remembered that the underground base's safety plan had stored food for at least several decades. They said they are from the capital base, and there are several thousand underground survivors. Yang Shuo said worriedly. They only had a few hundred people now. Their daily food supply was sufficient, but if there were suddenly thousands more, would their currently abundant life be disrupted? That was what Yang Shuo was concerned about. He had already regarded the Qingtian base as his home. He didn't want this peaceful life to be disrupted. Then let's talk when they come over, Suyu said. There were thousands of them, and the distance between them was vast. It would take over 10 hours to drive, and even by plane, it would take several hours. They couldn't all come over. At most, they would send a few people to scout. Suyu seemed to sense Yang Shuo's worries and coldly said, "They can't take our food, otherwise, they'll never get it. If they want food, they must offer something of equal value in exchange." The people in the underground survivor base of Long Country, those who managed to enter before the apocalypse, all had backgrounds or were high-end talents from various industries. Suyu's words provided a sense of security, and Yang Shuo gradually relaxed. All the food in the base came from their base leader and deputy leader. No one knew the exact source of the food, but it was known that it all came from Suyu. Recently, the temperature had been rising, and Suyu arranged for manpower to expedite the expansion of the base. "We sent drones to search the area for that mutated zombie, but it hasn't appeared again," Liao said. "We can't let our guard down. That guy is very strong and remains a hidden danger. Hidden dangers must be eliminated, so you wouldn't allow this threat to linger around the base." He had already thought of a solution. Although Xiaoqing couldn't purchase firearms and ammunition, fireworks and some chemical products could still be bought. He planned to make homemade bombs for emergencies. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing was munching on an apple while a trailer for a powerful drama was playing on the TV. The show would officially air the day after tomorrow. Suddenly, she glanced at her phone and was shocked to see a text notification. A total of 290 million had been credited to her account. That enamel-painted bowl had been auctioned for nearly 300 million. The remaining jewelry she had placed for auction also fetched a price of 100 million, and after deducting the auction house's fees, she had a whopping 290 million in her hands. She thought about how much more she had. There were also bronzeware, porcelain, and Sanskrit stone carvings from Suyu's place, all stored in a museum. She also had an ancient painting that she genuinely liked and hadn't put up for auction. She decided to buy that piece of land and build a villa. The land in the county town wasn't very expensive. After all, it was a small county in a third-tier city, with housing prices only a few thousand per square meter. She checked online for information. Currently, there were 3 plots of land totaling 1,091 acres being auctioned near her commercial street. The land was about 200,000 per square meter, meaning buying this plot would cost around 20 million. The subsequent investment for building would require even more money, probably several hundred million. However, she could first secure this piece of land. She was a person of strong initiative. In the morning, she drove to her commercial street, where she had previously registered the Qingtian Management Development Company. She had bought all the commercial shops in that row, one of which had been turned into an office on the second floor. The company had only 3 people, so aside from the conference room, each person had their own office. President Xia, the HR staff, Xiao Shasha, smiled when she saw Xiaoqing. "Yes, I came specifically to find you today." "President Xia, just give me your orders if you have anything," Xiao Shasha said, feeling a bit nervous. Last time, when she installed the time clocks in all the shops, she had deducted wages and bonuses from Xia Fong for being late several times when it was time for salary. Xia Fong had come to find her, but she had refused. Now that the boss had personally come to find her, she felt quite anxious. "It's like this. I need to buy a piece of land recently, and the company needs to expand, so it's best to hire a manager and a few more staff. The manager's candidates must be approved by me." "Understood." Jia Shasha was a bit stunned by Xiaoqing's words, but fortunately, it wasn't because her boss's cousin had come to find her. "Okay, I'll post the job advertisement right away," the HR said immediately. "Good, I'll leave it to you," Xiaoqing replied. "I've already ordered lunch for you, just wait to eat," Xiaoqing said, feeling that team building was too much trouble. Moreover, for some employees, team building with the leadership equated to overtime, right? In the afternoon, she took Jia Shasha to the Hanning County government. This piece of land originally belonged to the Hanning Construction Company, but due to debt defaults and bankruptcy entanglements, it was now being auctioned by the government. Hanning County Government Investment Promotion Office. Yes, to bid for this land, the company's registered capital must be at least 5 million, and it also requires a one-time payment. This land is over 1,000 acres, and it will cost 28 million to buy. This land is relatively remote. If it were in Hancheng, it would be worth 70 to 80 million, and in Kyoto, it might even be several hundred million to secure. I can arrange the company's registered capital by tomorrow. I want to build a film and television city here. Our Hanang is originally an ancient city, which could also add tourism projects for our county in the future. Yes, that's a good thing. This land has always been a headache. If you buy it, you'll solve a big problem for our government. You must have some understanding of this land, right? Previously, the Hanang Development Company demolished the area, went bankrupt, and left behind unfinished buildings. Now there are over 20 villagers petitioning. Mentioning this made them quite troubled. If you want to buy this land, you will also have to pay the promised demolition compensation to them, so you need to think it through. Each household requires at least 200,000. That's 20 households, which is 4 million. This meant an additional cost of 4 million, which was why no one wanted the land. Although the county government was eager to sell the land, they also had to lay out the stakes. They were also looking for capable development companies. Alright, I agree, Xia Qing said without hesitation. Great, that's wonderful. I'll report this to the county head, and the day after tomorrow. No, at the latest, I'll give you a response by tomorrow, the minister said excitedly. No problem. After Xia Qing left, the minister immediately went to the county head's office. Qing Tian Management Development Company agrees to pay 4 million in compensation to those villagers. These petitioners caused trouble every few days, giving the county government a headache. After all, this is a historical issue left by the Handang Company. If those 20 or so petitioners are not resolved, the higher-ups have asked us to advance these funds. Sigh. How much money can a county government have? They could only cut expenses. Soon, the entire county government and several offices would need to stop paying salaries. Check the qualifications of the other party. If there are no issues, open a fast track to handle this matter, the county head said excitedly. Now, some large companies didn't dare to take on this hot potato. It was a mess left behind. If these petitioners were resolved, not only would his position be secured, but he might even get promoted. Also, if we develop and build a film and television city, our county government will fully cooperate, the county head said. This would also create tourism resources for their county. They must support it wholeheartedly. The county head dialed the office phone. Secretary Zhang, book a restaurant for tomorrow morning, and invite Secretary Zhang Jihua and Yang Jianping from Guangming Bridge. Received. That evening, Xia Qing also received the news that she would have dinner with several leaders tomorrow, and she felt a bit nervous. However, she had also toughened up recently. She wasn't afraid of zombies, so nothing else seemed too scary. The next day at the county government's guest house, it was clear that this place was far inferior to the hotels in the city, highlighting just how poor the county government was. Today, my Sunny Management Development Company has completed an investment of 10 million, Xia Qing said. Xiao Shasha nervously took out the business license from her briefcase. Her heart rate hadn't dropped below 100 since she entered. This room was filled with county leaders. She was now able to sit and eat with the leaders. Alright, I can expedite the process for you, the county head said enthusiastically. The thing is, General Manager Xia, there are still over 20 petitioners. Can we resolve their issues first? The minister said. Sure. Once the process is finalized, I'll arrange for the accountant to transfer the compensation to their bank accounts within the next few days. With that, Xia Qing could settle things quickly and arrange for the construction company to start building her film and television city project. Great! I've also mentioned to Minister Zhang about developing this land for the film city. Our Handan city is a 3,000-year-old ancient capital with a rich cultural heritage, backed by Lingyan Mountain. As long as we can develop it, the prospects are quite good, Xia Qing said. She also had an entertainment company, and when the time came, she would promote Lin Nuan, invite stars to shoot here, and hold concerts, ensuring there would be no lack of popularity. Indeed, our Handan County has this cultural foundation, and I've been applying for the development of the Lingyan Mountain scenic area, the county head said. Most of the people in this county were farmers, and many had moved to big cities, leading to a high turnover of people and making development quite challenging. However, with the support of Sunny Development Company, the establishment of the film city could drive the entire economy of Handan City. The county head had previously been worried, as Handan County had consistently ranked last or second to last in economic performance among the subordinate counties of Hanchang. Now, with the addition of Sunny Company, the county head saw hope. These county heads just wanted their jurisdictions to develop well. The people could become prosperous. No problem. Yang Jianping, you handle this matter and cooperate with Comrade Xia for the subsequent construction. This meal was not very filling. They had been discussing project matters the whole time, and Xia Cheng and Xiao Shasha watched the leaders leave. Notify the county to hold a meeting at 4 this afternoon, the county head said as he got into the car, addressing his secretary. Okay, this project is a breakthrough for driving our county's economy. Minister Zhang, as the minister in charge of the economy, you must follow up on this matter closely, the county head said. Rest assured, I will expedite the approval. Accelerate cooperation, the minister replied seriously. If the project Xia Cheng mentioned was established, it would boost the county's economy, as building the film city would require a large number of migrant workers, driving employment and consumption. The approval process was indeed very quick. Within 2 days, Xia Qing had already purchased the land. Shasha, you've worked hard with me these past 2 days. You can hire 2 more people, you'll be the HR manager, and I'll raise your salary by 2,000. Xia Qing said. Thank you, boss, Xiao Shasha exclaimed excitedly. At first, she lacked motivation, earning 1 or 2,000, and was content to leave work on time without overtime. But after running projects with Xia Qing these past 2 days, the county leaders and their staff had been very friendly to her, especially with the salary increase of 2,000. Plus, with overtime pay, bonuses, and performance incentives, her monthly salary would reach 10,000. That was a high salary in a small county. She felt motivated to work. With money, there was drive. Xiao Shasha was no exception. The land had been purchased, and Xia Qing was busy with the construction company these days. If they were to find someone, they had to find the best. In the past few days, Xiao Shasha had interviewed a few candidates for project manager, but Xia Qing was not satisfied with any of them. Xia Qing simply decided to hire someone through a headhunting company at a high salary. Hello, thank you for coming to my company, Xia Qing said with a smile. She spent a salary of 500,000 to hire the woman in front of her. President Xia, you're too polite. I also have high hopes for our company's prospects. The woman's name is Manhwa, but she prefers to be called by her English name, Moon. Dressed in a sharp professional outfit, with an oval face and a head of stylish short hair. Compared to the two, Moon's demeanor is more like a boss, while Xia Qing looks like a lazy young lady. Xia Qing smiled slightly. No need to say too much. It's nice to talk about the company's prospects, but it's also about the salary being in place. Xia Qing is quite satisfied with this woman. Next is the construction of this project. There are several construction companies in the country, and I hope you can finalize it as soon as possible. Here are the design plans for the film and television city. My requirement is to build it completely, no matter how much funding it takes. Of course, I will invest 200 million at the beginning. Moon was captivated by the beautiful scenes in the design plans on her computer. If we want to fully realize such beauty, I'm afraid 200 million won't be enough, Moon said honestly. There will definitely be more funding later. You don't need to worry about that. You can take charge of the personnel issues, Xia Qing said. Alright, I will definitely complete this project, Moon said seriously. Her gaze towards Xia Qing had already changed. She is a strong woman, and precisely because she is a strong woman, despite her own capabilities, she has faced unfair treatment in the workplace. Now, Xia Qing, also a female boss, has given her this opportunity. Then it will be hard work for you. You can organize a team-building event today, and the company will reimburse it. I won't go, Xia Qing said with a smile. Okay. Moon understood that Xia Qing wouldn't attend, as this was to help her bond with the team. After all, she would be the general manager here in the future. The clothing factory on Suyu's side has also been built, and the equipment is ready. At least 2 workers from the clothing factory can take over directly. This clothing factory is quite good, Xia Qing observed, though the factory space is a bit small. The clothing I want is all ancient styles. I will purchase the raw materials later. You can produce a few styles for me to see first, Xia Qing said. Understood, said Li Yu, the head of the clothing factory. Deputy base leader. As soon as Su Dan heard that Xia Qing was at the clothing factory, she hurried over. Are you still being so polite with me? Qing, is this okay? By the way, I've figured out the formula for your medicinal tea. When will you give me the herbal materials? Su Dan asked. Without the herbs, she can't experiment with the medicinal tea or the medicinal cosmetics. Now her senior brother Yang Fan and Feng Xiang are following Professor Zhang Yenshin to research the agents, and the number of people is sufficient. The main thing is that she promised Xia Qing to make these things, so she must do it well. I forgot. I'll arrange it for you in a few days. I've been too busy lately, Xia Qing said, slapping her forehead. You also need to prepare a batch of beauty equipment for me. I want to try making some first. No problem. Just give me a list of what you need. She felt her money was running low again, mainly because the later construction of the film and television city would be a huge expense. I just received a large batch of fruits. The weather here seems to be a bit warmer. Let's distribute these fruits for free to the women and children, Xia Qing said. That's great, Su Dan smiled. She hadn't eaten fruit in a long time. The base's loudspeaker announced. Today we are distributing fruits. Elderly people over 60 and children under 10 can receive a portion of fruit every day for the next 3 days. Each person can only receive 1 portion per day. The base's announcement played 3 times in a loop. Fruits are being distributed. And they're free. Many people have already started to line up. Coming to this base was their best choice. We don't have to queue at our ceramics factory. Everyone will receive a share. So just do your own work well, Tian Rui said loudly. Alright, it's great to work at our ceramics factory. Not only can everyone get a piece of fruit, but the supplies are also more abundant than elsewhere. I wonder what fruit we'll get this time. Director Tion, come quick and take a look. This batch is a success, the staff at the ceramics factory said excitedly. This ceramic has a lard glazed surface, smooth and soft, like the skin of a beautiful woman, white and translucent. The fat pear-shaped pot has smooth lines, full and round, paired with 2 equally colored exquisite teacups. Perfect. Pack this set up. I'll take it to show the deputy base director, and the rest can go to the warehouse, Tian Rue instructed. Holding the packed teapot set, Tian Rue went to find Xia Cheng. Tian Rue, a rich young lady, and Su Dan got along well. The three of them found a room, and Xia Qing set out some tea and snacks. They chatted for the whole afternoon. Suyu couldn't go too far, otherwise, Xia Qing would be restricted and sent back to her space. The distance between them was as vast as the space allowed. Li Yao and a few others were barbecuing on the nearby balcony. After their conversation, Xia Qing, still wanting more, said, "Let's chat again next time. Let me know if you need any supplies." "Sure. Thanks, Deputy Base Director." Su Dan joked. Xia Qing shot her a glance. Their relationship was good, and they hit it off, knowing Su Dan was just teasing her. "Suyu, remember to collect the ceramics from the warehouse. I'll go back and put them away later." "Okay." The next moment, Xia Cheng disappeared from the spot. Suyu frowned slightly. In the past, Xia Qing always came with him by her side. "Why do I feel like the base director is a bit angry with us?" Su Dan said, sensing Suyu's coldness. "Ahem, maybe it's because we monopolized Xia Qing for the whole afternoon?" Tian Rue suggested. The two exchanged glances, seemingly discovering a mutual understanding, and nodded. The people at the base were queuing to receive fruit. There had been fruit before, but it required expensive points, and most were reluctant to spend their points. After all, every point was earned through hard work each day. If one didn't work for a day, there would be no points. Xia Qing returned home, took a hot shower, and changed into clean clothes. After a hearty meal, she took the high-speed train to Qingping City, which took 3 hours. She needed to order a large quantity of medicinal materials there and hoped to establish a long-term cooperative relationship. The Qingping City Herbal Medicine Market is one of the earliest specialized herbal medicine markets established in China, located by the Pearl River, at the intersection of Qingping Road and Tiyun Road. The market is vast, with over 2,000 shops, and is the only herbal market established in the center of a metropolis. Since she was already by the Pearl River, it was also nice to take a little tour here. Her WeChat pinged. She first checked the message from Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang was the planning manager hired at a high salary by her entertainment company. "Boss, Power in the World just aired 2 episodes and has already broken 10,000 views. Our drama has the same screenwriter, and I've planned a promotional video." Seizing the opportunity to ride the wave of popularity, not just for her drama but also for The First Empress. "Cousin, our drama is a hit even before it airs." Lin Nuan also sent Xia Qing a video. Although the two dramas had different standings, they shared the same screenwriter and producer, so Xia Qing's modern drama was gaining popularity even before its release. Xia Qing scrolled through Douyin, where there were many videos about power in the world. The theme song sung by Lei Yue is so beautiful. Did you catch the lyrics? They're the lines recited by Chu Huangyue in the show. The author is amazing. Her Weibo account also gained quite a bit of popularity. Next, The First Empress also surged in popularity, and filming was set to begin next month. Immediately following that, Su Jia and Lin Nuan released a trailer to capitalize on the hype. Is Su Jia going to play the male lead this time? I heard this is an original script, and the author is also a spicy pepper. I want to watch it. The atmosphere in the trailer looks good, but why do I feel like they don't match at all? Su Jia is 185 meters tall, and isn't that actress just the maid from The First Empress? How can she match Su Jia as the female lead? Her maid character in The First Empress was so weak. Xia Qing noticed that many comments in the promotional video were mocking Lin Nuan, saying the two of them didn't match. Don't pay attention to the comments. Take a good rest after wrapping up, and let's go eat together when I'm done with my work, Xia Qing messaged Lin Nuan. I'm fine. When the drama comes out, it'll slap them in the face. The director said I performed really well. Don't worry. Since I've chosen to be an actress, I have this level of mental resilience. Cousin, hurry up and finish your work so we can eat together. Lin Nuan replied. You should be close to terminating your contract. I've arranged for Zhang Nan to find you a new agent. Thank you, cousin. Lin Nuan expressed her gratitude, thinking she would be out of work for a few days. Lin Nuan messaged manager Jiang, Sister Jiang, I've arrived at the company. Shall we officially sign the contract? Sister Jiang is busy. Your termination contract has already been stamped. Just sign it here, a staff member said. Lin Nuan signed without hesitation and left immediately. Isn't that Lin Nuan? She actually terminated her contract with our company, Didn't she work so hard to be the top trainee to get in? Don't you know she recently filmed a drama as the female lead? The trailer says Lin Wan and Soo Jia have no chemistry at all. Isn't the trailer just riding on the hype of our drama? They think they can become popular just like that. There are too many fleeting actresses in the entertainment industry. A few gossiping women couldn't help but gossip as they saw Lin Wan come to pick up her termination papers. In manager Zhang's office, there were dozens of newcomer photos on her desk. It's hard to stay popular in the entertainment industry. To stabilize her position, she needs to continuously promote newcomers and have new faces to accompany those investors. This way, her first-tier status will be more secure. Sister Jiang, Lin Wan has signed the termination contract. Let her sign. She's just a transparent little newcomer. Manager Jiang didn't care at all. She had so many newcomers in her hands. Every year, there are freshly graduated students for her to choose from. However, getting a 300,000 income before leaving is also quite good. Lin Wan thinks the leaving me will lead to good development. Just one female lead drama flopped. Does she really think it's that easy to become popular? How many people can truly become famous each year? Without backing and capital operations, even if they become popular, it's just fleeting. Besides, how much money can her cousin, a writer, invest in a drama? If it flops, that's all her savings gone. A drama requires at least tens of millions in investment. If they could invite Soo Jia, the investment is probably all spent on his salary. The quality of the drama won't be high. It's strange if the audience buys it. Isn't the trailer just mocking Lin Wan? Manager Jiang sneered dismissively. She had signed so many people, and it was always her terminating others. Lin Wan was the first to terminate her. She wanted to see if Lin Wan could become popular without her. Without resources and support, how could she succeed? Sister Jiang is right. Lin Wan is decent looking, but there are plenty of beautiful women around now. Manager Jiang laughed. Xiaoqing didn't pay attention to the online comments, whether good or bad, as long as it was trending. Upon arriving in Qingping City, she first went to buy medicinal materials, planning to finish shopping and then take a stroll in the nearby Zhujiang city. The two cities are very close. The high-speed train takes only a few minutes. There are many types of medicinal materials, at least several hundred. According to the list written by Sudan, she ordered a batch. Among them, some medicinal materials are quite expensive. Nowadays, they are all artificially cultivated, and the price varies with the quantity available. The cultivation of snow lotus is difficult, so the price is high, said the owner of the medicinal materials factory. As long as there's stock, that's fine. Have this batch delivered to this location, Xiaoqing said. Alright, you are the most straightforward client I've encountered. I'll gift you 50 pounds of Shuashan Shirkue. This is a good thing. It cools you down, awakens the spleen, generates saliva, and quenches thirst, said the factory owner. Thank you very much. Let's add each other on WeChat. I'll transfer you 20% of the deposit first, and I'll pay the remaining balance once you ship the goods, Xiaoqing said. Alright, their factory specializes in supplying large pharmaceutical companies or traditional Chinese medicine clinics. Many buy medicinal materials in bulk, and there are quite a few who purchase more than Xiaoqing. The prices for traditional Chinese medicinal materials are clearly marked, and buying in bulk usually comes with a wholesale price. Xiaoqing was quite straightforward, saving him a lot of effort. Otherwise, negotiating prices could take 1 or 2 hours. She purchases medicinal materials to bring to another world, exchanging food and supplies for their labor, which means she profits from the price difference, so she doesn't mind these details. After finishing all this, she originally planned to take a tour around Zhujiang, but Moon sent her a message that the construction company had preliminarily settled in the Huaxi Construction Company in Chuanjiang. Alright, then let's meet in Chuanjiang tomorrow, Xiaoqing said. Okay, Moon replied instantly. Anna, you're coming with me to Chuanjiang this time. Xiaolu, book the high-speed train tickets for tomorrow, Moon said. Received. Sister Moon, there are high-speed train tickets for 7:10 and 7:30 tomorrow morning. Which one should I book? Xiaolu asked. Xiaolu is their newly hired administrative staff, and Anna is a former subordinate of Moon who also switched to Xiaoqing's company this time. 7:10, and book the hotel. No need to book, Moon quickly retracted that message. Xiaolu was a bit confused. Moon looked at WeChat, where Xiaoqing had already sent her the information for the 5-star hotel in Chuanjiang, the Shangji Alongjuan Courtyard Hotel. It is one of the top 20 most expensive hotels in the country. The accommodation fee for one night ranges from 3,000 to 100,000. Xiaoqing arrived in Chuanjiang that afternoon. One must say that their country's high-speed trains are indeed very fast. The city is famous for its spicy hot pot, especially the 9-grid hot pot, as well as spicy rabbit heads and brown sugar glutinous rice balls. She bought a large amount of food from outside the hotel and had it delivered to her room. Suyu, Xiaoqing called out. I'm here. The next moment, Xia Qing brought a large pile of food to Suyu's space. In the room, besides Suyu, there were Wang Chang, Zhang Liang, and Liao. Xia Qing noticed their serious expressions, as if something had happened. I brought hot pot, spicy 9-grid hot pot. How about we eat while chatting? Xia Qing suggested. The few nodded, and upon hearing about the spicy hot pot, their eyes instantly lit up. Let's call Tian Rui and Sudan too. Okay, I'll go call them. Liao happily ran off to call his wife. He wasn't there the last time they had hot pot, and they ended up taking the pot base away. This time, he wanted to eat more. Tian Rui was holding a child, and Xia Qing had specially bought a cake and yogurt for the child in Chuanzheng. Don't keep looking at the ingredient list, otherwise, I'll feel like I can't eat anything. Xia Qing looked at Sudan, who seemed to be fixated on the ingredient list again. I'm just taking a look, yogurt is fine, it's fermented milk. Sudan awkwardly touched her nose. The few of them were eating hot pot, but Suyu, Wang Chang, and Zhang Liang seemed to be in a low mood. By the way, I haven't asked what happened yet, Xia Qing said. Our base survivors have been kidnapped. I've heard those people have weapons, Wang Chang said. Could it be that mutated zombie? It's not a mutated zombie. I suspect it's that group of cannibals. The drone captured some footage, but by the time we got there, it was too late. Suyu's gaze turned increasingly cold. Those who can devour their own kind are no longer worthy of being called human. Li Zhong and the others had encountered them before. Without food, they would definitely be searching for survivors. Send Li Zhong and the others with the drone to search. They've seen those people and can recognize them. Make sure they go in groups of at least 5. Suyu said. Understood. Recently, those who went missing were in pairs. They wouldn't attack larger groups, indicating that their numbers are limited. The ones who attacked were not evolvers, so those people definitely haven't evolved. Just as Suyu suspected, 2 members from their base were currently bound and hanging. First chop off the thigh, then the calf. Don't kill him in one go, or it won't be fresh, a man with a scruffy beard said, his sunken red eyes glinting as he held a large cleaver. Don't worry, big brother, I have plenty of experience. The man walked towards one of the bound men with the knife. Don't kill me, our base has food. We have rice and fruit. I even have steamed buns in my pocket, the man said fearfully. He had come out to search for supplies, still carrying a steaming bun in his pocket. Although it had cooled, it was still soft, clearly fresh from the last couple of days. It's a bun. The man took a couple of bites from the bun in his hand. Ha, it really is a bun. A bun has its own flavor when cooked with meat. The man laughed sinisterly. Crack, crack, blood splattered onto the flames, flickering twice. The bound man's thigh had been chopped off, blood held back by the ropes to prevent him from dying. The other trapped man was already scared to death. He wished he hadn't come out to search for supplies. He had heard the base's warning to stay inside for safety, but he still wanted to come out to collect antiques in exchange for points. He just wanted to trade for cigarettes. The points were expensive, and his craving was strong. He didn't want to do hard labor at the base, so he took the risk. The museum outside the city had few zombies, who knew they would encounter people. Now he regretted it deeply, his face pale. He didn't want to die like this. Brother gang, it seems that the Sunny Day base really has food. Why don't we join them? Another man said. A single bun has bought you off? Lu Gang sneered. This meat is so delicious. The smell when it's roasted is incredible. Don't forget, if we don't eat this, we'll die. From the moment we took our first bite, there was no turning back. Don't forget what happened to Wang Shui and the others, Lu Gang said with a grim expression. And we need to catch that blood in a plastic bag. We can't waste it. The toxins in their bodies were accumulating more and more. Not only that, it was like poison, seeping into their marrow, and they could no longer eat ordinary food. If they went too long without eating, they wouldn't be able to stand it, becoming neither human nor ghost, even resorting to gnawing on their own flesh. There was no turning back for them. They could only eat to survive. Meanwhile, Suyu was busy enjoying spicy hot pot. This food is so satisfying. I really love this crunchy stuff. This is bamboo shoot. It's the best for hot pot. Xia Qing explained. Have you gathered all the medicinal materials? The equipment is ready. We're just waiting for the materials, and my senior brother also needs a certain ingredient. I've got everything. I should be able to bring it to you the day after tomorrow. So write down the ingredients for me, and I'll buy them when I get back, Xia Qing said. It's a pity the inhibitor is too difficult, but the enhancer proposed by the professor is quite effective. It's already showing preliminary results. With the enhancer, our physical abilities will improve significantly, Su Dan said. Xia Qing was also very moved. If this enhancer proved effective, she wanted to get one for her family. If it could be mass-produced, she could make a fortune selling the enhancement drugs in the future. A few of the survivors who caused trouble yesterday were taught a lesson. They were told that if they didn't behave, they wouldn't get a single bite to eat. Now they don't dare to cause any more trouble. they're quite obedient, Li Yao said. The newly arrived survivors, long starved, would do anything for food, but the base had rules. After being severely punished, they no longer dared to cause trouble. Follow the rules to get food. Causing trouble would get you kicked out. That's fine. Let them go build the walls first, Suyu said. Xiaoqing ate her fill with them, chatted for a while, and then left. She had to meet Man the next day to discuss matters with the Huaxi Construction Company. By the way, remember to have your architect design a few villas for me, Xiaoqing said as she was leaving. Okay, Suyu replied. Once Xiaoqing disappeared, Suyu's expression noticeably dimmed. Things were too busy now. The base was still under construction, and Xiaoqing had come to his world unilaterally. Suyu knew very well that this was not the time to bring up any feelings. Doing so would only cause her distress. Maintaining the current state was essential, and any further development would require an opportunity. Suyu was very patient. He would wait. Moreover, he could sense that Xiaoqing did not dislike him. This was not a long-distance relationship but rather one across different timelines. If only he could one day reach her world. However, Suyu still had no access to the spatial connection, could only check the space, and had no permissions to enter. Brother Yu, people from the Dragon Kingdom's capital base have arrived. They're flying fighter jets, Yang Shua hurriedly said over the intercom. Fighter jets. No wonder it's the underground base of the Dragon Kingdom. I wonder how long it would take them to walk here, Wang Chang exclaimed in surprise. In times of crisis, the country's resources would definitely be the most abundant, controlled by a select few. They've arrived. It's a fighter jet. There are actually fighter jets. Could it be that people from the government have come? The people at the base excitedly gathered around to watch the landing planes. What are you thinking? If the Dragon Kingdom wanted to save us, they wouldn't have waited a whole year without any rescue. I just hope they don't come to rob our base. No way. How could that be? We can take showers now, and we have rice, flour, fruits, and milk. Hearing this, everyone became tense, looking at the fighter jets with anxiety rather than joy. 3 men in gas masks descended from the fighter jets, fully equipped and holding guns. But Suyu could see at a glance that the guns were just for show. They were unloaded. Suyu, one of the men said, removing his mask in surprise. Zheng Chen. Suyu frowned slightly, not expecting it to be him. I thought you had died back then. I didn't expect you to still be alive now, Zheng Chen said flatly. Sorry to disappoint you by not dying, Suyu replied coldly. Wang Chang and the others behind Suyu exchanged glances. They didn't recognize this man, but since he knew Suyu, it seemed their relationship wasn't very good. I actually hoped you would be eaten by zombies, Zheng Chen said icily. How can you talk like that? Li Yao blared at Zheng Chen angrily. How could he curse their brother Yu to be eaten by zombies? At noon, Moon and Anna had already arrived at the hotel. At 2 in the afternoon, we can go directly to the Huaxi headquarters. I've already made an appointment with their manager, Moon said. Wow, this is a 5-star hotel. It costs 5,000 a night. Sister Moon, can we get reimbursed? Anna asked, excited but worried. Which company reimburses 5,000 a night for business trips? This is booked by the boss for us. Moon smiled. Naturally, Mon felt it was worth it for such a generous boss. This afternoon's negotiation must be a success. Xiaoqing wore a gray cardigan from Piaceville, paired with an orange floral top underneath, carrying a small leopard print bag from Versace worth 21,400, and a light coffee-colored mini skirt. Her hair was casually styled in a low bun. Although it was already October, she didn't feel cold at all, especially since she could just take a taxi instead of squeezing onto the subway. Boss, Mon greeted as Xiaoqing came out. Just call me Xiaoqing, or Qingqing, she replied, her approachable demeanor making Mon feel more at ease, especially since Anna noticed that Xiaoqing was quite young to be their boss. They were here to negotiate a project worth several hundred million, and they were the client. Once in the car, Mon handed over the materials to Xiaoqing while explaining them appropriately. Huaxi Construction is one of the top 10 construction companies in Huagua, with strong state-owned enterprise backing. There were other construction companies in the country, but Mon chose Huaxi after comparisons and inquiries, ultimately confirming Huaxi for this multi-hundred million project. The price Huaxi offered includes a commitment to complete everything within 2 years, with the earliest being 1 year and the latest 2. Huaxi is known for its relatively fast construction speed. After about half an hour, they arrived at Huaxi, and Xiaoqing had a good understanding of Huaxi construction and the negotiation price. In Huaxi's senior conference room, project manager Qin Jun arrived with 2 assistants. Hello, we saw your design drawings and are very confident we can bring this to life, Qin Jun said. This design must have been created by a very professional architect, as the annotations are very clear. Such designs could only be produced by first-class architects, with a commission of 2% of the total cost. This meant the design fee would be 2 million. Xia Qing felt she had underestimated the value. She hadn't expected to exchange some materials for a 2 million design drawing. She decided to buy more items at Suyu Shikong that evening to compensate the architect. According to the design, we can guarantee everything will be completed in a year and a half, Xin Jun stated. Completing this construction would also enhance their company's reputation. That's great. Of course, the most important thing is quality, Xia Qing replied. The remaining matters were for Mon to negotiate. Her purpose for being there was simply to sign. After all, it was an investment worth several hundred million, and if her company grew large enough, she wouldn't need to appear in person in the future. However, this was also a valuable learning experience for her. She had never had such confidence before. Mon exuded a strong presence, and the meeting became intense, with assistants quickly bringing in coffee. After about 2 hours, both parties finally agreed on the details, with more discussions to follow. Pleasure to cooperate, Xia Qing said. Pleasure to cooperate. I will start the project as soon as possible, Xin Jun replied. For any further matters, you can talk directly with Mon. No problem. Miss Mon is the most capable professional I've ever met, as always strong and assertive. I'm looking forward to our collaboration, Xin Jun said, his gaze fixed on Mon. Manager Qin is being polite, Mon said, avoiding his gaze with a faint smile. Anna had already reviewed the contract several times, ensuring there were no issues before letting Xia Qing sign. However, for such a large order, both parties would have lawyers present, and since Huaxi was a state-owned enterprise, this aspect was very secure. That evening at a 5-star hotel, Xia Qing asked, Mon, do you know Manager Qin from before? She had sensed some awkwardness when Mon and Xin Jun first made eye contact in the afternoon. Yes, he is my ex-boyfriend. The project manager I previously dealt with at Huaxi was Chen Junqing from the second group. I didn't expect it would be Qin Jun coordinating with us this time. Mon also had a tense expression. She was afraid that Xia Qing would misunderstand her, thinking that her relationship with Qin Jun was the reason she chose Huaxi Construction. I haven't been in contact with him for a long time. I promise it won't affect my work, Mon said seriously. I believe you, but for the next 2 years, you'll have to interact with him. Who knows, old feelings might reignite. I see a spark in his eyes when he looks at you, Xia Qing teased. Mon had mentioned that it was originally a project connected to Huaxi's second group, but it unexpectedly turned into the first group. No way. Impossible, Mon said coldly. All she wanted now was to work well. Her family was a burden, and she had no intention of getting married in this lifetime. Xia Qing looked at Mon's expression and said nothing, but felt that she would be proven wrong in the future. However, she was aware of Mon's situation. It was well known in the original company, and the headhunting firm naturally informed her of the news. If it weren't for Xia Qing, Mon might not have found such a job after resigning. Mon's parents favored her brother, even making Mon pay for his house and car. She had been avoiding them, but somehow they found out about her company, and her parents even caused a scene with the director. Her father had been drinking that day and ended up hitting the director. Mon, I know you have strong work abilities. Even if you didn't graduate from a top university, I still promoted you to the position of department manager. But your father has made a scene that the whole company knows about today. I'm sorry, please resign voluntarily. Out of respect for our past relationship, I won't call the police on your father, the director said. Mon looked at the director's bruised face and said with her usually cold expression, I'm sorry, director. Mon had given all her savings to her parents just to send them away, but by then, she had hardly any money left. However, she received a job offer. Manager Wang, there's a job that suits you quite well. If you're willing to come, the salary is negotiable, said the headhunting firm staff. They sent her a document, and the office address was in a small county in a third-tier city. She was about to decline. After all, a small county's salary would only be a few thousand, right? Here, as a manager, she earned over 400,000 a year. The other party is willing to offer you a salary of 500,000 a year. Think about it. This isn't some scam company, is it? Mon couldn't believe such good fortune. Of course not. Our country has strict measures against fraud. Who would dare to scam? Who wants to get shot? Mon looked at Xia Qing in front of her and felt that coming here was the right choice. She would definitely do a good job on this project. That night, Xia Qing went to the supermarket to buy a lot of things. She knew that design drawing was worth 2 million. Suyu? I'm here. Hearing Suyu's voice, Xia Qing felt relieved. What happened? Xia Qing noticed that the faces of the people in the villa didn't look good. It's our capital base in Longwa. They sent someone today. They don't get along with our Yugu, Li Yao said angrily. Thinking of the outrageous things Zheng Chen had said, Li Yao was very upset. They actually want to morally blackmail us, Wang Chang said. Morally blackmail? Xia Qing frowned. They want us to provide them with food for free, Suyu said coldly, his eyes filled with coldness. He would never do such a thing. For free? Dream on, Xia Qing said. The food was also bought with her money. Moreover, it had to be ordered, although it didn't cost much. Ordering and transporting it to the warehouse were all tasks she had to handle personally. Unless they exchanged something, did they expect her to do hard labor for free? That day was like this. There hasn't been a specific negotiation yet. Those people are temporarily staying with us, and they have guns. Not only do they have guns in Kyoto, but they also have fighter jets. If we bombard them, their base won't be able to stop it. On the other side, Zheng Chen was arranged by Li Yao to another room. They probably won't agree to give us food for free, Song Yi said. They won't, Zheng Chen sneered. Zheng Chen said this on purpose, wanting to test how much food they had. The base is very clean, and the survivors look good. There must be food here, Shinbei said. Although the base wasn't as well built as theirs, their underground fortress had been gradually developed by Long Country decades ago. It was originally to avoid the radiation from war bombs. After all, the international situation in Long Country had always been tense. Ah Chen, what happened between you and Suyu back then? Weren't you the best of brothers? Song Yi asked. In the Special Mysterious Forces of Long Country, Captain Suyu and Vice Captain Zhang Chen had a very good relationship. Don't mention the past. Our current mission is to find food for the base. Our food is running low. Zhang Chen frowned. Don't forget, our brothers and families are still in the underground base in the capital. The underground base in the capital stored a large amount of food, and after the outbreak of the zombie virus, they had hidden in the underground fortress. Of course, some people were searching for supplies outside, but the food had already been infected and destroyed. At first, they could guarantee 3 meals a day, then it became 2 meals, and later just 1. They hadn't expected the food to deplete so quickly, especially since the zombies had not died even after 6 months. Suyu won't agree to give us food for free. Are we supposed to rob them? There are only 3 of us now. Shinbei frowned. Even with weapons, the 3 of them couldn't fight against so many people. Besides, is there really food in this broken place? Song Yi said skeptically. They were backed by Long Country, and the underground base had no idea how many supplies it had stockpiled. It's all Jiang Tao's fault. That person betrayed us. He actually stole so many of our supplies. The distribution of supplies in the base is unfair. Those at the bottom naturally want to resist, but they didn't expect that they would take all the remaining supplies with them. Zheng Chen frowned. They had actually received signals from Suyu's side long ago. The signal from their Long Country base covered the entire globe. At first, they didn't believe it, but since the food in the base was insufficient, they could only come over. We can't afford to waste time here. Zheng Chen frowned. The 3 of them immediately understood what Zheng Chen meant and quickly grabbed their weapons. What are you doing? You can't move around freely in the base, said the vanguard guard watching over them. I want to see your base leader now, Zheng Chen said coldly. No, your word doesn't count. Zheng Chen pulled out the gun in his hand. This handgun had bullets. How could this be? Take me there. Otherwise, you're dead. Zheng Chen pointed the gun at the vanguard guard's head. The 3 of them were also evolved beings. In Suyu's office, a gunshot was heard, and a team member rushed over. Brother Yu, those 3 have taken our brother hostage. He has a gun. Let Zheng Chen come in alone, Suyu said coldly. In a moment, Zheng Chen walked in confidently. Except for Xia Qing, everyone else looked at him as if they wanted to kill him. Zheng Chen, we said to let you rest here for a day. We need to discuss this. It's only been a few hours, and you've taken our brother hostage and barged in? Li Yao said angrily. We can't wait. The people in Suyu's underground base are all national elites. Some are athletes who have brought glory to the country, some are Nobel Prize-winning scientists, writers, and high-end technical talents. If they die, humanity is truly finished. Zheng Chen said coldly. So what? Are ordinary people not human? Whose life has 2 chances? Suyu said in a deep voice. Back then, Suyu was also a candidate to enter the Dragon Country base, but the base had abandoned too many people. Suyu, don't forget that if it weren't for you, my sister wouldn't have died. You owe me a life. Zheng Chen's words stunned everyone in the hall, including Xia Qing, who looked at Suyu with curiosity. Feeling the gaze, Suyu frowned slightly. He had never wanted to explain before, but now he was eager to do so. I've said it before, your sister's death has nothing to do with me, and I didn't like her. If you insist on blaming me for this, then we have nothing more to discuss, Suyu said, frowning. But she went to find you that day. If she hadn't come to you, she wouldn't have been killed. You know very well who I am. You told my family's address to your sister. Don't you realize that would put her in danger? You killed your sister. If hating me makes you feel better, then go ahead and hate. But I truly didn't like your sister, Suyu said quietly. I've told you long ago. Zheng Chen's heart ached even more, and he suddenly charged at Suyu, and the 2 began to fight. Li Yao was about to help Suyu when Zhang Liang and Wang Chang stopped him. This is their own business. Let them sort it out themselves, Zhang Liang said. Sometimes, a fight is all it takes to resolve a man's inner turmoil. Suyu had never explained before, and Zhang Chen had been trapped in this mindset, constantly resenting him, as if it could ease his own pain. Why have you never explained for years? Today, you suddenly want to explain. Just let me keep hating you. Bang! Neither of them gave way, their fists landing hard. Suyu's gaze swept over the tense and worried Xia Qing. He didn't want this matter to be misunderstood today. They fought for nearly an hour, both drenched in sweat, with bruises at the corners of their mouths. Both of them were quite skilled. Unfortunately, they were fighting in clothes. If they had taken off their shirts to reveal their 8-pack abs and fought in an octagonal cage, the scene would have been even more exhilarating and eye-catching. Are you giving food or not? Zhang Chen asked. Trade for something. Antiques, gold, anything valuable, technology, whatever can be exchanged. Suyu replied. After their fight, it seemed the anger had dissipated somewhat, and everyone was now sitting at the table. Zhang Chen had blood at the corner of his mouth, and Suyu wasn't much better. His shoulder hurt a bit, and he had a hidden injury on his back. Antiques? What use are those? Zhang Chen said, speechless. He thought Suyu would ask him for firearms and ammunition, which were in short supply. They had used up most of their bullets while clearing out the zombie hordes recently. If you want food, do as I say, Suyu frowned. I'm looking to exchange food for thousands of people. Are you sure antiques can be exchanged for that? Zhang Chen said incredulously, as those things were plentiful in the Kyoto National Museum. Jewelry and diamonds are fine too, technology works as well, Xia Qing said from the side. Zhang Chen looked at Xia Qing. When Suyu was fighting him, he had been distracted by observing her expression. He had never seen Suyu care about that girl before. Who do you think you are? I'm talking to the leader of your base. Zhang Chen seemed to remember his sister and instantly became furious again. She is the deputy leader of my Qingtian base. If you don't want to trade with me, then you can leave. Suyu's tone suddenly turned icy. The atmosphere once again became tense. Zhang Chen always imposed the cause of his sister's death onto others, as if that would make him feel better. Do you believe I can send someone to blow up your base? All the food in your base belongs to me, Zhang Chen said violently. If you blow up the base, there won't be a single piece of food left, and there won't be any in the future. I think, Zhang Chen, you are a smart person. Suyu sneered. And I can choose not to exchange with you. All the survivors in your base will starve to death. Yes, don't test human nature. In extreme hunger, anything can happen. He had seen too many such things. Poof. Zhang Chen didn't speak, but there were already people in the base who had betrayed them, and to maintain energy supplies, they had no choice but to use machines to turn the waste of the upper class into colorless protein blocks. Someone from the lower class discovered that the base was doing this and led a revolt among the lower class people. Taking advantage of the guards going out to search for supplies, they raided the warehouse and tanks, leaving with food. Apologize to her. Otherwise, you won't get a single morsel of food, Suyu said coldly. Impossible. Zhang Chen retorted angrily. It was out of the question for him to apologize to a woman. He just hated Xia Qing. Then get lost. Zhang Chen raised his gun, aiming it at Xia Qing, and everyone else tensed up instantly. The next second, Suyu shielded Xia Qing. Decide for yourself if you want food. Heh, she's really something. You protect her like this. Zhang Chen's smile was somewhat twisted, but he retracted his gun. With a thud, Suyu kicked Zhang Chen down, snatched the gun from his hand, and pressed his knee against his neck. In the earlier fight, Suyu hadn't used all his strength, but Zhang Chen had just aimed the gun at Xia Qing. This was intolerable. You should be grateful you were once my comrade, otherwise, I would kill you. Suyu whispered this coldly into Zhang Chen's ear. Heh, Zhang Chen's heart twisted with laughter. Apologize. Don't even think about food. Suyu's tone was icy as he exerted force, causing Zhang Chen's face to turn pale with bulging veins. I'm sorry, Zhang Chen said through gritted teeth. The people present were all evolvers. Even though the voice was small, Xia Qing and the others heard it. Wang Chang, Zhang Liang, and Li Yao were also there. They would kill anyone who posed a threat to Xia Qing. Food can be exchanged, but you need to figure out the transportation, Suyu said. As long as it's valuable? Zhang Chen seemed to have returned to normal, as if he had switched personalities from the earlier twisted version, though there was a new bruise on his face. Of course. Zhang Chen pulled out a gold medal from his pocket and said, This is gold. I want to exchange it for a meal right now. Suyu took it. It was a first-class merit medal from the Dragon Country. This is a medal I received for eliminating a group of terrorists. I was shot 3 times during that mission, pure gold. Zhang Chen had carried it with him all along. Suyu handed the medal to Xia Qing. It was indeed heavy, probably around 100 grams. However, the Dragon Country emblem and flag on it looked exactly like their Huagua one. But she couldn't dare to sell this. Unless she threw it away, this was a medal bestowed by the state. A few minutes later, Zhang Chen was kicked out, holding a large bucket of KFC. Shen Gu. Song Yi and Shenbei ran over simultaneously. Shen Gu, you're hurt. Did they hit you? I want to go deal with him. Song Yi said angrily. Don't go. Look at this. Zheng Chen opened the bucket of fried chicken, and a wave of fried chicken aroma wafted out, causing the three of them to drool instantly. Zheng Chen had already eaten a meal inside. Although his mouth had been hit, it didn't stop him from eating, and he had devoured 10 beef burgers in one go. I can take the leftovers, right? Zheng Chen looked at the remaining burgers and fried chicken on the table. Of course. You can take this water too, Xiaoqing said, blinking. Zheng Chen's eating was too funny, his mouth swollen from Suyu's punch, but he still wanted to eat, making the swelling worse. Is this chicken? Fried chicken? Shenbei said uncertainly. Since the apocalypse, he hadn't seen a normal chicken. Yes, this is for both of you. Zheng Chen said that at first he just wanted to test whether there was really food. In fact, valuable things are not on anyone, except for guns, but Zheng Chen has always kept this medal, which holds special significance for him. To others, it's just a useless item, but unexpectedly, it really exchanged for food. Eat first, we'll talk after. Zheng Chen had just finished speaking. Shenbei and Song Yi both stuffed their mouths full, wolfing down the fragrant fried chicken legs, chewing the bones until they were crushed and swallowed. You take this gold medal, Suyu. It seems quite important. This is a medal awarded for first-class merit. Usually only the dead would have such an honor. That time, Zheng Chen was shot 3 times in the chest and was in ICU for half a year, Suyu said, looking at the medal. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Zheng Chen is a good soldier for the people, but it's true that he's not quite right in the head. Then I'll head back. If you need a large amount of food, let me know in advance, Xiaoqing said. She needed to make bulk purchases. Wait, Sudan and Tian Rui are looking for you, Suyu said, stopping Xiaoqing, who wanted to disappear on the spot. Qingqing, this set is called National Beauty and Heavenly Fragrance. Take a look, Tian Rui said, holding a set of teapots. It's beautiful, very beautiful, Xiaoqing exclaimed. But they've only made less than 100 sets. There are few artisans, and only 2 machines, so it's quite slow, Tian Rui said. It's fine, take your time. I'll take all of these, Xiaoqing said happily. Sudan also came over and said, I've prepared 5 types of medicinal tea. These are all made with mineral water. Otherwise, even though the water here has been filtered, it still has a strange taste when brewed. You should try them all first. Sudan took out 5 cups. These 5 are based on the 5 elements: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. The first one is a nourishing yin and lung drink, good for the eyes and clearing the lungs, moistening and nourishing. Xiaoqing looked at the color and thought it might be a bit bitter. Taking a small sip, how come there's not a hint of bitterness? It even has a refreshing fragrance, Xiaoqing said in surprise, as this somewhat overturned her perception of the taste of traditional Chinese medicinal tea. That's the effect of the preparation technique, Sudan smiled. This preparation technique is a skill. Our dragon country has thousands of years of craftsmanship, plus later improvements, allowing the medicinal materials to exert perfect efficacy. This is wood. The second one, a liver-soothing drink that clears liver fire and regulates qi. This is water, a nourishing and moistening drink that benefits yang energy and strengthens the spleen and kidneys. Finally, this is earth, a spleen-strengthening and damp-dispelling drink that promotes water metabolism and reduces swelling. Xiaoqing tried each one. The flavors were fragrant and sweet, each with a different taste. Is traditional Chinese medicine really not bitter at all? Xiaoqing asked. Not exactly. Some medicines are still quite bitter because they need to maintain their efficacy. But this is medicinal tea, so it doesn't need to be that bitter, Sudan laughed. Alright, thank you for your hard work, Dan. Xiaoqing smiled, as she planned to open a tea shop in the big city first. This is a jar of beauty medicinal cream. You should try it. I see your skin is quite fair. You can take it back to let your family try it, Sudan said. Okay, thank you all. If you need anything, just write it down, and I'll bring it next time. Xiaoqing smiled. Xiaoqing returned to her own world, thinking that the medicinal tea also needed a name, and where to open it in which city. As Xiaoqing was pondering, a message from Lin Wan came through on WeChat. Sister Qing, do you have time? Want to grab a meal together? Lin Wan asked. Sure, how about tomorrow night? Xiaoqing replied. This way, she could just open the medicinal tea shop in the Magic City. The rent would definitely be a bit expensive, but once the medicinal materials were prepared, they just needed to be brewed. The delivery would take just a day, and then it would need to steep for at least a few hours to absorb the flavors. Xiaoqing went downstairs and asked Yang Xia, who was watching TV, Mom, I'm going to the Magic City tomorrow. Do you want to go and play with my aunt? Sure. My aunt video chatted with me these past few days. Although she didn't say much, I always feel like she has something going on. Then let's go see aunt together. Xiaoqing smiled. Dad, I ordered a tractor for you. It should arrive tomorrow. Remember to sign for it at home. When? Xia Jishan instantly became excited. I ordered it online. Just remember to receive it. The vegetables can wait until I get back, Xia Qing said. She had to go to the Magic City to get everything set up at the tea shop, which would probably take 3 or 4 days. Alright, don't worry. I have a tractor now. Ha ha ha. Xia Jishan happily ran out to show off. Now, people in the village were eager to talk to Xia Jishan, not just from their village but also from the neighboring one. After all, Xia Jishan was crucial for whether they could sell their vegetables. If he didn't buy them, they would have to pick them themselves and transport them to the city, and whether they could sell them was another matter. It was tiring and could even lead to losses. Jishan, come over to our house for a drink? No, my daughter bought me a tractor. It's arriving tomorrow. Just let me know if you need help. We're all neighbors, Xia Jishan said with a smile. Before long, everyone in the village knew that Xia Jishan had bought another tractor. Old Xia, you have 2 cars parked at your door. Can you still fit that big tractor? Sun Jiangwo frowned, wondering if it would end up parked in front of his house. It would be even more upsetting to see Xia Jishan's tractor as soon as he stepped out. It's fine, Jishan. You can park the tractor in front of my house. There's plenty of space. 2 tractors can fit without a problem. Wang Jianpain laughed. Thank you so much. No need to be polite. We're neighbors, helping each other out, Wang Jianpain said. Sun Jiangwo wore a long face. These people used to be friendly with him, but recently they had changed, and everyone was so warm to Xia Jishan. This time, Yang Xia didn't bring too many things. Both of them had a small suitcase. The night before, Xia Jishan drove Yang Xia to the county town to get her hair done. Wife, I have to say, as soon as you got your hair done, you look so much younger. People would believe you're 30, Xia Jishan said happily. Yang Xia had been to the Magic City before, where everyone dressed so exquisitely. Since she was going there tomorrow, she needed to tidy herself up a bit. Yang Mei was a few years older than Yang Xia, but Yang Xia looked older than her. Recently, Yang Mei also bought skincare products and face masks online, but her skin wouldn't improve overnight. Beauty treatments take both money and time to show results. The old couple happily returned home, only to hear the disheartening words of old lady Xia. At your age, you still want to get your hair done? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Besides, doesn't that cost 200 or 300? Old lady Xia said with concern. What's there to laugh about? It looks great. Don't say my wife getting her hair done. I'd be happy even if she got a facelift, Xia Jishan laughed. Recently, Xia Jishan had been watching Douyin a lot, so he knew what a facelift meant. Old lady Xia was angry. The reason she didn't like Xia Jishan was that he always sided with his wife, especially when Yang Xia was in confinement. How expensive were eggs back then? Xia Jishan kept an eye on the hen, and as soon as it laid an egg, he took it to cook for Yang Xia, which infuriated her. She said, a wife should be managed. If you don't manage her, she won't listen. A wife should be pampered. If she's happy, I'm happy. You must have another son. Who doesn't have 2 or 3 children? He would reply, Xia is hurt. Even if we only have one, I will cherish it. With her son constantly going against her, how could she like him? How can you not be biased towards her eldest son? In a couple of days, Xiao Lei will bring his girlfriend back, so you need to drive over to pick them up, the old lady declared. No way. I can't lend the car. Xia Jishan frowned. The TikTok said that a car is like a wife, not to be lent out. If something happens while borrowing it, he would have to deal with her daughter. Isn't that your dear nephew? You won't lend the car? Grandma Xia retorted angrily. Xia Jishan didn't argue with the old lady and finally conceded that he would drive to pick them up that day. Xia Qing had brought Yang Xia to the Magic City and received a wave of supplies for the apocalypse the night before. Then, early the next morning, they took the high-speed train. And this time Yang Xia wasn't so curious anymore. After getting off the train, Lin Nuan came specifically to pick her up. Cousin, auntie, you're here, Lin Nuan said happily. Auntie, my mom can only come to find you in the afternoon, Lin Nuan added. Her mom was so happy that Yang Xia was coming. After being a housewife for many years, she didn't have many friends. Originally, Yang Mei wanted to go out early to pick up Yang Xia, but her mother-in-law insisted on drinking chicken soup, so Yang Mei had to finish cooking before she could leave. It's fine, I've already booked the Rose Hotel. Let's have dinner together tonight, Xia Qing smiled. I want to go too. The Rose Hotel. Their bathtub is super big, but I've already booked the restaurant. I promised to treat my cousin to dinner. The Rose Hotel costs several thousand during the off-season and over 10,000 during peak season, requiring a reservation. Although Yang Xia was amazed last time, entering the luxurious hotel still made her nervous. Her eyes were dazzled. I thought our TV was big enough, but this TV is as big as an entire wall. Yang Xia exclaimed in shock. Cousin, this is a projector. Of course, it's huge. Lin Nuan laughed. Oh. Yang Xia was still very curious. Mom, after dinner tonight, you and my auntie should go have some fun. Let my mom take you for a beauty treatment. Lin Nuan laughed. She had earned quite a bit of money this time and bought her mom a lot of things. She even got her mom a beauty card worth 100,000. I've booked a table at the Black Pearl restaurant for tonight. I made the reservation 2 days ago, Lin Nuan said. Looks like our Nuan is really splurging, Xia Qing joked. The Michelin Black Pearl restaurant in the Magic City costs at least 2,000 per person, and recently it became popular again, with Michelin-starred chefs charging 40,000 for 2 dishes. The Magic City has its own currency system, with an average of 10 million, as owning a house there requires at least 10 million to buy one. Of course, I must treat my cousin to a good meal. Lin Nuan laughed. Xia Qing remembered when she was in college in the Magic City, Lin Nuan always took her to nice restaurants, and a meal would cost several hundred. Back then, neither of them had much money. Lin Nuan never minded, always saying, "This is the Magic City, of course, I'll treat." When we were kids, Sister Cheng often took me to pick watermelons in the fields. That evening, at 7 o'clock at the Black Pearl restaurant in the Magic City, Xia Qing, Yang Xia, and Yang Mei all arrived. Xiao Xia, I hardly recognize you this time, Yang Mei said excitedly, happy that her sister had become beautiful. What do you mean you can't recognize me? I sent you a photo the other day. My mom is praising my auntie. Photos can't compare to real life, Lin Nuan sweetly said. Before long, the waiter came to take their order. Crispy foie gras spring rolls, roasted vegetables from the Magic City, black truffle pouch, crab meat soup dumplings, and one more portion of red sturgeon steamed rice cake, and a pot of freshly squeezed pear juice, Lin Nuan skillfully ordered. By the way, I also have something to do in the Magic City. I want to open a medicinal tea shop. Auntie, would you be interested in helping me manage it? Xia Qing asked. She knew her aunt had graduated with a master's degree back in the day. Really? You want me to manage it? Yang Mei was a bit excited. In fact, she had wanted to work outside for many years, but there were too many things at home. Yes, it's just a herbal tea shop, similar to a milk tea shop. You can just take a stroll around every day, it won't be too tiring. Hearing this, Yang Mei was still very excited. Although Yang Xia next to her didn't understand why her daughter wanted to open a shop in the Magic City, she was willing to support her. She knew too well how important it was to be a parent who didn't dampen the mood. Herbal tea? This looks pretty good. Is it that kind of health tea? Lin Nuan asked. Pretty much, but the taste is really good, and it's beneficial for the body. I've already applied for a patent, and will officially open once the patent comes through. It's called Qing Tea, Xia Qing said. The name was a bit ordinary, but it was easy to remember. I'll think about it. Yang Mei was very willing in her heart, but she was worried that her husband might not agree, so she made an excuse to go to the bathroom. While making a phone call at the bathroom door, she heard a phone ringing from a booth and instinctively glanced over. It was actually her husband. About 20 minutes later, both Yang Mei and Lin Nuan were a bit anxious. Yang Mei finally returned, but her expression was somewhat grim. Qing, about that milk tea shop, I'm willing to do it. It seemed like her aunt had made some kind of decision. Xia Qing sensed that her aunt seemed to be facing some issues, but since her aunt had agreed, she was also very happy. That's great, Aunt, Xia Qing said. On the way back that evening, Lin Nuan also noticed something was off with Yang Mei. Xiao Xia, can you stay with me a few more days in the Magic City? Yang Mei said. No problem. There's not much going on at home. Once the shop is set up, I can leave any time. Yang Xia smiled, but she also felt that her elder sister seemed to have been affected by something. Before leaving, Xia Qing also gave Lin Nuan and her aunt a bottle of homemade medicinal cream, asking them to let her know how it worked after using it for a few days. The next day, Xia Qing went to find a real estate agent. This commercial area is near Jing'an Temple, with an area of 30 square meters. It was previously a coffee shop. This coffee shop had closed down a couple of days ago. The monthly rent is 35,000. If you want to rent it, we can sign the contract now, the real estate agent said. No problem, I'll rent it for a year first, Xia Qing said. She originally wanted to rent a mall, but for her type of tea shop, without any fame, the mall's leasing department wouldn't take her. In the end, she considered this place, near the commercial area, especially close to the temple, which suited her health tea concept. The shop was basically already decorated. She just needed to bring in a batch of machines and adjust the lighting. Hiring staff was her aunt's responsibility. Aunt, do you understand these types of tea? I understand. I'll remember the brewing times for these teas and set a clock in the shop to remind us, her aunt said. This tea tastes really good. Lin Nuan smiled. But, cousin, this teapot and teacups are too beautiful. Can you give me a set? I searched online, and only one shop sells them, but they're sold out. Lin Nuan frowned. Recently, Lin Nuan didn't have any gigs, so she came to help her out. This pink teapot set is so exquisite, Lin Nuan said with delight. I can give you a set, just give me your address later, Xiaoqing said. This pink teapot set was just made by Tian Rui, and she hadn't had the chance to take it to the ceramic shop to sell yet. I've only hired one person for now, let's take turns for shifts, her aunt said. Okay, Xiaoqing replied, just opening the shop, so it probably wouldn't be too busy. Cousin, this place was originally styled as a coffee shop. If you change the lights, add a few pots of small flowers, hang some paintings on the walls, and match it with this teapot, the artistic atmosphere will immediately come out, Lin Nuan said. Of course. Xiaoqing said that she studied painting, so she had some sense of aesthetics. Xiaoqing organized the tea brewing times written by Sudan and handed them all to her aunt. Aunt, this stuff needs to be thrown out in 3 days, at the latest 7 days. Replace it with new, Xiaoqing said. This must be supervised well, we can't be careless, Xiaoqing reminded. Don't worry, the kitchen has alarms, and with surveillance, they will definitely follow the requirements strictly, Yang Mei said. Xiaoqing could feel that her aunt was very invested in this medicinal tea shop. The staff will earn 6,000 a month, plus overtime pay and performance bonuses of 2,000. Aunt, I'll hire you as the manager, with a salary of 8,000, performance also 2,000, and bonuses calculated separately, Xiaoqing said. Alright, her aunt agreed readily. The salary Xiaoqing offered was about the average for ordinary workers in the Magic City, but with the bonuses, it was quite good. The year-end bonus will be based on 2% of the shop's profits, Xiaoqing added. The rest of these details would need to be written into the contract. She didn't have a company in the Magic City, so the contract for this medicinal tea shop was signed under the Qingtian Management Development Company. 3 days later, the staff underwent a simple training, and they picked it up quickly, pouring the tea into cups afterward. The paper cups have been redesigned, and the factory is already making them. They will be sent to our shop once ready. Good. The tea served in the shop would use these few sets of small teapots. She planned to place a dozen sets in the shop. Yang Xia also stayed to help, usually chatting with Yang Mei, and there was only one staff member. Yang Xia planned to return once they had enough recruits. Each table in the shop had a reminder sign stating that only 1 cup of tea could be consumed at a time. Drinking 2 types together might clash, and it also listed the effects of each type of tea. I have to go back, our show is going to air in a few days, and you'll be busy with promotions, Xiaoqing said. Yeah, riding on the coattails of the powerful. Our show is moving fast to catch the heat. Late night overtime was in full swing, but our show got approved too quickly. There's nothing that needs to be revised. Some shows take 1 or 2 months to shoot, but the review process can take half a year or even years. Cheng Shiyu had a show that aired 2 years later, and she only became popular then, but some were lucky. The rising star Lucy shot 4 shows this year, one after another. Once this show airs and makes money, there will be another one, Xiaoqing said. Another one? Cousin, have you written another script? Lin Nuan asked in surprise. Cousin's productions are always high quality. Yeah, still thinking, but it's almost done. Xiaoqing almost let it slip. She was currently selecting a book that was suitable for adaptation. That's great. Sister Qing, I'm waiting for you. Lin Nuan beamed. Xiaoqing returned to the county that day, but instead of going home first, she went to the warehouse. The large batch of supplies she ordered yesterday had arrived today. Just then, Suyu told her that they had decided to exchange supplies with him, so Xiaoqing simply bought out the warehouse here. The storage facilities weren't expensive. She bought them all for 3 million. They brought a fighter jet this time, so they couldn't bring back much, but they did symbolically bring back a few 100 pounds of rice, Suyu said. That fighter jet looks very valuable, Xiaoqing said, her eyes sparkling. However, even if the fighter jet was valuable, she wouldn't dare to exchange it. The latest model of the fighter jet uses hybrid fuel, very economical on gasoline, including solar-powered self-generating machines. If you want one, I can get it for you, Suyu said. Such fighter jets should be available at military bases, but now the journey in this apocalyptic world was long. However, if Xiaoqing wanted it, he could arrange it. No need. Xiaoqing quickly shook her head. If she suddenly brought that fighter jet into her world, she would probably be seen as a spy or an enemy force. There will be a lot of food supplies for thousands of people, Suyu said. That's not a problem. I'll first order a large quantity of rice, flour, instant noodles, and such, Xiaoqing replied. Good. Zheng Chen stayed behind to conduct the transaction, while the other 2 took the fighter jet back to report on their work. A transport plane would be sent over later. Zheng Chen was assigned to a small dormitory, just a simple boardroom. The recent weather had been like a roller coaster. A week ago it was cold enough to feel like winter. Now the temperature seemed to rise by 5 degrees every day. There are even fruits. Why don't I have what they have? Zheng Chen frowned. Looking at the food served from the base cafeteria, there was only plain rice. Others had vegetables. Did you see the points on the screen? Those all require points to spend. You get to eat for free and still have so much to say? A member of the serving team frowned. You only have 3 days of free meals. After that, you'll need points to eat this rice, the staff member said irritably. Zheng Chen had never been treated like this before, but he knew he was on Suyu's territory and didn't want to cause a scene. His main goal now was to find out where all this food was coming from. Suyu sent someone to follow Zheng Chen, restricting his movements. Children were playing in the square. Kids, line up nicely to get your clothes. The clothing factory had turned leftover fabric into clothes for these orphans. They all wore matching clothes and pants, and to make it easier for the girls, their hair was cut short like the boys. Zheng Chen looked at these children, their lips rosy, their eyes bright. They didn't look malnourished at all and seemed to be living well. The children in their underground base, although their living conditions were decent, didn't have such a variety of food. To ensure food storage, their food was all canned, with preservatives added, and the taste was just average. Line up, each person can take a cup of milk as needed. Zheng Chen looked at a cart with 2 large iron buckets filled with fresh milk. How is this possible? There's milk? Zheng Chen murmured in shock. By the way, what happened to that mutated zombie? Xia Cheng asked. It's gone, and for now, it poses no threat to our base. Plus, with the fireworks you provided last time, I made some homemade cannons, Suyu said. Xia Qing was thinking about going to Myanmar or the United States to buy a batch of firearms, but she was too scared to go herself. In the U.S., gun laws were lax, and shootings could easily happen. Recently, she had seen on Douyin that a terrorist attack in the U.S. had resulted in several people being shot. If only you could come to my world, Xia Qing silently said. With Suyu's strength, it would be great to have him with her. If it really came down to it, could she hire a security company? Xia Qing was quietly considering feasible plans in her mind. It's not impossible. I happened to hear your voice last time. You must have been talking to someone, Suyu said. Xia Qing remembered something. She had heard Suyu's voice while bathing outside the space. Before, I could only communicate with you inside the space, but later I could hear your voice outside as well, Xia Qing said. Then it seems that if you absorb enough crystal beads, you might upgrade again, Suyu said, feeling a bit excited inside. This way, the gap between him and Xia Qing was narrowing. The fighter jet flew back to Long Country with hundreds of pounds of rice. Although it wasn't enough for thousands of people, this fresh rice could be enjoyed first by the upper echelons. This rice is all uninfected. It's true, one of the upper officials of Long Country said excitedly. You can exchange it for anything valuable, including technology, antiques, as long as it's worth something. Right now, we only have 1 transport plane left, and fuel is tight. Should we consider moving over there? This is a huge project. There are only a few thousand high-end technical talents, not to mention the survivors. At the upper levels of the Dragon Country base, a heated argument broke out, dividing into 2 factions. One faction wanted to stay and not go to the Sunnyday base, while the other wanted to go to the Sunnyday base because there was clean food there. However, many people at the lower levels of Dragon Country also learned about this news. If we stay here, we won't get any food, and we might only be allocated disgusting protein blocks. The Sunnyday base in Chanko has clean food, a man whispered. He had just received news from his brother today, saying that the upper echelons were holding an emergency meeting over this matter. Chanko is hundreds of kilometers away from here. How do we get there? I heard that as long as you have that valuable item, you can exchange it for supplies. Now that the outside world is in ruins, even raiding a gold shop yields valuable items. If that doesn't work, we can go to Jinghua and take a couple of small things with us, the man said. He didn't want to stay here any longer. Only the upper levels of Dragon Country could allocate clean food, while they were only given a box of canned food every 2 days. But we don't have much food, the woman said anxiously. Those upper-level people, if they board the fighter jets or transport planes and leave, when the food runs out, we're all doomed, the man said sternly. He should have rebelled with the main force back then. He had some hope for this base at first, but as time passed and food dwindled, people's baser instincts began to show. As the saying goes, if a person does not act for themselves, heaven will punish them. Who among those upper-level people would care about their lives? Don't worry, I took advantage of the chaos and secretly hid a batch of food. If we ration it, we can definitely make it, the man whispered. Okay, I will follow you, the woman said resolutely. This matter caused a stir in the base, and the news about food at the Sunnyday base spread secretly within a few days. Many people left, wanting to migrate to the Sunnyday base. Meanwhile, Suyu had set up a crystal bead exchange in the base, with 1 crystal bead worth 20 points, the highest among all exchange points. Xia Qing had been too busy these days to absorb crystal beads, but she managed to absorb 10 beads in one go, which was already second nature to her. The changes in her body were not very obvious, but her space had doubled in size. Now her space was already 600 square meters. After leaving the space, she continued to order a batch of food and Chinese medicinal herbs, and she placed another order for the list Su Dan had given her. In the following days, Xia Qing was busy restocking ceramics, jewelry, and gold shops. Sister Qing, Huaxi Construction Company will start construction this week and needs an initial investment of 100 million, Moon called Xia Qing. Okay, send me the company account, and I'll transfer it right away. Soon, Xia Qing received the account number via WeChat, and she directly transferred 100 million to the company through her mobile banking. The profits from several shops had to go through the company for taxes, salaries, and daily expenses before becoming her profit. Xia Qing held 100% of the shares in the Sunny Day Development Company. She wanted Sunny Day to fill the entire world. After checking her account balance, she still had 100 million left, enough for her to invest in a script. She found a few books from the apocalyptic timeline and selected a modern sweet drama, which was a mindless feel-good show but very enjoyable to watch. This way, the production cost wouldn't be too high. Zhang Nan, take a look at this script. Can you produce it? Xia Qing sent the script to Zhang Nan. Was this giving him a chance to be a producer? Or did she need to hire someone else? Now they were a small entertainment company, so everyone had to wear multiple hats. Okay, I'll take a look right away, Zhang Nan said. Recently, the company signed a drama with Lin Nuan, and they have been looking for new talent these days. About 2 hours later, Zhang Nan called. Boss, this drama is a light and sweet one. There's no problem with it being a web series, Zhang Nan said. Alright, then. It's been tough lately, so let's get the production going, the boss replied. Send me the company's account. I'll transfer 30 million first. The most important thing about this drama is the male lead's looks. The female lead is still Lin Nuan, Xia Qing said. Got it, Zhang Nan responded. Boss, we have a few promising newcomers here. I'll send their details to you for review, Zhang Nan added. 30 million is quite a decent budget for a web series. However, the choice for the male lead still needs the boss's personal approval. In the past few days, there have been young graduates from film academies and various internet celebrities wanting to enter the industry. Ding ding, Xia Qing received 5 different photos of men on WeChat. The newcomers Zhang Nan selected all looked quite good. One of them, named Xiao Xian, is 185 centimeters tall, 18 years old, younger than her, and his zodiac sign is Libra. He has a narrow, long face, which is quite recognizable on camera. At least Xia Qing immediately noticed him among the photos of these handsome men. His facial structure is strong, upright, and steady, giving a sense of strength. Let's go with this one as the male lead. I think he's great, Xia Qing replied. Once the boss made a decision, the male lead was confirmed right away, and there was no need for Xia Qing to personally arrange the supporting roles. Alright, should we arrange a meal together? Zhang Nan asked. A meal? What meal? Xia Qing was puzzled. She then replied, you guys arrange it. She thought the newcomers might not be familiar with Lin Nuan, so it would be normal to have a meal to get to know each other, especially since they would be playing a couple later on. Got it. Zhang Nan finalized the personnel and quickly sent a message in the work group. Meeting in the conference room in 15 minutes. Received. Soon, several staff members replied. You all saw the script I just sent in the group, right? This is the new drama we are about to produce. The male lead is temporarily set as Xiao Xian. Xiaoli, you are responsible for following up and signing the contract. Okay. Xiaoli thought to herself that their film and television company was quite impressive, signing a male lead drama right off the bat. Could Xiao Xian be the brother of an investor? The other 2 boys will also be signed. Let's see what roles they are suitable for in the drama. Since it was their own production, they had to promote their own artists. Next, everyone needs to get busy. This includes the scenes and costumes in the script, as well as which city is suitable for filming. In the following days, Zhang Nan was extremely busy, needing to review promotional videos from several directors, hiring for everything from directors to cinematographers. However, he had previously followed a filming crew, so he had already saved their contact information. He watched several promotional videos made by directors, most of which were for short dramas. The filming techniques for short dramas are quite different from those for long dramas. Short dramas often lack background and are more exaggerated, making the beginning interesting but the ending very rushed. Zhang Nan was quite troubled, but he found a new director who had just graduated from university not long ago. Watching the promotional video of this new director, he felt it was very suitable for their sweet drama. So, he sent the promotional video of this new director to Xia Qing. Looks good. Zhang Nan received Xia Qing's reply and immediately contacted the new director. Meanwhile, Xiaoli also got in touch with Xiao Xian. You can come to our company to sign the contract, which will last for 3 years. If you do not renew at the end, you can automatically terminate the contract. Xiao Li is Lin Nuan's new manager, responsible for the company's artists. Our company is currently working on a new drama. You can take a look at the script first. The male lead for our drama is tentatively you. Although it's a small production and won't be on major networks, it's still a web series with an investment of over 10 million, Xiao Li said. Xiao Xian felt very excited at the moment. He had previously shot some small web dramas for other companies, playing the second male lead. He didn't expect that upon arriving here, he would land the lead role. After reading the script, he liked it, and then he checked the contract. Okay, I'm willing to sign, Xiao Xian said. Xiao Li smoothly signed 3 artists. One was Xiao Xian, the second male lead was Wang Chen, and the second female lead was Tian Sisi. Take a look at the script first. Training will start tomorrow, Xiao Li said. This time, the funding was sufficient, and she specifically applied for an acting training class, including training for the female lead, who was a taekwondo expert. Xiaonuan, this is the script for the new drama. Training starts tomorrow. The female lead is a taekwondo expert, and I've hired a black belt coach for you to train with for a while. Okay, Lin Nuan replied. The rest was preparation work, as this was their company's first time producing a new drama, and it was also Zhang Nan's first production. He had to ensure the drama was completed well. Zhang Nan had been working overtime these past few days. He needed to finish this well to secure his position. Xingjia, I've arrived in Han City. Training starts tomorrow. Do you want to grab a meal? Lin Nuan asked. How about the day after tomorrow? I'm a bit busy these 2 days. Just in time to treat the whole company to a meal before filming starts, Xia Qing said. Alright, cousin, do you still have that face cream you gave me? It's quite effective. I've only used it for a few days, and I feel it works better than the creams I bought for thousands, Lin Nuan said. Sure, I'll bring it for you when we have dinner the day after tomorrow, Xia Qing replied. Xia Qing was also preparing to register a skincare brand called Sunny Day and apply for a patent for this skin-nourishing product. She had to protect her intellectual property well. Xia Qing looked at the dozens of similar names registered successfully under Sunny Day. She didn't miss out on names like Cloudy Day, Rainy Day, and Foggy Day, registering them all. She took the skincare products to a state-owned testing agency for inspection and then applied for a patent, which would take about 7 days to receive the patent report. She also wanted to establish a skincare factory, where they could process raw materials into semi-finished products. The factory she set up would only need to package and distribute. She planned to directly acquire a skincare factory. In the current beauty industry, there are 4 major players: Modu, Jingdu, Chenin, and Huadong. Chaozhou, near Han City, is also a large beauty base, just a 10-minute high-speed train right away from Han City. With a plan in place, Xia Qing felt at ease, now just waiting for the patent to come through before going to Chaozhou to acquire a beauty factory. Zhang Nan booked a VIP private room at the Mingdu Hotel in Han City. Xingjia, have you arrived? Lin Nuan sent a message. I'm almost there. Xia Qing drove to the Mingdu Hotel, parked, and went up to the second floor's private room. Xiao Xian, the male lead was personally chosen by our boss, so you need to toast the boss later, Xiao Li reminded. Okay, I will. Xiao Xian nodded. He was aware of some unspoken rules in the entertainment industry. Before long, Xia Qing pushed the door open and entered. Zhang Nan and Lin Nuan were waiting at the door to greet her. Xingjia, you're here, Lin Nuan said happily. Xia Qing's eyes lit up when she saw Lin Nuan's outfit and complimented. You look great today. I dressed up nicely because I was going to see you, Lin Nuan sweetly replied. Boss, you're here. I'll call the waiter to serve the dishes, Zhang Nan quickly said. They had booked a large private room with a big table that could seat over 20 people. Zhang Nan welcomed Xia Qing all the way, letting her sit in the main seat. Tian Sisi was taken aback when she saw Xia Qing, not expecting their boss behind them to be so young. She felt that the boss could debut as an actress. Zhang Nan specifically arranged for Xiao Xian to sit on one side of Xia Chang and Lin Nuan on the other. When Lin Nuan saw Xiao Xian, she recognized him at first glance. He was indeed even more handsome in person than in photos. However, actors were noticeably a bit thinner in reality, as it was all for the camera. Xia Qing noticed Xiao Xian's awkwardness and recalled Lin Nuan's earlier words. She seemed to understand something. Our company was newly established not long ago, and I am very grateful to everyone for joining this big family. It is my honor to gather with all of you, and I hope today will leave everyone with beautiful memories. It's not just this drama. Our company has many good scripts coming up. Several actors' eyes lit up upon hearing this. Yes, you don't know. Our boss is the one who wrote Stirring Up Chile, the latest hit script. Zhang Nan laughed. Their drama was also an original script, written by Stirring Up Chile. The few rookie actors were initially very nervous about dining with the investors, especially their big boss. Tian Cece even thought she might be subjected to unspoken rules and had prepared herself to accompany drinks. She didn't expect the boss to be a beautiful girl, seemingly around their age. Tian Cece watched as Xia Qing sat in the center, surrounded by stars, while the manager and Xia Qing were being polite to each other. Xiao Li, their manager, was usually very serious but was all smiles in front of Xia Qing. Tian Cece inexplicably felt a twinge of jealousy. Xiao Xian had a very handsome face, and although Xiao Li had already reminded him to take good care of Xia Qing, he still felt a bit shy. He had initially thought she was an aunt in her 40s, which made him uncomfortable. Xia Qing pressed down on the cup that Xiao Xian was about to drink from. She noticed that after just one drink, red spots had already appeared on his neck, indicating he couldn't handle alcohol. "Don't drink. I don't need you to accompany drinks," Xia Qing said straightforwardly. Zhang Nan frowned slightly and quickly coughed awkwardly a few times, wondering if he had misunderstood the boss's intentions. He had also arranged for activities like karaoke later. "I know some of the unspoken rules and norms in the entertainment industry, but there are none here with me." After saying this, Xia Qing looked at Xiao Li. She knew that some agents would arrange such things. Some unscrupulous agents even deceived college students into the industry for profit, introducing them to wealthy investors, and even becoming mistresses. These were all insider stories Lin Nuan had told her. "Because I am your biggest investor. As long as you perform well and become popular, that will give the company the greatest confidence." "Alright." Zhang Nan couldn't help but stand up. "Xing Jie, love you. We will definitely perform well," Lin Nuan said. "Thank you, Xing Jie." Xia Qing stayed for an hour. These were all eye-catching handsome guys, especially Xiao Xian, and she couldn't help but linger a bit longer. She seemed to understand the feeling of those wealthy women seeking young men. Xia Qing left early, and the atmosphere at the dining table became much more relaxed. "Although it's a web drama, you all need to train well and perform well. By the way, Xiao Xian, you and Lin Nuan should get to know each other well since you two are the male and female leads of this drama," Zhang Nan said. "You've just met our boss. Such a boss is rare in the entertainment industry. If you don't cherish this opportunity, you won't know what you'll encounter in the future." "Understood, Brother Nan, we will definitely make this drama well," Xiao Xian said seriously. 2 days later, Lin Nuan's drama premiered, and Zhang Yang took advantage of the hype to promote it heavily on Douyin. "I take back what I said before about them not being a couple. They are simply too much of a couple. Su Jia is simply the god of domineering CEOs, tall and imposing, like a jade tree facing the wind. Who would have thought that the little maid with immense power in this drama would be so domineering?" Quickly update. There are only 2 episodes a day. Can you finish airing it all? I can buy it. The trending topics online surged to the top 3. Jia, this drama has only aired 2 episodes and the popularity has already surpassed 10,000. It's catching up to the immense power of the world. Yan Shui scrolled through Weibo and Douyin, her lips unable to stop curving upwards. "By the way, Jia, I've already scheduled an announcement with Qing Tian Entertainment for the day after tomorrow. You need to promote the drama on your Weibo," Yan Shui said. "Okay." Su Jia nodded. He was very serious about this drama, especially since he really liked the script, and even after filming, he hadn't been able to step out for a long time. "I just contacted Lin Nuan's agent. You guys should schedule a live stream for the night after tomorrow, along with the male second lead," Yan Shui said. "No problem." Su Jia was very cooperative with the work. "This popularity might very well exceed 30,000. Your pay this year might even increase." Yan Shui beamed. "You also need to gradually step out. The drama has already been filmed," Yan Shui reminded. Su Jia silently nodded, understanding that the agent was reminding him not to pay too much attention to Lin Nuan and to detach his emotions. Xia Qing brought Moon to Chaozhou. "Sister Qing, these few companies can be acquired. After calculating, the prices are between 3 million to 5 million. "Then thank you for your hard work." Xia Qing smiled. "No problem, but I need to hire people, and the office space is insufficient." "Then let's change. Rent a whole floor in a building in Han City," Xia Qing said. Once the company has scale, she would buy a large building and turn it into a Qing Tian group. Alright. When Xia Qing returned home, she found the village much quieter. The land over there has already started construction, and many migrant workers have been hired. Those who know a bit of civil engineering in the village have gone to work, Xia Jixiang said. Xia Jixiang had bought up all the vegetable fields in the village, and they had all gone to do small jobs. This work pays at least 150 a day. The nearby villages were envious. They still had to sell what they grew themselves, and recently, to be able to work, they even sold their vegetables at lower prices just to sell them quickly. "Daughter-in-law, isn't your family from Zhuang village? Are you familiar with the old Xia family? Can you ask them if they are buying corn?" the man asked. Recently, it was corn harvesting season, and it was quite labor-intensive, he was rushing to harvest the corn. Isn't that where they are hiring for building houses? I want to go work there. If I don't sell this cornfield, I can't work. The man frowned. How about this? I'll have my mom ask my uncle tomorrow. My uncle is their neighbor, so it should be easier to talk to them. The woman said, okay. Everyone knows that the old Xia family buys vegetables and fruits at fair prices and even collects them at the door. Ever since Xia Jishang got the tractor, he stopped driving the car and spent all day driving the tractor to the fields, planting and doing various farm work. Ever since we got this tractor, farming has become so much easier. That's good. In the future, Dad can let others farm the land, and you can just help me with the vegetable collection. Xia Qing smiled. Sure, I'll listen to my daughter. Xia Jishan laughed. By the way, Dad, I've ordered a harvester for you. Xia Qing said. A harvester? That's great. Xia Jishan said happily. With a harvester, it would be even easier. The harvester Xia Qing bought was a combined harvester, capable of completing harvesting, threshing, separating, and cleaning in one go. We have so many vehicles at home, but there's no place to park them. Xia Jishan was worried. The tractor was still parked at the neighbor's door. It's okay, Dad. You can rent a few empty acres from the village committee. You can hire people to help you grow vegetables. That way, the more you plant, the more you can harvest. Xia Qing gave her dad an idea. Good idea. Xia Qing looked at her home, enduring for a year, and once that villa was built, they could all move. Xia Qing noticed that there were actually more than 30 crystal beads in the space. So many this time, she began to absorb them, taking in 30 crystal beads in one go. The space instantly expanded by 3,000 square meters, now totaling 3,600 square meters. In the apocalypse, Suyu had developed the first generation enhancer. We don't have any lab mice or experimental samples in this world. Zhang Yan frowned deeply. The animals had all mutated, or they would need to recruit volunteers for human experiments. Animal testing was completely fine, but human testing would be safer. Enhancing physical strength shouldn't be a problem. We just don't know the potency of the drug yet, so you frowned and said, give me a sample of the research drug. Okay. Zhang Yan took out a small blue vial containing only a few milliliters and handed it to Suyu. An hour later, Xia Qing had a small bottle of blue potion in her hand. I tried, but living creatures, apart from me, can't enter the space. I can't transport them here. Xia Qing frowned. I can only try it on my end. Alright, Suyu replied. Because the space was static and lacked oxygen, she had previously been unable to bring living creatures in, as if there was an invisible repulsive force. Xia Qing thought about what animal to test it on. In the yard, Grandma Xia was complaining to Xia Jishang. Jishang, when will that little Xia come back? She's been in the magic city for several days now, right? Grandma Xia frowned. She was quite relaxed at home, watching dramas during the day and helping to feed the chickens. It was much more comfortable here than at the eldest son's place. Thinking about going back to the eldest son's house in a few days made her feel quite upset. Don't play wild in that big city, Grandma Xia reminded. Xia Jishang frowned, not liking the old lady's provocative words. At that moment, his phone rang, and seeing that it was a call from Yang Xia made him extremely happy. Jishang, my high-speed train is at 4 in the afternoon, remember to pick me up. Big sister took me to the mall and bought a lot of things. I even bought you a trendy outfit. You'll definitely look younger in it. Alright, I'll wait for you. I'm heading out to pick you up now. As soon as Xia Jishang heard that Yang Xia was coming back, he couldn't help but smile. Although he hadn't said it these past few days, he really missed Yang Xia. It's only morning. Have some food and come pick me up in the afternoon. Yang Xia laughed. If he went to pick her up so early, how long would he have to wait? Okay, Xia Jishang replied, feeling even better. After hanging up, he hurried inside to tidy up the house. He couldn't let his wife come back to see any mess. Xia Qing saw the big yellow dog basking in the sun, happily rolling on its back. She called out, Big Yellow. Hearing its owner's call, Big Yellow stretched, wagged its tail, and happily ran over with squinted eyes. Xia Chang patted its fluffy head and took out the small blue vial. There were only 2 milliliters in total. She poured a drop into her palm, and Big Yellow sniffed it, eager to lick it. Suyu had told her that this was an enhancer, with no life-threatening risks, but the effects were unknown. After licking, Big Yellow seemed unsatisfied, so Xia Qing directly gave it the remaining drop. Xia Qing took out her phone and recorded a video of Big Yellow. Woo woo woo. Big Yellow showed no unusual behavior and didn't seem enhanced at all. After observing for a while, Xia Qing left it alone. She recorded Big Yellow's weight. For now, it looked lively and energetic. This wouldn't enhance its destructive capabilities, would it? Their big yellow dog was still very well behaved. A few hours later, she drew a small vial of blood from Big Yellow and placed it in the space. Suyu saw that it could be taken away. Lin Nuan and Su Jia's drama had already become a hit, airing 10 episodes with a popularity rating exceeding 10,000. The series had a total of 16 episodes, so it was shot quickly and released just as fast. In the office of the entertainment company, Lin Nuan's former manager was in the director's office. "This Lin Nuan is your artist, right? She's on fire. In just a few days, her fan count has increased by 2 million. And you just easily terminated the contract with her." The director's face turned red with anger. Who would complain about having a top-tier artist? Moreover, top-tier status doesn't last forever. It was just a small production. Who would have thought she would become popular? Manager Jiang frowned. A few years ago, a drama about a concubine's promotion was also just a small web series, and didn't it also go viral? The director retorted angrily. A small fire depends on the person, while a big fire depends on fate. Sometimes, even 100 million investment drama can flop. But later, the male and female leads didn't become popular. Now they're just second or third tier stars. Even the male lead who was popular back then had no good works and faded into obscurity. Don't forget you're a manager. Having a top tier artist can secure your career for life? Get out! The director snapped. After Jiang Li left, she was furious. It was just a drama that had a little success. However, she quickly calmed down. The director wasn't wrong. She thought about it and decided to maintain a good relationship with Lin Nuan, so she sent her a congratulatory message. "Thank you, Sister Jiang, but I've already started training for a new project and will begin filming soon. Let's have dinner together in a few days." Jiang Li looked at Lin Nuan's reply and frowned slightly. It really was a small success, and the script came looking for her right away? To be honest, she was feeling a bit regretful now. However, even though Lin Nuan wasn't her artist, it wouldn't be a problem to recommend each other for future projects. Meanwhile, the cosmetic factory had been officially acquired by Moon, and new machines were fully installed. "Sister Qing, I'm also a novice in this beauty industry, but I have a classmate who was a manager in luxury cosmetics. She was later laid off due to pregnancy. Can I introduce her to you to handle this sector?" Moon sent a message. Her child is 3 years old and already in kindergarten, so it won't affect her work. Great! A director from a big brand must have good capabilities. Please send me her resume. Xia Qing replied. Xia Qing opened her email and reviewed the resume. Lu Hui had previously served as a director under Sephora, was 35 years old, had a 2-year gap, but during her time raising her child, she obtained several certificates. She was a strong woman. After a quick scan, Xia Qing agreed to Moon's suggestion. Okay, let her take the position and be in charge of Qing Tian Beauty. For now, her salary will be the same as yours, Xia Qing said. Alright, Moon responded. She quickly informed Lu Hui of the news. Xiao Hui, my boss reviewed your resume and has agreed to let you manage Qing Tian Beauty. The salary will be the same as mine. I believe our company will get better and going public won't be a problem in the future. Moon had this intuition. Thank you so much. Thank you for helping me find a job, Lu Hui said. After 2 years of being out of work, she had applied to several companies, but the jobs were mediocre, mostly menial tasks, and they didn't consider her previous career or the certificates she obtained during her pregnancy. They all asked her if she had plans for a second or third child. Xia Qing directly sent the prepared cosmetic materials to the beauty factory. The quality inspection report had already come out, and they could start mass production next. The rest could be handled by Moon and Lu Hui. At that time, she had added several herbal suppliers on WeChat and had ordered a lot in batches to be sent to the warehouse. Xia Qing hired someone to renovate the entire warehouse, replacing it with an electric password door, making it convenient for her to access without carrying a large bunch of keys. Moreover, her space had been upgraded, allowing her to clear out the warehouse in just 2 or 3 trips. Suyu, I ordered a batch of mushroom bags. All you need to do is water them, and they will sprout in at most 4 days. Previously, a plant Xia Qing had given to Suyu with great care had wilted after a few days. Later, she thought of these mushroom bags, which do not require soil. Just watering them will yield mushrooms after a while. These were quite cheap in their area, and there were many cultivations. Alright, I'll have a few people try planting them first, so we don't waste them, Suyu said. He was quite hopeful about this self-cultivation method. He had also been looking for the reasons behind the land mutations in their world and whether improvements could be made. Suyu assigned this task to Li Yao, instructing him to find a few people and ensure they took good care of the cultivation. How do we plant this? Li Yao asked nervously. Don't expose them to sunlight. After removing the cover from the mushroom bag, place it in a basin of water. For the first week, cover half of the bag with a damp towel and keep it in a cool place. After the first week, remove the damp towel and just spray it daily to keep it moist. Got it. I'll remember everything, Li Yao replied earnestly. Xia Qing bought several thousand mushroom bags at once, costing less than 3,000 yuan. Suyu had Liao plant a few hundred bags first as a trial, with the rest stored in the space. These mushrooms cannot be stored for long, so they should be used as soon as they are ready. Brother Yu, Jing Chen's people are here, Wang Cheng said. Two people came down from the aircraft, carrying a large box. They first reported some work to Zhang Chen, who then said, "The items inside are priceless, obtained from Jinghua. We need 500 bags of rice." "I want to see what it is first," Xiao Cheng said. She wanted to check if she could sell the items. Zhang Chen frowned slightly, looking at Su Yu, who remained silent. Wasn't this base owned by Su Yu? When did women start speaking in front of him? Zhang Chen nodded slightly, instructing his two subordinates to open the box and peel away the straw inside. To their surprise, it was a golden Buddha head, perfectly shaped, full and round, with a dignified expression. Xia Qing was stunned upon seeing this. She had visited the museum in the Magic City, where there was a relic displayed in the central exhibition hall, a Buddha statue without a head. This one felt very similar to that body, and she thought it might match. "There's another box of this." They brought over a small box filled with jewelry. These were obtained from the auction house in the capital of Longhua. In these areas, there were fewer zombies, making it easier to acquire such items. This box of jewelry can be exchanged for 500 boxes of instant noodles. Zhang Chen looked at Su Yu, who remained silent, then turned to Xia Qing, whose eyes were fixed on a violet jadeite among the jewels. Violet jadeite is extremely valuable. Xia Qing didn't understand this before, but after dealing with several auction houses, they now send her invitations every few days. Just a few days ago, she saw a smaller piece of violet jadeite sell for $200 million in the United States. This one was larger and beautifully crafted, a giant single piece surrounded by 9 mini glass rings of the same type. The overall design was extravagantly luxurious. Especially under the light, it appeared even more stunning. How about 300 boxes of instant noodles instead? Zhang Chen thought he might have asked for too much. After all, no matter how valuable these diamonds and gold were, they couldn't fill a stomach. Where could food be more precious? "No, I'll give you 2,000 bags of rice, 2,000 boxes of instant noodles and ham sausages, and I'll also gift you 5,000 pounds of vegetables. Fruits. By the way, if you want to grow your own, I can give you 1,000 pounds of mushroom bags for you to cultivate. If you want corn, I can give you that too." When she came out today, she ran into her neighbor, who asked if they were buying corn. The corn harvest in the neighboring village was abundant, and they were worried about selling it. She originally planned to collect enough for Su Yu, but now she could gather more for Zhang Chen's side. Zhang Chen was a bit taken aback by the sheer amount of goods, but it will take 2 or 3 days to get the goods ready. She needed to go back to place the order and then transport it, which would take about 2 days, and the corn still needed to be harvested, so they had to wait. No problem," Zhang Chen stammered. It was hard to believe that these valuable items could really be exchanged for so much food. "How are you going to carry it?" Xia Qing asked, as this aircraft probably couldn't hold that much. "We're using a transport plane this time," Zhang Chen replied, his tone towards Xia Qing much better than before. "The rest of these, we need to take to exchange for points here." Zhang Chen said they would stay here for a few days. After eating free rice for the past 2 days, he was particularly eager for some vegetables. "Of course," Xia Qing said. "And you also need to pay for your accommodation. Everyone who isn't a resident of our base needs to pay for lodging," Suyu said in a deep voice. "Pay it then," Zhang Chen replied. Suyu collected the 2 boxes of items. The box of jewelry was too valuable, so it would stay in the space for now. She needed to check the Buddha head on the computer when she got back. This was a national-level cultural relic, and if it could really be matched, she might as well donate it directly to Huagua. But not now, she needed to wait for the right opportunity. Zhang Chen and his 2 subordinates were eager to exchange points. Su Dan had been researching medicinal cosmetics lately and had quite a talent for it. Recently, she had been reformulating the high-end skincare products Xia Qing had given her based on their ingredients. "Brother Yu, we found the trace of that group of cannibals," Zhang Liang hurriedly came over to say. "This is the footage captured by the drone." They had connected surveillance cameras around the base within a kilometer. Xia Qing looked at the surveillance footage, which showed a building where 2 people were tied up, their fate unknown. "Take a few brothers and deal with them," Suyu said coldly. "Anyone who violates the bottom line of humanity is no longer human." This time, Xia Qing didn't go along. She worried, "You must come back safely. Once it's done, you must tell me." She still believed in Suyu's strength. Suyu gently walked in front of Xia Qing, his gaze slowly scanning her, lightly pinching her brow, and suddenly chuckled. "I won't be in danger." He stared at her, his dark eyes shimmering with starlight, holding a hint of tenderness that was not easily revealed. His eyes were truly beautiful, very attractive, like a vortex. Just one glance could pull you in, and his voice was equally pleasant. Xia Qing's face flushed red. Just yesterday, she had seen several young men and even had dinner with them. But none of them had the kind of aura that Suyu possessed, a strong sense of security. Suyu took people to deal with the two cannibals, while Xia Qing returned to her space. The next day, Xia Qing ordered a lot of things, purchasing corn from several neighbors, totaling about 10,000 pounds. Every year was a harvest year, better than the last. If these foods couldn't be sold, they would just go to waste in the fields. Xia Qing simply bought them all. The corn could be stored and made into cornmeal. Xia Jixiang changed into trendy clothes, looking a few years younger, showing off at the door of his house. Old Xia, even wearing clothes, has turned into little Xia. Ah, my wife bought this for me from the Magic City. It was so expensive, Xia Jixiang said proudly. With a good daughter and a good wife. My long johns are all torn, and my wife still lets me make do with them. Ha ha, Xia Jixiang quickly asked when he saw Xia Cheng return. Xingqing, tomorrow is the 35th anniversary of my marriage to your mom. What do you think I should buy her as a gift? How about this? Just throw a banquet for her, and have a wedding all over again. Xia Qing laughed. That sounds good. When I married your mom, we didn't have a banquet, not even a wedding dress, Xia Jixiang sighed. Alright, I'll arrange it for you. You just need to notify people, Xia Qing said. Then I'll go notify them, Xia Jixiang said happily, quickly telling Yang Xia about it as well. Xia Qing found a wedding planning company on an app, arranging a 35th anniversary celebration for the next day. She directly booked a large restaurant in the county and temporarily reserved a whole floor. Mom, I'm holding the 35th anniversary celebration for Jixiang and me at the Mingwang Grand Hotel in the county tomorrow. Remember to come with Ziyuan, Yang Xia said with a smile. Okay, Grandma replied. After hanging up the phone, Grandma told young Ziyuan the news. Second aunt is holding a wedding anniversary. I want to go too, and I want to take photos for them, Yang Wen said with a smile. On the other side, when Grandma Xia heard about their anniversary celebration, she frowned slightly. What anniversary celebration at such an old age? And they want to hold a banquet? How much will this banquet cost? Grandma Xia complained behind Yang Xia. Xia Jixiang also called Xia Jiqing, saying, Big brother, tomorrow is my wedding anniversary with Xia, and Xingqing insists on throwing us a celebration. You must come at 11 a.m. Oh, okay, Xia Jiqing replied before hanging up. What is the second family's 35th anniversary celebration for? They're throwing a big banquet tomorrow. At their age, still doing these frivolous things. Xia Jiqing shook his head. Tian Kaihua felt a bit uncomfortable hearing this and said sourly, We've been married for almost 40 years. Yet she didn't see Xia Jiqing showing any reaction. They're throwing a big banquet tomorrow. The village will at least need to invite a dozen or 20 tables, which will cost quite a bit. Should I throw you a banquet? Xia Jiqing frowned. When we got married, we held a banquet in the village. At that time, the second one didn't hold a banquet, so I guess they're making up for it now, Xia Jiqing recalled. As soon as Tian Kaihua heard it would cost money, she immediately gave up on the idea of any wedding anniversary celebration. Let's take a few kids along tomorrow to join in, get a free meal, and we won't have to cook at home. Alright, Tian Kaihua was delighted to hear they could go for a free meal. Tian Kaihua also called her eldest son, Xia Lei. Lei, are you off tomorrow? Your second uncle is holding a wedding anniversary at the Mingwang Grand Hotel. You should come too, bring Xiao Jie. Since Xia Jixiang's family has money now, they were all invited. Eating at the big hotel would cost several hundred, right? Xia Lei frowned slightly. Last time he wanted to borrow a car, his second uncle personally drove over to pick him up. He had originally wanted to drive his girlfriend for a trip nearby, but his second uncle wouldn't agree to lend him the car. However, he also knew that his second uncle's family had become wealthy, so he definitely wanted to get closer. Okay, I'll go over tomorrow at noon, Xia Lei said. The Mingwang Grand Hotel is quite a nice restaurant in the county. His second uncle's family is rich, yet Xia Qing still wouldn't lend her money. Once Xia Qing gets married, the second uncle's family will all belong to him. He would still have to rely on this big nephew. Xia Qing arranged everything and went to Suyu's place that night. This time, she appeared not at the base but in a large building. One of those two is dead, and one has escaped. Suyu frowned and said, That person is so fast. He must also be an evolved one. But why is he so quick? Zhang Liang frowned as well. The base still needs to be on high alert for these cannibals. What that person said before he died indicates that there are definitely more cannibals in Lin City, Suyu speculated. After these people eat human flesh, their strength increases, and they seem to go mad like they have a manic disorder, tearing and biting. They can really take a beating. A metal rod hitting them can break in half, Wang Cheng said. At first, they didn't resist hunger, but later, as cannibalism enhances their strength, once they break through the moral bottom line, they become crazed and reckless. Suyu had seen too much darkness at the border, no matter which world or country. one would inevitably encounter those with the darkest aspects of humanity. This was also why, although Suyu wanted firearms, he never brought it up with Xiaoqing. He didn't want his girl to be in danger, because he couldn't reach her time and space. Xiaoqing had seen Hunger Station, where she witnessed the lowest of the low, those who resorted to cannibalism due to lack of food. The person who was rescued had a broken thigh and half an arm. Should we ask him if he is willing to take the enhancement drug? Wang Chang suggested. He was already in such a state, his second half of life would be as a useless person. The choice of enhancement drug, to be a test subject or to live like this for the rest of his life, was in his hands. Ask him, Suyu said. Okay. My dog, De Huang, also took the enhancement drug, and it seems to have no reaction. Has the blood test result come out? How is it? Xia Cheng asked. Just as Xia Qing finished speaking, Zhang Yenshin sent someone to deliver De Huang's blood test report. You look first, Suyu said. The person handed the report to Xia Qing and said, the professor said it can be produced in bulk. This enhancement drug is harmless to the human body, and the enhancement effect may relate to individual constitution. Some with strong constitutions would have a stronger enhancement effect, while those with weaker constitutions would have a weaker effect. It was greatly related to individual constitution. Xia Qing glanced at the report, and the conclusion was roughly the same. The professor said he wants to continue researching the results to see which individuals taking the enhancement drug will become stronger. Good, then let's increase the production volume, Suyu said in a deep voice. The assistant nodded and then left. I see the conclusion says it improved De Huang's immunity and also increased its brain IQ? Xia Qing exclaimed. A dog's IQ is roughly equivalent to that of a human child aged 2 to 5 years. Different dog breeds have different IQs, with the border collie ranking first in intelligence. If I drink a few more bottles, will my IQ also increase? Xia Qing joked. Who knew? Suyu replied seriously. You can only drink it once the research is complete. Suyu, are you saying my IQ isn't enough? Cough, cough. No, you are the cutest girl I've ever seen, Suyu said earnestly. Alright, I have to go back first. Tomorrow my parents are celebrating their 35th wedding anniversary. I'll collect the supplies into the space tomorrow night. Remember to gather them, Xia Qing said. After finishing, Xia Qing hurried back to her space, and Suyu's serious demeanor unexpectedly stirred something in her heart. Mingwang Hotel. I'm still not used to wearing this little dress, Yang Xia said nervously. Today, Xia Jishang specifically wore a suit, and Yang Xia wore a little dress. Most of the guests were friends of their parents, along with relatives from her uncles and aunts' families. Cousin, Yang Wen saw Xia Qing and hurried over to greet her, holding the camera she had given him. I'm going to take pictures for my second aunt and second uncle. Yang Wen laughed. Go ahead. Over there, Yang Xia was chatting with several women. Xiao Xia, you look really beautiful today. This wedding anniversary is really well done. It's all because Qingqing insisted on having it. I think it's just for the excitement. Yang Xia smiled broadly. Planning a wedding anniversary like this would cost them tens of thousands, which they were reluctant to spend. However, many people envied such a sense of ceremony. Tian Kaihua came over with a few children, quickly taking a good spot, watching Yang Xia in her little dress, adorned with jewelry. She had completely transformed. He himself was only wearing a jacket he bought a few years ago from the mall, which he had never dared to wear. Today, he had specially taken it out, but unexpectedly, Yang Xia looked even better. Those gold earrings were sparkling and shining. Mom, hurry, and give me some chicken legs. I want to eat fish too. 7-year-old Xiaopeng urged Tian Kaihua as he saw the meat on the table. Eat, eat. Before long, Xiaopeng's small plate was piled high with meat dishes. Why not eat if it's there? Xia Lei came over with his girlfriend Bai Jie. Xiao Lei, isn't your second uncle's family quite wealthy? I saw that set of jewelry your second aunt was wearing. It must be expensive, right? Bai Jie said. Bai Jie worked in a jewelry store in the city, so she had some knowledge. Yeah, the last time we were picked up in a BMW was by my second uncle. Xia Lei whispered to Bai Jie, my second uncle only has one daughter. They must be counting on me for something big later. Xia Lei led Bai Jie over to Xia Jishang and Yang Xia. Second uncle, second aunt, this is my girlfriend Bai Jie. Bai Jie smiled and greeted them. Congratulations, second uncle and second aunt, happy wedding anniversary. Bai Jie said generously. This must be Qingqing. I've heard Lei mention you all the time. You're really beautiful. Our little Lei already has a girlfriend, so Qingqing should find someone too, right? Tian Kaihua laughed. She couldn't wait for Xia Cheng to find a partner and get married. Then, Grandma Xia would bring up the idea of having Xiaopeng adopted into Xia Jishang's family. After all, married daughters in the village couldn't inherit land. My Qingqing isn't in a hurry to find someone. Just as Xia Jishang finished speaking, Xia Qing calmly said, I already have a partner, he's abroad and hasn't come back yet. and we've already agreed that he will come to our family. Xia Qing just couldn't stand her uncle's family always thinking about her getting married. Come to our family? Xia Jixiang looked at Xia Qing excitedly. Not only has she found someone, but he would also come to their family. Xia Qing thought that relatives who had designs on their family should better give up that idea. Yes, come to our family, Xia Qing said somewhat shyly. Qing, don't joke around. Who has a son-in-law coming to their family these days? Unless the family is too poor, who would do that? Besides, even if he comes to our family, wouldn't he need the family's consent? Tian Kaihua became a bit anxious upon hearing that Xia Cheng wanted to bring a son-in-law. If he came to their family, then they could forget about adopting. Consent, I fully agree. Xia Jixiang squinted and smiled. He was very eager to meet his future son-in-law. Tian Kaihua felt as if her mouth was stuffed with cotton, unable to speak up or down. The old lady couldn't hold back any longer and said, a son-in-law coming to the family? How can that work? Wouldn't that mean Xia Pang would be under your name? Isn't that bad? We're all one family, one surname. The old lady, in her anxiety, let her true feelings slip out, and the others present understood. It's not like I don't have children. I have children. Why would I adopt? Xia Jixiang frowned. Today is my parents' wedding anniversary. Let's not talk about this. Happy anniversary to my parents. Xia Cheng didn't want to spoil the happy occasion. Mom and Dad, this is my wedding gift to you. It was a pair of diamond rings. Bai Jie stood by, her eyes wide open. Such large carat diamond rings? At least worth hundreds of thousands. This pair must be worth over $1 million. No one else could see what this was. It was probably worth only a few tens of thousands. However, the diamond's brilliance made them envious for quite a while. Bai Jie worked in jewelry sales, having touched hundreds of pieces daily, and she was well aware of their prices. Second aunt, this is a wedding gift from my dad to you, Yang Wen said with a smile. Although it wasn't very expensive, it was a heartfelt gesture. Xia Qing looked at the price, which was over 1,000, and knew it was a significant expense for her uncle. In contrast, her uncle's family hadn't given any gifts at all. Are you serious? That diamond ring is worth $1 million? Xia Lei's eyes widened. It's true, that's a DR. Luxury diamond ring. It could be fake, right? Xia Lei still couldn't believe it. Was his cousin really that wealthy? A diamond ring worth over $1 million just given away like that? You know what I do for a living, don't you? How could it be fake? Plus, I saw the jade bracelet your second aunt is wearing. It's at least a high-grade ice type, and it's not cheap. You can't get it for less than several hundred thousand, Bai Jie said. She thought Xia Lei's second uncle's family was really rich, but she also heard today that her cousin had found a son-in-law. Having a son-in-law and not having one made a big difference. Xia Lei, we've been dating for quite a while now, and if we want to get married, we must have a house in the county, otherwise, I won't get past my parents. Don't worry. I already said I want to marry you and take responsibility for you. You saw today how wealthy my second uncle's family is. The jewelry my cousin gave is worth over $1 million. Helping my nephew buy a house in the county is just a matter of $1 million. My second uncle won't ignore me. Xia Lei appeared very confident. That's fine, but I see your cousin doesn't seem to have a good relationship with you, Bai Jie said with some concern. How could that be? We're family, Xia Lei said, sounding a bit guilty. Hearing this, Bai Jie felt reassured. At noon, Xia Jixiang was happy and drank quite a bit. Although Yang Xia had learned to drive, she was still a bit nervous. Qing, you have a boyfriend. Do you have a photo? Let Dad see, Xia Jixiang said drunkenly. Yeah, let us see. You don't have just one blurry photo, do you? Tian Kaihua said deliberately. She now thought Xia Qing might be lying, either to deal with the blind date or to make her parents happy. Nowadays, young people even rent boyfriends and girlfriends. Of course I have. Xia Qing had no choice but to pull out a photo, which was of Suyu. The lighting was a bit dim, but his distinct facial features were still visible. This young man is really handsome, Yang Xia said excitedly. It seemed her mother was also someone who valued looks. Xia Jixiang took the phone and saw the photo. He indeed looked very handsome. Everyone look, this is my handsome son-in-law. No, my son-in-law. Xia Jixiang laughed and even burped. Just this one blurry photo? Is there anything else? Tian Kaihua was still not giving up. I won't show you anything else. After all, he's my boyfriend. When he comes back, I'll show you more, Xia Qing said calmly. Although he might never come back, thinking of this made her a bit sad, but she could go see him. Old Xia is so lucky. His daughter is successful and has even brought home a son-in-law. I'll drink to you. Yes, old Xia is indeed fortunate. Xia Jixiang was even happier, drinking several more cups, and soon he was completely drunk. Cousin, I have a cousin-in-law now. What's his name? Yang Wen asked curiously. Su Yu. the you from Riding the Wind. Xia Jishan, already tipsy, heard his daughter say the name and silently repeated it a few times before completely passing out. Xia Qing sent them back and came to the county town again in the evening. The goods she ordered were all delivered, except for the corn, which still needed a day or two to be harvested. Su Yu, I'm here. This was her way of greeting him every time she came over. What's wrong? You look a bit flushed. Are you running a fever? Xia Qing frowned slightly. Su Yu quickly shook his head. He didn't know how to explain. It might be due to the space upgrade, as he could hear Xia Qing's words when he took things, but he could only hear what Xia Qing said. It was better not to tell her, to avoid making her awkward. On the other side, Xia Qing secretly took out her phone and snapped a few pictures of him. After all, if you're going to act, you have to do it thoroughly. Zheng Chen, along with two brothers, had recently exchanged a lot of points. I want to exchange for 3 sweet potatoes and 3 apples. There's even beer and cigarettes. Damn, this cigarette costs 10 points, more expensive than crystal beads. Zheng Chen couldn't help but get agitated. Boss, the apples are really fresh. So juicy, Song Yi said, as he hadn't had fresh fruit in a long time. Creak, creak. Shengu, the vanguard here is tight-lipped. They won't leak anything to us, Shinbei frowned and said. Do you think we can get such fresh fruit in our world now? Zheng Chen's eyes flickered. Although we haven't figured out the source of the food, we did get the news that Su Yu is a space ability user. We also have ability users. Xiaobei, would you let your sister come over? Zheng Chen asked. If we know the source of the food, as long as we control the food, we control everything. Even if those old guys have the weapon codes, they still need food from us. It's just that among those guys, there are a few special ability users, and they only have XINE hidden away. By then, with food and weapons, this world will be ours to command. Zhang Chen's eyes flashed with strong ambition. If Su Yu could build such a base, so could he. He was never inferior to Su Yu. She would be very happy to help you, Shinbei said. XINE had always liked Zhang Chen. This transport plane definitely can't bring back all the food. Next time, I'll bring XINE out, Shinbei said. Be careful. The upper levels are suspicious of us now, Zheng Chen said solemnly. Got it. Shinbei nodded. They defended their home and country, protected the residents, killed zombies, and searched for supplies. But these people still ate worse than those in the upper levels. What had they done? They could only hide, yet they held the highest-end technology, secrets, and weapons of Long Country. Zheng Chen clenched his fists. All of this would be his. He would rebuild this broken world. You can move these things now. So much food. Song Yi looked at the full warehouse excitedly. Zheng Chen casually glanced at the packaging box of instant noodles. The date and location were not from their world. His heart was in turmoil, as if he knew something, but he still appeared calm on the surface. There's also corn. I can give you 1,000 pounds, but it won't arrive for another 2 days. Xia Qing said. Okay. Zheng Chen looked at Xia Qing with a meaningful glance. Do we have to move all this onto the plane ourselves? Song Yi said painfully. What else? We don't provide moving services here. Otherwise, you can hire our team with instant noodles, Li Yao said. Chapter 97, An unexpected kiss. Zheng Chen and the others would never share food with others. They would rather move it themselves. In the Long Country base, those at the bottom fought over a piece of instant noodles. Some even caused fatalities. The 3 of them moved for a whole afternoon. The transport plane couldn't take everything at once and needed to make multiple trips. Zheng Chen stayed behind. Remember, leave half of the food, Zheng Chen said in a deep voice. They exchanged food to fulfill their obligations, but it was impossible to bring all the food back. Understood, Shinbei replied, and they set aside a portion of the food. Right now, only food could attract manpower. Zheng Chen's personality was well known to Su Yu. He was competitive, and although they called each other brothers, they were also rivals. From small competitions to major tasks, Zheng Chen always loved to compare himself to him. However, they were indeed comrades in life and death, having once trusted each other's backs, but later, when Zheng Chen attributed his sister's death to Su Yu, their relationship changed fundamentally. Don't let them in, Xia Qing also said, but they could exchange items with her. After all, they were good things. In the future, I won't be the one to exchange items with him. Okay, Su Yu replied, the corners of his eyes slightly raised. Su Yu instructed someone to let Zheng Chen and Song Yi leave the base. Sorry, our base leader said that you two are prohibited from entering the base from now on. I can't even come in to exchange valuable items? Song Yi asked. He was quite willing to stay in this base, at least the food was clean. Yes, you can apply for exchange transactions outside. You two have been blacklisted. Damn! Song Yi held his gun, and Zheng Chen pressed him down. Wait, now is not the time to cause trouble, Zheng Chen said. This time he was impulsive, but he also discovered that Xia Qing was the source of the food. No wonder the Sunny base had a female base leader. Suyu's deep protection of her was probably for this reason. By undermining their trust, he could gain Xia Qing's trust and directly abandon Suyu. However, his current strength was not a match for Suyu. Both were evolved beings, but Suyu's combat ability was terrifying. The king of soldiers among special forces was naturally extraordinary. Xia Qing, come over every day and train for 2 hours, Suyu said. Although Xia Qing had space abilities, she still needed to learn to protect herself in the apocalypse, whether in this world or in her own. Train? Xia Qing's eyes widened. I can teach you some self-defense skills. Learning a bit can ensure your safety, Suyu said. Xia Qing hesitated for a few seconds, thinking about how she wanted to go to the United States or Myanmar in the future to get some firearms and ammunition. Even if she had to hire some international security companies at a high price, being skilled would make her safer. The main point was that Xia Qing was used to her space. If there was danger, she could hide in it, but that wouldn't work in her own world. Okay. Rather than being protected by others, it's better to have the strength to protect yourself, Xia Qing replied. Suyu took Xia Qing to an empty room in the villa, found several mattresses, and placed them on the floor so that falling wouldn't hurt too much. I'll teach you a few simple moves first, Suyu said. His fighting style didn't involve flashy moves, it was all about delivering a fatal blow, taking down an opponent before they had time to react. Suyu specifically called Li Yao over. Brother Yu, am I here to be tortured? Li Yao said with a frown, while a child beside him watched the match, holding a strawberry and munching on it with a red face. The most vulnerable parts of the human body are the eyes, throat, nose, heart, abdomen, and knees, Suyu explained. Since Xia Qing was a girl, he directly talked about protective measures for girls. The most obvious attack area is the groin. Hitting this spot can render the opponent weak. No, don't kick me there, Li Yao said, trembling in fear. I'm just demonstrating. Suyu shook his head, speechless. Li Yao was scared. If Xia Qing hit him, he was 100% sure he could dodge and even counterattack. But with Suyu, that was a different story. He feared for his lineage. Flexibility in leg techniques, using the bending and stretching of the legs to create fatigue, snapping kicks, pushing kicks, sudden and rapid attacks, characterized by surprise and concealment, Suyu said, demonstrating on Li Yao, of course, slowing down the attack. This way, Suyu simply taught Xia Qing these two moves first. Xia Qing, come and try to hit me, Suyu said. Hit you? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Xia Qing thought about her strength, recalling how she had once injured someone by fracturing their arm when they hit her. It's fine, just go ahead, Li Yao said, watching with interest. Use the method I just showed you against Li Yao. Give it a try, Suyu instructed. Okay. Xia Qing felt a bit nervous, but since Suyu had spoken, she went for it. She had absorbed a lot of crystal beads, so her reactions were quite quick. One kick nearly hit Suyu. Not bad, your reaction speed is impressive, Suyu remarked. Who would have thought Xia Qing had the makings of a special forces soldier? This was due to her enhanced physique after absorbing the crystal beads, but she still didn't know the techniques. At first, Xia Qing could use the moves Suyu taught her, but soon she completely forgot. All she remembered was what Suyu had told her about the weak points of the human body. She went for a side kick, intending to hit Suyu's knee, but her foot went too high and was about to strike his groin instead. Li Yao, watching from the side, was astonished, his mouth agape at how fast Xia Qing moved. Was she really that fierce? In the next moment, Suyu reacted quickly and dodged, grabbing Xia Qing's raised ankle with one hand. This move is for dealing with other men. Suyu chuckled helplessly, a hint of indulgence at the corner of his mouth. Oh, okay, Xia Qing said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Suyu gently lowered Xia Qing's leg, but she lost her balance and fell forward into his broad embrace, feeling a bit like she was throwing herself into his arms. The softness against Suyu's chest felt like clouds in the sky, soft and fluffy. Hug, hug, Li Yao's young son exclaimed excitedly at the scene, wanting a hug too. The child misses his mother, I'll take him away now. Li Yao quickly picked up the little one and left the place. A gentle warmth unconsciously spread in Suyu's eyes. He, who was as cold and hard as an ice block, seemed to melt instantly under high temperatures. Her lips were warm, almost electric, accidentally brushing against his chin. Xia Qing's fair face flushed with color, her delicate and graceful figure felt like holding a bundle of soft cotton, and Suyu's body became incredibly stiff. Thump, 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 Suyu's heart seemed like it was about to leap out. Xia Qing's face also turned pink, while Suyu's ears burned red, completely out of control. Xia Qing clumsily tried to steady herself, her pale hands pressing against Suyu's strong, beating chest. I can't stand still, Xia Qing hurriedly said, the solid sensation under her hand making her face even redder. Suyu's gaze sharpened, his breathing immediately becoming rapid, as if his heart was about to burst out. Xiaoqing looked up, meeting Suyu's fiery, shining eyes. I have something to attend to, so I'll head back first. Suyu's face was burning, and he could still feel Xiaoqing's touch on his chest, her soft, boneless hand. Xiaoqing's sudden departure left him at a loss, his face flushed uncomfortably, so he hurried to the bathroom, looking at himself in the mirror, his ears bright red, turning on the shower and splashing water on his face. The cold water brought him back to a slight sense of awareness, but as he looked up at his own burning eyes in the mirror, he couldn't forget the soft touch on his lips and the gentle hand resting on his chest. That image seemed to be frozen in his mind. It lingered. Chapter 98. It's the breath of ambiguity. The next day, Xiao Chang went to Tian Rui's ceramic factory. This set of national color and fragrance, the pink teapot set, is selling very well, Xia Qing said. I've left a mark inside this pot. Guaranteed genuine. Tian Rui smiled. The craftsmanship of this teapot, especially the coloring level, is quite difficult. Next, Xia Cheng went to Su Dan's place to collect the semi-finished products of medicinal cosmetics and herbal tea into her space. She still had to ship out tomorrow. To be honest, she was very busy every day. After finishing up, she didn't rush to leave but instead enjoyed hot pot with her two girlfriends. Since her space had upgraded, the distance between Xia Cheng and Suyu had also relatively increased. The weather is getting hotter here. Next time we have hot pot, we'll need to turn on the air conditioning. Yeah, the temperature has been rising 5 degrees every day. It's already over 20 degrees at noon, Su Dan said worriedly. Then I'll order a batch of air conditioning fans when I get back. It's so hot, I don't want to suffer from heat stroke, Xia Qing said. The base leader should be taking people to the big mall to buy those. They're all new and usable, Tian Rui said. With that, Xia Qing could save a lot of money on purchasing fans. That works too. Next time, I'll bring you ice cream. Isn't there a fridge here? What flavors do you two want? I'll take care of you both. Xia Qing smiled. Strawberry and taro are both fine. It had been a long time since they had ice cream flavors. I want mango, Su Dan said. Alright, you two are my great contributors. I'll bring it for you. After chatting for a while, Xia Qing finally went back to find Suyu. After Xia Qing left, Tian Rui looked at her back and chuckled. While we're eating here, the base leader has passed by several times, just wandering outside the door. I saw that too, Su Dan said. The base leader's gaze seems to be fixed on Qing Qing. Tian Rui thought of the scene just now and couldn't help but chuckle. Did you feel a certain atmosphere? What? Su Dan asked. The breath of ambiguity. Tian Rui and Su Dan exchanged a knowing smile, as if they understood something. They naturally thought that others couldn't feel it. Xia Qing took out an exquisite gift box from her space. Suyu, this set of clothes and shoes is for you. The weather has gotten hot. And this dagger. It cuts through iron like mud. A diamond dagger. Although we can't buy firearms there, this kind of dagger is still available, Xia Qing said. She also bought herself a small, agile hand dagger, which was highly concealable and easy to use, though its attack range was limited. These two knives cost her 200,000. Thank you. He lowered his gaze to her, a clear smile at the corners of his lips, and in just a few breaths, his eyes filled with sparkling moisture. Clearly, this guy hadn't said anything, but his eyes seemed to speak, containing 1,000 words. Remember to absorb these crystal beads. Suyu took out a large bag of crystal beads. Xia Qing noticed that recently, Suyu had been diligent in giving her crystal beads, handing her a bag every couple of days. Got it. I'm going home to sleep now. Xia Qing then disappeared from the spot. Suyu looked at the neatly arranged clothes. In fact, he could have collected clothes from the mall, but they just wouldn't fit as well. The fabric of the clothes Xia Qing bought for him was excellent and surely not cheap. Sure enough, when he saw the several zeros on the tag, he realized that Xia Qing always bought him something different, something special. On the other side, Lin Nuan and Su Jia's popularity continued to rise, and Lin Nuan's fame increased significantly. The two even did a joint live stream. Lin Nuan casually revealed that her new drama was in production. The herbal tea shop was now booming. By 10 in the morning, there were already dozens of takeout orders. However, each variety of their herbal tea was limited to only 1,000 cups, and once sold out, there would be no more. The reason was that someone had tagged this herbal tea shop on Douyin. This Douyin influencer specialized in debunking fakes, so this time it was also for the hype. Previously, there had been a health tea brand in Huagua, but it was found that not only did it lack any health benefits, but it also contained many additives, leading to its closure within a few days. Some milk tea shops even used expired cream in their products. They went to this Sunny Day herbal tea shop and bought 4 cups at once. The taste is quite good, but does it have any effect? We'll have to take it to a testing agency. The results will be out in 2 hours. This testing agency is very famous. It's the leading biological testing center of the first hospital in the Magic City. The testing fee is 3,000. 4 cups mean 9,000 in testing fees. I wonder if the effects in their shop are real. At the end of the video, the testing results showed that it completely contained traditional Chinese medicine ingredients with no additives. This debunking video quickly went viral, catching the attention of a doctor from a traditional Chinese medicine hospital, who also bought a few cups and even posted a video. It's indeed real and effective. Drinking this is better than those milk teas, and it really is health promoting. But a friendly reminder, you can only drink 1 cup a day. Some influencers, not believing in the hype, also bought a few cups and took them to different testing companies, all receiving the same results. This wave of advertising made them famous, and they had long lines, selling out almost by noon. Yang Mei even specially called Xia Qing to share the good news. Xingqing, someone online is debunking us, but it has turned into a huge wave of publicity for me. Taking this opportunity, we can open a few chain stores. Yang Mei wanted to seize the moment. Sure, Auntie, you can decide, or you can discuss it with Moon, and the funds can come from the company. Since the herbal tea shop was under the management of Sunny Day Company, it was like a subsidiary, similar to a cosmetic store. Alright, don't worry, I'll give Moon a heads up. Auntie, just go for it, Xia Qing said. Yang Mei's eyes turned red. She didn't expect that after many years of marriage, she would feel such confidence today, and it was her niece who gave it to her. Yang Mei opened her mouth and said, I will manage it well. After hanging up, Yang Mei called Lin Jin. I've made up my mind. I'm going to leave everything behind and get a divorce, but I'll move out only after I find a place, Yang Mei said with rare determination. Yang Mei, once you make this decision, don't regret it. You better think it through. Haven't I just made the mistakes that all men make? What more do you want? I'll give you an extra month and 5,000. No, I've already decided to get a divorce. I won't take a single cent from you, Yang Mei said coldly. Chapter 99, Twist. Don't regret it. Without me, you're nothing, Lin Jin said sharply. Yang Mei quickly hung up the phone, not wanting to continue arguing with Lin Jin. She had a lot to do. After drinking this tea yesterday, I felt refreshed, much more comfortable than drinking milk tea. The flavor isn't too sweet. We can only drink 1 cup a day of this tea in a different flavor. Because it's a traditional Chinese herbal tea drink, drinking 2 cups of different kinds may cause conflicts, Yang Mei patiently explained to the customers. They also had interactive reminders, and each teacup's packaging had prominent warnings. Manager, do you sell this teapot? I really like it, said a blonde, blue-eyed American. Xia Qing had just sent over hundreds of sets, and they were also selling some teapots, but there was a purchase limit. If you drank in the store, you would use these kinds of teapots. Of course, this set is priced at $699. This price is not expensive in the Magic City. They only sold complete sets, no individual purchases. I want 2 sets. I'm sorry, but for now, our store limits 1 set per person, Yang Mei said. Because the supply is very limited, how about this? You can add me on WeChat, and when we have stock, I'll send it to you. Okay. The woman felt a bit regretful, but buying 1 set to take home wasn't bad either. In the afternoon, Yang Mei contacted Moon. I've sent an accountant to assist you, and they should arrive tomorrow morning. I'll send you the contact information on WeChat, Moon said kindly. She knew Yang Mei was Xia Qing's aunt. Okay, Yang Mei replied. She still needed to contact an agent to choose a suitable place for a branch store. The new medicated cosmetics had already been packaged, and the brand was Smile. Although it was already packaged, selling this new product was quite difficult. Xia Qing contacted Lin Nuan. After a drama became a hit, and it was still trending, Lin Nuan's fanbase had reached 3 million. Nuan, the small jar of skincare products I gave you last time is now in mass production. Give me an address, and I'll send you a box. Help me advertise it. Let's set the launch price at 99 per box, Xia Qing said. Limited to 3,000 orders. While other manufacturers might be creating hype and using scarcity marketing, Xia Qing was genuinely offering 99 yuan for 3,000 orders. Anything beyond that would be 599 yuan per bottle. She believed in the quality of her whitening and skin-nourishing medicated cosmetics, and once used, one would know how good it was. Other products just couldn't compare. Really? That's great. I'm almost out of the last one you gave me. I didn't want to use it all. Here's my address. Send it via SF Express. No problem with the advertising. This is just too good to use, Lin Nuan said excitedly. Recently, her skin had improved a lot. When Lin Nuan received the items, she opened the box, and her assistant helped with the live stream. The quality inspection report is included. Welcome everyone to purchase. If there are any issues with the quality inspection, I will compensate 100,000, Lin Nuan said domineeringly. After the live stream, her assistant frowned and said, Sister Nuan, isn't that a bit too much? The live stream had already exploded. It's fine. I trust my cousin. And there really is a quality inspection report. I'll give you a bottle to try. It really works well. Lin Nuan handed a bottle to her assistant. Trust me, once you use it, you'll love it. My cousin said the price will go up later. The assistant, half convinced, took the small jar of cream, opened it, and indeed, there was a faint herbal fragrance. After the live stream ended, Lin Nuan trended again. However, this time, there were more haters. Has Lin Nuan become so popular? Is she really that domineering with her sales? Compensation of 100,000 for quality issues? I'm definitely going to make 100,000. I have to buy a bottle to get it tested. I want to see how much she can lose. In no time, Lin Nuan's sales trended on Weibo and Douyin, with many netizens buying for the 100,000 compensation. They actually sold thousands of bottles. Sister Nuan, after this video aired, you've gained another wave of followers, but they're mostly haters. Her assistant frowned. You were a bit impulsive with this sudden sales push, the assistant said, as she was also looking out for Lin Nuan. At this moment, the manager, Xiaoli, also called to inquire about the situation. After all, Lin Nuan was currently a top artist in their Chengtian entertainment company. My cousin asked me to help promote it, Lin Nuan said. The manager naturally knew who Lin Nuan was referring to as her cousin. That was their big boss. I see. Then I'll have others help promote it too, Xiaoli said with a. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoli felt a wave of worry. This is Sister Qing's product, Xiaoli said. In that case, everyone in the company can voluntarily buy it. After all, this is Sister Qing's, Zhang Nan said. A few people in the entertainment company bought it, and Zhang Nan bought more than 10 bottles. It wasn't expensive anyway. He gave them all to his girlfriend and family. If Zhang Nan had known that a few days after the delivery, the price of this item had risen to 599. In half a month, more and more people felt the effects. And once the quality inspection report came out, that original price of 599 might not even be enough to buy it. Now buying it was all about making a profit from the price difference. Sure enough, the effect of celebrities promoting products was still quite good. The main thing was that Lin Nuan's statement had driven it. If the quality inspection failed, she would compensate 100,000. Lin Nuan really put in a lot of effort. The trending comments were all mocking. 3 days later, Lin Nuan is about to go bankrupt. Will Lin Nuan keep her promise? To promote products, she made such bold claims. Most of the comments were criticizing Lin Nuan, and many said this newly launched drugstore brand, Smile, was an unknown brand, even selling for 99 or 9. I still think it's expensive. The quality inspection report on the official website must be fake. There were many voices of doubt, but Xia Qing was not worried. Her quality inspection report, including the ingredients, was done by an authoritative institution, and all the patents had been purchased. Even if there was a formula, without the manufacturing technique, no one could learn it. Nuan, this wave of product promotion has affected you, but don't worry, Smile's quality inspection report is absolutely real and effective, Xia Qing said. It's fine, I said it myself, I've used it, how could I not know the effect? My mom said it's good. Good. If it becomes popular, I'll let you be the spokesperson, Xia Qing said. I'm more than willing. As expected, 3 days later, the batch of people who received the goods, including many internet celebrities who bought it to ride the wave, even took it to live stream for testing. The number of viewers in the live stream room went from tens of thousands to over 100,000. The items have been sent in for testing, and the results will be out within 3 hours. I paid an extra 2,000 for expedited service. It will be out in at most an hour. Chapter 100. I only trust him. Next, we just have to wait for our test report results. Lin Nuan's Weibo and Douyin comments were also flooded. Lin Nuan, wait for your family to go bankrupt. Waiting for Lin Nuan's false advertising. The little assistant and the manager were both very anxious. Lin Nuan was the leading actress in their latest drama, and they were still filming. If something happened to Lin Nuan now, what would happen to their drama? Would it die before airing? So the company people were nervously watching the live stream. Tian Cici had been following this matter closely, wondering if Lin Nuan couldn't play this role. Could she take on the lead? This script was really good. The plot was tight and not dragging. Unlike other dramas that had dozens of episodes, this drama only had 12 episodes. No dog blood misunderstandings or evil mother-in-laws. Just sweet. Thinking of this, Tian Cici felt a bit schadenfreude. Even if Lin Nuan's cousin was the boss behind the scenes, she couldn't possibly watch the company lose money, right? Lin Nuan had played her cards poorly. Clearly, this was the hottest time, and now it affected 2 dramas. Su Jia's manager, Yan Shui, looked pale at the trending topic. Is this Lin Nuan out of her mind? Now is not the time to promote the drama. Instead, she's so eager to promote products, she even has to bet with netizens. This matter has dragged us down too. How stupid is Lin Nuan? Yan Shui was furious in the nanny car. Sujia's Douyin and Weibo were also affected. Although Sujia's expression was not good, she did not panic. I saw the skincare product that Lin Nuan brought. It has a quality inspection report, so it should be reliable. What confidence is there? I checked, and it's just a newly opened small factory. That skincare product is also a new release, right? And that quality inspection report, whatever the manufacturer says goes. Yen Shui said angrily. If I had known the other party was such a brainless person, no matter how good the script was, I wouldn't have let you collaborate with her. The entertainment industry is like this. If someone has character issues, when it gets exposed, their collaborators will also suffer the consequences. There have been precedents. After a few years of mixing in the industry and filming a few dramas, they ended up banned from broadcasting, ridiculed for returning as a newcomer. Su Jia frowned. He had spent some time with Lin Nuan and didn't think she was such a brainless person. This matter was promoted by Xia Chang. Lin Nuan wasn't foolish. If it were someone else, she wouldn't promote it like this. But the one she was promoting was her cousin, who had a testing report and had personally used it, so she knew how effective it was. Soon, the testing report from the live stream was released. Everyone can see, the staff from the testing center have given me the report. I will show you the results now. The phone live stream was aimed directly at the testing report. No additives, no preservatives, all at 0%. There were various values below. Heavens, it really is qualified, with no preservatives or additives at all, the host exclaimed in surprise. Because no matter which product is on the market, there are always exaggerated components. Even those big brand skincare products have such, which is why netizens felt Lin Nuan was exaggerating. Could it be ineffective? Many people in the live stream said. The next testing report shows that anyone who understands skincare ingredients knows that retinol has anti-aging and whitening effects. This ingredient is very expensive. To think this 99 yuan bottle contains it, and the concentration is very high. It's even double that of the condensed spot removal essence, which costs 178 euros, equivalent to 1,370 yuan. White fungus, an important ingredient, stops bleeding, repairs acne marks, promotes skin regeneration and whitening. There are a total of 5 types of traditional Chinese medicinal ingredients. This matches exactly what is written on the skincare ingredient list. No fragrances, no preservatives, no emulsifiers. Even those with sensitive skin can use it. This is exactly what is written on the brand. Even skincare creams that cost thousands have added these to some extent. But this bottle is only 99. As the live stream's popularity surged, it instantly slapped back at the critics. Sister Nuan, quick, look at the trending topics, the little assistant said excitedly. Lin Nuan leisurely opened Douyin and saw the content of the livestream. It was indeed a reversal. Are you reassured now? I've used it. You just need to use it for a few days, and I guarantee it will be effective. Lin Nuan also breathed a sigh of relief. Although she trusted her cousin, she had put herself in a precarious position. Now the gains were even better because the sales event had completely dominated the top 3 trending topics, comparable to the traffic of a second-tier star. Now many people were leaving messages under her Weibo account saying they wanted to buy the product. Xia Qing naturally saw these and specifically sent a message to Lin Nuan. In the future, when you live stream, I'll give you 3,000 orders at the price of 199 yuan. The rest will all be 599. Xia Qing said generously. This meant that only when Lin Nuan was live streaming would the price be 199. No matter where else, it would be 599. Not cheap, no freebies. Thank you, cousin. Love you. Lin Nuan was also very happy. It seemed she had made the right bet this time. She also believed that those who had used this skincare product would definitely come back to buy it again. By then, only she would have the 199 price during her live streams, so she would surely gain a lot of popularity. After all, Lin Nuan had opened up the popularity of this medicinal cosmetics brand. How much money had been saved on advertising thanks to this wave of traffic? Lu Hui had just taken over this cosmetics store and didn't expect such a huge influx of customers. She immediately devised a response, continuing to draw traffic on Douyin, investing money, and taking advantage of this wave of popularity to spread the word further. She quickly applied for a Douyin account to conduct a lottery. Just now, Xia Qing had sent her a message that the price would return to 599 soon. Xia Qing wasn't worried about sales. She had done promotional activities in the early stages, and once those people used the products and knew the effects, they would definitely come back to buy more. Lu Hui launched a trial pack for 9.9, and it was instantly snatched up. Domestic herbal medicine brands had always lagged behind foreign skincare products. Although people said they supported domestic goods, the wealthy upper class still chose foreign brands because they were indeed effective. But starting today, that would no longer be the case. Her products were not afraid of testing. They had all been tested by professional institutions before launch, and she immediately applied for patents. Moreover, with the technology from another timeline, she wasn't afraid of others stealing her ideas. Xia Qing went to the end of the world and first sought out Su Yu. Su Yu was exercising. Every morning he did sit-ups and one-handed push-ups as part of his training. Su Yu, good morning, I'm off to find Su Dan, Xia Qing said. Su Yu watched as Xia Qing dashed away, feeling a bit lost, but he continued his training. Today he still had to go out to hunt zombies. Then he would head to the mall to collect some refrigerators and air conditioners. Su Dan had established a small medicinal tea factory here, along with a skincare factory. The people in the factory greeted Xia Qing with great respect when they saw her arrive. Deputy Base Leader, you've worked hard these past few days. There are still many orders to follow. I'll treat everyone to ice cream later. Xia Qing smiled. Su Dan was now in charge of the preparation of medicinal tea and the production of cosmetics. However, once these things were ready, she could hand them over to others to handle. Now, the two factories had a total of more than 20 people. Thank you, Deputy Base Leader. Several factory workers were very happy. Chengu, I heard that Xia Qing is here. The workers from those factories outside are distributing ice cream. Song Yi said quietly. Chapter 101, Kidnapping Ice Cream? Zheng Chen furrowed his brows slightly in confusion. Where would ice cream come from in this place? This seemed to further confirm his suspicions. It really is ice cream. I went to ask for some, but they wouldn't give it to me. Song Yi appeared somewhat exasperated. Go see where Xia Qing is. I need to talk to her alone. Zheng Chen frowned slightly, his tone contemplative. Okay. The base was under constant surveillance, and as soon as Zheng Chen stepped out, he was immediately locked onto. He was now a key focus of attention at the base. Base Leader, Zheng Chen is heading towards the Deputy Base Leader's direction. The voice of a scout team member came through Su Yu's walkie-talkie. What? I'll go over right now. Su Yu quickly got dressed and hurriedly walked towards the door. Inside, Xia Qing was enjoying ice cream with Su Dan. This ice cream is really delicious, Su Dan said with a smile. The other people's ice cream was wholesale, costing 1 to 3 yuan, but the ice cream she bought for Su Dan was from the century-old Italian brand, specializing in chocolate and handmade ice cream. The Macanese brand Vinci is known as the Hermes of ice cream, and it was certainly a bit pricey. She bought 3 flavors of ice cream. The raspberry was sweet and sour, which was the one Su Dan was currently eating, and she added pistachios to balance the tiramisu flavor. 1 scoop cost 84 yuan. Xia Qing was enjoying a rich dark chocolate flavor, which was simply divine. She saved a strawberry ice cream scoop for Tian Rui to take to her later, and they planned to have a meal together. Sultan and Xia Qing chatted while eating when Zheng Chen suddenly flipped through the factory window. Following closely was Song Yi. Zheng Chen? What are you doing here? Xia Qing frowned slightly. Sultan stepped in front of Xia Qing and asked, What do you want? Zheng Chen gave Song Yi a glance, and the latter rushed forward, delivering a swift chop that knocked Sultan unconscious. Sultan. Xia Qing tensed up at the sight of Sultan being knocked out, but Zheng Chen blocked her way. What do you want? Xia Qing frowned. She could enter the space if she was in danger, but she wouldn't let Sultan take risks alone outside. Sultan's ice cream almost fell to the ground but was caught by Song Yi. Don't worry, I won't hurt her. I just want to talk to you alone, Zheng Chen said calmly. Song Yi held Sultan up to the side, noticing the ice cream was about to melt, so he decided to eat it, otherwise, it would just drip on the ground and go to waste. Wow, this is really delicious. What do you want from me? Xia Qing asked, her brow furrowed as she warily looked at the taller Zheng Chen. Is the food in the base from you? The packaging and dates don't seem to come from our world, Zheng Chen said pointedly. Xia Qing frowned slightly. Some people might have noticed the food from the base, but most didn't pay attention. As long as there was food, no one cared about its origin, they only cared about whether they could fill their stomachs. What do you want? Xia Qing took a step back, holding a small dagger in her hand. I want to cooperate with you. I don't know where your food comes from, but I know you have food. I can trade with you. I have the backing of the Longwa base, with fighter jets and weapons. Not only that, but I can also find treasures for you, even foreign ones, as the National Museum has plenty. The people in my underground base are all former high-end technical talents from various industries. Whatever technology you want, they can provide. I have Nobel Prize-winning scientists, writers, and more. I have high-end technology as well. I have the talents and resources of an entire country, and I can provide you with a continuous exchange. Zheng Chen spoke while observing Xia Qing's expression. You're very smart, Xia Qing said indifferently, her expression showing no concern. But I only cooperate with one person, and that is Suyu. In this world, I only trust him. Xia Qing's gaze was firm as she spoke. Suyu, who had just arrived, heard Xia Qing's words and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He stared at her, his dark eyes shimmering with starlight, containing a hint of tenderness that was not easily revealed. Zhang Chen listened to Xia Qing's words, his brow furrowing slightly, and his gaze towards her sharpened. Xia Qing sensed the danger in the air and tightened her grip on the dagger. Zhang Chen, after you finish trading, don't stay at the Qing Tian base. Xia Qing felt relieved upon hearing Suyu's voice. She had just sensed Zhang Chen's gaze locking onto her. What? After so many years as comrades, you don't trust me this much? Zhang Chen said half-jokingly. Xia Qing walked over to stand behind Suyu and said, he knocked Sultan out. Sorry, I just want to have a good talk with you. If you're unwilling to trade with me alone, I won't force you, Zhang Chen said. You can leave. If I see you in front of Xia Cheng again, don't blame me for disregarding our brotherhood, Suyu said coldly. Zhang Chen's expression turned stern as he decisively turned to leave. At the door, Song Yi was still licking the remaining ice cream. Still eating? Let's go, Zhang Chen said, his face showing anger. What's wrong, Brother Chen? Song Yi swallowed the ice cream, feeling a refreshing chill. Suyu is here. He came too quickly. We are being monitored here. Zhang Chen looked up at the cameras. Wherever they went, the cameras followed. They had overlooked these cameras, thinking that this rundown base wouldn't have any. It can now be basically confirmed that the food came from that girl. She must be some kind of special ability user, Zhang Chen said. Unfortunately, that Xia Qing was not cooperating with him. Their collaboration had to go through Suyu. Zhang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Many things became difficult to handle through Suyu. The initiative was in someone else's hands, which made him very uncomfortable. But he knew Suyu too well. Today, he had startled the snake in the grass. However, he knew the breakthrough point was with Xia Cheng. As long as he could deal with Xia Qing, have a private transaction with her, or learn her secrets and abilities, he would know where the food was coming from. Damn it, Zhang Chen thought of Xia Qing's words. Was he really not as good as Suyu? Song Yi? Who's more handsome, me or Suyu? Zheng Chen asked angrily. Every time he liked a woman, she liked Suyu instead. Even his sister liked Suyu. Of course, Brother Chen is handsome, Song Yi said firmly. After all, his boss was Zhang Chen. Xin Bei should be coming soon, Zheng Chen said. He believed in Xin Xianyi's abilities, her special powers. On the other side, Xia Qing looked at Su Dan's neck, which had turned red, and the ice cream had also been snatched away. They are too much, Xia Qing said. I won't let them enter the base again, Suyu said coldly. Yang Mei had already rented a medicinal tea shop on the Bund through an intermediary. Qing, I've already chosen the address for the new shop. Can we supply a bit more? Yang Mei asked. Sure, I've packed the goods. They should arrive this afternoon. She had purchased a dedicated delivery line, and now she was a high-level VIP customer of SF Express, of course, paying an annual VIP maintenance fee. Su Dan was already processing a large batch. The traditional Chinese medicine was being bagged there, and she would directly pack and ship it to the Magic City, ready to brew. Xia Qing also bought processing machines for Su Dan, which would speed up both the output and the processing time. The medicinal cosmetics were still being produced in large quantities. Recently, they sold quite a few trial packs, but the sales of the regular packs were not high. Usually, Xia Qing absorbed crystal beads and trained at Suyu's place at night. Xia Qing also discovered the pattern of the cracks. They would expand a bit only between 1 and 2 o'clock, and that was when she could enter. However, the time for being bounced back was also unpredictable, so she would still occasionally disappear. You're in good shape today. You're learning quickly, Suyu praised. After absorbing the crystal beads, Xia Qing not only improved her physique but also became much quicker at learning and remembering things. However, she recently felt that she had reached saturation in absorption. I feel like I'm saturated with crystal beads. Their effect is getting weaker, Xia Qing said, her voice a bit worried. Suyu couldn't see the crack in space, but Xia Qing could. Sometimes it would shrink and completely close. At that time, Xia Qing wouldn't be able to come over, and they would only be pure online friends. If they had never met, it would have been fine. But now that they had met and spent time together, what would happen if they could never see each other again? Suyu's gaze lowered slightly, and the atmosphere became a bit subtle. He paused, and their eyes intertwined, as if pink bubbles floated around them. The male god leaned closer, but she nervously took half a step back. The door suddenly opened. Liao looked at Xia Qing and Suyu with a somewhat suspicious gaze. If there's something to say, just say it. Suyu's expression was not good. He could only swallow the words he had just wanted to say. No matter where Xia Qing was, he would find her. It's like this. Today Zheng Chen and the others brought a transport plane to take away the remaining thousands of pounds of corn. They also brought a batch of cultural relics, saying they wanted to exchange for supplies. This time we only need rice or instant noodles. The weather is hot now, and it's not easy to store vegetables. We can exchange, but it will be in 3 or 4 days, Xia Qing said. Naturally, the more valuable things, the better. Of course, if there are other technical aspects, she would be willing. However, she still needs to accumulate a certain amount of capital. Song kept transporting corn, and this time they brought a mini forklift, which saved them a lot of effort. Cinny, you need to enter this base as a survivor, and your target is Su Yu, Zheng Chen said solemnly. Brother Chen, I'll do whatever you want me to do, Shun Cinny replied. Hide your abilities well, and it's best to find out where the food really comes from. Target Su Yu and Xia Qing, especially Xia Qing. Zheng Chen had basically confirmed that the source of the food was Xia Qing, but he didn't know what her specific abilities were. Shin Cinny, Shin Bei's sister, looked extremely delicate, a bit like Lin Daiyu, but if one thought she was a weak person, that would be a big mistake. Cinny, once you enter the base, send me any news, Zheng Chen said. I understand. Shin Cinny nodded. She was also hiding her abilities in the Longwa base, and all the upper-level information was obtained by her. We won't leave, I'll stay nearby. If anything happens, we'll be in touch, Zheng Chen said. Brother Chen, the things we brought, they agreed to exchange for 1,000 boxes of instant noodles and 300 bags of rice, Song Yi said excitedly. Xia Qing deliberately bought them the same flavor of instant noodles. She had bought several thousand boxes of various flavors for Su Yu. What did those old guys say? Zheng Chen asked. They've already sent a team to the city to scavenge a large number of gems and gold, a man in camouflage said. The upper leaders of Longwa wouldn't come out, there were zombies outside, and they didn't dare to come out. After they transported away, a helicopter landed at the base. Captain Xia, Zheng Chen and the others exchanged food from this base, a man in camouflage said. They left 2 hours ago. Good, Xiejin replied. Now the Longwa base was in disarray, and most of the lower-level people had already fled, leaving only a few thousand. Everyone wanted to know the source of the food. The Longwa base was divided into 3 factions. Xiejin, it's best if you go personally to grasp the source of the food, avoid conflict, the man said sternly. Understood, Mr. President. Xiejin saluted before leaving. In the small conference room of the Qingtian base, everyone has noticed recently that many survivors have come to the base. Whether they come with a purpose or not, we must protect our base, Su Yu said solemnly. Apart from Zheng Chen and Xiejin, others have come to contact us. I suspect these people were sent by them, and their goal is our food source, Su Yu said. Do they want to take our food and seize our base? Li Yao said angrily. Food is tight now, but they are unclear about our source and won't easily attack us, Su Yu calmly analyzed. Xiejin also wants to exchange food from us, but didn't Zheng Chen just buy a batch from us and even set up the next batch? Zhang Liang said. It's obvious that Zheng Chen is taking kickbacks. The upper levels of the Longwa base don't trust him, Su Yu said coldly. Such things were not uncommon. If it were Su Yu, he would do the same. No one would be so kind in the apocalypse. In the apocalypse, food and weapons are guarantees. Xiejin is coming to exchange food with us? Should we exchange? Li Yao asked. Exchange, we set the conditions, and they are not allowed to enter the base, Su Yu said. Yang Shua, the base's surveillance must be monitored in real time, leaving no corner unchecked. Understood. Recently, quite a few survivors have arrived at the base, around 200 people, Zhang Liang said. These people might include those from the Dragon Country base, so we must manage them strictly. They were thoroughly checked before entering the base. The children in the base also need to increase their training. These orphans in the base have the strongest sense of belonging, and their young age allows for focused development. Now that the weather isn't cold anymore, let the new survivors help in building the base. The base is currently expanding and needs a large population. They can't bring back large supplies. Only Su Yu can return to the base with them. Su Yu is facing numerous crises as he establishes a human survival base. However, there are always those who want to control these resources. Xia Qing's food source packaging is a loophole, but they can't just dismantle everything. The future construction of the base is still quite challenging. A few days later, a wave of repurchase enthusiasm suddenly emerged for Qing Tian's White Frost. Comments on Zaya Honshu, Weibo, and Douyin exploded. There were also many positive reviews for trial samples from various stores. Of course, Lu Hui also played a part in this. Director Lu, our current price is 599 per bottle, should we lower it? Lu Hui thought for a moment. President Xia had said that the price wouldn't drop again, and there would definitely be buyers. She believed in her product. Lu Hui had used this product herself before selling it. The effect was indeed good, so she trusted Xia Qing's decision. No price drop, but there is a discount price from Lin Muan's side, only for 3,000 orders. Lu Hui recalled Xia Qing's previous instructions. Post this information on the official website, Lu Hui said. Okay. She also believed that once people used this product, they would know it was worth $599, even $19.99. Skincare products need to have good effects. Right now, they only have the sales department, planning department, and human resources. The factory also needs a research and development department, which can only be expanded later. Naturally, Lu Hui wanted to grow this company strong. Purchase now. It's $599 per bottle, and the price isn't dropping at all. Trial samples can only be purchased one per person. I've already used my family account to buy. Me too. However, many have repurchased, even at the $599 price, they would buy again. After all, a small powder jar costs $999. The effect isn't even as good as this. The Sunny official website released the news. They will give Lin Nuan 3,000 orders at $199. Now Lin Nuan's Douyin has received tens of thousands of comments. Please, Lin Nuan, go live. I'm waiting for you. I take back what I said. I apologize for my previous words. I just hope you can go live. Nuan Nuan, you're the best, the most beautiful. I want to support the new drama. Please go live. Many Douyin comments flooded in. Jia, hurry and let your wife go live. There were even many netizens creating dynamic stickers based on the drama between Lin Nuan and Su Jia. Lin Nuan and Su Jia gained another wave of traffic, and the drama's popularity increased by another 10,000. Now the drama's popularity has exceeded 40,000. Soon after, Lin Nuan posted a Weibo message. This Friday, live finale with bullet screen lottery. I will be in the bullet screen, giving away 3,000 free gifts. This wave from Lin Nuan increased the heat again. Lin Nuan also knew how to hype. Her own popularity, along with the skincare products recognition, increased significantly. Xia Qing followed Lin Nuan and received her Weibo update immediately. That wave of 3,000 orders could bring in quite a bit of money. That's several hundred thousand. By the time of the finale, the drama's popularity actually broke 70,000, surpassing the heat of major productions. Zhang Nan felt he had struck gold. He knew this was the boss's product, but he had spent money to buy 2 boxes, both of which he gave to his girlfriend and relatives at home. I bought it for 99 yuan back then, and now I could sell it for 499 and still make a clean 400. Zhang Nan's girlfriend said excitedly. But I'm not selling it. It's really useful. I use it on my face, hands, and neck. I don't even feel bad about it. Zhang Nan shook his head and smiled helplessly. When he had given his girlfriend a box back then, she had been quite dismissive. Now if you want to buy it, it's only available for 599. However, even at 599, it still had sales. Those who were wealthy didn't care about such things. If they liked it, they bought it. If it worked well, they bought it, as long as they felt the effect justified the price. Lin Nuan was currently filming a new drama, and she had gained a wave of popularity. Naturally, the happiest were the people from Qing Tian Entertainment. Xiao Li, as her manager, was also very happy. Nuan, the variety show Longing for Life has invited you as a guest, and it's just for 2 days, Xiao Li said. The pay for those 2 days is 600,000. After deducting the company's profit and the manager's share, and paying personal income tax, the net pay should be over 300,000. Earning 300,000 in 2 days, the income of a star really comes fast. The more famous you are, the more you earn. This variety show is hosted by Xie Zhao and Huang Hao, and this is already the 2nd season. The show is about self-reliance and self-sufficiency in rural life. Great, Lin Nuan responded. She had spent a lot of time in the village when she was young, playing at Xia Qing's home, so she still had memories of rural life. The first season was quite popular, and it had a lot of heat. They invited stars who were trending and had a following. Many first-tier stars had also participated. In this 2nd episode of the 2nd season, they invited Lin Nuan. Originally, they wanted to invite both Lin Nuan and Su Jia, but the latter had already joined a mystery escape variety show. Moon sent a message saying that the film and television city was already under construction. All the approvals were moving very quickly, and the county government was very cooperative. However, to complete the construction would take until next year, as it was a large project covering several thousand square meters. Xinjia, the villa design you gave me, I've already started having it built, Moon said. The construction of this villa will be quite fast. It should be completed in about 2 months. Do you need me to find a designer for the interior? Moon asked. After all, the decoration will also take about a month. No need, I'll find someone to design it myself. Got it. The villa construction was indeed quite fast. After all, it was the Huaxi Construction Company, they had the manpower and the funds, so it was naturally built quickly. She hadn't planned to tell her parents yet. she would surprise them once it was completed. Collecting vegetables so often was quite a hassle, so she planned to contract the entire village's land, including the land behind, or sign a long-term vegetable collection contract with the village. This was a good thing, but she still needed to discuss it with the village secretary. Suyu also needed a stable long-term supply of vegetables. The good news was that the mushroom spawn she provided to Suyu had successfully grown. This meant that hydroponic vegetables could still be cultivated, but the yield was low. At least it was a hope that they could be self-sufficient in the apocalypse. Xiaoqing had also purchased a large batch of mushroom spawn. The weather there was hot, which was perfect for growing mushrooms. Mom, as soon as I walked in, I smelled something delicious. Are you stewing big bones today? Xia Qing said excitedly. That's not for you, that's for De Huang. Yang Xiao laughed. Now even their dog was eating so well? They were specifically stewing big bones, while De Huang usually ate leftovers. It's not me who cooked it. It's from Uncle San's house at the village entrance, sent over for De Huang. Today, their child was playing outside when two big wolves suddenly charged at him. Our De Huang rushed up and took down both of those big wolves. I heard those two wolves were trained. They belonged to Li Laoer's family. I don't know what got into them today. They thanked De Huang for saving their grandson and specially brought over big bone soup to nourish him, Yang Xia explained. De Huang is that powerful? Xia Cheng patted De Huang's head, and he excitedly wagged his tail. It seems that the enhancement serum really works. It feels like De Huang's intelligence has increased. At the entrance of Xia Qing's house, Li Xiaofeng came in with a bag of fruit. Aunt Yang, I think your dog is really impressive. My two big wolves are descendants of military dogs, yet he managed to take them down. Li Xiaofeng is Li Laoer's child and the owner of those two dogs from this morning. Those two dogs are still traumatized. They have injuries on their heads and bodies. Is your dog for sale? I'll offer 1,000 yuan, Li Xiaofeng said. Offering 1,000 yuan for a local dog is quite a price. Outside, no one would even want it for 50. Not for sale, Xia Qing replied. De Huang seemed to understand and immediately started barking at Li Xiaofeng. De Huang bared his teeth. This dog can understand. De Huang, come to me. I'll give you meat in the future. Li Xiaofeng laughed, pulling out a sausage from his pocket. De Huang didn't even glance at it and instead barked even more fiercely, looking like he wanted to charge at him. Having raised dogs for many years, Li Xiaofeng quickly stepped back in fright. My De Huang doesn't want to sell, and we've raised him for a long time. Xia Qing refused. Li Xiaofeng frowned. Although he really wanted to buy De Huang, he couldn't just snatch him away. Their vegetables were still collected by the Xia family, and if he ruined the relationship, his dad would definitely beat him up. Alright then, if your De Huang wants to mate, you can come find me, Li Xiaofeng said with a smile before leaving. Unable to buy De Huang, his offspring wouldn't be too far off in the future. De Huang growled at him until he left, and from now on, every time he saw Li Xiaofeng, he would bare his teeth. Xia Cheng patted De Huang's head, and he flipped over to show his belly. It seems the enhancement serum is indeed very effective. This needs to be mass-produced for experimentation. However, this is just the first-generation enhancement serum, equivalent to boosting the human immune system. But she still needs to build the film city and make a secondary investment. The current drama's popularity has indeed earned her quite a bit, but it's still not enough to start a biotech company, as the R&D costs for such companies start in the hundreds of millions each year. Right now, the entertainment company can operate normally and still provide her with profits. In the evening, Xia Qing continued her training with Su Yu. Today, I'll take you out for some real combat? Sure, Xia Qing replied. She also planned to go to Myanmar or the United States to buy weapons once she had some skills. Before going, she would hire people from an international security company to protect her. Once she trained well, she would go abroad to buy weapons and then auction off the gems and diamonds she had. She also needed to apply for an international bank account, like one from a Swiss bank. The sources of these funds wouldn't be too obvious, and it would be hard to trace what happened abroad back home. So you took Xia Qing and two other team members with him. One of them was Xian. He was very excited. He could go on missions with Xia Qing again. The weather was quite hot, with temperatures reaching over 30 degrees at noon. Before setting off, Xia Qing first handed each person a bottle of chilled cola. Refreshing. The refreshing taste, men love to take a sip of this on a hot day. Cool. Wang Chang and Xian felt that going out on a mission with Xia Qing was quite enjoyable. They had just left the base for a short while when Zhang Chen had already spotted them from a nearby high-rise. They lived in the residential building right across from the base. As soon as Song Yi opened the transport plane, he had sent the food back, leaving Shenbei and Zhang Chen behind. Next time Song Yi comes over, he will bring our brothers along. This way, they would have more manpower. Suyu has gone out driving, and Xiaoqing is in the passenger seat, Shinbei said, holding a pair of binoculars. They've gone out? This is a good opportunity, Zhengchen said excitedly. For so many days, it had only been Suyu going out, and Xiaoqing was rarely seen. She mostly stayed within the base's vicinity. Shinsini entered the base and occasionally saw Xiaoqing, but she was always surrounded by others. Xiaoqing seldom went to the outside city. Whenever she appeared, it was always within the base. Now, the outside city was so desolate. This area is still fine, within our monitoring range. The zombies have basically been cleared out, Wang Cheng said. Further ahead, entering the urban area, especially the city center, there are hundreds of thousands of zombies gathered together. After they got the drone, they often detected the surrounding zombie situation, and out of curiosity, they would also check the city center. The densely packed zombies wandering the streets in the city center were truly terrifying. With nearly 2 billion people in Longwa, more than half of humanity had turned into zombies, which shows how horrifying it was. Moreover, unless their brains were dug out, these zombies could still live even if they had their hands chopped off or legs severed. Even half a body could still survive. Up ahead is the urban area. A few zombies might occasionally pop up here, Wang Chang said. This place was perfect for practice. Alright, I'll take Xiaoqing. You guys search for supplies nearby, Suyu said in a deep voice. Suyu put away the car, and they all had communication devices on them, able to contact each other at any time. Here's some food for you. Xiaoqing handed Wang Chang a plastic bag. It was 2 family buckets of KFC that she had bought. Thank you, Sister Chang, Xian said, the smell of fried chicken making his mouth water. Although they had earned quite a few points at the base, meat was still relatively precious. We'll be nearby. Call us if there's any danger, Xian said excitedly. Wang Chang pulled him away. With brother you around, there won't be any danger, don't worry. Let's go find a place to eat fried chicken, Wang Chang said, understanding the situation. He really wanted to munch on the fried chicken. After all, the smell was too enticing, and it was clear that brother you wanted to be alone with Sister Chang. Why should they be third wheels? The zombies outside in this area have basically been cleared. There are still some left in the residential buildings. Let's go there, Suyu pointed to a building ahead. Okay, I'll follow you, Xiaoqing replied. To be honest, she was feeling a bit nervous now. Wait, let me get my gear ready. Xiaoqing took out a motorcycle helmet from her space, put it on her head, grabbed a baseball bat, and had a watermelon knife strapped to her back. Is it hot? Suyu looked at Xiaoqing's outfit and smiled helplessly. Not hot. I bought this helmet for 30,000. It has a built-in circulation system. Warm in winter, cool in summer. Just a bit heavy. Do you like motorcycles? I'll buy you a few when the time comes. Xiaoqing felt like she was supporting a man here. Sure, he would like whatever she bought. Motorcycles, planes, paragliding, he would do it all. Don't be nervous. During the day, the zombies move slowly and can't keep up with our adult speed, but they are strong. Their hearing and sense of smell are quite sharp, especially blood, which drives them even crazier. Unless their brains are dug out, they will still move. Strange, they are dead, yet their noses are still so sensitive. Xiaoqing frowned. Maybe they didn't die, it's just that their consciousness is gone, but their bodies are still here. When we enter the residential building, try to keep the noise down, Suyu advised. Understood. Xiaoqing looked at the dilapidated residential building, feeling as if she had come to play a real-life escape room. Today, she wore a black t-shirt paired with tight black shorts, and comfortable sports shoes that didn't have laces. The hallway was filled with cobwebs, chaotic and disordered, with thick dust on the floor, indicating it had been a long time since anyone had been here. And there were the corpses of zombies, with severed limbs scattered around. The elevator had long been out of service, so they took the stairs. The first floor had 2 households, and some doors were already damaged and wide open. The white walls still bore stains of dried blood. Most doors were closed. The open ones had likely been searched. This place was the closest to the base, so initially, those searching for supplies would check here, but it became less frequent as they went upstairs. There are zombies on this floor, be careful, Suyu said. No one knew how many crystal beads Suyu had absorbed. No one was clear about his true strength. Okay. Xiaoqing looked around but didn't notice anything unusual, yet she still trusted Suyu's words. Suyu kicked open the security door, and it fell to the ground with a thud, kicking up a lot of dust. At that moment, a zombie's roar echoed out. It had a broken leg and was probably disabled before turning into a zombie. Even with one leg missing, it could still stand so straight. Roar seeing the zombie charging over, both Suyu and Xiaoqing tensed up. Suyu was worried about Xiaoqing. If she panicked or reacted too slowly, he would immediately deal with that zombie. With a swing, Xiaoqing swung a baseball bat at the zombie's face. Her strength was enough to crush its head. Brain matter splattered everywhere, with a few drops landing on her motorcycle helmet. She would have to clean it well when she got back. Thankfully, she wore a helmet, or it would have been all over her face. Not bad. Quick reaction. Suyu felt relieved seeing Xia Qing act swiftly and decisively. Soon after, Xia Qing and Suyu swept through the first floor of the residential building. This novel is really good. I'll take it back and turn it into a script for filming. Xia Qing found a shelf in one of the households filled with various romance novels. The female owner must have been a delicate person before the apocalypse. This feeling is so exhilarating. Tension, excitement, fear, all mixed together. The best part was looting someone else's home. No need to spend money on anything. Just take it. Now I understand what you meant during our first call when you said it felt like gold was falling on the ground and no one was picking it up. At that time, she couldn't understand at all. Gold falling on the ground and no one picking it up? That was simply impossible. It was a miracle if no one was fighting over it. For us, food is more important. I had been out of water and food for several days by then. Suyu had been mocking himself at that time, awakening his space 6 months into the apocalypse, with nothing left. What good was having a space? But this space brought him hope and connected him to Xia Qing. I wasn't in a much better situation. I was out of money too, so we were saving each other. Xia Qing's eyes sparkled as she said with a grin. Suyu couldn't help but be infected by her enthusiasm. Suyu, what is this thing you have? Xia Qing noticed that almost every household had this item. Air purifier. Was the air quality bad where you lived? Does every household need an air purifier? Xia Qing asked. They had air purifiers too, but she thought it was a tax on intelligence. However, many had been bought, mostly for peace of mind, or perhaps for the men in the house who smoked. Using it to disperse the smell seemed pretty good too. This air purifier can filter viruses. During those years, epidemics were constantly breaking out worldwide. This development has indeed solved the problem. At least the epidemics have decreased, almost eradicated. Is this thing really that useful? Xia Qing said skeptically. Then how did the zombie virus break out? If this thing is so effective, then what about the zombie virus? I remember a researcher saying that the zombie virus is actually a bug in our body's self-mutating system. Zombies are not a virus but a product of humanity's failed self-immune evolution, Suyu said. Survival of the fittest, humans either successfully self-repair or evolve into evolved beings, then further mutate and develop unique abilities, becoming superhumans. So your world is undergoing evolution, and humanity has encountered a bug, Xia Qing said. You could say that. You can take this purifier and study it, Suyu said. Alright, I'll keep it for now. The key is that we need technical personnel, Xia Qing said. Moreover, if she wanted to establish a tech company, she thought about acquiring first and then finding ways to expand. Little by little, the future world is colorful, and she would also make it onto the rich list. She knew that the top few billionaires in Huagua had assets in the hundreds of billions. Xia Qing, addicted to scavenging, had unknowingly followed Suyu for 2 blocks. Xia Qing's steel baseball bat was stained with quite a bit of filthy blood. Hot. Xia Qing took off her helmet and immediately felt much cooler. Not far away. Where is the sunny day base? It's so hot, I really want to drink water. A woman with cracked lips said. It's in this city, we're still looking, the man said, refusing to give up. We're almost there. We must hold on. Once we reach the sunny day base, we'll have food. The man helped the woman up and continued forward. There are hardly any zombies around here. They must have been cleared out. The base should be nearby. I think I smell something delicious. The woman caught a whiff of fried chicken. Am I hallucinating? How can there be the smell of fried chicken? The woman instantly perked up. I think I smell it too. Wang Chang and Xian found a safe corner nearby. The zombies around here had been cleared out who knows how many times. The two of them were munching on delicious fried chicken and drinking 2 bottles of cola. This is amazing. I feel like I've come to a feast. Bro, if there's a chance like this again, call me. Xian laughed. Suddenly, 2 starving people sprang out from the side. Is that fried chicken? The woman thought her eyes were deceiving her. She actually saw a fragrant piece of fried chicken. What the hell? Who are you? Wang Chang, holding a chicken leg in one hand and a cola in the other, looked nervously at the 2 people who had suddenly appeared. Can I have a sip of water? The woman said hoarsely, her lips severely cracked and peeling. Are you from the sunny day base? Wang Chang looked at the 2 starving people, who seemed to pose no threat. They both remained vigilant and quickly pulled back their food. We are from the underground base of Longwa. We heard you have food here and came specifically. Didn't you say your base is collecting survivors? Survivors from the Longwa base? Wang Chang looked at the 2 in surprise. They had recently collaborated with the Longwa base, but it was the first time survivors from Longwa had traveled such a long distance to reach them. Wait a moment, Wang Chang said, quickly taking out his walkie-talkie to call Suyu. The 2 of them smelled the delicious fried chicken, feeling their stomachs churning. They really wanted to eat, but they knew they couldn't possibly compete with the two in front of them, so it was better not to do anything foolish. Brother Yu, we found 2 survivors from the Longwa base. Their location is XX, 500 meters to the west. On the other side, Suyu and Xiaqing had just dealt with a zombie. I've noticed that the size of the crystal beads in each zombie's head is different. Just like our human evolution, some are strong, some are weak. Let's go, Wang Chang is looking for us. Next time, we'll continue with practical combat, Suyu said. Xiaqing had no problem dealing with zombies alone now, but she still had some nauseous reactions. I found that sucking on a piece of candy can reduce the feeling of nausea, Xiaqing said. At that moment, she was sucking on a chocolate candy. Do you want a piece too? What flavor do you like? Xiaqing asked with a smile. Mint, I guess. Xiaqing silently remembered Suyu's preference and planned to buy him a few boxes of different brands of mint candy next time. Soon, they arrived at the place where Wang Chang was. Brother Yu, it's these 2 people. They said they came from the Longwa base. Wang Chang pointed at the 2 individuals in front of him. The 2 had cracked lips and sunken eyes, clearly suffering from long-term malnutrition. Cough, please, can you give us some food first? The 2 had just pleaded, but Wang Chang and Xian couldn't bear to give anything. If they had buns or something else, they would have given it. But what they had was fried chicken, which was incredibly precious. They couldn't even bear to eat it themselves. The 2 pleaded, not holding out much hope. After all, food was so scarce. All right. Xiaqing took out 2 bottles of water and 2 buns from her space. Now, wherever she went, she would buy a few portions of good food and store them in her space. The 2 were shocked to see Xiaqing's generosity. They quickly expressed their hoarse thanks and gulped down the water. These are actually buns, the woman said while eating. The buns were still hot, but they didn't care to blow on them, enjoying every bite. Both of them devoured 3 large buns each. After they were full, they took a few sips of the remaining water. Now that you're full, you can tell us how you came from the Longwa underground base, Wang Chang asked. The 2 were grateful and did not hide anything. We drove all the way here. We heard on the radio that the Qingtian base has clean food and water sources. There was turmoil at our Longwa base. They seized the food and left the base. I also heard that some higher-ups really exchanged food from your base, which is why we came. Because the exchanged food isn't meant for us lower-tier people to eat, the man said angrily. Lower tier? Only social elites could enter the Longwa underground base back then, so you frowned and said. When the apocalypse broke out, the country retained only the most outstanding elite talents who qualify to enter the survival base. Those who could enter the base definitely had some talents in certain areas. This was also why Suyu rushed over. Their base lacked talent. Now, even in the Longwa base, we are still at the bottom. Only those upper-class individuals, evolved beings, and ability users can enjoy food first, the man sighed. Or doctors and biologists could also enjoy certain privileges. Those were all national-level professors, and they couldn't reach that level. What were your professions before the apocalypse? Xiaqing asked curiously. I was a rice technology research and development engineer, and this is my wife, Sun Shanjin, also an engineer. Originally, they had some status, but in the Longwa base, everyone was elite. It was like having a top student in an ordinary school. But that top student, when placed in Qingbei University, would find 2 or 3 county or city champions in the same dormitory, making them hardly noticeable. I was responsible for product development and so on. Rice Technology? That company is quite famous, Xian said. Rice Technology is a joint company of the Internet and technology, smart home products, mobile phones, and so on. The most famous is a super purifier developed by the research team. Xian was also a fan of Rice. They also released a new energy vehicle. It has automatic driving and can provide protection. So this virus purifier is from your company? Xiaqing took a purifier out from her space. That's right, it's our company's product. The man recognized the product at a glance. It was developed by their company's project team too, a super purifier that filters out bacterial and viral infections. This purifier has also won several awards. Do you know the core of this thing? Can you manufacture it? Of course, I am a research engineer. Although it wasn't manufactured by our team, we have exchanged ideas about the core development, the man said seriously. That's great, Xiaqing smiled. Then you two can come back with us to the Sunny base. Really? That's wonderful. We finally found a place, the man said excitedly. They had been holding on to the name Sunny Base. Can we wait a moment? We still have equipment behind, and we want to take it with us, Mubo said. So many places have already turned to desert along the way. We dare not go through the city, we are only driving on the highway. Luckily, my wife is a Bade map engineer, Mubo said. Bade map? Do you have a way to connect to satellites? Suyu asked. Bade map has blue satellite navigation, connecting to space satellites. Yes, it was originally developed by us, and we have satellite usage rights. The password device is in my hands. Without this, the road signs would be broken, and they wouldn't be able to find this place at all. Although it was a civilian satellite, launching into space required a connector and a password device. The navigation passwords of their country were probably in the hands of scientists at the Longwa base, so using this satellite was impossible. Mubo intentionally revealed this information to Suyu and the others. To join them, one must demonstrate their value from the start to integrate better. That's great, Wang Chang said. Go get your things and come back with us to the Sunny base, Suyu said. They were indeed two useful people. Even if Sun Shanjin joined, he would still keep the connection password USB in his own hands. Our car is modified, a solar-powered gasoline hybrid. The tires are flat, but our stuff is still inside. They were attracted by the smell of fried chicken. The few of them followed the man for about 10 minutes before they saw a car. Although both were engineers, Mubo was also very skilled, which was how he modified the car. However, with the tires blown, it couldn't be driven anymore. The two hurried to the car to retrieve their belongings. The USB contained high-tech research materials, which were very important to them. Of course, these were their capital for surviving at the Sunny base. In a tall building, Zheng Chen and Shinbei had been hiding there, observing them with binoculars. Suyu has been by that woman's side. We can't make a move. There might be a chance only in the base, Shinbei analyzed. Suyu is training Xia Qing's skills. Zheng Chen frowned slightly. Did you see just now? She took things out of thin air. She, like Suyu, is a space ability user. Zheng Chen said. There's a space ability user in the base who can teleport. But I just saw her take out buns out of thin air? Brother Chen, do you think she might have foreseen the apocalypse, and then hoarded a lot of food before it happened? Have you read too many novels? Are you fantasizing? Zheng Chen said speechlessly. How is that fantasizing? There are ability users. Cindy is also an ability user. She can sense minds. Shinbei frowned. He didn't think this was an outlandish idea. No matter what kind of ability it was, the source of food now definitely came from Xia Cheng. Although Suyu is not on good terms with me now, he was once a comrade in arms, and he won't refuse to exchange food with us, Zheng Chen said. He still believed in Suyu's character. Brother Chen, the Long Country base will definitely send more people over. If they use forceful means, the people at the Sunny Day base won't be able to withstand it, Shinbei worried. The Sunny Day base doesn't have any firearms. Forceful means? How many people are left in Hua Country now? If they use forceful means, it would be self-destructive, Zheng Chen sneered. With the population drastically reduced, they wouldn't dare to use forceful means. They would only strengthen cooperation. They won't only trust us, the president will definitely send his confidants over. Zheng Chen was right. The president had indeed sent General Xie over. It's better to work for oneself than to risk one's life for those in power. Shinbei looked through the binoculars and saw that Suyu and the others had already left. Brother Chen, they are gone, Shinbei said. Your sister will bring us good news, Zheng Chen said. Yes, she definitely will, Shinbei replied. No one could escape Shinsini's psychic abilities. On the other side, Xia Qing followed Suyu and the others back to the Sunny Day base. Looking at the outer walls and the gate under construction, there were flashing electric signs on the gate. Sunny Day base. The base food is free for 3 days. You need to exchange points with valuable items or your skills, a voice announced. The two nodded. As long as they could get normal food, that was enough. Wang Chang, arrange these two, Suyu said. With the Bade Map Blue Dado satellite system, we can view the entire Hua country in hologram, he added. Okay, keep this person, Mubo, for me, Xia Qing said. Their air purifiers in this world cannot actively eliminate viruses. They can only reduce the number of viruses in the air, and their model is even more advanced. You're lucky. You've caught the eye of our deputy base leader. You won't lack for good food in the future, Xian said enviously. He usually had to exchange points for food, but being with Xia Qing was different. The taste was exceptional. Right now, there were very few seasonings, just salt and soy sauce. Does this Sunny Day base really have food? Of course, but everything needs to be exchanged for points. You two have 3 days of free food. You can go to the cafeteria to eat. If you have valuable items on you, you can also exchange. Valuable? Mubo didn't quite understand. What use were valuable items? Even as a researcher at the Long Country base, he had little value. Only the biological giants had any significance, and that was just because the Long Country base distributed supplies unevenly. You'll know in the future. Anyway, your talents are highly appreciated by the leadership. You definitely won't lack food. Xian patted Mubo's shoulder and said. He participated in the vanguard team, which involved dangerous work. Unlike being favored by Xia Qing, where one could just work at the base. Wang Chang found a Vanguard team member who was specifically responsible for settling survivors. You two follow him, Wang Chang said to the two. Okay. Mu Bo and Sun Shanjin followed the staff member. Now the Sunny Day base had a clothing factory, so they made a batch of armbands from waste materials for uniformity. The Vanguard team members and staff had different sleeves to distinguish them. Ice pops are here. Everyone take a break. We have ice pops. A person pushed a small cart. The sleeves were red for the Vanguard team member, and inside were old ice pops. Xia Qing had purchased hundreds of boxes of large ice pops. There are also ice pops, Sun Shanjin said with shining eyes. On such a hot day, having an ice pop would be refreshing. Great! We actually have ice pops today. The workers had been working in the heat for the past 2 days. The workers' sleeves were yellow. Yes, the base leader gave us benefits today. Before, when Xia Qing saw them working, they were all sweating profusely, and fearing that the workers might suffer from heatstroke, she had ordered a lot of ice cream, especially the old popsicles, so she distributed them. There's free ice green bean soup in the cafeteria at noon today. Let's finish all the work quickly today, the foreman said. A group of people was very excited and worked even harder. I feel like we came to the right place, Sun Shanjin said. Yeah, we almost died here halfway, but it's worth it to be here, Mu Bo said comfortingly. It's a pity that our parents and children are still back home. Sun Shanjin thought of her young son who was not with her, and her heart ached terribly. We will have children in the future, and he will come back again, Mu Bo comforted, though he was also very upset. Alright, you will stay in room 306, said a member of the Vanguard work team. Thank you. Tomorrow morning, go to the hall to register your occupations, and you will be assigned work. Okay. This is a booklet. It contains the rules of the base and registration instructions. Thank you. The room was empty, with nothing in it. They would have to find everything themselves. Once they left the base, they would have to find supplies in an abandoned residential building, or they could trade with others, exchanging goods. This booklet says no looting, and fighting will be punished, but there are also rewards listed at the back. Further back are points that can be exchanged for valuable items. 10 grams of gold can be exchanged for 1 point. These items can be exchanged for things, and there are even sanitary pads. You can exchange them for 2 points, Sun Shanjin said excitedly. And cigarettes, I've been passively quitting smoking for so long. These cigarettes actually require 10 points. What is this crystal bead? Can one be exchanged for 10 points? There were some things inside that they didn't understand. Tomorrow we'll ask more questions, and at home, we at least need to find a mattress, right? Sun Shanjin said, looking at the empty room. Although there was nothing, it was not like the bunk beds they had at the Longwa base. But here, she felt a great sense of security. Xia Qing slept all morning the next day. She had been in the apocalypse for a long time at night, so she can only come back to catch up on sleep during the day. She contacted the supplier again and ordered 3,000 mushroom bags. From now on, supply me once a week. Still from the previous warehouse, Xia Qing messaged. Received. No problem. I'll send you an extra 100 mushroom bags each time. The mail boss replied with a smiling emoji. As long as there were no issues, this was a long-term stable big client. Sending a little something was worth it. The weather on Suyu's side was hot, perfect for producing mushrooms. However, the mushrooms produced there were not as abundant as those on their side. Their land was fertile, and they had a harvest almost every year. This led to the farmers growing vegetables there being relatively poor, with a severe wealth gap. In the apocalypse, these mushroom bags must be watered while wearing masks, otherwise, many spores can enter the lungs with breathing, which is harmful, you know, Xia Qing advised. Don't worry, we all wear masks, and we've arranged to water them every day. A newly established factory is specifically for growing these mushrooms, Li Yao said with a smile. Now that the weather was hot, it was especially suitable for mushroom production. Outside the mushroom factory, a group of children was watching. When can we see the mushrooms? Sister, what color are mushrooms? Are they green? A 4-year-old girl asked innocently. The apocalypse broke out when he was 3, and he had already forgotten the world before. No, mushrooms are gray, and there are colorful ones too, a slightly older child said, relying on his faint memories from before. I heard the sister inside say that in a few days, the mushrooms will grow, and we will be able to eat them. Several children were discussing excitedly, and Xia Qing felt a bit heartbroken listening to them, especially since she had previously bought many seeds and saplings but couldn't cultivate any plants. By the way, we can grow vegetables hydroponically. Although it's slow, it might succeed, Xia Qing said excitedly. However, the quantity of hydroponic vegetables would be quite limited. But the water for hydroponic vegetables can't be from your area, Xia Qing added. Although they could receive the vegetables Xia Qing collected every day, their world had barren land, which left them hopeless. Having green plants seemed to add hope to their lives. Hydroponic vegetables? How do you grow them? Suyu asked. In their world, other technologies were advanced, but agriculture was not as developed as in Xiaoqing's place. In fact, some vegetables and fruits common in Xiaoqing's world were completely absent here. It was unclear how things had suddenly turned out this way. Even greens, like cabbage, can be grown hydroponically. Hydroponics is a soil-less cultivation technique that mainly meets daily growth needs through water and nutrient solutions, but hydroponic vegetables are a bit complicated to operate. However, with hydroponic vegetables, you can have fresh vegetables all year round. I don't know the specific cultivation methods very well, but I can buy you the equipment and tutorials so you can try it out first, Xiaoqing said. Great, that's wonderful, Suyu replied. This way, they could also try to be self-sufficient, but the conditions for hydroponic cultivation were quite demanding. Then I'll buy some for you when I go back. You can try it out without fear of failure, Xiaoqing said generously. Suyu quickly arranged for someone to help. Li Yao, continue to build a hydroponic cultivation room at the base. This is the construction requirement. Finish it as soon as possible. Li Yao took the request, which was based on some hydroponic vegetable cultivation requirements Xiaoqing found online. For now, they could use a 100 square meter space and needed automatic temperature control equipment and a spraying system, all of which Xiaoqing could purchase. Okay, I'll go find a suitable place right away. Li Yao was also very excited. If they succeeded, it would give them more opportunities. The next day, Xiaoqing contacted the people and bought a batch of small equipment for Suyu's site to conduct experiments. If successful, she would continue to purchase more. This nutrient solution guarantees that you can produce a ton of vegetables in a 100 square meter area, the boss assured. If it doesn't produce enough, I'll give you a full refund. Xiaoqing thought about the weather and humidity issues in the apocalyptic world and bought another batch of nutrient solution. If they could succeed in hydroponics there, it would be a great joy. In the afternoon, Xiaochang went to the company again. Sister Qing, the conference room is over here, Zhang Nan said with a smile. Now, Qing Tian Entertainment Company had about 20 to 30 people. In the conference room, there were 5 core members of the company. This is a script. You all take a look, Xiaoqing said as she sent the script to the company group. This script should be produced in batches, preferably condensed into 20 episodes or less. Xiaoqing sipped her coffee while scrolling through her phone. After about half an hour, they all gradually finished reviewing the script. President Xia, is there going to be a next season for this script? Zhang Nan couldn't help but ask. Every man loves sci-fi dramas, especially superhero sci-fi dramas. However, in Huagua, sci-fi movies are often terrible, and there are very few TV dramas. Even the latest released movies, no matter how top-tier the stars are, can't withstand the poor plot. This is a common issue with sci-fi series, weak plots or poor special effects. There are a total of 4 seasons, but let's shoot 1 season first to test the waters. This is a big investment. I hope everyone takes it seriously. Lin Nuan's modern drama is nearing the end of filming, and this series is their top priority. I'll have the best special effects company in the country handle it. We must be cautious in casting, as we might film several seasons, and if we change the cast midway, the reputation will change. After all, most of them are first loves. Do you have any opinions? Xiaoqing said. She isn't a professional and still wants to hear these people's thoughts. We signed a 3-season contract when we filmed the first season, and if we breach it, there will be a hefty compensation, Zhang Nan said. Sounds good. Xia, who should we hire as the director for this sci-fi film? Zhang Nan said, looking troubled. There are very few directors in the country willing to take on sci-fi films. Famous directors have failed when attempting to make sci-fi films. Actually, I think we should look for some young people. A new director wouldn't be bad, Xiaoqing said. She believes that new directors are young, daring, and full of ideas. It's tough for directors to make a name for themselves now. Without investment, there's no way to shoot. There are so many people in film schools, but how many can actually become directors? Those who can become big directors. Let's recruit from film schools and see their ideas for filming, Xiaoqing said. She is willing to give newcomers a chance, mainly because even if some newcomers have talent, they might not be able to showcase it. Nowadays, being a director requires not just people but also investment. No problem, Zhang Nan replied. This drama can be filmed and aired simultaneously. After all, it's a big sci-fi production. If the show doesn't do well, then the investment of over 100 million will go to waste. Behind a drama, there's not just the hard work of the actors but countless behind-the-scenes personnel. I think this proposal is good. Filming and airing simultaneously. There shouldn't be any issues with the review process, Xiaoqing said confidently. This kind of drama might even receive support. After all, the male lead is a patriotic character. Filming and reviewing simultaneously, airing 2 episodes a week or 1 episode. After all, time is needed for special effects and reviews. Sounds good. This model is also nice. If it gains popularity, we can continue filming. If not, we can cut our losses in time, Xia Cheng said. Everyone agreed with this plan. Xia Cheng briefly instructed a few things and then left the project to them. There's no need to worry about the commercial street. Moon is managing it, and the film city is still under construction, supported by the local county government, progressing smoothly and even speeding up. Of course, quality must be guaranteed. Yang Mei has already opened 3 herbal tea branches in the Magic City. Yang Mei, you come and go every day? I want to drink black bone chicken soup today, the old lady said, frowning in her qipao. Mom, the nanny I hired will be here soon. She will live at home from now on. If you want to drink something, just tell her. Yang Mei was tidying up things in the room. She had found a place today and was preparing to move out. After living in this house for so many years, she hardly had anything that belonged to her. A few large suitcases were completely packed. It was somewhat sad. What do you mean? What are you trying to do? Why do we need to hire a nanny at home? I told you not to go to work. The old lady was furious when she heard Yang Mei had hired a nanny, her face turning red. She wasn't used to having strangers living in the house and wanted to throw away anything she didn't like. Although the old lady looked down on Yang Mei's rural background, she was attentive and patient in her service. Working is my freedom. It's been so many years, and the child has grown up. I deserve my freedom now, Yang Mei said in a deep voice. You unfilial daughter-in-law. At my age, you actually want to hire a nanny to take care of me? Are you dissatisfied with the money? My son works hard every day to earn money, keeping you from the wind and rain, and you're still not satisfied? Enjoying life at home and not even realizing it, the old lady scolded. Enjoying life? Well, I don't want to enjoy it now. Let someone else enjoy this blessing. After finishing her words, Yang Mei grabbed several large suitcases and headed for the door. At the entrance, a worker from the moving company was waiting. The old lady angrily pointed at Yang Mei and scolded her a few times before hurriedly calling Linjin. If she wants to leave, let her go. She can't take a single cent from this house. That all belongs to me, Linjin said angrily. To his surprise, Yang Mei actually dared to leave. They had already signed the divorce agreement, and it had taken effect after the cooling-off period. I have divorced Yang Mei. She leaves with nothing. Divorced? At her age? Aren't you ashamed? The old lady fumed. After hanging up, she saw that Yang Mei had already packed several large suitcases. Wait, those things were bought by my son. You can't take them. The old lady blocked Yang Mei's path. Your son bought them, but I have also contributed to this family. I gave birth to 2 children and raised them. When Dad was sick and hospitalized, it was me who took care of him. Did your son even help for a day? By the way, I've always wanted to say that living with you every day has been suffocating. I won't have to live in your shadow anymore. After packing her things, Yang Mei resolutely walked forward. The old lady wanted to chase after her, but she couldn't match Yang Mei's speed. She could only watch helplessly as Yang Mei got into the car. The old lady was furious. She never expected that Yang Mei, who usually kept her head down, would suddenly make such a decisive move. For so many years, Yang Mei had never mentioned divorce. Who knew that once she did, it would be so resolute? Lindsay, your mom has divorced your dad. She doesn't care about me anymore. She just left. The old lady lamented. What? My mom divorced? Lindsay frowned. Little sister, I can't get through to mom. Can you call her? She divorced dad. Where will she move to? Lindsay said worriedly. Okay, I'll call her right now, Lin Nuan said nervously. Lindsay was also rushing home with his girlfriend, as the housekeeper had been driven away by the old lady. There was no change in the house. He went to check the wardrobe in the bedroom and found that his mother's clothes had all been taken away, realizing that she had really moved out. Dad, why did you divorce mom? Lindsay frowned. I was just drinking with a female colleague when your mom caught me. She wanted a divorce, so fine, let her go. She's 50 years old, does she expect me to beg her? After all these years, have I ever shortchanged you? Lin Jin didn't think he was in the wrong. I provide for you, buy you houses, pay for your college. I even bought you a car. You better persuade your mom to come back quickly. If she really divorces me, she better not regret it. Finally, half an hour later, Lindsay got through to the phone. Mom, stop making a scene and come back. Dad just made a little mistake. I apologize for him. Grandma is still at home alone. Lindsay frowned, feeling that his mother was causing trouble. What scene am I making? I have divorced your dad and moved out. I have no intention of going back. Yang Mei said, feeling a bit wrong that her son didn't understand her. Mom! Just as Lindsay wanted to say something, Yang Mei hung up the phone. Lin Nuan also called, asking, Mom, you finally divorced. Where did you move? Both Lin Jin and Grandma Lin favored boys over girls, treating Lin Nuan worse than Lindsay. Mom, I transferred you 100,000 yuan, rent a better place. I want to come over after I finish filming, Lin Nuan said. Okay, I had already reserved a room for you. The profits from the store are good now. My basic salary plus profits is several tens of thousands a month, Yang Mei said, which also gave her the confidence to divorce. Once the two branches stabilized, her salary would increase even more. Yang Mei lived in the room she rented. Although the house was not big, she felt very at ease. She can decorate this room however she likes. She can put anything she wants in it. She can even grow flowers and plants. I never expected that a life of freedom would make me feel this good, Yang Mei exclaimed. This was all thanks to Xia Qing for supporting her career. It gave her the confidence to take this step. She would definitely work even harder. Xia Qing soon learned about this news and wasn't surprised, as she had already noticed Lin Jin's affair with that woman during dinner with her aunt last time. In fact, it was Xia Cheng who had opened the door to that private room. Aunt, from now on, you can make your own decisions about your life, Xia Qing said with a smile. Yang Xia felt a bit emotional upon hearing that Yang Mei was getting a divorce. Back then, everyone envied Yang Mei. Lin Jin had truly loved Yang Mei at first, but later, after achieving success, he really abandoned her. Qingqing, what do you think I should be busy with? Your aunt is so busy every day that she doesn't have time to chat with me anymore, Yang Xia frowned and said. In the past, when Yang Mei didn't work, the two of them often chatted. Now that Yang Mei had started to learn and work, she even began studying English again. Mom, whatever you want to do, I support you, Xia Qing said with a smile. Wife, didn't you want to open a clothing store when you were younger? All of Qingqing's clothes when she was little were made by you, Xia Jishang said. Yang Xia had dreamed of opening her own clothing store when she was young, but life forced her to bow down. She needed to work in the fields, take care of the children, and serve her in-laws. Xia Qing remembered that she actually had a batch of clothes in the warehouse. She had collected quite a few from Suyu, and there were already clothing factories established in the apocalypse. Selling clothes is also fine, children's clothing, women's clothing, men's clothing, all works. If that's the case, I'll rent a store for you in Han City, and you can give it a try? Can I do it? Yang Xia felt a bit restless but also nervous. Why not? I can find a factory with suppliers, you just need to sell, Xia Qing said with a smile. Go for it. You wanted to open a clothing store when you were young, Xia Jixiang encouraged. The clothing store on the commercial street sells goods from the apocalypse. She wanted to open a boutique for young Xia in the city center. Whether it makes money or not isn't important. The main thing is to fulfill her mother's youthful dream. Now that your daughter has the means and supports you, just go for it. I support you too, Xia Jixiang said to his wife. Alright, then I'll start with a women's clothing store and give it a try. Yang Xia was persuaded, and Xia Qing took her to Han City in the afternoon to choose a location. To make it convenient, she directly notified Moon to acquire a clothing factory to provide materials. There were many various clothing designs from the apocalypse that she could use. Okay, boss, I will choose a clothing factory to acquire, Moon said. Xia, does this clothing factory also need to be under our company's name? Moon asked. Yes, that way it's easier to manage, Xia Qing replied. Then the company will need to hire more people, Moon said. Recently, the company's business scope has been expanding more and more. Sooner or later, their Cheng Tian company would become Cheng Tian Group. They would have a beauty factory, a chain of herbal tea shops, a commercial street, including a film city that was about to be built, and a clothing factory that was about to be acquired. The larger the company grew, the bigger Moon's role would be, and she was naturally happy about the company's development. So soon you're going to open a store. I'm a bit nervous, Yang Xia said. It's okay, Mom, you can go to various malls these days to get familiar with things. I've already arranged for someone to handle the store rental later, Xia Qing said. After saying that, she transferred 100,000 yuan to Yang Xia. Go shopping at the mall. You can't come home until you spend it all, Xia Qing said, pretending to be serious. What woman doesn't love shopping by nature? Yang Xia was overjoyed to receive the transfer and immediately rushed into the mall. She wanted to browse clothing stores and pick a good location in the mall. Eldest sister found something to do after the divorce, and her husband, Xia Jixiang, was busy every day harvesting vegetables and managing the land. At home, she also had to face the instigation of old lady Xia. I need to buy more things to take back today, Yang Xia said happily. The task her daughter gave her was to spend it all. Xia Qing drove to the warehouse. A large batch of goods she ordered yesterday had already started arriving today. She designed a 2-story large warehouse behind the villa area, which would be more convenient once it was completed. Xia Qing had contacted Suyu and had already moved the items in the warehouse into the space. Recently, the space had expanded quite a bit, allowing her to clear out the warehouse in one go. Suyu, who is in charge of the clothing factory now? Xia Qing asked. Yang Jie, Suyu replied. Xia Cheng summoned Yang Jia, who was quite nervous. Since the clothing factory was built, it hadn't really been put to use. The batch of inventory Xia Cheng had collected was sold on the commercial street, but more than half of it still hadn't sold. Deputy Base Leader, Yang Jia said nervously, "Are there any clothing designers in the base?" Xia Cheng asked. "Not at the moment," Yang Jia said with a wry smile. There were only a dozen or so people in their clothing factory. A few were former factory workers, and with the machines and equipment, they just needed to put in the materials and produce. Xia Cheng planned to customize finished products for this clothing factory. "Then how about this? Organize the design styles of your clothing and make a small booklet for me." "No problem. We have all kinds of styles now," Yang Jie said. As there were no copyright issues, he could source global clothing designs. "It would be best if it's a traditional style series." "No problem," Yang Jie said. Now that the base had restored its network signal, they could use machines to search for these things. "I'll go back and organize it right away," Yang Jie said, eager to complete the task assigned by the base leader. The clothing factory was finally going to be valued by the leadership. Good. She planned to focus on high-quality products at the clothing factory in the apocalypse. "Are we still going out to train today?" Xia Cheng asked. She also wanted to go to the mall in their city to gather some supplies. Those were free, so why not take them? Suyu took Xia Cheng to the monitoring room, where Sun Shanjin, whom she met the day before, was also present. She was assigned under Zhang Liang, responsible for monitoring and connecting network information. With her Bluetooth system, the base now had a network. They had found the equipment from the city, all dug up from deep underground military line maintenance devices. If someone had encountered this before the apocalypse, they would have been sentenced to 10 or 8 years. "This is a mobile phone, you can try connecting to the network," Suyu said. Due to the lack of a SIM card and signal tower, it could only receive wireless network signals, so it could only be used at the base. Xia Cheng took a brand new phone. The phone from her original timeline couldn't connect to the network here. She could only use this timeline's phone to connect to this timeline's network. The phone only had one chat application called Light Chat. The browser only opened the official website of the Qingtian base. "These things are all maintained by the network team, including uploading information. It's much more convenient than making a booklet out of paper," Sun Shanjin said. There were also network signal devices in the underground base of Longwa, and they could even connect to foreign countries via satellite. But that was beyond her authority. The homepage featured photos of Xia Cheng and Suyu, the base leader and deputy base leader of Qingtian base. Their photos were displayed prominently. "This webpage is still under construction and needs further improvement," Sun Shanjin said. "It's quite good." Xia Cheng found it interesting. "Deputy base leader, do you have anything you want to write on the homepage? I can help you post it there. I hope for world peace." Xia Cheng's wish was immediately met with dozens of comments below, but they were all negative. However, a few years later, this news exploded. Xia Cheng never stayed in this space for long. Sometimes it was extremely unstable. Clearly, absorbing crystal beads would extend the time, but these past few times I've always been suddenly bounced back, Xia Cheng complained. "After all, you're not from this time and space, it's normal to feel excluded," Suyu frowned, feeling a vague worry in his heart. This feeling always made Suyu anxious because Xia Cheng could disappear at any moment. He could only give her more crystal beads, hoping she could absorb them so she could stay in this world longer. He wanted to see her every day, not like this, always feeling an intangible sense of insecurity. "In my world, no one has special abilities. I was very nervous when I awakened my space, afraid of being captured for research," Xia Cheng said. In her world, no one had special powers. They were very special existences. She had only read about them in novels online and seen them in foreign movies, where children with special abilities were taken away for various research purposes. She was very good at keeping secrets. She had never told her parents, and she rarely used her own space. At that time, I was afraid that our world was heading towards the apocalypse. Was this my awakening's golden finger? But after a few years, nothing apocalyptic happened, and I gradually relaxed. I don't even know how I connected to your space. No, it's our space, Xia Cheng smiled. Recently, as Xia Cheng absorbed crystal beads, she vaguely felt something different, not just that the space was expanding, but also the presence of unstable factors. Did you feel the changes in the space? Xia Cheng asked. Suyu shook his head. He had also tried absorbing crystal beads, but there was no change in the space, and he couldn't enter Xia Cheng's time and space. No one knew why Xia Cheng awakened her space or why it was bound to her a year after Suyu's apocalypse. She always felt there was a reason for it, but she could only move forward. No more entanglements. The future will tell us the answer. Meanwhile, several of Zhang Chen's brothers had already rushed over from the Longwa base, and they had settled in a residential building. Cindy sent back news. She has successfully entered the clothing factory to work. Whenever Xia Cheng appears, there are people around her, and she doesn't have any alone time, making it hard for her to approach, Shinbei said. If Cindy couldn't get close, she couldn't use her special abilities on Xiaqing. The clothing factory is currently making a batch of ancient-style women's clothing, Shinbei frowned. Not only that, but they also have a ceramics factory and a cosmetics factory. What use do they have for making these? Ceramics? What's the point? Why not just go to the city and search for what they want? Song Yi frowned, finding it hard to understand. In any case, this base is full of secrets, which is why Siyu was able to establish it. We're exchanging a batch of food for them, our brothers will all be gathered. Understood. Keep having Cindy investigate, she is our eyes in the Qingtian base. Xia Qing went to the ceramics factory, cosmetics factory, and herbal tea factory to collect some stock. Base leader, the first generation physical enhancers have been injected into a small number of volunteers. There is no life danger, but the enhancement effects vary with individual physiques, Professor Zhang Yenshin said. The first batch made should be given to the Vanguard team, Suyu replied. The Vanguard team had strong physiques, and with the enhancement agents, their abilities would be strengthened, which could bolster the strength of their base. A country's military must be strong to protect its residents. The vanguard army of their base must be strong to protect the base. The base's clothing factory had only a dozen workers, but it must be said that the production machines here were very convenient and advanced. This is what you selected. We just need to input the model into the computer, and we can produce them in bulk, Yang Jia introduced. The remaining embellishments require manual work. Recently, the clothing factory had added some workers, mainly those with nimble hands and feet. The clothing factory she opened for Yang Xia in the Wanda Mall of Han City had been renovated and upgraded, and it had started selling clothes in the past few days. With the grand opening, the prices were at their most favorable. Let's increase these styles by a few dozen pieces, Xia Qing said. These styles were selling the best. Director, we're running low on these materials, Yang Jia said. Without materials, they couldn't produce the clothing. You can go to the warehouse to collect them, Xia Qing replied. In the past half-month, she had collected quite a bit from Suyu, including from the surrounding factories. Okay. Yang Jia nodded quickly. Without Xia Qing's approval, they couldn't collect anything from the warehouse. A girl with a long ponytail was quietly observing Xia Qing while sewing by hand in the clothing factory. Xia Qing was wearing a loose t-shirt, denim shorts, and Adidas sneakers, with her hair in a relaxed bun. She had earrings in her ears, a necklace around her neck, and her skin was smooth and fair, without a single pimple. Although Shinsini was allocated food in the underground base of Long Country, she had no access to other items. Her complexion was pale, her lips cracked, and her eyes emitted a blue light, allowing her to sense the thoughts of those around her. Strange. Shinsini's lips were even whiter. What was going on? How could Xia Qing, just a few dozen meters away, not be sensed? Shinsini frowned, realizing how difficult it was to see Xia Qing, especially at such a close distance. She had to seize the opportunity. Shinsini approached Xia Qing with a thick stack of clothing. What are you doing? Can't you even carry this little bit? You're blocking the way to the base. Yang Jia exclaimed angrily. I'm sorry, Shinsini quickly apologized. Forget it, it's not a big deal, Xia Qing spoke up. Yang Jia stopped talking but shot a couple of hostile glares at Shinsini. As Xia Qing passed by Shinsini, the latter's face turned even paler. She felt nothing. How could this be possible? Her abilities had never failed before. How could they fail against Xia Qing? At such a close distance, how could they possibly fail? Shinsini was lost in self-doubt while Xia Qing hurriedly left. Shinsini, do you know you just bumped into the deputy base leader? Yang Jia turned back, his gaze subtly fixed on her. I just spoke highly of you. Otherwise, if you offend the deputy base leader, you won't be able to work here. The work at this clothing factory is so easy. Usually, newcomers have to go build the city walls, Yang Jia said, grinning as he stared at Shinsini. Shinsini could sense Yang Jia's thoughts, and a wave of nausea hit her stomach. She forced a calm expression and said, Thank you so much, Brother Yang. From now on, listen to me more, and I guarantee you'll have an easier time than them. Yang Jia looked at her with the eyes of a predator. The other girls in the clothing factory quickly lowered their heads. Yang Xia's clothing store officially opened, named QI, which stood for the initials of Xia Cheng and Yang Xia. With the new store opening, there was a promotion of buying 300 and getting 100 off, attracting many shoppers. Moon also hired 3 new staff members, who would officially start after 2 days of training. During lunch, when Yang Xia wasn't busy, Xia Cheng took Yang Xia and Xia Jishan to eat on the 5th floor of the mall. Xia Jishan had also changed into a brand-name sports outfit. I can't even walk in these Nike shoes that cost over 1,000. Xia Jishan joked, saying that wearing this outfit made him feel like he was in his teens. However, the calluses on his hands from years of work remained. Yang Xia smiled but said nothing. In the past, they wouldn't have dared to spend a month's living expenses on a single pair of shoes. We can afford thousands of shoes. When the new year comes, let's go on vacation in Hainan. Every year during the new year, Yang Xia has to cook and entertain relatives, which is quite tiring. This year, it would be better for the three of us to go travel. Great! It's so much better than cooking at home. Let's just go on vacation. I saw on Douyin that the temperature in Hainan during winter isn't cold. People are still wearing short sleeves. Xia Jishan laughed. Now they all use smart devices, and they have various farming machines at home. Moreover, Xia Jishang has taken over all the farmland in the village, so he only needs to help Xia Qing harvest vegetables, and during his free time, he just scrolls through Douyin to watch dramas. Naturally, he has learned quite a bit. After we go to Hainan, your parents will take you abroad for a trip. Xia Qing smiled. In the past half month, she has been trained well by Suyu, and she has no problem facing a few zombies alone. She plans to go to Myanmar in a few days, as it's close to China, to buy a batch of military supplies. Great! I've never been abroad in my life, now I finally have the chance. Xia Jishan laughed. The three of them enjoyed a warm meal together. Qingqing, the clothes you brought back are really beautiful. A lot of them sold out this morning. Yang Xia smiled. Their clothes aren't expensive, but the styles are attractive. It won't be long before similar ones appear on Taobao and Pinduoduo. Such things can't be avoided, even big brands have many knockoffs. However, Xia Qing's clothes were originally not expensive, and they were already highly profitable. She has too many styles and isn't afraid of fierce competition. Now the store has staff. Mom, why don't you sign up for a design class or something? Xia Qing smiled. Sign up for a class? Is there one for someone my age? Of course there is. My aunt is still taking an online English class. There's so much to learn. She had been in the Magic City and knew what courses rich ladies took every day. That I want to sign up for design and tailoring clothes, Yang Xia said. Xia Qing loved to draw when she was young, and it was also because Yang Xia had a talent for it. Back then, they were so poor that she drew on the ground with sticks. Xia Qing felt she inherited her mother's talent. No problem, Mom. I'll get you a special class. We can learn when we have free time. What Xia Qing didn't expect was that after Yang Xia finished her studies, she fell in love with it. Even 10 years later, at 60, she became famous. But that's a story for another time. After dinner, Xia Qing bought movie tickets for her parents and 2 cups of milk tea. I didn't expect that at our age, we would still go out to watch a movie. We need to take a photo. I want to post it on my Moments. Since Xia Jishan got WeChat, he has been posting on Moments. He posts a few times every day. Now he loves to show off. He wants those who have mocked him for decades to see. He wants to show them how well his daughter is doing. Let those who said he wouldn't live to see old age take a look. Yang Mei looked around at the young couples. They were over 50 and were on their first date here. Since Xia Qing returned from the Magic City, their lives have been getting better and better. Alright, it's done. Honey, your outfit looks really great. Not only that, but they also had a large bucket of popcorn and ice cream in their hands. The young people around secretly took pictures of the two. Wow, I envy their love in old age. I just saw their daughter buy them popcorn, milk tea, and ice cream. Someone secretly filmed this scene and unexpectedly it went viral on Douyin. The aunt's clothes in the video look so good. I want to buy one for my mom. Please send me the link. This seems to be ancient style, but I don't know which dynasty it was improved from, but it looks beautiful. Very stylish. It really shows off their temperament. After watching this video, I believe in love again. However, this video made the newly opened clothing store popular again, especially the dress that Yang Xia wore, which sold out completely. The factories over in the apocalypse hadn't had time to ship their goods yet.